Chapter 1. The undead queen. The golden glow of the large G that hung over the marble bank faded into the distance as the woman chuckled to herself. It was hard for her to imagine that lies of freedom could so easily deceive a race that had once been so feared by wizarding kind. How naive they were. Goblins were not known for being idiots, but the witch supposed that their greed and pride weighed heavier than their minds. I suppose it doesn't matter, the witch thought to herself. One simply cannot resist the temptation of the great Carmilla Sanguina. A camp of bats swarmed her before vanishing in a red mist trail, her location set. For a man who possessed the title of the Dark Lord, the woman found his residence quite unremarkable. Compared to the castle she once lived in, the Riddle Manor was a tremendous downgrade, though. She'd done what she could to make it more like home. The doors opened at her presence as two men cowered before her, lowering their heads. His quality of servants is so poor, it's no wonder he failed in the past. Blood-red stains now coated the walls as her servant stood at attention with her passing. "My lady," Herbert said with a bow, "I hope your outing was successful." "Quite successful, Herbert," Carmilla said as the servant took her cloak from her shoulders. "Dominance of this pathetic group is firmly in our hands now, whether they are aware of it or not." "Excellent," Herbert whispered. "What a relief that is to hear, my lady. The insolent remarks of these wizards have been difficult to stomach these past few months." "I can only imagine, Herbert," Carmilla said, her yellow eyes locked upon her humble servant's bowed head. "After all, we swear only to follow our own. But worry not, by the end of tonight that stupid bitch will yield her falsely placed authority. This I promise as your queen." "Thank you, my lady," Herbert whispered. "May I accompany you to the hall?" "I'm afraid not," Carmilla said. "Go find Severus. I want an update on Voldemort's condition. He seems to be one of the few who understands his place in the hierarchy. I think I'll spare him from the consequences of disobedience." "Yes, my lady, as you wish." Carmilla grinned, her fangs pressing against her bottom lip as her humble servant turned towards the darkened hall. It was only once Herbert had vanished that Carmilla had continued her stroll, the aroma of blood from the dining room causing her mouth to water. The large gilded doors of the dining hall opened at her approach. Red stained the carpeted ground as her servants feasted upon captured muggles and aurors that had failed in their pursuits, their minds rotted from the torture. Figures cloaked in black robes stood along the sides of the room, gazing upon her kind with disgust. Despite their names, the Death Eaters seemed unable to stomach their literal title. A cold fire burned in her chest as she felt a set of beady eyes glaring at her in the distance. Her porcelain face was one of beauty, but her soul was foul. Jealousy coursed through the woman's veins. Carmilla knew that from the moment she'd revealed she had the Dark Lord's child. Regardless, the woman was ruthless, an asset on the battlefield. But her insubordination to Carmilla's commands had left an awful taste in the woman's mouth. Now, she'd end it for good. Carmilla climbed the platform she'd built. The idea of sitting at the same level as those who served her made her nauseous. She took a seat she had conjured beside the Dark Lord's throne. It was an action that lit a fire behind the eyes of the most devout of the Death Eaters, but it solidified the fact of the matter. She stood above all except the Dark Lord himself, and she would be treated as such. "My lady," a tall, pale man, one of her most recently turned recruits, Cassius whispered, bowing before her. "Please tell us it was an agreement met with those creatures." "But of course," Carmilla said, her grin wide. "Had you any doubt, Cassius?" Her servant shook his head as she released a soft laugh. "We came to a rather uncomplicated agreement. The goblins will refuse to allow anyone access to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. In turn, they will be offered the equality they've always sought under Voldemort's reign." "Impossible," the woman shouted, Carmilla's jaw clamping at the arrogant witch's interruption. "The goblins are beasts, not fit to sit with us as equals. To offer them equality is a slap in the face to everything the Dark Lord." "Silence Bellatrix," Carmilla whispered, a cold chill flowing across the room. "I've heard stories from Severus of how the Dark Lord ran things here. I consider my treatment of your burst of defiance rather tame. But make no mistake, I am at the end of my patience with you, Interrupt me again, and I will take great pleasure in killing you." You wouldn't. I'm the Dark Lord's favorite. He'd never forgive you." "Then why was it not you that he selected to bear his child?" Ice flowed from Carmilla's lips as Bellatrix gritted her teeth, words seeming unable to fall. "By all metrics, by bearing the Dark Lord's child, I have been named his equal, his queen, if that clears things up for your simple mind. Your value to him pales in comparison to mine. If I told him once he awakens that I had to eliminate you to preserve our alliance, I promise you that he'd understand." Carmilla laced her fingers as she glanced down upon the raven-haired woman. "Make no mistake, you are an asset to this cause, Bellatrix, but I will not tolerate any more disobedience. Understand me clearly when I say this: you are in no way irreplaceable." Bellatrix stepped back, her frame shaking, but her mouth sealed. "If you want to be useful, Bellatrix, how about you try to understand the terms of our new working relationship?" Carmilla smiled. "As I said, the goblins and I have made an agreement. The cup you seek that resides in your vault will not be touched by that Potter boy and his followers. However, it will also be impossible for you to retrieve it without my permission." The Death Eater's eyes widened at her words, but Carmilla continued. "The Dark Lord and I have already come to terms with the fact that I am to be his second in regards to you wizards. Yet, you all seem to be quite against that notion. I will not stand for such a lack of structure in an organization I head. If you wish to revive your lord, you will bow your heads before me and swear allegiance to me as your second in command." Carmilla's fingertips tapped along the wooden handle of her throne as the Death Eaters below glanced at one another. A heavy silence filled the air, broken only by low growls of frustration as the cloaked members of the Dark Lord's Legion stood unmoving. Carmilla sighed. "Well, I must admit, I am disappointed." Her words were drowned out quickly as the doors to the hall flung open. A rather tall and thin man raced into the room. Sweat beads ran rampantly down his dust-caked face, his blue eyes trembling within their sockets. "What is the meaning of this intrusion, Karkaroff?" Carmilla hissed. "Apologies, my lady. I had just managed to escape." His body shook like a leaf in the wind as he continued. "I Potter, he." "Collect your thoughts, Karkaroff, and speak," Carmilla growled. "What happened to your post in Leeds?" The man gasped for air. "It was Potter, my lady," his hands running through his goatee as he talked. "He and Black, they appeared from nowhere with a small team of aurors. They pushed us back. Your thralls managed to facilitate our escape, but we've lost control of our stronghold there." Karkaroff's fingers curled against the red-stained carpet. "Mulciber, he tried to fight the boy, but Karkaroff's head fell to the ground. Potter annihilated him. I couldn't even find a body before I fled." "What of my kin?" Carmilla asked. "What happened to them?" "Black, he killed Ammon, but the rest withdrew when they saw the battle was lost. But Mulciber was only but one of our men that fell." "I don't particularly care," Carmilla said, silencing the quivering man. "If all we lost is some turned thralls and Death Eaters, it wasn't as devastating as it could have been. Losing our stronghold in Leeds is unfortunate. Its proximity to the border between Scotland and England was of great help to us, but it's no matter for now." Her hands folded upon her lap as she continued. "Even with the Auror Corps backing the order, they don't have the manpower to hold any area for long. We'll allow them this small victory and reclaim the territory later once my kind has feasted enough to recover. For now, I want you to find whatever men, women, or beast you can muster and lead a frontal attack on Manchester. We need to twist the Muggle leadership's arm into seeing that there is no other way to protect their citizens than to give in to our demands. Once the divide between Minister Bones and the Muggle minister is forged, the Ministry of Magic will crumble, and after that, the Muggles will prove easy pickings. But my lady, even with the werewolves' help, Manchester is a metropolitan area. It'll be a heavily guarded area by the Auror Corps. Even if we can take it with Fenrir's forces' help, we'll lose hundreds of lives. We'll need you to contribute your kin to the... My kin will be assigned to a far more pressing matter, I assure you," Carmilla said, silencing the man once more. "Now go muster your forces and do as you're told. And I suggest you hurry. I will not tolerate a second failure, Igor." The pitiful servant of the Dark Lord had no sooner risen to his feet before a knock from the entranceway refocused her eyes. Yet, unlike before, Carmilla smiled at the sight of the blonde, well-built, pale man before her, his eyes matching the yellowness of her own. "My lady, may I enter?" "Yes, Darian," she said, allowing a commander of her rank's entrance to the hall. "Report upon our siege on Plymouth, if you'd be so kind." "At once, my lady," the man said with a deep bow. "Regrettably, I must inform you that we were unable to capture the land with our small numbers successfully. However, for every member of our kind we lost, I assure you, we doubled it on our opponent's side. I've also gathered intel regarding the morale of the Auror Corps from a few of the Aurors I captured and persuaded. With Dumbledore dead, much of the public is losing hope," Darian whispered. "The Daily Prophet has been working on rallying the public behind Potter, but his inability to protect either his sister or one of his fellow students during the attack on Azkaban has left many silently whispering about whether the boy is ready to take up the responsibility of leadership." Her servant smiled. "When paired with the seemingly endless amount of troops we have thanks to our thrall reserves and the alliance with the giants and werewolves, some of the public is even demanding that Bones sue for peace. To make matters even worse, according to the Corps, support in other nations is wavering as well," Darian said. "It seems that much like what happened before, other nations are hopping to stay out of your path as well. Soon, all resistance will crumble." Carmilla purred happily as Darian grinned. "But as atonement for my failure, I've brought you a present." Darian snapped as Rookwood emerged from the hall, a chained man at his side. The man was rather large and round, with a thick mustache. Black bruises coated his body, and red leaked from his pores, a hatred trapped behind his glare. I wasn't quite sure who he was, but the werewolf was quite against letting him go. I imagine he holds importance to the Order. Shall I execute him and send his remains to the Ministry?" "Wait," Carmilla said as she lifted her hand, the sharpened nails of her servant retracting from the man's neck. Her eyes scanned the Hall of Death Eaters. "As I am still rather new to this operation, are any of you capable of identifying this man? I promise to reward any of those who step forward." "That's Edward Tonks, my lady," a man whispered, entering from the left side door with Herbert at his side. He was a thin man with sallow skin, a large, hooked nose, and yellow, uneven teeth. Carmilla knew the man well by now. Severus Snape, the only competent Death Eater within the entire manor by Carmilla's estimation. Had he continued to prove himself, she'd even consider turning him to serve her permanently. Though he goes by Ted, he is someone Potter sees as an uncle. "Ah, Severus, glad you could join us. I take it that means the Dark Lord's condition has remained stable." Severus bowed his head deeply with a nod before Carmilla turned her attention back to the man before her. "So this man has value to our enemy, does he?" Carmilla asked. "Excellent, then I'd like you to refrain from killing him. I have plans for him in mind." "You might as well just kill me," the large man barked. "I wouldn't work for you even under the Imperious curse. I'd never bow to you." "Never is quite a strong word," Carmilla said as she descended her throne, wrapping her fingers around the man's chin. "You've yet to discover just how persuasive I can be." She pulled away from the man, her eyes circling the room of spectators. "I hope that this interruption has given you time to think about your options, or rather, your lack of them," Carmilla whispered. "You clearly don't have what it takes to finish off this Potter boy. The only one that may have it is currently in a stasis which he can only be awoken from should you submit to me. However, if you fail to do so, my troops will pull out, and this Potter boy will eventually arrive, and from the sound of it, slaughter you all." She smiled as she watched the Death Eaters quiver. "So what shall it be, my friends? Bow to me or die to him." A low growl filled the air as she watched the Death Eaters turn to one another, their fists tightly clenched before they nodded, falling to their knees. Her fangs rubbed against her bottom lips as she grinned, watching the black-cloaked wizards bow their heads one after the other and murmuring, "I submit to your command, Lady Carmilla." "Fantastic," Carmilla said, licking her lips as she turned to the one figure, head unbowed. "And what of you, Bellatrix? Do you intend to have me walk away and leave your master in agony for all eternity? I was under the impression that you loved your master." Her body quaked as she cursed silently beneath her breath. The woman looked about ready to vomit as she fell to her knees, her head bowed before her. "I submit to your command, Lady Carmilla." "Good," Carmilla said, lowering herself to the woman's level. She grabbed the woman's hair, pulled her face from the ground to see her eyes, and grinned. Now was that so hard, you stupid bitch? She dropped the dark witch's hair once more, turning towards the rows of Death Eaters. Now all of you rise. I have some missions for you to conduct for me before we retrieve your master's cup. Pledging your allegiance is easy, making me believe it is another thing entirely. In particular, I have a very special job in mind for you, Bellatrix. A mindless howl erupted from the basement below as Carmilla sneered, the boy's scent putrid to her nose. Severus, do me a favor, won't you? The Death Eater stood at attention as Carmilla hissed, that boy Draco, is it? When he reverts to his human form, dispose of him. His mind is beyond repair, and he is far too loud for my taste. As you wish, my lady, Severus said as Carmilla walked from the dining hall. Come along now, my brothers and sisters, she called out. We have much work to be done. Chapter 2. A new normal Daphne rolled across the bed she and Harry shared. Nimbly she pulled her arm out, hopping to wrap it across Harry's warm chest, though nobody was found. Her eyes cracked open, to see only the imprint of Harry's once resting body on the still-warm mattress. Her eyes glanced towards the bathroom, but the light wasn't on. Where'd he? Her thoughts fell silent, however, as through the window she saw the pale light that radiated from the full moon. Ah, I see. She pulled herself from the bed, her naked form covered in the bed sheets as she walked towards the silk nightgown that Harry had no trouble removing earlier that night. She slid on her modest clothing, dropping the sheets back atop the bed before she slithered from their bedroom. Her footsteps were silent yet hurried. Grimmauld Place had become home to her. She knew the manor like the back of her hand, and more importantly, she knew precisely where Harry would be. She smiled as she cracked open the door. Harry stood shirtless in the center of the moonlit room. His arms rocked across his body as he sang soft lullabies to the newest addition to the family. It's all right, Teddy, Harry whispered. No need to cry. Your Uncle Harry isn't going to let anything bad happen to you. I promise. He was crying again, Daphne whispered out as Harry turned his back towards the window, facing her with tired eyes. He nodded quietly. Her heart fluttered as she looked at the baby in Harry's arm. Usually, she'd have pestered Harry about his blatant favoritism of Remus and Narcissa's son, but as Harry held him, she just didn't have the heart to tell him. James was a cute kid in his own right, especially with his now full head of black curls, but Teddy had something important to Harry, and one needed to look no further than the color of the boy's hair. A dark purple, or at least today it was. Other days it would be green or light turquoise. One time she'd even seen the boy's hair turn red. The boy was a metamorph magus, just like Tonks. He's normally really quiet, Harry said, rocking Teddy softly in his arms. But whenever a full moon comes around, he's absolutely miserable. He screams and cries. And Harry sighed, I wish I could understand what was happening to him. I mean, he's clearly not a werewolf, and yet Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter. I just couldn't sleep all that well, and when I heard him crying, I decided to help. Narcissa came in, but I sent her back. She always looks so drained during a full moon. Nightmares, Daphne whispered, to which Harry nodded reluctantly. Which one? She asked. The boy's life had left him with a revolving door of possible terrors. Was it the one about Ted? No, Harry said, his eyes glued to the floor. Tonight's was about Tonks and Azkaban. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. First Tonks, now Ted. I just don't know how Andromeda is hanging in there. I mean, we don't even have a body to bury for Ted for Merlin's sake. I know it's not my fault, but I still feel like I'm letting everyone down. I mean, I haven't even had the time to go check out the orphanage that Dumbledore hinted at might have the lost diadem in it. And the goblins are being a pain in the ass regarding Bellatrix's vault. And it's hard, you know. You care deeply about people, Flyby, Daphne said. For as much of an ass as you try to make yourself believe you are, you're not the type of person that can turn a blind eye to other people's pain. It's just not who you are, but you need to learn to award yourself for what you've gotten right. How many people have you saved since the Death Eaters started raiding villages again to remind people to fear them? Daphne whispered. How many kidnappings have you stopped? You can't save everyone, but you're doing everything you can, Harry. You need to learn to forgive yourself. She chuckled. I never imagined I'd be giving the arrogant third year that arrived at the castle seemingly only to annoy me into going out on a date with him a speech about caring more about himself. How things have changed, Harry said with a smirk. Sometimes I wish we could go back to that level of simplicity. I don't, Daphne whispered, and Harry's eyes widened at the admission. Back then, I thought you were cute and brave. I thought you were heroic but annoying, and I wasn't really sure how long we were going to be together after we started dating. She smiled, for as difficult as everything has been, it shaped you into being the person I love. I don't think I'd trade that for the world. When you put it that way, it almost makes me sound selfish, Harry said as he took a step towards her. He leaned forward, and Daphne caught the taste of Harry's salty lips against hers before they pulled away. I love you too, Princess. I know, Daphne said with a chuckle, and I have the soreness in my thighs to prove it. Harry's face blushed a bright red as she smiled. I'm only kidding, but I'm glad to see that even the great Harry Potter can get flustered sometimes. Yeah, very funny, Harry said, turning his back towards the window as Daphne stood at his side, leaning into his shoulder. I miss her, Daphne. I miss them all a lot. Yeah, Daphne said with a gentle nod. Me too. She placed a soft peck against Harry's bandaged arm as the gentle ticking of the clock glided across the wall. But we have to keep hoping that this year will be better. She smiled as Harry turned to face her. This is the year the war finally ends. I can feel it. I hope you're right, Harry said, glancing at the sinking moon. Because for once I'd just like to not have to think about this war and just be able to say, Happy New Year, all the while seeing fireworks in the sky instead of dangerous spells and dark marks. The bouquets in Sirius' hand weighed heavy as the cold January breeze blew overhead. I never imagined I'd be making so many trips here. The cemetery's gate creaked as the winds forced its rusted bolts to rattle. But hardly anything could be heard over the soft sobbing at his side. He closed his eyes as he placed the flowers atop Tonk's grave, replicating the same motion for the girl's father. A fire burned in his heart as he rubbed the dust from the headstone that marked the empty grave, one after the other. Sirius turned to the woman at his side. What a hellish existence. Andromeda's head tucked into Sirius' shoulder, the wetness of her tears trailing down his back as it seeped through his clothes. Creature, Regulus, Tonks, Ted, James, Lily. He sighed as he looked up towards the gray sky. How many more will this cemetery hold by the time this war's over? Sirius, I can't do it. Sirius held his cousin close as she cried, God, Sirius, sometimes I just want to die. His mind fogged at the woman's words, his throat drier than a desert. I can't blame you, but his fist clenched tightly. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. Raindrops fell from the sky, mixing with the tears of the widow who had the misfortune of burying her own child. The world was cruel, and war brought that silent cruelty to the forefront. There was no more denying it, no hopping for a peaceful resolution. Bones had declared war on Voldemort the day of her election as minister, and all of England, wizard or not, felt it. His blood ran cold as he imagined the new plots that would undoubtedly fill the cemetery in just a few months. War is hell. Sirius squeezed the woman's hand. We're going to be okay, Andy. His words weren't even believable to him as he rubbed the crying woman's back. The ones we love, they never truly leave us. Andromeda nodded into his neck as Sirius smiled. But what I do know is that if I let you stay out here and catch a cold, Ted would kill me. Come on, Sirius whispered, rubbing his thumb against the back of her hand. Let's go home. The halls of Grimmauld Place had gone through a myriad of changes. To Sirius, it had once been a prison, then it became a home. Now, however, the house felt worse than it ever had before. The scent of Emmeline's cooking no longer welcomed him, and the sound of laughter that had once filled the house had vanished from existence. All that resided within the house were the cries of children and the whispering of battle tactics. Andromeda parted from his side, her feet dragging her exhausted body to the guest room, no longer able to stay where she and Ted once slept. His cousins sluggishly climbed the stairs, each step making his heart shatter more and more until she disappeared from view. Hang in there, Andy. This is bullshit, he heard Harry hiss from the kitchen. He followed the noise, coming across the order huddled around the kitchen table, the map of England spread across it. We just managed to secure leads a few months ago, and now Aurors are already being sent there due to fears of another incoming attack. We don't have the luxury of being able to spread out our forces, and I can't be everywhere. I still need to hunt for the diadem, and whatever the last Horcrux is, whether it's his snake or not, we don't have any confirmation on that. Not to mention how unhelpful the goblins have been. Bones has been working on getting a warrant to search Bellatrix's vault. Moody growled. It might override the fact that Sirius doesn't have Bellatrix's key, but he should have had the authority to enter the vault being the head of House Black with or without the key anyway. If they insist on being unhelpful, all we'll accomplish by bringing Aurors to Gringotts is having them join Voldemort's side. If that happens, Remus hissed, it might be game over. If the wizarding world becomes persona non grata and cannot access their funds in Gringotts, Bones won't be able to resist suing for peace. We can't be careless with our next move. Harry snarled. If only we could get more numbers into the Auror Corps, then I could pull away from the battlefield to hunt down the other Horcruxes. If I could just find them, we could back Voldemort into a corner and force the goblins' hands. Nobody's joining because they think the war is lost, Moody said. Don't get me wrong. Most of the wizarding world thinks you're a fine wizard, a powerful one. Maybe some even think you're capable of defeating Voldemort. But we're not just fighting Voldemort. With giants, werewolves, and vampires all at his back, and Dumbledore dead, most would rather just live under Voldemort's reign than risk their safety backing you. I'm afraid that's true internationally, Michael called out, dark circles visible under his eyes. Claire's been trying to get her father to pledge their Aurors to our cause, but the first time he mentioned it, he plummeted in the polls. Honestly, he may not even be minister come next year for even hinting at joining the war. The people of France don't want to get involved. Same with Bulgaria, Astoria whispered. Damian just wrote back to me. Wizarding Bulgaria has one of the lowest populations of Muggle-born wizards in the world. He even sent me pictures of pro-Voldemort rallies taking place all across the nation. The likelihood of an outpouring of foreign support is, the girl coughed, covering her mouth with a white cloth before pocketing it in her jeans. The likelihood is low. Astoria, are you feeling? Harry started. I'm fine. There are bigger problems to focus on right now, she said, glancing back at the map. I hate to say it, but she's right, Neville said as he stared at Harry. I agree with you not returning to Hogwarts this year, and the core members of SBIRE are sticking around, but we're not exactly getting any new recruits. Hell, most students are dropping out, citing fears of getting attacked by Death Eaters because of SBIRE's actions. The Longbottom heir rubbed his hand over his knuckles as he continued. McGonagall is refusing to shut us down despite parental pressure, which helps, but make no mistake about it. Your absence at the castle has been noted, even with Hermione and I trying to hold down the fort. We need to even the playing field, Harry said, rubbing his temples. Currently, we don't have anyone's support because we don't have the numbers that make us look like we can win. If we can bolster our numbers to the point where it looks like a fair fight, perhaps we can swing some other nations to our side. We'll never win the numbers battle, Rook, Michael said as he leaned against the kitchen's walls. Each vampire is at minimum adept with necromancy, meaning every time one of us falls, we don't just lose a number, they gain one. On top of that, they have thralls granted their mostly just meat shields, but with them being mindless and the fallen being dead, we can't even rely on your legilimency pulse to even the field. We don't need to outnumber them, Harry said. We just have to make it look like we have a fighting chance. Sirius followed the boy's eyes as it fell to the marker upon Diagon Alley. We need to leak some news that I'm going to be in Diagon Alley or somewhere out in public for whatever reason. That should tempt some of the Death Eaters to come and get me. If not for me, then at least to make me look bad by murdering innocent civilians. But why would you want the Death Eaters to come for you intentionally? Astoria whispered, her brow tightly knit. I get it, Michael said, but are you sure you want to risk that? I don't really have a choice, Harry said. I need eyes on me, watching me save innocent people from the Death Eaters. I need the mass public to see just how strong I've become. It's risky, but if I pull it off, they'll see that I might just have what it takes to fill in Dumbledore's shoes. I might be able to spark some hope. Sirius stepped forward. It's a pretty high-risk, high-reward move. I'm not against it, but it'll all be for nothing if we don't even consider who we even stand a shot of recruiting to our side in the first place." Sirius flicked his wand, conjuring a paper and quill before he placed it on the table. His hands jot down the words, "potential allies," before he lifted his head to the room once more. "All right, anybody got any ideas?" "The goblins," Harry called out. "There has to be something we can do to win them over. We need access to Bellatrix's vault, whether it be by force or diplomatically. We're getting that cup." "It's been a while since I've seen them because of the whole not being at Hogwarts thing," Michael started. "But I used to have a good relationship with the centaurs. If we make them some promises like their own guaranteed lands and equal status as a living being, they may fight for us." "That's good, goblins, centaurs," Sirius whispered. "What else?" "I know it might sound crazy, but if we could get the Legion of House Elves that work for Hogwarts under our control, they'll provide us huge boosts in mobility," Neville said before swallowing hard. "We can also try asking the merpeople. I'm not sure how much help they'd be, but at this point, anything helps." "Elves, merpeople," Sirius said, his quill furiously scribbling against the parchment. "Anything else?" "Dragons," Charlie called out. "If I get permission from the Romanian government, there's a chance I could bring the dragons we have at the habitat over. It's a small chance, but even one could make a huge difference on the battlefield." Sirius nodded. "It looks like we have our work cut out for us, but if we can even manage to secure a couple of these groups, then maybe, with Harry making a public display of what he can do, we can get some international help." Sirius sighed. "For now, though, let's try and enjoy what we can over this holiday. It's been a while since we've had a day with no panic calls from the Ministry." Michael's head spun as he rested against the headboard of his bed. The mirror in his palm flickered as a smile rose to his face. "Hey, pretty bird," Michael said. "Happy New Year." The girl returned with a gorgeous smile, her soft pink hair flowing down to her mid-back, and her gray eyes still glistening through the exhausted circles. "I miss you, slacker clown," she whispered. Michael nodded as she rested her head against her pillow. "With the way things have been going, I could use a pick-me-up." "I wish I could provide one," Michael said, his smile not reaching his eyes, "but I'm in the market for one of those myself." Athena's wings fluttered as she perched herself atop his shoulder. Michael rubbed the back of his owl's head as Athena brushed her soft feathers along his cheeks. "It looks like you're in good company," Claire chuckled. "Never thought I'd be jealous of an owl." Michael smirked, his girlfriend's gray eyes growing pensive. "Any word from your parents recently?" The life vanished from his face at the mention of his parents. Michael shook his head, his eyes drifting towards their last shared letter. "Sorry," Claire whispered. "I didn't actually imagine they were going to be so stubborn about it. I mean, especially your mom, she always seemed so supportive." "Everyone has their limits," Michael said. "I guess my mom's was that she doesn't want me involved with the losing side of a war." He sighed. "I didn't tell you because I wasn't sure how'd you react, but I did something I'm not proud of." Claire's eyes widened as Michael whispered. "Before I left for good, I erased their memories. I had Dobby help me remove anything that might even remind them of me. Michael's lips curled. It's better this way. They won't have to mourn a son they don't remember having if I die." Claire looked away, her body trembling from his words. "You're not going to die, Michael," she growled. "Stop talking like that." She clenched her fist, only to loosen it with a deep sigh. "Does anybody know? Harry, Neville." "No," Michael said. "The less they have to worry about, the better. We're all neck-deep in serious shit. My problems are inconsequential to the mission as a whole." Claire's eyes softened as Michael sunk further into his mattress. "When do you think you'll be coming back here?" "A week or two, maybe a little longer," Claire said. "I was hoping to come back sooner, but I just don't want to give up on trying to persuade France to help. I feel like my words and my father's pleas are just falling on deaf ears. I get that wizarding France and England haven't always had the best relationship, but I can't understand why they don't see that even if they stay out of the war, after England falls, they're next. In my experience, people, in general, aren't exactly huge fans of forethought." Michael's shoulders fell. "Not to mention that, to put it simply, people don't care about a problem until it starts affecting them." A pregnant pause filled the air before Claire broke the silence. Michael. His eyes followed hers as she turned away shyly. Do you really believe we can win? I don't know, Michael said. Logically speaking, the odds aren't in our favor. But Harry, I believe in him. We need a miracle to pull this off, I don't doubt that. But making miracles happen is kind of his thing. Claire smiled as a knock on his door pulled his attention from her. Sorry, love, looks like I've got to go. I'll call you later, okay? Okay, Claire said, be safe, okay? I'll do my best, Michael said, waving his hand over the mirror to cancel the call before turning towards the door. Come in! The door cracked open at his call, and silently he watched as Harry and Neville entered his room. What's up? Harry and I were talking, Neville started. We think that we need to take advantage over this weird stretch of peacetime. Neville's already on board, but I'm not going to ask you to give up this moment of rest by force, Harry said. We're planning on heading to search the orphanage tomorrow. I don't know if we'll find anything, but I don't feel right sitting around doing nothing. Harry's eyes locked with him as his head tilted. Daphne and Astoria, and meeting with Thatcher for Astoria's treatments tomorrow. So it'll be just the three of us. Just like old times, Michael said with a grin. Gotta admit, I think I liked it more when we were pulling pranks, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. Harry and Neville's grins grew as he nodded. All right then, I'm in. Chapter 3. In Love and War, the white hall of St. Mungo's clicked beneath the sole of her flats as Astoria walked beside her. The scent of burnt skin and necrotic injuries from the medical tents outside permeated the hospital's walls as groans of misery leaked from every door. It's not right for us to be here, Astoria said, her eyes pulled towards a horde of Mediwitches surrounding a fallen Auror whose body jumped with every shock. People are injured. To take up space from people that really need help, it's wrong, Daphne. I wish that you could understand that just because we don't physically see your injury doesn't mean you're not hurt. Daphne rolled her eyes. I've been searching as hard as I can for something that could cure you once and for all, but your blood curse is progressing. We have to do something to buy you more time. There's no cure, Astoria said as she planted her feet. So get over it, will you? Daphne's eyes bulged as she turned towards her sister. I've already accepted I'm going to die soon, why can't you? Her sister's fist clenched. I don't want to die, but if there's one thing this war has helped me see clearly, it's that this world isn't fair. Forget just the order. Look around, do you see how many people, innocent people the Death Eaters are hurting? How many do you think are going to die? Tears streamed down Astoria's cheeks as she gritted her teeth. None of them asked for this, but they received a death sentence nonetheless. Before, when it was just us, I was okay with you looking for a cure, but now you're a great healer, Daphne. Please, stop wasting your time on me and use your ability to help people who you can actually. Shut up. Daphne's body shook as she glared at her little sister. I told you that you weren't going to die, and that's that. I'll find a way. No matter what, I'll find a way. But don't you ever start acting like you have the right just to roll over and die whenever you want. Astoria's glare hardened as Daphne continued. You're the only family I have, Astoria. If you think that only you'll be affected if you die, then you're wrong. Call me selfish. Fine. I don't care. What I do know is that hell will freeze over before I allow myself to submit to the idea of burying my little sister. Daphne, Well, it seems that I walked in on a rather heated moment, a voice called from behind her, but I suppose that's not entirely my fault. After all, if you don't want your private moments to be heard, it's best not to have them in an open hall. Daphne turned, the hefty woman standing beside her like a statue. Silence filled the hall before Abigail Thatcher grinned. It's good to see you, Daphne. Blood stained the clothes of her teacher. Sweat poured down the woman's body like flowing waterfalls. Without a doubt, the morning proved hectic, and a sinking feeling began to fill her stomach as she glanced back at Astoria. Her eyes shut tight, the hand of her mentor rested upon her shoulder, Thatcher's pulse evident against her skin. Come along now, child. We must get to work. Daphne's throat dried as she followed her mentor. Her heart pounded like a drum within her chest as they marched down the long corridor. Astoria, her eyes fell to her sister, who glanced softly at the ground, either unwilling or unable to look back at her. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to give up on you yet. Still, just what the hell am I subjecting her to? Daphne's nails dug into her palm as they entered the clinic room. No, there is no other way, at least not yet. The white walls closed in around her. To her left, a modified IV drip stood at the ready. The green liquid within the bags that hung from the hooks atop the rolling stand matched the churning of her stomach as Dr. Thatcher dragged the intravenous machine closer. Astoria swallowed, though Daphne could hardly blame her. The needles were far from their thin depictions as the 7-gauge steel swung closer to her sister's arm. Astoria shut her kaleidoscopic eyes as Dr. Thatcher repeated the previously given warning. Daphne had heard the warning so often she'd been able to rehearse it alongside the plump woman. Though she'd never been able to repeat the final line. Alert your sister if you feel even the slightest abnormality with the intricate balance of this poison. A slow response could mean death. The needle added yet another track mark to Astoria's bruised arm. Daphne's eyes widened at her sister's silence, the thick needle breaking her skin. Astoria's fist curled against the white armrests of the chair, her fingertips sinking deeper into the chair as the needle plunged deeper. The green liquid, a thick mixture of venom and phoenix tears, swelled in the tubes before entering her sister's veins. Dr. Thatcher had once confided in her that the experience would be grueling, yet Astoria remained silent, her lips sealed as if it was nothing more than a simple transfusion. A grin broke across Thatcher's ordinarily stoic face as she nodded. Of course she'd be impressed, Daphne thought to herself. You may be my sister by blood, but you're so much more like him. Astoria's forehead leaned forward, her eyes drooping low. Daphne rushed behind her, grabbing her sister's forehead and holding it back so as not to mess with the injected tube. How much longer? Daphne whispered, the sweat dripping from Astoria's head like rainfall. Couple more minutes, Thatcher said. I know you're already aware, but after this she won't be able to use her magic for some time. Could be a few hours, could be a few days, mostly depends on her body's recovery time. She'll be weak, and she'll need to eat a lot. Silence filled the room for a moment before her eyes hardened. This won't cure her. At most, this is buying her some time for you to continue your research. In times like this, the last thing I want to do is pressure you, but... Yeah, I know, Daphne said, her sister's forehead burning in her hand, her eyes rolled back in her head. She's on borrowed time. Thatcher nodded. She'll need rest, and she won't be able to use her magic for a few days. But she should recover from this treatment at the very least. Thank you, doctor. A sudden chill overtook the room, the fine hairs along her body standing at attention at the instant cold. No, they wouldn't. Daphne bore her teeth as a frost began to creep across the glass window, their breaths becoming visible. From beyond the ice, a red fog loomed over the rolling hills. What the hell is happening? Thatcher barked, her lab coat pulled close to her plump body. Daphne raced towards her sister's side, rolling the limp body onto her back, her hands tucked beneath the back of Astoria's knee. We need to get in contact with the AuthorK and leave. She scowled at the approaching mist. We're about to be under attack. Under attack, but that's a war crime, Thatcher hissed. Yeah, Daphne said. I just don't think they care. Neville's bones rattled. The chill January breeze that rampaged London Street brought his teeth to chatter. Soft snow fell from the sky, coating the top of the tiled stone pillar that protruded from the red stone building's base before them. Wool's Orphanage, Neville said as he brushed the snowfall from a rickety sign. Are you sure this is the place? Harry nodded, though the boy's brow had furrowed at the building's noticeable wear and tear. If we're going in, we should be careful, Michael said with a sigh. His finger aimed at yet another sign that hung from the chains which bound the front gate. This place is condemned. So this is where he grew up, Harry said, his voice low and somber. Not exactly the warmest-looking place I've been. Don't tell me you're feeling bad for him, Michael said. No, Harry said, just thinking on what could have been. Neville nodded. The structure of the building shook in the passing breeze. Harry, are you sensing anything? Does anything I don't know feel familiar? Harry brushed his hand against his faded scar. No, ever since the battle at Azkaban, it's almost like the connection between him and I is severed. Harry glared at his palm as it dropped from his forehead. Never thought I'd want to feel some pain from it for once. Dark circles had formed around Harry's eyes. The lazy grin that had once donned his face had vanished months ago. Even in the happiest moments, he hardly smiled, and when it did, it almost looked as if it was foreign to him. "Come on," Harry said. "Let's head inside." The two nodded, with Michael cutting before him, racing after Harry. "You'll be all right, won't you, Harry?" He swallowed the thought, following after the two. The slush from the previous days, dirty snow splashing upon his boots. Even without the sign, Neville could easily tell the place had been empty for years. Cobwebs greeted his face upon entrance, though it was only one of many, as they seemed to litter the walls in view of his wand-tip light. The wooden floorboards creaked with every step, and deep cracks lined the inner stone walls. "Children used to live here," Neville said, the darkness at the narrow hall's end making the hair on his body rise. "How is that even possible?" "Not everyone grows up in the lap of luxury, Nev," Michael said, his brown eyes studying the tight entrance room. "Still, with how big it looked from the outside, I definitely thought there'd have been a bit more space." Harry spun, his brow furrowed as he gazed towards the door. Softly, he rubbed his scar, his eyes narrow. I thought I sensed something, but I don't feel it anymore." Neville peeked his head beyond the window, though nothing but the mud-filled streets greeted his eyes. "Maybe I just imagined it," Harry said. "It doesn't matter, let's search this place and let's do it fast." "Let's split up and search," Michael whispered. "Faster we can get out of here, the better." Neville broke from the group, his shoes kicking up the dust as he shuffled through the unused floor. The stairs creaked as Harry climbed, taking point, Michael covering him before the two split up once more, with Harry continuing up and Michael taking the second floor. The floorboards creaked with every step. The wooden handle of Neville's wand weighed heavy in his hand, the darkness working tirelessly to swallow his dim light. Rats scurried across the ground, the smell of mold and mildew filling his lungs, the unshined placards on the doors reflecting his wand's light. Annabelle Cole, matron. Neville steeled his shivering hand, his finger wrapping around the dusty knob. He lunged forward, the door jamming from the rusted hinges. "Damn," he stepped back, lifting his wand, depulso. The door flew from the hinges, the rattle earning him calls of concern from Harry and Michael above. "I'm all right," he called out, stepping through the cobweb wall into the moldy and damp office. His lungs heaved from the dust. Softly, he wiped the debris from his eyes as he scanned the darkroom. Neville drifted through the room like a lost spirit. Maybe it was how much time he'd been spending with Hermione. Perhaps it was that old stuff fascinated him, but his body felt magnetized to the dirt-coated bookshelf that rested in the corner. Old books from the 30s filled the shelves, the collection including Lost Horizons, The Yearling, The Hobbit. Neville's brow furrowed, not here, but maybe. Neville spun on his heel, the moldy desk of the long-deceased matron calling out to him. The golden handles of the drawers reflected the light of Neville's wand weakly. A locked drawer rested to the left side, a crack slicing through the lock. Neville pulled, the drawer screeching with resistance as it opened. Why lock the dresser? Unless a smirk broke across his lips as an aged and battered diary looked back at him. The matron's diary. Neville's forehead wrinkled. If Dumbledore is right about the Horcruxes being things important to Voldemort, this might give us a hint. The sound of shattering glass blasted through the house as rushed footsteps scurried overhead. "Nev, corner, get out now." Harry, Neville thought, the scent of smoke ensnaring his senses. Carefully, he slipped the damaged notebook into his pocket, clearing the room. Hot steam bubbled through the halls as Michael ran towards him through the narrow corridor. "Michael, what's hap?" "Less talk time. Move now." The blue-haired boy gripped his wrist, pulling him forward as Harry emerged from the stairway, his wand conjuring a wave of water as fire, in the form of a dragon, crashed against it. Fiendfare. Neville broke from Michael's grip, racing behind the former Ravenclaw as they bolted into the snowy streets. His breath ran ragged as the fire flickered within the house. Harry sprung from the window, his shoes skidding across the scattered glass, a growl ringing in his throat. "Damn it," Harry cursed, turning to face the emblazed house. Harry pulled his wand up, the earth shifting around him as conjured dirt and brick walls surrounded the once-standing orphanage. "We'll leave it for the Aurors to handle when they get here. The Obliviators will have to come anyway. We gotta leave. Neville's hair stood against his arms, raising a dirt pillar of his own that exploded inches in Harry's face. "Thanks, Neville," Harry whispered. He nodded, though his eyes locked upon the cloaked figure, the blood-red fabric flapping in the chilling breeze. "Now what?" Michael hissed. Neville's eyes narrowed, the yellowed pools of the man locking with his. No, rather, they were gazing through him as if he was nothing more than a wall of nuisance to the boy who lived behind him. "Who the hell are you?" Even through the cloak, the man looked tall and rugged. Despite his demand, the masked man stood silent. The man lowered his stance, a new flurry bursting from his wand. The three dove from their spots, hitting the snow hard. The man's wand trailed Harry. Neville scowled, watching as Harry danced between magic bolts. "Enough of this," Harry snarled. A gust of wind gushed from his wand, elevating Harry towards the roof where the masked man stood. He rushed the man, a ring of black fire surrounding them. Harry swung at the man, though faster than Neville could even process. The man grabbed Harry's arm, slamming him to the ground. "Harry!" Michael roared. Neville nodded, the two bolting towards the black flames. They skid across the red stone tiles as the man's hand trembled his wand toward Harry's face. "Reducto!" The masked man jumped from Harry's body. A snarl vibrated from beyond the man's white-pale mask before vanishing in a black smoke cloud. Black smoke, not red, so he's not a vampire, Neville thought. "Harry," Michael said, racing towards his grounded friend. "Are you all right?" "The hospital," Harry whispered. "We gotta get to the hospital." "If we fight," the masked man hissed, his eyes a sickening yellow, "you'd win. But I feel there are more important issues for you to take care of. If you don't act fast, we'll get her as well." Harry lifted himself from the stone tiles, his eyes set upon Michael and Neville, the two looking at him with concern. He read my move perfectly. How? He bit back the thought, his gaze set in the horizon where the hospital resided. "We gotta get to the hospital now." "What happened?" Neville asked. "Are you hurt? Do you need a medic?" "No," Harry said, his throat hoarse from the dried smoke. "I just have a bad feeling about something over there." A pop echoed at his side. The wooden bumps of Dumbledore's old wand rubbed against his calloused palm. The tip trailed on the new arrival. The wand tip retreated quickly, though as a pair of green tennis ball-shaped eyes peered through the ash-ridden air. "Dobby." "Mr. Harry Potter, sir," Dobby shouted. "Come quick. The hospital is under attack. Miss Greenie is trying to hold the door, but—" Harry reached out, grabbing the elf's hand, giving it a tight squeeze as Neville and Michael grabbed his shoulders. "Let's go, Dobby." The elf nodded before the three vanished from the wreckage with a pop. The four landed on the hospital grounds' grassy plains. Thought St. Mungo's looked hardly better than the place they just left. A red mist surrounded them, a trademark of the vampires that helped coat their presence. "What the hell's happening here?" Harry sighed, closing his eyes, the magic around him filling his soul. Nothing unusual, some weaker signatures, but where are the Aurors? Fire danced across the hospital's roof, the warmth in the sky directly opposed to the chill racing down his spine as screams erupted from the white building's windows. "Those bastards!" Harry snarled. Faster than he could even think, another explosion erupted atop the roof, though this one didn't approach with burning embers. A smirk broke across Harry's face as a serpent made entirely of water swirled around a tiny figure in the distance. "Ata girl, princess." "That's Daphne on the roof. I'm going to go help her," Harry shouted. "You guys head to the front and try to hold a defensive position until the Order and Aurors arrive." He turned to the tiny elf at his side. "Dobby, can I get a lift?" "Dobby will gladly help the great Harry Potter, sir." Michael's eyes peered into his head, a tired smile etched across his lips. "Try not to die, all right, Rook." "Yeah, Chipper, same to you." The roof shook as Harry landed upon them, his eyes tearing from the smoke. Footsteps rattled along the roof accompanied by soft, snake-like hissing. "So this is Potter's girl," one of the voices through the fog whispered. "She is quite pretty. Perhaps I'll make her my thrall." "You will do no such thing," another voice hissed. "Lady Carmilla was quite clear she's to be captured. Alive." A scoff cut through the smoke, the calm voice comforting and familiar, dampened not by the swirling water around her. "If you believe you second-rate vampires can take me, come right ahead. But if you think I'm just Potter's arm candy, I regret to inform you that you are sorely mistaken." Harry's calves twitched, his body launching forward as red-cloaked figures raced towards the water snake. "Shock!" Daphne's voice carried softly against the wind, only to be drowned by an eruption of screams, the water serpent alight with the lightning that coursed through it. The scent of burning skin overwhelmed the smoke as Daphne's blonde hair danced in the cinder-filled breeze. "Daphne!" Harry called out. The witch turned her snake at the ready. "No, princess, it's me." "Harry," her voice rang with exhaustion as she hurried through the smoke. A soft smile broke across their faces as Daphne lunged forward, her head falling into his chest. "I'm so glad you're here. Things were getting out of control and I was freaking out, and I didn't have time to make a plan and—" "Hey, princess, breathe," Harry said, gripping her shoulder, the red in his girlfriend's eyes weighing heavy on his heart. "From what I saw, it looks like you were holding your own pretty well." His hand slipped into hers, the other on her waist, steadying her trembling frame. "First, tell me where Astoria is. Is she safe?" "I don't know," Daphne panted. "I sent her with Dr. Thatcher to contact the Aurors after vampires found us. I managed to lead those two away, but—" Her eyes turned to the mist-coated horizon that encompassed the rolling hills. Who'd even think about attacking a hospital? "Monsters," Harry said, the two walking towards the roof's edge as undead thralls swayed beyond their reddened cover. "That's who." "What do we do?" Daphne asked. "What's the plan?" "Don't have one yet," Harry said, biting down on his lip. "Working on it." His eyes scanned the battlefield, taking in the scene from their vantage point. "Okay, here's the plan," he said, turning to Daphne once more. "I need you to go back inside too." "We fight better as a team," Daphne bit back. "I don't want to leave you." "Okay," Harry said, his thumb rubbing the back of her palm. "But send Dobby to get Astoria and send her back to the base." He snarled as he gazed at the approaching army. "We just need to secure the hospital until reinforcements arrive. Let's seal up the exits, then meet at the front lines, okay?" Daphne nodded, summoning the elf and issuing the order. "Watch your six, princess. I'll see you up front." Harry smiled softly as the swelling cinder flickered between them. "I love you," Daphne whispered, grabbing his wrist, pressing her lips against his. "So try not to die." "I'll do my best," Harry said. A smirk plastered upon his face before, with a lung, he pounced into the smoke cloud below. Wind poured from the tip of his gifted wand. The magic the wood harnessed from within him left Harry's mind spinning. A bubble coated his head, blocking the blinding fumes as Harry sprinted against the building's wall. "If I go around the whole hospital, it'll take too much time," he hissed, the groans of the approaching undead thralls growing louder by the second. "But maybe," Harry stepped back, his breath ragged as he glanced along the entryways that littered the hospital's ground floor. "Maybe I don't have to do this one at a time." Magic zipped into his arm like a flowing current of electricity, Dumbledore's wand acting as a lightning rod, collecting the magic without his command. The ground shook beneath Harry's feet, the heaviness of his shoulders becoming glaringly obvious, before with a shout, he forced his hands up. As if the ground were an approaching tsunami, it rose, a wall of soil curling against the forces of gravity. Harry's shouting subsided. It was straining, certainly, but the seemingly boundless amount of magic that flowed in Harry's veins lightened the burden immeasurably. Harry flung his arm out like a conductor, silencing the orchestra, halting the waves of soil and stone. Sweat beat down his brow as the entryways along the left side of St. Mungo's now stood buried beneath his creation. "You never cease to amaze me, do you, Rook?" "Michael," Harry called out, "I thought you were holding the line with Neville." "I was, but when the whole ground started shaking, I thought some got by." The blue-haired boy scratched the back of his neck as he grinned. "Normally, a single wizard isn't capable of changing an entire landscape. I thought more got through." "Not sure how long we have to be friends before you figure out I'm not normal," Harry said, a tried grin resting upon his face. If I thought you were normal, we wouldn't have become friends. Michael nudged towards the front. Come on, let's get to the front. We need more help slowing them down. I need to get to Daphne, Harry said. I sent her to the other side and… They're literally at the front door, Rook, Michael said, his eyes hard as steel. Daphne can take care of herself, those sick people inside can't. Harry gritted his teeth, his fingernails digging into his palms. Right, Harry growled. Let's go. The war consisted of many battles. Harry had become no stranger to them. The increased adrenaline, the sweat that formed across his palms, the violence, hardly any of that fazed him. Him being the key word. If he died, but Harry's stomach curled at the idea of even a single scratch landing on any of his friends. Harry tried to silence the blood that pounded in his ear, the dryness that infringed upon his throat at the idea of losing anyone else. Worrying won't help. He steadied his wand as he glared into the approaching horde. I just need to hold on until the Aurors get here. One step at a time, Potter. One step at a time. Harry stepped forward, summoning the magic from his core as he ignited the field in black flames. Do we have any updates on who's here exactly? Haven't exactly been able to leave this spot, Neville answered, his shift dripping from his exhaustion. Have we managed to contact any help? Working on it, Harry muttered. We just need to hold out a little longer. Groans of agony rippled across the open plains. The mindless thralls dropping atop the flames only for their bodies to be used as bridges from the next wave. Come on, Potter, think of something, there has to be. Harry's eyes widened to the size of marbles, the smoke dancing beside Michael. Michael, get down. Huh, the Ravenclaw whispered, a pale hand reaching from behind the smoke, the sharpened nails digging into his head. Shit, Neville cursed, lifting his wand. Damn it, Michael hissed, the fangs of the putrid creature's reddened face resting at his throat. Ah, well, not exactly the one I wanted, but close enough, the vampire said, his voice icy as their cold blood. You're going to be coming with me. I'm sure you'll have some interesting information to share. I promise you I'm not, Michael said, his voice riddled with defiance. Harry watched as the boy's palm dropped, the sapphire gem leveled to the vampire's pelvis. Reducto. A mind-numbing screech ripped from the vampire's throat, his legs falling from his body, his upper half withering on the floor. Tried to tell you I wasn't going anywhere, Michael said with a disinterested shrug. Let's not gloat too much, Neville said. We still haven't figured out how we're going to hold back this wave of… Black smoke danced along the sky. A smirk grew across Harry's face as his shaggy-haired godfather and uncle landed before him. Sorry we're late, pup. We had a couple of stragglers. They should help us deal with this mess, though. Really, who is it? Michael said, his brow deeply furrowed. Griff Brulante. A wall of blue fire erupted across the field, separating the hospital from the invading horde, as with bird-like grace, a figure dropped before them. You know, Harry, when dealing with an infestation, I found that fire that singes works best. You're, Harry stuttered, watching the locks of pink and silver dance before his eyes. Fleur, Harry shouted. Claire, Michael said, his shoulders dropping with relief. Could have told me you'd be joining us, pretty bird. And where would be the fun in that? Claire said with a grin. The Aurors are on the way. Have all the patients been able to be transferred? Sirius asked. Those that were capable of being moved are out, Daphne called out, her icy blue eyes reddened by the smoke she emerged from. She glanced at Harry, his pulse slowing as he saw his girl in one piece. Those in more critical condition, though, we can't move them. Even if the Aurors do get here, we'll be overrun eventually, Harry said. His eyes fell to the ash-coated ground. Daphne, we can't save all of them. Her jaw clenched as tears streamed down her cheeks. I know. I know what we have to do, but I can't bring myself to say it. Harry raced towards Daphne, wrapping the girl in his arms. They came for me. They knew I'd be here. It's my fault that these people are going to die. No, Harry said. They came for me through you. It's not your fault, Daphne. His eyes hardened. It's nobody's fault except these sick bastards, do you understand? Harry, they don't deserve to die like this, Daphne whispered. I know, Harry said, his hand cupping her palm. I know. Harry broke from his girlfriend, turning on his heel towards another approaching smoke figure. A familiar Auror landing before, dressed in colorful robes. The Aurors have arrived, Harry. We understand the situation. We'll take it from here. Kingsley, Harry whispered. There are terminal patients in the hospital. Do you have any? Bones already gave us orders on the situation. We have men inside the building already, Kingsley said, his voice monotone. We'll cover your escape. What were your orders exactly? Daphne asked. The man's face dropped. I'd rather not repeat them. Pain rang behind the head Auror's eyes. Please go, let us handle the rest. You can't be serious, you mean to me? Daphne, Harry said, his eyes unable to reach hers. There's nothing else we can do. We need to retreat and plan our next move. He clutched her hand tightly. Thank you, Kingsley. I wish there was more I could do. Yeah, Harry said, me too. Chapter 4. Awake and alive, Astoria awoke with a jolt. Her gasp filled the emptiness of her room. A thin shred of light peeked from behind the curtain. Her arm throbbed as she pulled it back, revealing the mid-morning sun. Where am I? Astoria groaned. Her body felt tired and sore. She gripped her bedsheets tightly, but the strength in her arms felt non-existent. The room spun as a sudden dizziness overtook her. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaned over the bed. Vomit sprung from her lips, painting the polished wooden floor, her reflection present beside her self-created mess. She clutched her forehead. Her fingertips aggressively massaged her skin. What's happening to me? Her eyes jolted up as the creak of the bedroom door centered her attention. A pair of emerald green eyes peered through the darkness before the tanned hand flipped the light switch. Hey, sleepyhead, Harry said. His voice felt warm and comforting. Though he certainly didn't look like, well, Harry. He did wear his signature smile. His hair wasn't purposefully messy. Rather, it looked like that of a man who just emerged from the center of a hurricane. It was Harry's eyes that betrayed him the most, however. There was no luster. Instead, they looked dull and tired, encased in deep, dark circles, which gave away the boy's lack of sleep. Harry, Astoria whispered, what happened? Nothing that you should concern yourself with right now, Harry said softly. He vanished the vomit with a wave of his wand before he inched towards the bed. He kneeled before her, the back of his hand plastered to her forehead. Good, it looks as if your fever has gone down. You had me worried there, short stack. Her heart twitched at the nickname. She'd never heard it said so absently. Harry may have been the one checking on her, but Astoria didn't need to be a doctor to see something was terribly wrong with him. Astoria lunged forward. The cold floor sent chills up her body from her bare feet. The attempt hadn't lasted long, however, her face now on a crash course with the ground. Harry sprang forward, her head grasped in the palm of his hand. She released a sigh of relief as Harry pulled her up, her frame now fully supported by him. Don't do anything rash, Harry said. If you fall and hurt yourself, you're going to have a bad time. I'm not exactly skilled in the medical arts, you know. The medical arts, Astoria thought distantly. Her eyes glanced toward Harry. The boy sent her a soft smile, which faded almost immediately. Harry, where's Daphne? Harry's face soured. Her heart pounded. Did something happen? Did they break up? I've never seen Harry make that face at Daphne's name before. Her thoughts raced a mile a minute until Harry placed his arm around her shoulder. Nothing like that happened, Astoria, I promise you. How did you? She stopped herself at Harry's soft grin. Right, never mind. She shook her head faintly, but if that's not why, then. Your sister, Harry sighed. Well, all of us actually are going through a tough time right now. Despite his closeness, Harry suddenly felt extremely distant as he pulled his eyes off her. We took a pretty bad loss while you were out. No one here, Harry quickly corrected. But Daphne, she. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Daphne hasn't exactly taken in too well. Not that anyone is particularly feeling that cheerful right now. What happened? Where's Daphne? Can you take me to her? One step at a time, Harry said. Thatcher told us about how important it was for you to keep your strength up during recovery. So how about some breakfast first? Okay. Astoria nodded. Harry helped her shuffle back towards the bed before he called for Dobby to bring up some food. Within seconds, a platter of toast, eggs, ham, and black pudding arrived. The food looked appetizing, but her stomach felt tight. Harry placed his meal aside, taking her fork and stabbing some eggs before lifting it to her lips. "Open," he commanded, his tone firm yet soft. "I know you're not the type to let a meal go to waste." Astoria did as he asked, taking in the food. She swallowed with a gulp, but she hardly had time to ask for the second bite, the fork already back at her lips. Silently, she ate as Harry had instructed. Her nausea had finally begun to fade. Harry stretched his arm, setting the now cleaned plate atop her bedside table, and rubbed his hand in soft circles across her back. "Better?" he asked. "Yeah," she replied. "Harry, I know we lost St. Mungo's." Harry's word had felt as if somebody had poured a bucket of ice water atop her head. "The order, they didn't think we should tell you right away, but I know that you're like me. The not knowing would drive you crazy, but I also know that there is a certain bliss that comes with being ignorant of the situation." Astoria's pupils widened to the size of marbles. Her gaze locked upon her feet that hovered just above the ground. "What do you mean by lost St. Mungo's?" "Waves of them," Harry said. "It looked like never-ending waves of them were marching on the hospital. I'd never seen so many undead." Harry glanced up. "We tried to hold them back. Fleur and Claire even joined in the fight, the Aurors too, but Harry rubbed his neck. We weren't able to clear out all the patient inside. The Aurors, they took care of any patients too critical to move." Tears dripped softly down her face. How could they attack a hospital? Even in a war, there have to be limits, right? "We're not fighting a war against people, Astoria," Harry said softly. "I think that's what is causing Daphne a lot of difficulties with her coping as well." Harry turned to her, his emerald eyes burning into hers. "We're fighting monsters. There is no line they won't cross. We need to be prepared for that." "How can we?" Astoria whispered. "We're humans, Harry. We can't just close ourselves off like that. If we did, what kind of people would we be?" "I suppose we'd be people like Dumbledore," Harry said. The boy looked up for a moment and sighed. "Never thought the day would come, but I almost wish he were here right now. You know, when he talked about the sacrifices made for the greater good, it always made my blood boil. How could he ever look at people as so expendable?" "Now, though," Harry said, "there are no choices. People are going to die, no matter the decision. That's the reality of war. Perhaps that's why Dumbledore always seemed so distant. To invest in an expendable resource like a soldier is a foolhardy choice. His greater good doctrine is morally objectionable, but I almost feel that if I don't at least believe in it a little, if I don't distance myself from the inevitable, then—" Harry paused, a weak smile stretched across his face. "Then I think I might go insane myself." "No," Astoria said. She shook her head forcefully as she grabbed Harry. "That's not you. That's not who you are. You can try to convince yourself that you can be like Dumbledore, but you can't be. You shouldn't be." Harry's eyes glanced back at her. "I don't even care if Dumbledore is right. It doesn't matter. You're the type of person who would choose the harder path. You'd rather suffer the losses of your comrades than to distance yourself from them. Harry, you love people. You may not like them all the time, but you're not somebody who could turn a blind eye to someone in need because it didn't fit your plan." "You're not Dumbledore," Astoria hissed, "and the only reason all of us are still here with you is for precisely that reason. So don't ever talk like that again. You're Harry Potter, and I will only follow Harry Potter's orders, because I trust Harry Potter with my life." Harry smiled. It was faint, but Astoria had noticed the gentle upward curl of his lip behind the hand that covered his face. He rubbed his eyes, a spark of life present in them for the first time since he'd entered the room. "When did you suddenly become so good at giving advice? Short stack." Astoria shrugged softly before Harry helped her to her feet. "Can you stand? I think Daphne would love to know you're up and moving again." Daphne laid silently atop the vacant bed. The dim morning light that broke through the curtains provided only the slightest bit of illumination as she sat in the silence of her thoughts. Her stomach growled, but she couldn't eat. Her attempts at sleeping hadn't gone much better. Dark circles framed her icy blue eyes. It had been days since she got a restful sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, the face of some elderly patient invaded her thoughts. How many did we leave to die? The thought made her nauseous. She drowned the thought, sealing it from her mind, but it never entirely vanished. Are you okay? The question frustrated her. Was she supposed to be? The objective fact that loss in war was the reality did little to help her cope. Or maybe it was the fact that the one person who didn't ask her if she was okay was the one person she wanted to hear it from, Harry. She and Harry had passed the days in silence. Though he'd never failed to wake her from her nightmares, he never said anything. There was nothing but sadness in his eyes. Why does he look at me like that? Does he think that I'm weak, that I can't handle it? Does he think he made a mistake involving me? Daphne gritted her teeth at her thoughts. She dug her fingers deep into the mattress beneath her. Worse yet, is he right to think so? A knock on the door broke her from her thoughts, though there was no follow-up before the hinges swung open. A witch now stood in the empty hall, short and round, her face aged with years of wisdom. Skipping breakfast isn't a smart idea when you're trying to keep your strength up, child. Sorry, Dr. Thatcher, Just Abigail is fine, the medical witch whispered. We aren't exactly in a hospital setting at the moment. The mention of the hospital made her chest tighten. Never mind that now, Abigail said, pushing the plate to her lap. Eat now. I'm not hungry, Daphne muttered. Her stomach growled as if to betray her words. Abigail's brow rose at the sound as she sighed. Very well, if you insist on being stubborn about this, I could always transfigure something into a feeding tube and force-feed you. Daphne shuddered at the thought. She reached for the fork and stabbed into a pre-made pile of scrambled eggs. Smart choice, Abigail said. The hazel-eyed witch studied her as she moved the food to her lips. She rolled her eyes. With some urgency, please, Greengrass, we don't have all day. She quickly shoveled in some more bites. She paused as she reached from the glass of water, pounding it back. For a moment, silence returned to the room. A soft gaze grew in Abigail's eyes as Daphne turned to her. Why are you here anyway? Certainly you have your own place to live, don't you? Perhaps I do, Abigail replied, but I'm in no rush to return. It's not like I'm leaving anyone waiting. Plus, I feel my skills may be of more use here at the moment. Not to mention that a mentor's job is to ensure the success of their pupil, and as you've clearly demonstrated, you are in no condition to take care of yourself right now. There's no more hospital, Daphne croaked, and you don't have to babysit me. It may be true that the hospital is no longer here, but it doesn't change the fact you still have a healer's heart and much still to learn. Abigail stopped. Her mouth opened, but no words emerged. Daphne studied the older witch for a moment before she sighed. To become the greatest, I had to sacrifice a lot, child. I studied hard to gain respect and dedicated myself to the growth of St. Mungo's. That hospital was my child. When it had been destroyed, I thought I'd lost all I had. Had it happened a year and a half ago, I would have been right. Daphne locked eyes with the healer. A newfound vulnerability shone in the witch's stare. However, I happened to find a young witch who was far too stubborn to quit even when paired with a mentor who ran her to the brink of exhaustion daily. I wasn't lying when I said I pushed you hard because I only expected the best from my students and saw you had great potential, but I wasn't telling the whole truth either. The doctor swallowed softly. You're like a granddaughter to me, Daphne. I see so much of myself in you, and I know this pain and doubt you are feeling right now. You have the potential to surpass me one day, but if I let you falter here, that reality will never come to pass. That is one thing I simply cannot allow. Do you remember what I told you that day you tried to stay late to put in extra hours? Abigail asked softly. That I was to eat when you tell me to eat, read what you tell me to read, treat how you instruct me to treat, and most importantly rest when you tell me to rest. Daphne said, a watery smile stretching upon her face. However, I appear to have missed a crucial instruction, Abigail said. You will tell me when you are hurting, no matter the reason. Tears rushed down Daphne's cheeks as she faced her mentor. I'm hurting, she whispered. I'm hurting so badly. Abigail stretched her arms forward, wrapping Daphne in her arms. For a moment, the hug had reminded her of the ones that her mother had given her when she was small, the hugs she'd been given before everything had gone to shit. Abigail said nothing. She held her, and Daphne wept. You will survive this, Abigail said, breaking the silence. Sometimes there are no words to be said, no actions to be done. Sometimes the reality is that we must just be strong and be patient. This too shall pass, but only if you refuse to be broken. We cannot rewrite the past, Abigail continued, but the future is still unwritten, and we can start penning a new story right now. You're strong, Daphne, and thought that boyfriend of yours might not show it. He feels exactly as you do. Daphne glanced up at the woman that held her. In my time, I've seen a fair share of Auror's face conditions that meant most likely certain death with great bravery, but that never vanished the fear. You aren't the only one who is afraid. Every single one of us lives with fear. Some of us are better at hiding it than others, but that fear doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. Abigail smiled. I assure you, child, you are anything but a burden, so clear that nonsense from your mind. I didn't say anything about. You didn't need to, Abigail said. You're a lot like me, remember. The elderly woman released her grasp over Daphne as she rose from the chair. Well, that's as much emotional vulnerability I can put out for one day. I'll be back in an hour or so in case for some reason you've yet to leave this room, and I expect that plate to be cleaned. Am I understood? Yes, ma'am, Daphne replied with a weak smile. Abigail nodded, and Daphne sat silently, fork in hand, as the medical witch shuffled out of the room. Daphne wrapped her arms around herself softly, the warmth of the hug still lingering as she sighed. I'd forgotten what that felt like. She sighed, breaking free of the thought as she lifted a bacon strip from the plate. She'd only managed to shovel in a few more bites before another knock on the door gripped her attention. It hasn't been an hour yet, she called out. What are you talking about? Harry replied. Daphne swallowed as Harry continued. Well anyway, can I come in? You're asking for permission to enter your own room, Daphne queried. Well, I'm not exactly alone this time, Harry said. Silently, Daphne nodded, opening the door with a flick of her wand. Her heart pounded rapidly in her chest, her wand dropping to the floor as she sprung from the bed. As if lightning coursed through her veins, she sprinted towards the door. Harry barely had time to sidestep as she wrapped her arms tightly around the small girl at his side. You're awake, Daphne exclaimed. Oh, thank Merlin, you're awake. I was so worried that apparition so close to your treatment would be, she shook her head. That doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're okay. Can't breathe, Astoria grunted. Daphne hopped back, freeing her sister. Astoria took a deep breath before she returned the smile. You shouldn't be so surprised, you know, Astoria said softly. I promised you I wasn't going to die until you cured me, didn't I? You look like shit, by the way, Astoria snipped. I mean, I just woke up and somehow I look like I'm the pretty sister. You really need to take better care of yourself. Daphne chuckled. Shut up, you. Harry stepped forward into the room. Daphne tracked him as he approached the half-eaten plate. You're eating again, that's a relief. Astoria stretched out her hand, helping Daphne to her feet. Her eyes peered into the back of the raven-hair wizard's head. Daphne's throat had grown hot as Harry turned to face her. Hey, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Harry's head tilted softly. For what? I know you were worried about how I was acting lately. You have so many other things on your plate, and I was just adding to. Harry stepped towards her, his palm cupping her cheek gently. You will always be my top priority, Daphne. Plus, with all the times I've made you worry, we're not even close to even. You have nothing to apologize for. He smiled. I wish I could have known what to say to snap you out of your trance, but I'm glad to have you back, princess. Aw, cute, Astoria said teasingly. Shut it, short stack, Harry said. Daphne felt Harry's eyes fall upon her again. I'm going to take Astoria down to get checked over by Dr. Thatcher. We're probably going to be having a meeting soon with Neville and Hermione having to head back to Hogwarts soon. You should try to shower and get dressed. You know I'll always love you no matter how you look, but Astoria's right. You do look like shit. Daphne grinned and nodded. All right, I'll see you downstairs then. Harry leaned against the rickety wooden walls of the dining hall. Across the hall, Michael pulled Claire into his chest to break the monotony of the French half-Vila's consistent check of his injuries. He sent the former Ravenclaw a smirk, his silent comment met with the twinkle in his best friend's eyes. The chatter of the dinning hall paused mid-speech at the arrival of Astoria. While Dr. Thatcher raced towards the weakened young snake, Mrs. Weasley sent him daggers. Harry simply shrugged. There was no point to secrets, no point to being sensitive to others' feelings, not anymore at least. Neville and Hermione stood huddled in the corner of the hall around Mad-Eye. Moody, for as long as Harry knew him, had never looked like the most dapper gentleman, but the war was without a doubt wearing the old man down. Not a single shred of auburn remained in his hair, or at least, what remained of it. Even his hushed whisper to the leaders of the SPIRE sounded venomous. Narcissa's arm rested around her sister's shoulders as the two sat in the living room adjacent to the meeting by the warmth of the fire. How badly Harry wished he could simply think of the words to say, but there were no words to be said. Not even the bravest of actions could undo what was done. Only time, that was the only remedy for the middle black sister's weeping heart. A warm magic flooded his mind as Sirius placed his palm atop his shoulder. "All right there, pup. Good as can be expected, I suppose." His eyes darted towards the younger Greengrass. "A bit better now than before." Sirius nodded. "We got word back from Bones." Instantly, the mood soured. Bones claimed the goblins have no interest in negotiations. They said they have nothing left to gain from a ministry that left them subservient. They will do what is good for business, but whatever deal the Deeders made with the bastards, it must have been a good one. "Tusk," Harry sneered, "one fucking thing after another." He closed his eyes. "All right then, plan B, we break in. We can't afford to wait any longer. If they aren't going to help us, then they are eventual enemies. We need to handle this with urgency. Let's start brewing up." "None of that, boy," Moody barked. "We won't need to resort to such underhanded tactic quite yet." Moody smiled as he mentioned the idea of an underhanded tactic. "This lass has actually come up with a brilliant idea." The grizzled Auror's hand clamped around Hermione's shoulder as he pushed her forward. "Go on now, tell them what you said." "Well, Hermione started, clearly frazzled by the actions of the older wizard. "Well, like I was telling Neville and Professor Moody, I was talking with Professor Flitwick one time a few years back about the artifacts of the Hogwarts houses. I think it was for some project or something back in first year. You know when." "Hermione, focus," Harry called out. "Right, so anyway," Hermione shook her head. "I had expected Professor Flitwick to say that the most valuable one was the diadem of Ravenclaw, because for, well, obvious reasons." Hermione paused once more before she swallowed and continued. "But he didn't. He said under normal circumstances he would have said the diadem, but to goblins, even half-goblins, such as himself, there is no possession quite as treasured among his people as the sword of Gryffindor." "All right, I'll bite, why's that?" Harry asked. "Merlin, Harry, do you not listen to anything in history of magic?" Harry shrugged. Hermione rolled her eyes in retort. "Anyway, many of the goblin rebellions were started under the belief that Godric Gryffindor had stolen their sword from them. Wizards' accounts differ, but nonetheless, the sword of Gryffindor is extremely cherished by the goblins. If you offered them the sword for their cooperation, I'm certain you'd at the very least get a meeting." The Ravenclaw witch quivered under the heavy gaze of the Order. The creaks of the house stole Harry's attention momentarily before he returned to Hermione. "I'm not saying it's a bad plan and it sure as hell beats breaking into the impenetrable Gringotts, but there's a key flaw to your plan. I don't have the sword of Gryffindor." "You can leave that to us. We'll make sure to inform McGonagall of the situation as soon as we get back to the castle and have her agree to hand it over to you," Neville said. "In the meantime, we need to send word to Gringotts. The Ministry may not have something they want, but we do." The wood floors squeaked behind him as Harry turned to face the cool blue eyes of Daphne Greengrass. "The goblins are tough negotiators and real bastards," the blonde muttered. "I would know. I've seen my father barter with them a fair share of time. If the plan rests on negotiation, I'll be the one to go. There's a lot of things you can do, Harry. This isn't one of them." "Why are you talking like I was going to decline your invitation?" Harry said with a coy grin. "Force of habit, I guess," Daphne chuckled. "Glad we're past that. I'll handle the goblins, you focus on doing what you do best." "And what's that exactly?" Harry said. "Wreak havoc, of course." Daphne's smile turned grim. They just got a huge victory off on us with the destruction of the hospital. I suspect they are about to plan a celebratory tour at our failure. You need to remind them that we aren't to be fucked with. I'm glad to have you back, Princess, Harry said. Daphne's eyes fell on the younger Greengrass and the doctor. It's good to be back. Harry noticed the witch's eyes linger a bit longer on Astoria. Just hang on a little longer, Astoria. We'll take this one victory at a time. Chapter 5. Let's make a deal. The halls of the darkened castle seemed even gloomier than they had the day Neville had left for the holiday break. The already minuscule population of the castle had at least halved after the law sent Mungos, and of the students that remained in ever-present dread was trapped behind their eyes. McGonagall had tried to give a speech to lift the spirits of the students, but not even the presence of Aberforth Dumbledore seemed to ease the castle's burden. Neville had lost count of the number of times he'd ascended the stairways of Hogwarts. Yet, never before had he seen the packed corridors so dead. Members of the SBIRE would do what they could to send a swift smile or wave his way, but most of the students walked past him numbly, their heads glued to the floors. A hushed sob broke through the castle's silence. 3 second-year girls sat huddled on a bench, their arms both wrapped around the girl in the center. "It's going to be all right, Brooke," the girl draped in Gryffindor attire said. "Remember what Harry told us on the train during our first year. He's going to beat Voldemort. We're going to be fine." "Yeah, right," the girl in the center muttered. "He's not here because he knows he'd just be a sitting duck. He knows he can't beat the Dark Lord. That's why he's hiding." "He's not hiding, Neville continued his climb, unable to hear the whimpers of the girls below any longer. Damn, he thought, things definitely aren't looking good. He shook his head clear. The stone wall on the 7th floor that acted as the door to the room of requirement greeted him silently. A door just a tad larger than him appeared and opened with a rusty creak, the training gear within on full display. Hermione sat curled in a red couch beside the fire, her cinnamon-brown locks tied back so as not to obscure her view from the pages of the Bible-sized book in her hands. Neville studied her, the way her lips would wind up into a grin when she read a funny passage, the way she'd scowl at the poor decisions the characters in her stories would make. Nearly everything the girl did was beautiful to him, and Neville couldn't count how many times it was her sweet smile that helped him remain on course. Hermione's face glowed in the candlelight. The fire never failed to bring an amber glow to her brilliant brown eyes that always left the Hufflepuff boy without words. Silently, she patted the cushion beside her. Hermione's head nestled atop his chest. The two reunite before the flames of the fireplace. "We should really get ready to start the training." "I know," Hermione whispered. "But until people start to arrive, can we just sit here for a while, just the two of us?" "Sure." Neville's hands combed through the witch's hair. Hermione smiled up at him gently as he leaned down to press his lips against hers. A satisfied sigh left the girl's lips as she rolled away from his warmth. "It's almost sad, really. We've been talking so much about this war and training. I hardly know how to talk about anything else. What did we even talk about before this world went to shit?" "Homework, probably," Hermione laughed. "Remember when we thought that doing homework was the most important thing in the world?" Neville chuckled at the thought. "Merlin, how much things have changed." The witch did what she could to force another smile. It had done little to lift his spirit, but Neville appreciated the effort all the same. Hermione's hand rested against his cheeks and gazed into Neville's eyes softly. "This is going to sound horrible, but in this moment right here, it doesn't feel like everything has changed for the worst." Neville pressed his forehead against Hermione's. Her curly hair danced with his, and for the shortest of moments, the world hadn't felt so turbulent. "We'll get through this, no matter what." "Without a doubt," Hermione replied. The two broke from each other at the sound of approaching footsteps. Neville and Hermione rose to their feet, and the couch vanished behind them. The knock was subtle, but loud enough, and Neville invited in those that remained of the SBIRE. Katie and Lee Jordan glowed the brightest when they'd entered the room of requirement. Neville wasn't a Gryffindor, but he'd appreciated the ease the two brought into the room with them. Susan, however, had the opposite effect. It wasn't that she tried to be a downer. It was wholly unintentional, yet the times were far from kind. "Welcome back, everyone," Neville said. He cleared his throat. I hope everyone enjoyed their holiday and— Neville, Susan said, let's cut the crap. You met with Harry and Michael, right? How are they holding up? After the attack on the hospital, we just— It was a bad loss, Neville confessed, but we aren't the type to give up. Harry, well, actually, Daphne, she has a plan on how we can get another win against Voldemort. A proud fire burned in Neville's chest. None of the students wavered at the man's name any longer. Here's the fact of the matter. We all knew it would come to this eventually, but I have a strong sense that we are going to be involved in this war. When that time comes, you need to be at your best. That should be our primary focus, okay? Being ready for when Harry needs us. The SBIRE nodded in agreement and dispersed to stop their warm-up, everyone besides Susan. The Hufflepuff stood still like a statue, her eyes glued to the floor. Neville approached her warmly. Things are going to be okay, Sue, I promise. She nodded numbly. Michael, Neville continued. He'd never admit it with Claire around, but he still cares about you. That picture of you two in Diagon Alley during what I can only guess was second year, he still keeps it with him. He loves Claire, but he hasn't forgotten about you. Tears streamed softly down Susan's face and a watery smile appeared distantly. Thanks, Neville. I'm going to get to work now. Neville nodded. For what it's worth, the witch said. Nobody could fill Harry's shoes, but you're doing a good job. Spells battered and dispersed against shields, and Neville yelled commands and drills from his high post. Hawk-like would be the way a bystander might have described the Hufflepuff, not detail passed him by. Susan's shield spell needed more refinement. Cho's redactor curse wasn't completely on target every time, but for a group of students, they were fierce, even without their big guns. Sweat nearly created a river in the hall before Neville dismissed them all with words of encouragement. For as hard as Neville pushed them, he'd never asked them to do more than he'd have done. He needed them all to survive. They'd lost enough good wizards already. Hermione pointed silently to the clock on the wall. Neville nodded, then together, they departed from the room of requirement and shuffled soundlessly towards the gargoyle. Would anyone have given them a hard time? Not really, but Neville was in no mood to give explanations. The Hufflepuff and Hermione reached the stone statue before Neville hissed, Draconiforce. The gargoyle spun and revealed the staircase behind it. Hermione cleared their 6 o'clock before together they climbed. The mahogany door of the headmaster's office greeted them for a moment only to be pulled open by the once head of Gryffindor House, Minerva McGonagall. She waved them in and shut the door behind them. The ruby-red hilt of Gryffindor's sword instantly swallowed Neville's attention, and Headmistress McGonagall released a tired sigh. I had suspected as much when you'd told me Potter had created a deal with the goblins. McGonagall's eyes sank. The sword of Gryffindor is a priceless relic of this school's history. Whatever it is that Potter intends to trade it for, I only hope that it is worth it. It will be, Neville said. He walked towards the sword and wrapped his hand around the handle only to jump back with a shout. A burn seared his skin, though vanished instantly, and McGonagall chuckled. What was that? I suppose I should have mentioned it, McGonagall said. Her hands gripped the gilded handle. Only a true Gryffindor can wield the blade. Her nimble fingers ran along the blade. I will ensure that this gets to Harry safely. In the meantime, I would encourage you to get some rest. It is regrettable that our mistakes are a burden now upon you youngsters, but I will do what I can to atone for the part I played in this reality. Don't blame yourself, Professor, Hermione whispered. There's more than enough blame to go around. We can sort out who is most at fault once Voldemort is defeated. The elderly witch smiled at Hermione's words. A rare occurrence, but understandable. Neville couldn't seem to hold back his grin either. Hermione Granger, the friendless nerd, had turned into quite the fierce warrior herself. There are few things more stressful than the lifestyle of a fugitive. That was the lesson, Daphne. From her stroll through Diagon Alley. They were the good guys. In theory, they shouldn't have had to hide, but if there was an enemy in the crowd, Daphne shuddered at how many lives the enemy would sacrifice for her capture. The alley was relatively clear of civilians, at least, of those on the street, though a few men nodded at her politely. Aurors, Daphne thought, Diagon Alley was heavily trafficked, and the Ministry did all that it could to protect it. It was the all that it could portion that had been of concern to the once Slytherin. The waves of thralls that the vampires could conjure dried her throat the moment she'd thought of them. If the vampires had launched an attack on a place like this, They'd lose a lot of thralls, but the Aurors couldn't keep them back forever. She forced her icy pools shut. Let's try to think positively for once, Daphne. Emmeline's hand rested on her shoulder, comfortingly. She'd been thankful to have the skilled witch as her partner on the mission inside the bank. Of course, Sirius had volunteered to join, but they'd scrapped that idea quickly. The godfather of Harry Potter had the same ability as his godson in how they both were quick to get under people's skin. The goblins had an even shorter threshold for patience than even that. Remus, too, had volunteered in his best friend's stead, but his status as a werewolf worried Daphne. The goblins were far from a judgmental lot. Those three, along with Michael and Moody, served more use outside as protection for her from reinforcements. The gilded G of Gringotts never held an ominous presence to Daphne in the past. Daphne grew up with far more gold than she imagined could be spent in a lifetime. That status had made her the equivalent to royalty when in the gilded marble halls of the bank. Daphne didn't miss the money exactly, but the peace it provided, she longed for that. Her nails dug into her palms, and she allowed a heavy sigh from her lips. Here goes nothing. In all Daphne's years, she'd never once seen stagnation in the goblins' halls. So when the buzz in the hall came to a complete stop, her stomach curled. From beneath their desk, the goblins brandished swords and daggers. Daphne was rather accustomed to the sight of wands in her face, but the goblin-made steel nearly broke her impassive facade. A goblin with a sword far exceeded the danger of an average wizard. Wizards may have fought, but the goblins, they were a warrior race. Daphne Greengrass, a wretched goblin, hissed from his post. You've made a mistake coming here. You won't attack me, not without hearing me out first, Daphne replied with a voice of ice. You're warriors, yes, but nothing excites you quite like a deal. There are no more deals to be made, I'm afraid, another goblin said. This one, Daphne recognized. It was the Potter's goblin, Griffook. I'm afraid that Lady Carmilla has offered us terms that you could never match. The goblin's eyes narrowed. I will give you a chance to leave here. I'm not foolish enough to think there wouldn't be hell to pay if word got out that we'd killed you. I acknowledge Potter's strength, and that he'd return this bank to the ground if we were even to lay a finger on you, so we will let you leave in peace. On the grounds that you never return, of course. I'm afraid I can't agree to those terms. Daphne stood her ground firmly. Please, I know you think we have nothing that can match the vampire's offer, but we, the Order, feel strongly that we do. If you decline our offer, so be it, and we will meet on the battlefield at some other time, but please hear us out. A cold silence radiated through the room, but Daphne didn't budge. Her face remained like a statue. She couldn't show weakness or desperation. If the goblins believed that even for a moment that the Order had no plan B, Daphne feared the terms would be far higher than anything Daphne had to offer. Griffook glared at her with eyes that glistened like freshly polished daggers, then he smiled. Griffook lifted his hand, and the goblins sheathed their weapons. The knot in Daphne's stomach released, but she bit down on her tongue to stop an involuntary sigh of relief. Griffook gestured for her to follow, and she did so. The goblin's words hadn't stopped her from her visual scan of the hall with every step. Until they'd made a deal, the Order couldn't afford to trust the goblins. The placard before Daphne read simply, Ragnarok. The room wasn't far from the main hall and looked far from regal. The placard didn't even have the goblin's work title, though Ragnarok didn't need one. The head of Gringotts' name was known to everyone with a sizable fortune, and the legend said that no two men made a deal without Ragnarok's knowledge. Griffook's claw knocked against the redwood door. Sir Ragnarok, we have a visitor with a deal to offer the goblin nation. The goblins sweat profusely in the silence that followed. The cocky goblin that met Daphne at the front of the hall now stood with his head hung low, unable to remove his eyes from the smooth tile beneath him. Enter, Ragnarok's voice was gruff and rugged. Griffook whispered a silent prayer at the reply and pushed in with haste. Daphne stood motionless for a moment, only for Griffook to send her a nasty glare that screamed for her to fall in. Daphne did so. Griffook lowered his head when he entered, and Daphne followed suit. Respect and honor were touchy issues with the goblin race, and Daphne didn't intend to step on any toes. Even with a bowed head, she could make out Ragnarok's appearance. Like the other goblins, Ragnak had sallow skin and wiry hair that showed a glimpse of male pattern baldness. He had a hook-shaped nose and jagged teeth that Daphne could see even behind his tightly pursed lips. To his right rested another goblin-made sword, but Daphne didn't figure he really needed it. If Ragnak wanted to, Daphne figured he could tear a wizard apart with his hands alone. The head of Gringotts adjusted his glasses and dismissed Griffook with a wave of his hand. Griffook boned so deeply that his nose brushed the floor, then departed as quickly as his legs would carry him. Ragnak cleared his throat, and with his permission, Daphne rose to her full height. Daphne Greengrass, her name sounded like shattered glass from the goblin's mouth. How can I help you today? I've come with an offer for your nation, Chief Ragnak, she replied. So I've heard, Ragnak said. Let me be clear, though, I didn't invite you in because I believe this negotiation to be fruitful. Wealthy as the Greengrass family may be, all the gold in your father's coffers wouldn't be enough to undo the deal arranged between my nation and Lady Carmilla. The goblin rubbed his chin. Yet, I assume you know this, and you look to be rather adamant that you do have something that could garner our favor. You have certainly intrigued me. It is due to this intrigue, and this intrigue alone, that you stand before me. Daphne nodded. I appreciate your time. Obviously not, Ragnak hissed, as you've done nothing but waste it so far. Daphne held back her desire to roll her eyes. The goblin hadn't given her even a moment to talk, and yet looked irritated with her. She bit down her frustration and smiled. Chief Ragnak, I know that you have previously entered into a deal with Lady Carmilla and the Death Eaters. I assume you did this as the terms were most favorable to your people. I am also aware that there is little I could do, most likely, to match their offer in terms of benefits. Then why have you come, girl? Ragnak spat. Because I've brought you an offer that, on your honor, you can't refuse. Daphne smirked and reached into her charmed purse. Ragnak's eyes widened at the elongated parcel that broke from Daphne's bag. Daphne maneuvered her hands carefully around the blade that was sharp enough to split stone. She'd seen it when McGonagall had sent it to Grimmauld Place. The headmistress of Hogwarts had stressed that only a Gryffindor could handle it, a lesson Michael learned after he'd tried to copy Harry's hold on the hilt. Daphne had held her fair share of swords. She'd taken many from Astoria, who played the knight with the decorative blades that used to line the walls of her family home in her younger years, none of which were as light as the sword of Gryffindor. She'd heard rumors of the goblin's craftwork. Professor Binns had rattled on and on about the magical properties of goblin steel. Daphne never believed them to be as marvelous as the ghost made them out to be, but as much as Daphne hated to admit it, she'd been wrong on that front. The goblin blacksmiths were in a league of their own. Ragnak's pupils dilated when Daphne rested the blade on his desk. He reached his claw towards the blade, only to be stopped by the grip of her hand. Not yet, Daphne hissed. We haven't come to an agreement just yet. Is this what I think it is? Ragnak salivated at the wrapped sword, the sword of Gryffindor. Daphne nodded and pulled apart some of the wraps to reveal the ruby-imbued handguard. What do you want for it? The words flew from Ragnak's mouth faster than even the goblin intended. Well, first, obviously, I want you to cease any further negotiations with our enemies, Daphne said flatly. I will also provide you with a list of names that you are to ban from Gringotts and clear the vaults. But we can't, Ragnak started. Daphne reached for the sword. That's a real shame. I know how much this blade means to your kind, and I wanted to return it to you, but I can't very well give it to an enemy. Wait, Ragnak pleaded. Okay. We'll stop any more deal-making with the vampires and return to our status as a neutral nation under. Neutral? Daphne's brow arched. No, that won't do at all. Ragnak swallowed. No, I think that if you want this blade, you will swear to me via unbreakable vow to join your people to the war efforts against the vampires. After all, your kind so graciously wanted to demonstrate to me just how skilled they were with their weapons when I arrived here. I'd love to give them a chance to really test their mettle. You expect me to swear servitude to you? Ragnak laughed. I'd sooner die. Only until the end of the war, Daphne shrugged. She lifted the sword from the table by the loosened wraps. I was even going to throw in that we'd work to grant you equal status to wizards as a reward for your help too, but you seem uninterested in my terms, so I'll be on my way." She smiled at the goblin. "You know, the black vaults are pretty full, but if you do intend to lock us out as is suspected due to your alliance with the Death Eaters, the Order will have to find other ways to finance itself. These rubies look like they'd fetch a pretty galleon, though." "You dare to desecrate the blade of my people," Ragnak bellowed. "Sure, I would. I don't actually give a shit about this sword." She yawned. "As I said, I just wanted to do your kind a favor, but you don't seem all that willing to repay me for it, so I'll pass." Ragnak lifted herself from his seat and snarled. "Well then, since you seem uninterested in negotiating in good faith, what's to stop me from killing you and taking the blade by force?" She lifted a pendant of a crow and smiled. "Harry Potter is outside, laying in wait. I know that you're normally in here counting your money, so you may not be one to pay attention to the ongoings of wizard life, but Harry kinda has a thing for me, and if you so much as scratch me," her grin grew, "he'll level this whole building and slaughter each and every one of you. But I know you love to gamble, so tell me, do you want to take that chance?" Ragnak swallowed hard. The tailies of Harry's power weren't foreign to the goblins by any metric. They may have despised the wizarding world, but they knew to investigate their threats, and based on Ragnak's sweat-filled expression, they were well aware of Harry's capacity to be one. "He's the hero of the wizarding world," Ragnak stuttered. "He wouldn't slaughter innocents." "See, that's the rub," Daphne said with a twisted tone. "He's the hero of the wizarding world, not yours, and from where I'm standing, you and your people look far from innocent." She smirked. "And if you dared to hurt me, well, you'd merely be signing your own death warrant. We humans, we tend to be a race guided by our emotions, and you know, at least scientifically, just what kind of madness love can bring, don't you?" "You're a wretched bitch, you know that, girl?" Ragnak hissed. Daphne nodded indifferently. The goblin reached out his hand but lowered his head, unable to look Daphne in her eyes. "Fine, you have a deal." "I knew you'd see it my way," Daphne said frostily. She dropped the sword to the ground and pulled her wand from her pocket. "Now, for that vow if you don't mind." The goblin did mind, but Ragnak did as Daphne bid him. Daphne's throat burned, and her eyes sunk with the remorse of her action, but the victory was paramount. She nodded towards the dropped sword, and Ragnak raced towards it. He pulled at the fabric that obscured the sword from view until its goblin steel radiated before him. Ragnak pressed his lips to the blade and peppered it with kisses like it had been a spouse that returned from the dead, and maniacal whispers rushed from his lips like a river before he muttered, "Ancestors, forgive me. I did what I had to do." "I'm sure they'll understand." Daphne gripped the goblin's chin and forced him to look at her. She had meant the words but refused to show the goblin the slightest glimpse of weakness. The goblins had made a fortune off wizards weak of mind and spirit. "Now, about those Gringotts accounts you are going to deactivate. One of them belongs to our enemy, Bellatrix Lestrange. You will accompany me to her vault now, Ragnak." Daphne had placed an added emphasis on the word our. Ragnak didn't need Daphne's reminder, but an extra twist of the knife never hurt when it came to a newly formed contract. "Yes, ma'am, as you wish," the goblin said with a pitiful bow. Harry may have consented to the plan, but that didn't mean he didn't hate every bit of it. Sure, it was a solid plan, and undoubtedly Daphne was one of, if not their best negotiator, but even the thought of his princess alone in a hostile environment made him feel sick. To see it in practice started to drive him mad. He tapped his fingers against the brick roof of Leaky Cauldron, focused his eyes into the window of Gringotts to the point his vision blurred. Harry nearly jumped from the rooftop when the goblins had drawn their blades, and it had only been Michael's grip that restrained him. "She's been training hard too, Harry," Michael said. "She can take care of herself, plus she has Emmeline in there with her. Let this play out, will you?" Michael was right. The Ravenclaw tended to be that a lot after all, but the contents of Harry's stomach still swished and crashed like waves during a storm. He nodded and crouched back beneath the cover of the cauldron's brick roof. Moody's electric blue eye rested on Harry from the alley between Potage's cauldron shop and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Don't fuck this up." Harry wasn't quite sure if the words had come from his mind or if Moody had somehow broken through his occlumency. The former was far more likely, but Harry couldn't be sure after he'd seen the glare in Moody's normal eye. "She's going to be fine," Harry chanted to himself. "Everything is going to be fine." The memory of the dead look in Daphne's eyes after the hospital attack flashed to Harry, and he shook his head to clear the thought. There were more important things to focus on in the here and now. Memory lane could wait. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up when the goblins sheathed their blades at Griffook's command. Harry had thought the nightmare over, but it only worsened when the goblin pulled Daphne into an office out of view. "Rook," Michael hissed. "She has the trigger to let us know when she's in danger. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. It's the only mindset worth having right now." Harry relented and sighed. His shoulders dropped, and he adjusted his grip on his wand. "Right," he muttered, "but if they so much as touch her, they're going to regret it." "I'm sure Daphne will remind them of that if she needs to," Michael said with a weak chuckle. "You're a dangerous man now, Potter. I'm just glad we're not enemies." "You wouldn't do too bad," Harry said kindly. "Spare me," Michael rolled his eyes. We may have been close before, but ever since, he stopped himself, and an apologetic look filled his eyes for a moment before Michael wiped it away. "Anyway, the point is, you're in a different league now, Harry. Both your enemies and allies know that now. In some cases, it's not the greatest, but your name gives Daphne some extra weight to throw around during negotiations. And if there's one thing that girl knows how to do, it's how to use her tools to her advantage." "Not sure how I feel about my relationship being called a tool, but," Harry smiled, "whatever Daphne needs to use to succeed, I guess." The seconds passed like hours, and Harry's eyes strained from the constant scan of Diagon Alley. Had they come in the afternoon, they'd have the minimal protection of daylight. It wasn't that the sun did much, as the blood clouds could neutralize the sun damage, but the warning would have made a massive difference. The number of civilians it could have put at risk, though, made Harry shiver. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but all the tension raced from his body when Daphne emerged from the bank. Harry always found the Ice Queen's languid glance frighteningly attractive, but wished more than ever she'd have expressed something to give away the mission's success or failure. Harry stood only to be pulled down by Michael, just in time to avoid the black cloud soar over his head. Harry gritted his teeth and leaped from the rooftop. He conjured a blast of wind from the tip of his wand and raced after the smoke trail that landed right before Daphne. Sirius and Remus sprinted from their concealed shadows at his right and left, and together the three wizards launched a stunner at the cloud. Daphne jumped from the spell's path, but the man in the black smoke vanished with equal haste. Harry took Daphne's hand and pulled her away from a new dark cloud that apparated to their left. One after another, the figures descended upon the alley, some familiar, other nothing more than pale forms with bloodshot eyes. Of the people he recognized, one had earned Harry's complete attention. The cousin of Sirius Black, the woman who murdered Creature, tortured the Longbottoms to insanity, Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman never looked stable, but now more than ever she appeared off and rabid. "Give it to me," Bellatrix's voice quivered in her throat. "Give it to me." She stepped forward only to find herself at the wand point of Sirius and Emmeline, both of whom flanked her. Sirius' gray eyes flashed towards Harry. His godfather didn't need to say a word. Harry nodded and grabbed Daphne's hand before the two ran. They ducked the barrage of spellfire and sneered at the destruction of the alley, but they need to find somewhere safe to summon Dobby. "I'm guessing you got it," Harry said. Daphne nodded quietly, her mind too scattered to speak. Harry pulled at her wrist once more and yanked her into another corridor. "Come on, let's." "Going somewhere, are we?" A silky, seductive voice whispered from beyond the shadows. "I guess it's no surprise Bellatrix failed to capture you. Why that man kept her around for so long is a mystery to me, but I suppose if you want a job done right, you have to do it yourself." The woman was gorgeous, scarily so. She shared the typical vampiric features, her eyes were yellowed, and Harry imagined they'd flash red in combat. Her skin was pale, though not a sickening pale. It was more like her skin was made entirely of freshly fallen snow. Her silver hair danced in the winter breeze when she lowered her hood, and her smile sparkled in. The dark alley. "I'm going to guess you're the one they call Carmilla," Daphne hissed. Lady Carmilla, the vampire queen corrected. Let's not be uncivilized now, child. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Michael wasn't wrong that his power had grown exponentially, and Harry felt confident he could take the vampire queen. What concerned him was the small space and the fact that Daphne's magical presence, as a matter of fact, everyone else's but Moody's, paled compared to the undead queen. Back up, Harry ordered. Now, Carmilla said with a smile. I've only come to negotiate. You give me what you took from Bellatrix's vault, and I will call off this attack and let you all leave with your lives this evening. I was on my way to retrieve Bellatrix's treasure anyway. It was promised to me by those filthy goblins after all. Carmilla blitzed behind the two young wizards in a vapor of blood. Her manicured hand rested on Daphne's throat, and Harry watched on venomously as Carmilla's nails extended. Your father was a businessman of sorts, right, Greengrass? Surely you respect the honor of a bargain. The fear in Harry's eyes vanished with a smile from Daphne. I'm sorry, but I'm nothing like my father. She slammed her heel atop the vampire queen's foot and ducked. Harry needed no further instruction and blasted a reductor curse from his wand. The spell shot straight through the vampire as she took on her vaporous form once more. Daphne's hand reached for his, and Harry took it, a white hue encompassing them as they channeled their magic through one another. You want this treasure so bad, Daphne scowled. Come and take it. Chapter 6. The sinner and the saint as a witch, weird things were commonplace. As a pureblood, even more so. Daphne's status had given her glimpses into deeper magical mysteries that the average half-blood or muggle-born would never have been able to see. So when Daphne Greengrass says that something is strange, it should resonate. Daphne found the vampire queen's blood mist form beyond strange. Daphne had once read that only those directly from the line of the great vampire Dracula had the power of the mist. When Alucard, Dracula's son, slew his father, the ability should have died with him until Alucard demonstrated the form himself. The blood mist acted similarly to the fog that coated wizards when they apparated. However, those wizards, smoke as they were still tangible. Harry and Daphne had learned rather painfully. Carmilla was not. Bombarda, Daphne bellowed, her voice filled with authority. Carmilla only smirked before she turned her head to red mist and allowed the spell to fly through her. The wall behind the undead queen ruptured. Dust from the destroyed stone walls clouded Daphne's cyan-turned eyes, and a sharp pain filled her gut. Blood trickled from her lips. She trembled and looked down at the nails of the silver-haired vampire that dug deeper into her stomach. Daphne bit back a scream. She refused to give the demon the satisfaction of her agony-filled scream. Harry growled ferally and swung at Carmilla. There was a manic glaze over his emerald eyes, and the vampire's lip trembled slightly. Daphne grunted at the haste removal of Carmilla's nails from her core. The walls shifted around her, the floor shook beneath her, and her vision spiraled with every stumbled step. Harry's arms surrounded her, steadied her. Sorry, Daphne muttered. Got careless. Harry shook his head. Don't worry about it. Get back to base. Dr. Thatcher will patch you right up. The glare Harry held was that of an animal, though Carmilla only grinned at him. I'm going to take care of her. How? Daphne groaned. We can't even touch her. Is that doubt I hear in your voice, Princess? Harry smiled. He smiled his trademark lopsided grin that never failed to put her at ease. I'm Harry Potter, remember. Doing the impossible is my thing. Now go. Daphne forced herself forward. Every step, every twitch of her muscles, every breath she took made her body burn. If Daphne cut her arm open, she wouldn't have been surprised if fire sprung out from her skin. She gripped her chest desperately and leaned against the alley wall to catch her breath. Why can't I move? Her heart pounded in her ears. What's happening to me? What's the holdup, Daphne? Harry shouted between spells. You gotta get out of here. Oh, don't be so hard on the poor girl, Carmilla cooed. She fidgeted with the ring on her middle finger and phased through the attacks with that eerie grin. I assure you that she's doing her best. I've never really cared much for snakes, but his snake, its venom is something else. Poison? Daphne snarled at the idea. She clawed at the remains of the stone wall to hold herself up. Her legs shook beneath her like her body was a stone held up by two weak twigs. Truthfully, the fact she's still standing is a testament to the girl's willpower. You should be proud, Potter. Daphne could see the gears turn in Harry's head. The words of Mad-Eye 2 years ago echoed through her mind. Corner and Longbottom can hold their own. The rest of you are liabilities on the battlefield. She fell forward on her knees with a thud. Blood spread from the nicks on her kneecap, and her jaw shook with the urge to force back a scream. She twisted herself around, and blood gushed from her wound onto her palm. Sectum sempra. Carmilla's head whipped towards Daphne. She'd phased out too slowly. After all, to the descendant of Alucard the Great, a poisoned teenager was hardly a threat. Blood trickled down her cheek, and Daphne smirked at the faraway look in the vampire's reddened eyes. The spell had been off target but had scratched her. For what Daphne presumed may have been the first time in centuries for the monster, she bled. Carmilla's hand brushed against her cut. Her fingers shivered at the sight of her blood that spewed involuntarily from her skin. "No, no, no," she whispered and licked her fingers like a kitten. "The blood of Alucard cannot be wasted. Forgive me, Lord Alucard." A droplet of blood fell to the floor, and Carmilla screamed. She fell to the group and lapped up her blood from the pavement. Harry stepped back, disturbed. Daphne couldn't blame Harry. The sight alone made her nauseous. Carmilla pressed her palm to her cheek and closed the wound before she gulped down the mixture of dust and blood. She smiled with a face caked in debris, and then released a cackle that Daphne thought only belonged to witches in Muggle fairy tales. "You dare touch me. You dare make me bleed. I will rip your head from your shoulders and bathe my lord's tomb in a pool of your blood for your transgressions." "Charming," Daphne mumbled. A poor choice of last words, she thought. Carmilla moved through the air like an eagle. Had the poison not been so painful, she may have thought of Harry or Astoria, but only the fire in her blood filled her mind. Her wand slipped from her hand. She'd lost the strength to hold her grip, then the world flashed blue. Daphne couldn't quite see anything anymore. She wasn't sure that she was even on the ground anymore, but it didn't matter. Land, air, sea, it didn't change the fact her body screamed like she'd gotten dipped into a lake of fire. The sparkle of flames vibrated in her ears, and distantly she heard Harry, "Nobody touches her." New hands held her. They weren't as coarse and calloused as Harry's, but were strong all the same. It was funny. In a way, Daphne couldn't see, and all the noise around her sounded muffled, yet she was sure she'd been in the man's hands before. "Stay away from" had been all she'd been able to make out of Harry's roar. He sounded angry and nervous, but Daphne had no idea why. The hold felt so comfortable, like she was a child again. She felt at peace. "It's okay, Harry." Daphne wanted to say the words. She wanted Harry to feel the same peace she felt. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel nothing now." Her throat gulped down something syrupy and sap-like. Warmth and a low hum filled her ears and body. Screams, shouts, whispers, Daphne couldn't make out the difference anymore. "Forgive me, forgive me." Those words, she could even tell if they were hers or not. Loss of control, she'd always thought that to be a major fear of hers, but now she felt nothing. No pain, no joy, no anger, no worry, she felt nothing at all. Love is described often as an emotion of great power and joy. Harry had discovered multiple times that it could also be an emotion of great agony. Agony, like the pain he felt when Daphne hit the ground when he'd been unable to rush to her side and do nothing for her. Harry had visited hell a fair share of times. He'd buried several comrades, but those hurt differently than the pain he felt at Daphne's bedside. The blood mist, the Death Eaters, all of that flashed before his eyes like a film he couldn't unsee. Voldemort tormented him in the past. The Dark Lord's methods were cruel and vindictive, but Carmilla taunted him. She mocked him in a way that infuriated him. It wasn't like the assaults to his confidence that Voldemort delivered due to the power gap that once rested between them. Harry knew he could have killed the vampire queen if only he'd been able to hit her. A vortex of wind manifested itself in his palm. He sneered at the magic that so many other wizards would have loved to be able to cast without a wand and words. Harry himself had grown rather fond of the wind charm, but the fact that all he'd been able to do was contain the Mist Woman in a tornado for moments at a time made his blood boil. He'd dealt with wizards that overused their apparition skills. Smoke though they were, their bodies were still tangible. The mist of the undead queen boggled his mind. How could he kill something he couldn't touch? He reached out and rubbed his thumb against the top of Daphne's hand. The color had slowly returned to her skin, proof that the anti-venom had begun its work. She'd survive. That was all that held Harry steady. Daphne's cloak and bag sat across from the bed they shared on a loveseat decorated with discarded effects. When Harry saw the bag opened and pulled from Daphne's back, he'd feared the worst. To his great misfortune, he'd been correct. Moody and Sirius had torn the bag inside out, but nothing radiated with the dark energy of a Horcrux. If it was in there, it wasn't any longer. Aside from Harry and Daphne, the room was vacant. Harry wasn't quite sure who he had to thank for that, but as soon as Daphne's condition had stabilized, the Order left them alone. Astoria popped her head in every hour or so for an update, but even she gave Harry his time. They were Gryffindors, after all, quite possibly the worst mourners of the 4 houses. "Harry," Daphne muttered. The boy who lived gripped his girlfriend's hand tightly. The blonde's head tilted from side to side, and desperation crept into her voice. "Harry, Harry, Harry." Her eyelids flashed open, and Harry gripped her shoulder to stop her jump from the bed. "Hey, hey," Harry said, his voice low and soft. "You're okay, Daphne. You're home." "Harry," she whispered. Daphne turned from him, her eyes desperate to look at anything but him. "I'm sorry, I got careless and—" "Stop that," Harry insisted. His fingers cupped her chin and tilted her back to his gaze. "Self-pity doesn't suit you, princess. Plus, it's not your fault." "The cup," Daphne coughed and gasped, the venom not fully neutralized. "Harry, do we still have the cup?" "That's not important right now," Harry said calmly. "Getting you better is the only thing I care about right now." Her eyes sank. "So we don't have it then." Her fingers clawed weakly at her sheets. "I had one mission, to retrieve the cup and bring it back here, and I failed." "And now you're one of us." Harry smiled weakly. "We'll figure it out, Daphne. I promise, no matter what happens, we will win this war." "You're awfully optimistic considering the circumstances," Daphne said. "You're alive," Harry replied. "Merlin Daphne, you're alive. When the poison knocked you unconscious and that Death Eater took you from me," Harry gritted his teeth. "For a few minutes there, I thought that I'd never see you again. When we found you still alive, it was a miracle. I don't care what happens next right now. I just want to live in the happiness that you're okay for slightly a little longer." Harry brushed away Daphne's tears. "Also, I should probably be the one to apologize. Waiting for you to recover has been hell, and I know I put you through so much worse. I think I'm finally inspired enough to try to avoid dying now." Daphne smiled, and a soft chuckle broke from her lips. "Yeah, it's really not fun to be standing where you're standing. Ass." Now, I admitted fault," Harry said with a laugh of his own. "No need to be so hostile." Their laughter softened when Harry palmed Daphne's cheek gently and placed a kiss on her forehead. "I love you." "I love you," she returned. Harry crawled from the chair into the bed next to her. Her weakened frame felt safe and comforted in Harry's grip, and she purred from the warmth of Harry's chest against her back. "So what happens now?" "Well, I'd love to, do it," Harry said cheekily. "But Dr. Thatcher told me that you had to refrain from any strenuous activites and—" "Not between us, you idiot," Daphne laughed. Harry loved her laugh. They'd become an ever more solemn occurrence since the war began. She rolled to face him, and Harry swallowed. "I mean with the war. If they have the cup, then it's likely that Voldemort will return soon." "And when he does, I'll kill him," Harry said firmly. "And if he comes back again, I'll kill him again. I'll kill him as many times as I need to, at whatever cost, as long as you and the Order are safe." "What about Carmilla? How did you deal with her mist and—" Daphne," Harry interrupted. "Your pillow talk game needs a lot of work." "Shut it, this is serious," Daphne hissed. Harry frowned. "I know that. You know that I know that. But your physical recovery is also serious, and I know that you need to rest if you want to feel better anytime soon." He sighed. "But because I know you and your obsession to know everything, I'll tell you this much. I only managed to contain her for a little while. It didn't matter how powerful a spell I threw at her, she was able to phase through it. I used the Ventus spell to keep her from reforming, which held her for a bit, but I still couldn't touch her. Honest truth is, I have no idea how to deal with her next time we meet. Maybe we can brainstorm, Daphne pushed. What if? Harry pressed his finger to her lips. Michael and Claire reached out to Hermione and Neville. Everyone in the Order is already working on trying to figure out that ability of hers. Please, Princess, rest. If you don't, I'll call Dr. Thatcher and she'll put you down with a horse tranquilizer. I'm not kidding. I hate when you're the one taking care of me, Daphne pouted. You Gryffindors and your overprotectiveness. I am what I am, Harry smiled. I'm going to let everyone know that you're doing all right. I'll be back up later with food, but I should probably join the search through the Black Library. Harry shuddered at the thought, though Daphne grinned with amusement. Fine, but at least let me help you with a place to start. The blood mist. Maybe it was just in passing or in something I read a long time ago, but I'm certain it's an ability of Alucard's bloodline. That might be a good place to start your search. Thank you, Princess. You're a lifesaver, Harry said. Daphne groaned when Harry's warmth left hers but made do with the heat of the covers. Oh yeah, no solids for a couple of days, so what kind of soup do you want? Ice cream, Daphne grumbled. Soup first. Fine, chicken noodle, Daphne replied. Then mint chocolate ice cream. Chicken noodle, then mint chocolate ice cream, Harry repeated before he shut the door to their room behind him. Daphne Greengrass, he muttered to himself, you're going to be the death of me. For years, Harry had developed a short and concise list of things he despised. Of course, Voldemort and his allies were the first, but he was confident that research fell right beneath it. It wasn't that Harry hated to learn, he loved to gain practical knowledge. Foraging through piles of books, though, was more of a Hermione thing. He chuckled at the memory of the bushy-haired Ravenclaw. The words, well actually, in her tone banged in his head like a drum, and Harry rubbed his temples. Oh my God, he mumbled, his throat filled with concern. I miss Hermione's random facts. He glanced down at his palms. Maybe I am going mad. The bushy-haired witch and the long-bottom air filled his mind for a brief moment. How was the castle holding up? How was the SBIRE doing? How many had lost faith in him? Those questions hounded Harry, and so he pushed them away. There were more important matters to attend to. Harry could have sworn it hadn't been that long since he'd been in a library. It felt like only a few weeks ago that he'd been in the castle, textbook, and parchment in hand to write some worthless essay. Now Harry could hardly navigate a library. Harry had hundreds of other things on his mind that made the Dewey Decimal Classification System's concept irrelevant. Doing all right there, pup? Sirius asked. It shouldn't have been a surprise to see Sirius in the library. He was more invested than most in the war efforts, but Emmeline's comment of Sirius being allergic to libraries had still caused Harry the briefest moment of sheer confusion. Why, yeah, Harry said. Daphne's awake, so at least the worst didn't come to pass. Sirius nodded, and Harry turned his attention back to the shelves. Long shot here, but you don't happen to know anything about an Alucard, do you? Sirius froze in place. Harry could sense the discomfort in the wizard behind him. Harry faced his godfather once more, who blinked slowly and shivered. Why do you ask? I'm going to take that as a yes. Harry held Sirius' wrist softly. Daphne believes there's some connection between Carmilla and Alucard. Even when she managed to cut her, Carmilla screamed for Alucard and drank her blood. It's too freaky just to be a coincidence. And of course, Alucard returns in some way just as the Black family rises to prominence once more. Sirius knew something. He scanned the halls between the bookshelves like they were behind enemy lines, and this time, Harry had serious grip on him as his godfather pulled him along. Where are we going? Harry asked. Sirius said nothing and continued to snake him through the maze of shelves. They only stopped towards the far back of the library, where dust-coated books sat in horribly organized rows. Sirius' fingers traced the book's spines and stopped on one labeled, Edgar Allan Poe, complete tales and poems with a raven at the bottom of the spine. Sirius tugged at the book, and Harry's pupils magnified. The bookcase parted to reveal another book hidden within the wood of the case. Harry wasn't sure if he was still asleep. He'd always been fond of cheesy spy movies, and this was a scene pulled straight out of one, but Sirius looked anything but amused. He reached out with hands that shivered and wrapped his fingers around the dusty book. "Sirius, what is that?" Harry questioned. "It's a diary," Sirius stated. "One that belonged to my ancestor, Eduardus Lymet Black. He was another member of the family, like me. He's no longer on the tapestry." Sirius's breath was heavy. Supposedly, in the early 1800s, there was a bit of a vampire problem led by this Alucard. At first, they attacked the wizarding world. Right, and then the wizarding world beat them back. Afterward, we negotiated, and they assimilated into wizarding society, Harry said. "That is what's taught in history books," Sirius agreed, "but it is not accurate. The wizarding world struggled against the vampire threat, and they compensated by deciding to turn a blind eye to vampire attacks on the Muggle world. It was pitiful appeasement, and Eduardus, a squib, was not going to stand for it." "My ancestors tried to destroy this book," Sirius said. Harry agreed with the sentiment. The book looked to be in tatters. Whatever witches and wizards he met on his journey must have been something special to have charmed the journal to be able to save even some of its contents from pure destruction. "From what I heard rumors of when I was a boy, Eduardus slew Alucard with that sword that hangs over the fireplace. The sword that those of us with magic can't lift." "Why is this not well-known information?" Harry asked. "Yes, because the wizarding world is just the type to admit they got their hide saved by a squib," Sirius spat sarcastically. Harry once more relented in agreement. The wizarding world had made it quite clear, better to be a muggle than a squib. Harry took the diary from Sirius and rubbed his finger over the battered cover. "I'll see what I can find in here. Even if we don't have the sword, there must be some talk of ways to beat the mist form at least." "We'll keep searching for any other leads," Sirius said. He clutched Harry's shoulder. "Make sure to get some rest too. Nobody blames Daphne, but the fact of the matter is that with another Horcrux in Voldemort's possession, he'll be back soon. You're our big gun, pup. We need you ready." "I know," Harry said. "Don't worry." For centuries, her skin remained unblemished and pure. Never once had her blood dripped into waste. To ruin and discard the gift of her blood, the gift of Alucard, was a cardinal sin. "No," she hissed, "I didn't waste it. It was her." Her bones resonated at the thought of the blue-eyed witch that dared to attack her. She rubbed her cheek where the blood had spilled. She'd healed the damage, but Alucard's blood had already been wasted. Carmilla's finger tapped against her throne. "Daphne Greengrass, I hope you died screaming." Her head snapped towards the doorway, behind which a knock filled the otherwise vacant room. "Lady Carmilla, may I enter?" She waved her hand, and the barred doors flung open. The hooked-nosed man walked patiently into the room and kneeled before her. "The preparations are nearly ready, my lady," Severus said. "I need only the cup now." Her fingernails rubbed the rim of the golden chalice. She'd found it odd that Voldemort had selected a rather tacky cup of all the objects he could have chosen. Mortals, Carmilla muttered such strange creatures. She rose from her throne and nodded. "Very well, let us be off." "Your attendance is not required, my lady," Severus whispered. "If you have other matters to attend to, your time may be better spent there." "Perhaps," Carmilla said, "but the man is the father of my child. I should at least be there for his rebirth. Wouldn't you agree, Severus?" The man nodded, and Carmilla gracefully descended the steps. "You know, Severus, I've grown quite fond of you." "Is that so?" Severus replied. "Indeed." Her eyes sharpened on the man's paled skin. "Normally, I despise mortals. They are weak and arrogant, much like that Bellatrix woman. But you—" Her nails dug into Severus' skin as she gripped his chin. "You, unlike the others, know your place. You live to serve with no pride or malice. You understand that the weak die and the strong survive. But tell me, Severus, how would you like to join the strong?" "What do you mean?" he asked with a tilted brow. "How would you like to become a vampire? To serve me and me alone?" Carmilla's grip on his chin dropped, and a smile bloomed across her face. "I am not worthy of such a gift," Severus replied. "Of course, you aren't. Neither is Greengrass, for that matter, but I offered it to him all the same. He did, after all, secure the cup for us." Carmilla purred softly in Severus' ear. "No mortal is genuinely worthy of receiving the gift of the great Alucard, though all that is required would be for you to honor the gift you didn't deserve." Her teeth bared against the wizard's neck. I'll give you some time to think on it, but know that the gift is one you will regret not taking. Thank you for the time to consider the offer, Severus said. I will give you my answer shortly. I do hope you will make the right choice, Carmilla said, her lips pulled from his neck. You mortals have a tendency of making stupid decisions. They hadn't been too far from the tank that held the Dark Lord in stasis. Carmilla was not one to find the traditional, joyful, but a grin did crack upon her skin at the window into the nursery pod. A little girl floated in the blood, her frame still in development, but Carmilla couldn't help but admire her daughter, the next of Alucard's blood. The baby had taken her hair, and though blood-stained, the silver wisps atop her head swayed freely. Through her thin eyelids, the girl's hazel eyes swished curiously, and her ears, though rounder than that of a pure vampire, still shared a certain sharpness to them. Delphine, Carmilla whispered, dark princess and oracle of my power, soon you will be ready. Her eyes glimmered with pride, and Severus stood there without a word to her side. She's beautiful, isn't she, Severus? Her servant nodded. Tell me, how is my other project coming along? The Tonks man? Severus asked. She nodded curtly. Well, Snape stated, he's far more motivated to resist your compulsion than even I suspected. Even when we sent him to the orphanage, I'm confident that he told Potter of the hospital's attack. If you want his full obedience, you'll have to turn him or make him a thrall. But where would be the fun in that? Carmilla licked her lips. I want him conscious of his actions when I send him to kill his family. He's incredibly resistant to the Imperious curse, unfortunately, and even if he wasn't, I don't want him in a mindless haze. She traced her manicure nail against the stones of the manor. Worry not, though, Severus. He'll break eventually. There is only so much of my compulsion one man can resist. Her coat flapped in the draught brought in by the open windows of the Riddle Manor. Though cold had little effect on the undead. Try as she might, questions of her daughter plagued her mind with every step towards the chamber where Voldemort remained in stasis. Would Delphine be able to eat? Would she weaken in the sun? Would she be able to access the true gifts of Alucard? Remarkable of a specimen as the Dark Lord was, he was mortal to his great regret. A dampier of Alucard's blood, Carmilla shuddered at the thought. Voldemort's circle of servants huddled around his glass chamber. A green, venomous concoction swirled around the Dark Lord's burned and battered body. She shivered at the sight of the Dark Lord. She'd mocked him quietly in the past. To be defeated by a mere boy was something to be laughed at until she had seen Potter's power for herself. It was only the gift of her blood that kept her alive. She'd lived many years, and never before had a mortal unnerved her quite like Greengrass and Potter. She would win, she was the superior race, but she'd only be able to rest after those two laid dead at her feet. She hated to admit it, but she needed the Dark Lord's help. He alone had the power to put that boy down for good. What remained of his tattered legion stood at attention upon her arrival. They were little more than dogs, but they'd learned their place. Even Bellatrix stood at attention, though Carmilla still felt the daggers from the woman's eyes when the stupid witch had thought her not attentive. She'd tell the Dark Lord of this soon, and Bellatrix would learn her place permanently. It was a thought that tasted of the sweetest blood to her. Perhaps she anticipated Voldemort's return far more than even she thought. Lady Carmilla, Jonathan's voice cut through the silence. She blessed his permission to talk. All the preparations have been made. The revival solution is ready. All that's required is for you to drop in the cup. Once that's done, the Dark Lord will return better than ever. She nodded. The Death Eaters parted from her path, all but Severus, who she'd instructed to remain by her side. The man acted oddly, more so than average. She couldn't picture what it was, but there was something different in his eyes, or maybe in his stature. As much as she wanted to dismiss her hunch, her cautious nature had been what kept her alive all these years. She had not the intention to stop that. 2 wooden steps led to a small platform that stood just even with the entry chute into the tank. Carmilla gripped the cup tightly in her hand. All I have to do is drop it in. Yes, my lady, Jonathan whispered. Then please step away. The effects could be volatile. Severus, open it for me, Carmilla ordered. Severus nodded and waved his hand over the chute's lid and dispelled the cover. Lily, he whispered, I hope you've forgiven me. What was that? Carmilla asked before Severus spun on his heel and shot a bolt of fire at the undead queen. The fire danced and changed into the form of a deer that blazed through the room. Quickly, Carmilla tossed the cup aside and phased into blood mist just as the inflamed deer charged at her. "Severus, you fool," Carmilla roared. "Why?" "Today I make my final amends," Severus smiled. "For a friend, I hurt so deeply." The hall cleared away from the flames. "I know that I can't stop you, but I will not be complicit, not again." Carmilla's eyes flashed red, and with a roar, she lifted Severus into the air. He screamed as his blood curdled in his veins and his arteries. Though the man paid her no mind, his eyes rested only on the golden cup in the distance. The deer raced towards it, and Carmilla bellowed as the fire engulfed the cup. "Damn you, Severus," she howled. "Harry Potter," he muttered, "the rest is up to you." A severe look of anguish raced through Snape's face. Then suddenly, like a balloon, he popped. Chapter 7. Hook, line, and sinker in medicine, there is a famous saying that reads, "When you hear footsteps, think horses, not zebras." It aligns with the theory of Occam's razors, which states that the simplest solution is most often the correct one. They were mottos that Harry had reminded himself of often, and normally they helped, but this was not one of those times. Michael's eyes flickered in thought. Harry had grown rather familiar with the boy's unorthodox face when lost in thought. He also knew the face Michael made when he'd hit dead ends, and Harry had seen that face far too many times. "It's not adding up. I've ran through so many simulations in my head, but all of them have a critical flaw." Michael sighed. "Hear me out, okay? We believe that the cup of Helga Hufflepuff was a Horcrux, right? And we believe that a Horcrux is needed to revive Voldemort. On top of that, we know that if those conditions are both true, that the enemy has the cup in their hands, yet we haven't even heard the softest whisper of Voldemort, so what does that mean?" Harry held up his bandaged hand. 4 possibilities. 1, the cup wasn't a Horcrux. 2, the cup was a Horcrux and the return of Voldemort isn't connected with it. 3, they've yet to complete the ritual or don't want to do it. Finally, 4, someone stopped the ritual from the inside. Those might not even be the 4 options, but those are the only ones I can even think of. Michael scratched his head. The 2 of them agreed that either the 3rd or 4th option was the most likely, yet they couldn't pinpoint the rationale for either. The vampire force was strong on its own without a doubt, but with Voldemort back, Harry imagined they'd secure their victory. Granted, perhaps there was some behind-the-scenes negotiations he wasn't privy to, but it didn't make sense that the enemy would shoot themselves in the foot by choice. However, option 4 made even less sense. If their ritual was stopped, who did it, and why? Harry couldn't get that question out of his head. He'd faced off with enough Death Eaters to know they weren't the type to betray the Dark Lord, especially not when they were on top. Harry tugged at his messy hair, his forehead pounded, but no answers sprang to him. Screech, Harry's ears twitched at the noise. Astoria smiled apologetically at him. She pointed at the chair she'd pulled out and fell into it. Astoria leaned in, and Harry sent the girl the best grin he could. "You know, if you ask me, you're going about this all wrong," Astoria said. "What do you mean?" Michael asked. "I mean you're basically throwing something at the wall and hoping that it sticks, right? Why don't you try asking one of them instead?" Astoria posed the idea with a comical ease. "Right, yeah. Why don't I just stroll up to Voldemort's hideout, pick up one of the goons, and question them? Why didn't I think of that?" Michael huffed and steadied himself. "Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you like that. I'm just a little stressed." "That's okay. I probably should have explained myself better, too," Astoria relented. A pregnant pause filled the room before she continued. "Look, so my thought was that right now, we have theories, but no way to prove them. If we want to prove them, we have to ask somebody on the inside, but it can't be just anybody because a random foot soldier probably wouldn't know. We need to catch a big fish, and to do that, we need bait." Harry studied his younger sister carefully as she kept on. "We need to catch one, but when we do, Harry can explore their mind for the answer you're looking for. If we can bait one, we can catch them hook, line, and sinker. What we need, though, is good bait. It can't be Harry because most Death Eaters are scared shitless of him, and while you and Neville might be fun targets because it would mess with Harry's confidence, You probably aren't important enough for them to risk getting one of their own captured or killed for you. What we need is a really good bait. What we need is... Me, Claire said. What you need is me. Harry's jaw clenched at the French witch's words, but Michael lifted himself from his seat before Harry could speak. Are you insane? You can't volunteer to be bait. Do you know how much risk that would put you under? I know that France doesn't look like it's going to buy into our war, but if they caught you, then we'd have zero chance to sway them. Your father wouldn't join our side if it jeopardizes your safety. Which is exactly why I'm the one who should be bait. Keeping France out of the war is probably a key priority for Voldemort's side. The last thing they'd wanted is for another army to join our side. They'd send a big fish, as Astoria put it, after me without a doubt. Outside of Harry, I'm diplomatically speaking the biggest bargaining chip you have. Claire's eyes hardened. It has to be me. It's too risky. It's better if we brew some polyjuice potion. Then I can stand in for you, and Michael's voice fell silent at Claire's heated gaze. And how long will that take to brew? Merlin, I love you, Michael, but we need to think with our heads here. Claire blushed hard for a moment before she forced it down. Let me be bait. I haven't done anything of use since I got here, and I can't keep sitting around waiting for things to get better. I need to do something that only I can do. So please, Michael, trust me. Harry sat silently before he reached across the table to his friend. I hate to say this, but she's making a good point. The Dieters won't come for you or I, but they might for Claire. Our best bet for this could be a sting operation with Claire at its core. Harry's expression grew fierce. I know that you'd do whatever you could to protect Daphne out there, Chipper, so I swear to you I'd do the same for Claire. We'll be nearby and ready. I won't let them lay a finger on her. Trust me, if we play our cards right, this is going to work, and we will play our cards right. See, this is also concerning to me. 1 minute you're all moody and depressed, and suddenly you're back to your third-year self. Michael sighed. Did you hit your head or something? Something like that, Harry said warmly. A wise 14-year-old told me that it wouldn't kill me to try some optimism every now and then. I figure it's worth a shot. Wouldn't be much fun if I turned into Dumbledore too. Now would it? Harry locked eyes with Michael. We'll make our plan foolproof, and we'll follow it to the T if things go according to it. We'll have a prisoner to interrogate and Claire back without harm. We can do this, Michael, especially with you as the brains. You tell me where to aim my wand and I'll do it. I trust you completely. Fine, I'll work on a plan, but no going rouge this time. I'm telling the whole order about this, and Claire isn't going in there alone. I know I can't change her mind, and she's willing to lay down her life for this cause if it comes to that. But I'm never going to let it come to that, clear, Michael said sternly. Just tell me when you have it ready and we'll run it just like you say, Harry confirmed. If anyone can figure this out, man, it's you. He turned to Astoria and smiled. I'll leave you and Claire to talk. Astoria and I are going to check in on Daphne. Michael nodded dully, and then Harry left the room. Astoria and Harry walked to the heir's bedroom in silence, though the bright smile on Astoria's faces sent tingles down the back of Harry's neck. The youngest member of the order had done well not to gloat, but if Harry knew Astoria, and he did quite well now, the girl bubbled with excitement beneath her ever-changing eyes. Harry put his hand atop her hair and ruffled her hair. She'd done well, and she deserved to hear it. The young Gryffindor batted away Harry's compliment, though she still blushed furiously at the praise. Daphne had told him on many occasions all the ways that Astoria tried to emulate him. He was both honored and terrified. When it came to his life, he didn't want anyone to copy it, but there was no way to get around that his and Astoria's fates were almost divinely intertwined. The black-haired girl stared impatiently at the door to the bedroom. Harry relented and knocked softly before he cracked the door open. The view was no surprise. It was just as Harry had predicted it. Daphne sat up in the bed, pillows between herself and the headboard with a stack of books so tall Harry thought it was 2 books shy of the ceiling. He rolled his eyes. Daphne really was his partner. She had the same intensity as him, and stubbornness that only he could rival. The girl didn't know how to take a break. Daphne smiled at him, and Harry returned it before Astoria hurried to her sister's side. By no means could Astoria ever be considered a Mediwitch, but Harry could only assume after a lifetime with Daphne, one would pick up on some habits. Harry listened to the barrage of questions, though only the question about Daphne's pain sparked his interest. He released a silent breath of relief at her negative response and nodded thankfully to Astoria, who raced out to get some food. "She really is one of a kind," Daphne said softly. "How do you figure?" Harry asked. "She has this innate positivity to her. She's like a light that, no matter how ominous the darkness gets, will never be extinguished. Granted, our lives haven't been all that long, but I've never met anybody that shines that bright. Except maybe you," Daphne said. Harry took a seat at Daphne's bedside and held her hand tenderly. He shook his head at the door that Astoria had closed behind her. "No, even I can get lost in the darkness sometimes. Astoria, she has a willpower that even I don't possess. You're right, she really is one of a kind." Harry's eyes shifted towards the stack of books. "You, on the other hand, seem to have picked up a rather bad habit of mine and obsession. Would it kill you to actually take a break?" "Trust me, I was an obsessed psycho before we met." Daphne laughed and ran her fingers down the spines of the books. "Plus, it's just reading. It's not like I'm straining myself. You're out there being a hero and planning all day, so I get bored." "Maybe I need to be here more to keep you entertained," Harry said, and leaned closer into Daphne's face. "Maybe you do," she replied, then caught his lips with hers. Harry reveled in the taste of her vanilla balm, and a smile grew across his face when they'd broken away. He'd kissed Daphne more times than he could count now, but the electricity that raced through his body whenever they came together, it hadn't faded in the slightest. Daphne's lip flattened, and a steel-filled gaze filled her icy blue pools. Harry recognized the look well. It was almost a trademark of the Ice Queen's persona. Her "we need to be serious, but I really don't want to be" look. Harry sighed but relented, and Harry's hand left hers. "So have you come up with a plan?" she asked. "Michael's working on one. We need to capture a high-ranking member of Voldemort's gang and figure out why the snake-faced bastard hasn't returned. Michael's not happy about the whole thing because Claire volunteered to be bait, but we couldn't think of a better option that we could quickly put into place." Harry scratched his forehead, then forced a smile to his face. "But don't stress too much about it. It would be a shame if that pretty face got all wrinkled at such a young age." Daphne's coldness melted for a moment before she grew cold once more. "How about Carmilla? Have you figured out a way to deal with her blood shifting? I've been looking for solutions myself, but I haven't been able to." "Hey, I promised you that I'd handle it, right?" Harry asked, his voice soft as a blanket. Daphne nodded and Harry smiled. "Then I'll handle it, okay? Don't worry about it. Right now, all I want you to focus on is getting better. Once you're back to 100%, then you can worry about helping out again." Daphne's head dipped and her frame shook like a leaf in a strong breeze. She reached for Harry, and the sudden icy touch of her palm made his body shiver. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I feel like I've just dropped another thing for you to worry about, and I fucked up with Hufflepuff's cup and—" "Hey, self-guilt is my thing," Harry said, his voice bright like the sun. He held Daphne's chin between his fingers and tilted her face up to his. "What happened wasn't your fault, so don't beat yourself up. We're going to win this war, I swear it, and when it's done, I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure that you, and Astoria, and our family never have to feel this kind of pressure ever again. But to do all of that, I'm going to need you by my side, so please, stop all of this nonsense and just focus on recovering. I love you, Daphne, and I'll carry all your burdens just as you carry mine. That is what our relationship is." A watery smile filled Daphne's face. It was rare to ever see Daphne weak. It was one of the things he loved the most about her. But Harry couldn't exactly blame her. The war took a toll on everyone, whether they knew it or not. Harry meant what he said. Daphne had gone through so much because of him, and he would show her his gratitude for the rest of his life. But first, they needed to win the war. Harry's chest flickered with determined flames. They would win the war, no matter what. Michael poked his head through the doorway, his brown eyes calm yet distant. Harry waved off the boy's apology for his intrusion and welcomed him in, but Michael stayed in the doorway. A greenish tinge filled his face, and he cleared his throat unconfidently. "Come down to the kitchen when you're done here. I think I have a plan." Claire's chest felt tight. She'd never been in a position like the one she'd just entered, but the plan had been solid enough. She trusted Michael, yes, as her boyfriend, of course, but maybe even more so as a tactician. The plan would work because Michael had made it. That was all she needed to know. Her hands sunk deep into her peacoat's pockets. The winter air in England was far from enjoyable. Harry had told her not to look too suspicious from afar, but Claire literally couldn't help the way her eyes feverishly scanned the area. Claire entered the bar with a deep breath and found tall, well-built man with even dark skin behind the bar. He nodded politely to her, and after a hesitation moment of surveillance, she nodded back with a smile. The runic tattoos on his knuckles confirmed the man's identity as Moody's contact. The plan was officially in motion. It was a simple sting operation. Birmingham had fallen under enemy control not too long ago, and the suspicion was that many who lived there were desperate for a way to secure their family's safety. That desperation was to be their tool. Claire wasn't 100% sure how Moody did it, but then again, no one, not even Harry, was 100% sure about anything Moody did. That didn't exactly matter now, though. Moody had sent whispers of the plan to one of his old contacts from his days as an Auror, a man by the name of Tobias Green. Green had taken up bartending in his retirement and was a barkeep at none other than a small wizarding section of Birmingham. Tobias apparently took to his part of the mission gingerly. It was a simple task, and when Claire considered her role in the operation, she was almost jealous. Green was to simply spread rumors of Claire's arrival and how secret contacts of his and the French ministry daughter hoped to negotiate peace terms for her nation. They were the actions of a desperate and frightened girl, and Claire could play that role well. They'd arranged the 1st of February as the date of her fake negotiations, and with that, the rumors flew. Now all Claire had to do was wait and see. Her fingers coiled around her wand, buried deep in her pocket. The thought that Harry, Mad-Eye, and Michael weren't too far out of reach brought her some comfort, but it didn't change that outside of Green, whom she knew nothing about, she was alone inside the bar's walls. Claire took her seat at the bar and ordered a butter beer that Green quickly delivered to her with a smile. "You sure someone will come?" Claire asked the bartender. "Certainty is akin to idiocy in my line of work, but I am confident. Unaligned wizarding families have had it hard since the takeover. I'm sure someone turned over some information to somebody for the sake of protection." Green polished a glass as he worked. "As for who they'll send to collect you, it could be anyone. You'll just have to trust your gut now, won't you?" Claire didn't find much comfort in the answer. She was a Ravenclaw by nature. To act on a gut sensation was a trait normally reserved for Gryffindors or overly loyal Hufflepuffs. She liked data, security, and undeniable proof. Beggars couldn't be choosy, though, and the Order needed information bad. The only way to go now was forward. Claire sipped her butterbeer softly and thought of her stepmother's smile and her father's warm hugs. She rested on the taste of Michael's salty lips and the warmth of their shared bed. It provided comfort, and that was better than worry. Ring! Claire jumped at the bells that dangled from the door. Her daydream sank back into cold reality, and subtly, her eyes shifted to the entry hall of the bar. The man removed his coat and walked across the wooden floorboards patiently. The man had charcoal black eyes and deep, dark brown hair slicked back by a mountain of grease. Claire even feared for the man when he warmed his hands by the fire, as a single free cinder would have ignited the man like a candle wick. He had pale skin, but it wasn't the color of porcelain like many other vampires. If the man was the contact she'd awaited, there was solace in that fact at least. The chair to Claire's left slipped back, and the man sat next to her. He smelled musky from an overused cologne, and the yellowness of his teeth when he smiled at her made her stomach churn. "Well, aren't you the pretty bird? Fancy a drink a bit stronger than that." Pretty bird, Claire doubted the man knew her nickname, but her skin crawled at the sound of it. Butterflies fluttered inside her when Michael whispered it to her, but from this man, it only made her want to puke. All the same, she forced a smile to her lips. "Sorry, I'm not looking to drink with strangers. I'm waiting on someone." You are," the man said, "and that so happens to be me." Claire had thought so. Everything about the man screamed creep, but she shook the man's outreached hand anyway. "Name's Jugson. Suppose you're the French minister's girl, Belmont, right?" "How do I know you're the person I'm looking for?" Claire questioned. The man smirked and rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark slithered weakly on his forearm. It moved, certainly, but not the way she'd been told it would had Voldemort truly been revived. The fact the man even wore the mark, though, was good enough. This Jugson character, he'd at least have some information to probe. "Good enough, lass?" Jugson asked, and Claire nodded. She'd been just about ready to recite her practiced speech, but Jugson stopped her midway. "I don't do business without a glass in my hand, and I don't like to deal with those who can't handle their liquor. 2 shots of fire whiskey, Green, on the double." The shot glasses rattled on the wooden bar table when Green pounded them down. Jugson smirked and lifted the drink into his hand and gave a toast to peace. The maliciousness behind his eyes, so poorly hidden a blind man could have seen it. Claire clinked her glass to his before together they drank. The fire whiskey burned her throat, and Claire resisted her urge to gag. She hated the taste of alcohol, but it was hardly the only sacrifice she'd give for the sake of the mission. Claire cleared her throat and gave her terms. France was to remain completely untouched by the Dark Lord's army, and in turn, France wouldn't join England's efforts to resist the Dark Lord's control. Furthermore, France would supply the Dark Lord's forces with resources both financial and diplomatic to secure their victory. The only stipulation, the only thing that mattered, was that France was to remain untouched. Claire had practiced the speech, but stumbled over her words as Jugson forced more and more fire whiskey into her belly. Her vision clouded and shifted, heat filled her face, and a fog overcame her mind. Distantly, Jugson's hand rested on her thigh, and the sensation of his fingers that crawled higher up her body felt as if she'd been covered with spiders. Claire might have even found the spiders more pleasant. "Well, I think I can say on behalf of the Dark Lord and Lady Carmilla that we can agree to those terms. Come now, let's toast once more to our agreement." Claire nodded dully. It was her 6th shot, and each seemed to leave her less and less in control. She couldn't even hold the cup, and the shattered glass coated the floor after it slipped from her hand. "Pardon," she hiccuped. Her English faded completely in her drunken haze. "Gee sways see Saul. I have no idea what you said, but it better have been I'm so drunk because you look a mess." Jugson guided Claire from her seat and wrapped his arm around her waist. His fingers traced her rear end through the fabric of her blue dress. Claire tried to swat at his hand, but couldn't even tell up from down. "Don't fret, love. You can come rest up at my place. Let's get out of here, shall we?" Claire swayed from side to side. Her hip clashed against Jugson as the man shuttled her to the bar's front door. Claire fell to her knees when the man released her to grab his coat, and even through the double vision, a sick, lust-filled grin laced the man's eyes. She tried to release some of her allure, but her magic wouldn't flow properly. She wasn't sure what she expected. To her, it looked like there were 3 doors in front of her. Magic of any kind seemed incredibly out of the picture. Jugson pulled her to her feet, and the cold blast of February air from the outside gave her the briefest moment of sobriety. She wasn't sure if a god existed, but she prayed regardless. She prayed for her slacker clown to come to her side. Snow crushed beneath her shoes, and the wind's chill-filled howl rang in her ears. "Come along now, girl. I'm sure that Lady Carmilla will have great plans for you back at our base. Maybe since I caught you, I'll even get a chance to explore that tight little body of—" "Release her," a voice from nowhere hissed. "Now, or I'll blow your brains out right here." In the blink of an eye, the blue hue of Michael's hair popped out from beneath a rather ragged cloak with Harry right behind him. Michael's wand pressed firmly into the man's temple, and Claire stepped forward only to fumble into Harry's arm. Harry smiled at her warmly. "You did great. Your first mission was a complete success." "Harry," she hiccuped again, "G sways beret." "Yeah," Harry said with a chuckle. "If you said what I thought you said, I have to say I agree." Claire leaned up against Harry's much more appropriate hold and watched the way Jugson fell to the ground bound in conjured chain. Claire forced a wad of spit from her throat and shot it at him. She wasn't sure if it hit its mark, but from the smile of Michael's face, it clearly didn't disappoint. Claire felt her support switch to Michael as Harry climbed atop Jugson's back and pinned him. "J.I. fate Bayen." "Wee, pretty bird," Michael whispered softly. The butterflies in her stomach sprang to life once more as Michael pressed his lips to her cheek. "Tu elas Bayen fate." "GTA, Michael," Claire whispered softly. "GTA Aussie," Michael returned with a bright grin. Michael had developed the eyes of his house's insignia with the way he watched Jugson. The chains that trapped the Death Eater made him hang loosely from a chair in the attic of 12 Grimewald Place. A black blindfold covered his eyes, and his ears had been plugged with rubber fill-ins. Moody had told him that if you wanted a man to talk, you wanted him angry or disoriented. Harry had opted for the second, but he doubted his friend had any desire to talk. Jugson disgusted Michael. It was bad enough that the man was a Death Eater, but the way he touched Claire placed him at the top of Ravenclaw's shit list. If the greasy-haired bastard made even the slightest effort to escape, Michael wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. A twisted bit of him even wished Jugson would try. The door creaked behind him and Harry entered. The one Gryffindor stood at his side and glanced at him. Michael shook his head and Harry nodded. The two hardly needed words to communicate anymore, but they still made an effort to use them. "Claire's sobering up in your room. You should go and be with her. I'm sure she'd appreciate that." "That's true, but I can't leave yet. Not until we know the truth about what's going on," Michael said firmly. "When I see Claire again, I don't want to tell her she got hungover for nothing." "I'm not going to bother talking to him, Chipper. I'm not going to let this chance slip away. You should go before you see me do something you might not want to see." Harry's voice held the slightest quiver. "You're going to torture him?" Michael asked. "If it comes to that," Harry nodded. "I'll even break his mind if I need to. That's the honest truth and you shouldn't have to see it. I always hated when you'd try to protect me. I'm staying, Rook. I need answers, and I won't let you do something you'll regret either." Michael's hand rested atop Harry's shoulder. "That's what brothers do. We keep each other sane, after all." "You're so stubborn," Harry chuckled. "High kettle, meet pot," Michael teased. Harry marched forward towards the Death Eater. Gently, at first, he tapped the man's faces but got no reaction. Michael's fist clenched in tandem with Harry's before. With the echo of a thunderclap, the boy who lived rammed his fist across Jugson's face. The impact radiated through Michael's bones, and it was only the soundproofed attic walls that stopped the arrival of the entirety of Grimmauld Place. "Rise and shine," Harry hissed. A groan broke from Jugson's lips. "What the fuck? Oi, where the hell am I?" Harry pulled the earplugs from Jugson's ears and knelt beside his right one. "Listen to me, listen closely, you Death Eater filth. I'm going to ask you a couple questions. You will answer them honestly. If you do so, I'll ensure you get to live the rest of your miserable life in Auror custody. Lie to me, and I'll break your mind and leave you in a state worse than death plagued by constant nightmares. Clear?" "Wait," Jugson grumbled. "I know that voice. You're Potter, ain't you?" A thin smirk grew across Jugson's lips. "Dumbledore's little golden boy, you wouldn't actually make good on your threats. Good boys like you are so predictable. I mean really you." Michael jumped at the python-like strike to the man's chest. Blood spewed from his spit-up and splattered on the hardwood floor. "Listen carefully. Albus Dumbledore and I are nothing alike, but I agree with you, Jugson. Good boys are predictable. Unfortunately, that good boy image died along with my sister last year. If you want to know the truth, I'm just itching to kill you." Jugson shivered from Harry's words. A coldness radiated from the magic that pulsed around Harry. Michael had felt that cold presence before. It was similar to the one that Voldemort himself possessed. When Michael learned about the shard of Voldemort's magic that had assimilated into Harry, he'd been able to understand the different sensation of Harry's magic. But this was different from his normal signature. This magic was cold as ice. "I'm going to give you one more shot, Jugson. Remember, talk to me and I can make sure you actually get to keep your life. I don't think the Dark Lord will be so generous." Harry tugged at the man's hair and brought his face to level with his own. "First question is a yes or no question. If I even sense that you're lying to me, you'll pay dearly for it, so think carefully before you respond." Jugson swallowed hard and a twisted grin grew across Harry's lips. "Yes or no, is Voldemort back?" The Death Eater's body shivered as if he was a victim of hypothermia, but he remained silent. Harry jabbed his wand into Jugson's thigh and whispered an incantation that Michael couldn't quite discern before he growled once more. "Is Voldemort back? Yes or no?" "If I saw anything, they'll kill me," Jugson stuttered. "I really don't care," Harry said flatly. "Just answer my question." "Please," Jugson sobbed. "Don't do this, don't hurt me." Harry shook his head. "Say, Jugson, do you know what my first memory is? The first thing that I can remember in my entire life. It was the sound of my mother's screams, the screams as she begged for mercy from the Dark Lord, begged for him to spare me. Do you know what he did when he heard those desperate pleas? Jugson stayed silent before Harry made the man convulse like an electrical current race through him. I said, do you remember what he did? No. Harry voiced became frightfully calm. No, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't remember or won't around then. But I'm sure that to have earned that mark you wear so proudly on your arm, you were around when my older sister was killed. Tell me, did she beg for you Death Eater scum to stop? Did she beg for mercy? If she did you show her any? No, Harry said with zen-like calm. No, you didn't. So don't expect any mercy from me. I'm not a forgiving fool like Dumbledore. I offered you a chance to keep your life, and yet, even at that mercy, you won't cooperate. Michael watched Harry place his hand atop Jugson's forehead. Answer me. You worthless piece of garbage, or I'll break your mind right now. Is Voldemort back? I can't, Jugson mumbled. Shame, Harry said, a sadness etched into his face, Legilimens. Jugson's body went limp in an instant, and Michael only studied in stunned silence the way that Harry had effortless broken into the Death Eater's mind. A tired smirk stretched faintly across his lips, and he shook his head. Yet they call me the genius. You really are something else, Rook. He'd no sooner finished his thought before Harry lowered his hand from Jugson's forehead. Drool dripped down Jugson's lip, but the man made no effort to wipe away at it. Michael wasn't sure what he expected Harry's reaction to be. Joy, anger, fear, all of those might have made sense, but Harry didn't move, he didn't emote, he didn't even speak. Michael took a step forward, and suddenly Harry sparked back to life. He looked up, almost as if he could see through the roof, and chuckled. Not bad, Professor, that was a stunt worthy of the Marauders. Harry, everything all right? Michael asked. I'll tell you all everything I learned, Harry said. Gather the order, I need to drop this man off somewhere. I'll meet you down in the kitchen when I get back. Michael nodded swiftly, but he'd hoped for a more immediate answer. Harry had called Dobby to his side quickly before he vanished with Jugson's body to the sound of a distant pot. Michael only shrugged. He'd been taught the lesson many times, yet today was an extremely potent example. You don't always get what you want. Chapter 8. Under the Red Planet, Astoria hated early mornings. They irritated her, and try as she might, she couldn't even force herself to find a way to be positive about it. There was, however, one thing she hated more, and that was emergency meetings. She'd been to a few since the war had begun in full force. None of them had ever been cheery, and more often made her want to huddle in a corner and panic cry. Not that she ever did. She wouldn't have been caught dead in a position like that. The members of the Order danced around the issue like she didn't know it, but Astoria could almost feel the eyes of the Order on her at all times, desperate to see a smile and hear a whisper of hope. Michael had arrived at her door uncharacteristically out of breath. She could only assume the boy flew from the attic to her chamber, and he didn't stick around long. It didn't matter, really. She'd learn the purpose of the meeting soon enough, but it was the mystery that irked her. She'd stopped at Daphne and Harry's room on her way down and rolled her eyes at her sister's desperate attempt to climb from her bed. Daphne leaned heavily on Astoria as she guided her older sisters down the steps. The poison had exited her system, but the soreness from the freshly healed wounds still troubled Daphne. Even through her placid facade, Astoria could see the sparks of pain in Daphne's icy blue pools. Astoria had just reached the ground floor when Harry re-entered the house. A puzzled look crossed Astoria's face, but Harry simply sent her a grin. Not one of those, everything's fine, grins she loved, but one of those, I'm hiding something and don't want you to know about grins, Harry was annoyingly famous for. Still, Astoria was happy when Daphne's weight was shifted onto Harry. Her magic may have packed a punch, but with her frame, Astoria wasn't exactly a bodybuilder. Astoria led the way into the kitchen, where the other Order members had already taken their seats. A dreary, serious haze hovered over the room, lessened slightly from James' curious pokes at Teddy's face. She wasn't sure if either Emmeline or Narcissa had noticed it, but Astoria had captured the image into her mental camera roll. She departed from Harry, who walked to the head of the table. His and Daphne's seats were a bit further up than hers. It wasn't that Astoria cared, though. Leadership really wasn't her style, and when lives hung in the balance, it was much safer to follow than to lead. Plus, leadership seemed to have some less than favorable effects. When she'd first met the head of House Black, there was a bit of her that found Sirius handsome. Undertones of that charm still existed certainly, but the man looked much older now and worn out, with streaks of gray in his luscious curly locks. Sirius cleared his throat, which broke Astoria from her observation. The man's gray eyes rested of Harry when he spoke. "Thank you all for coming to this emergency meeting so quickly. I've been informed that we have an update regarding the information gathered from Harry's interrogation of Voldemort's whereabouts." Bill Weasley rested his hand on Fleur's shoulder. The French villa still struggled with the sound of the Dark Lord's name. In some ways, Astoria understood her. In a lot of ways, the Triwizard Champion didn't seem like that exceptional of a witch, but she was on a rather short list of people who'd seen the Dark Lord and survived. Astoria could only imagine the trauma. Claire smiled at Fleur from across the table, and that seemed to provide the girl some comfort before Astoria's attention shifted back to Harry, who now stood from his chair just right of Sirius. "Like Sirius said, thanks for coming on such short notice. We do indeed have an update on Voldemort's whereabout from a credible source. The man of the source was Jugson. For those unfamiliar, he was a Death Eater and part of what we believe to be the Dark Lord's inner circle. It is for that reason that I feel confident in saying that Voldemort has yet to be revived." Commotion stirred along the enlarged table. Whispers of cheers to stammers of confusion and disbelief ran rampant across the table, but it was Narcissa who'd spoken out first. "Why? The Death Eaters, retrieved the cup, did they not?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, for that we have to give thanks to an unsung hero in this war. I suppose that leads into the second order of business." Harry's face grew hollow for a moment, then he spoke. "Severus Snape has died. His final action, the destruction of Helga Hufflepuff's cup at the cost of his own life. I don't know why he did it. I don't understand the actions that led to that outcome, but I would ask us all to lower our heads for a moment out of respect for the man that was Severus Snape." Astoria's eyes shook in their sockets. The barrage of surprises left her unable to process. Severus Snape, the man that had killed Dumbledore, had died at the hands of Death Eaters after he'd betrayed them for Harry's mission. If that wasn't odd enough, to see Harry Potter lower his head with respect for a man she knew he hated was almost unimaginable. Her attention quickly changed to the blonde at Harry's side. Daphne had done well to keep her expression neutral, but not even she could stop the two thin tears that streamed down her cheeks. Severus Snape had his problems. Astoria wasn't sure if she could even list them all in an hour, but he died a hero for their cause. Sirius and Remus bowed their heads in unison, and Astoria followed suit. "Professor Snape," Astoria thought to herself, "you won't be forgotten." She lifted her head at Harry's return and waited for the boy who lived to speak. "Thank you," he said, an incredibly rare awkwardness in his voice. "With the cup gone, that means that Voldemort will have to resign himself to the use of another Horcrux to return. The bad news is, he'd had one in his possession this whole time." The Order's eyes widened at Harry's statement, but he continued. "His snake. It isn't confirmed, but Dumbledore presented it as a theory that I agree with. Nagini might be the only thing that Voldemort had ever loved outside of magic. I didn't mention it as a risk before because I didn't think that the Death Eaters and the vampires would be desperate enough to bring Voldemort back at the cost of something he loved dearly, especially not when they had access to the cup. Now, however, the situation has changed. There is a chance that perhaps they are aware of the diadem of Ravenclaw's location, another object we believe to be a Horcrux, but there was no notion of that during my conversation with Jugson. If he was inner circle enough to take part in Voldemort's revival ritual, then I'd assume he'd have access to information about the diadem if there was any. To my knowledge, the Death Eaters are just as lost as we are when it comes to the final missing Horcrux." "Listen, Harry," Molly Weasley said. "Your thoughts are certainly possible, but isn't it more likely that perhaps this Jugson fellow was just lying to you? After all, this Death Eaters are far from trustworthy people." "No," Harry said. Astoria shivered at the coldness in Harry's voice. He didn't have the option to lie. "Merlin Harry," Arthur stumbled. "What did you do to get this information?" "That's irrelevant," Harry replied swiftly. "All that is important now is preparing for Voldemort's return and locating the final Horcrux. It is my belief that when Voldemort returns, the speed and viciousness of this war will increase rapidly. For those without missions assigned to them now, I would suggest you use this time to make any arrangements necessary. To everyone who does have a task, we don't have any more time to wait." "Right," Michael said. "I'll head off to the Forbidden Forest to meet with the Centaurs over the Valentine's Day Hogsmeade weekend. Claire needs some time to sober up before we go, so it's best to wait until she's capable of having my back, and putting Hogsmeade on top of it gives us even more cover. I will work on brewing some healing potions and acquiring medical supplies for the injuries I fear are inevitably going to come," Dr. Thatcher said. "I'll go with Fleur to Romania," Bill said. "Get an update on how negotiations for Dragon support is going with Charlie." Astoria stayed silent. She knew her task was to keep in touch with Damien and see if there was any way to sway them into helping out resistance efforts in England. Though Damien had made it quite clear that the people of Bulgaria had little interest in the opposition of pureblood dominant beliefs, Damien had written her a myriad of letters, all of which were laced with undertones of frustration for stalemated arguments in the Bulgarian ministry about the idea of aid in any form to wizarding England. She knew to try and try until anything worked. The fire of hope dwindled daily, though, and Astoria had no clue how to overcome that. People were different in that way. Unless the problem affected them directly, most were unlikely to care. She rubbed her arms softly and traced her fingers down her veins. Worse yet, it was far from the only problem she had to deal with. Harry dismissed the meeting and walked over to Mad-Eye. Normally, Astoria would have been too nosy to leave well enough alone, but a thin layer of nausea and lightheadedness begged for her to rest. Rest, she hated that word. Sure, the treatments, if she could even call the experiments that Daphne and Thatcher did on her to prolong her life, stopped the bleeding that stemmed from her curse, but it left her with maybe only a third of her normal energy, and that was after a minimum of 1 nap a day. There's a fine line between being alive and living sometimes. Astoria was unsure of what side of that line she even fell on anymore. She closed the door of her room behind her and sunk into her bed. Her fingers dug into her pillowcase and removed a neatly folded letter. She'd read it to herself frequently, but never really knew what to do with it. She did know that it brought her some joy, and sources of that were in ever-rare supply. She unfolded carefully and smiled at Damien's sloppy penmanship. "Dear Astoria, I hope all is well over there. I know that you're in the middle of a war, so I guess I mean more that things are going as well as they can be. I just wanted to write to you and say that I haven't given up. My father, he doesn't believe in all of this pureblood nonsense, and most importantly, he seems through the ruse of the Dark Lord. He won't just stop at England. The stubborn ministry members might take some time to convince, but we'll get them to help eventually. If we can't, well. If we can't, then I guess I'll just have to come over and beat up Voldemort all by myself. Haha, I'm kidding, but I am serious about joining. I'm not much, but I can't just sit back while innocent people suffer. For now, though, keep me posted. I'll see if I can answer any questions you might have over there. It's the least I can do for now. Damien. P.S. I hope your treatments have been going well. I know it can be tough, but don't ever give up, okay? I'm certain there's a way to heal you. I just know it. P.P.S. I also attached my newest cartoon. I used that spell that animates the photos, so I hope you like it." Astoria smiled as she folded the letter. "Wish you were here, Damien." Hogsmeade weekend. It was odd to even care about something that trivial, and yet Neville had found himself more than a touch excited. Neville always held Harry in the highest regard, and though the boy who lived never would have allowed for Neville to talk down to himself, it was undeniable that Harry's burdens would have crushed Neville completely. Spire in itself was a handful. To deal with knowledge that you were destined to kill one of the strongest dark wizards that ever lived or die at his hands atop that, Neville had no clue how Harry did it. Neville was grateful to his grandmother and headmistress McGonagall. Neville had never gotten a T before this semester in anything, but truthfully, certain subjects just didn't seem to matter when the fate of the world, or at least, the wizarding world, was at stake. Divination just didn't seem all that important in comparison, and thankfully, both his Gran and McGonagall let his bad grades slide. In fact, Neville could hardly remember a time where he was complimented more by his grandmother for his actions. "You're making your parents proud." That was the send-off on every letter he'd received. Neville took that sentiment proudly. He wondered if Harry ever felt that way when he led the SBIRE. Did he ever wonder if his parents still watched over him? Maybe he was fooled to think so irrational thoughts, but they brought him comfort, as did his date for the Hogsmeade weekend, Hermione Granger. How badly Neville wished that he and the witch could simply go to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop and spend the day in a love-filled bliss. Maybe when this is all over, Neville smiled at the bushy-haired with that clung to his arms in the cold corridors. Yeah, when this is all over, we're going to go on an actual date that doesn't involve possibly avoiding Avada Kedavras. That would be nice. Hermione tapped Neville's arm and the boy jumped from his thoughts. Are you all right? You looked a little distracted. Hermione's words were warm and filled with comfort. Just thinking about the future, you know, Neville said blankly. Ah, yes, the future. Well, tell me, Mr. Longbottom, what do you see in our future? Hermione loved nothing more than to tease him over his continuation with divination. Neville said. Hermione turned a beet red at the insinuation, but Neville put her at ease with a smile. I see us happy, alive, and together. That's what my seer senses are telling me at least. For as much as I hate seers, that sounds like a prophecy I could live with, Hermione said. The girl swung from his arm, shifted to stand before him. She looked up at him with those large, adorable chocolate brown eyes, and Neville couldn't stop himself. His hand cupped her cheek, and Neville closed his eyes as their foreheads met softly. Neville nibbled at Hermione's bottom lip, and a tingle raced down his spine from the way her arms held him. Neville's hand dropped from her cheek and wrapped around her waist as the two shared a private moment in the empty corridor. Or, at least they thought it was empty. The two broke apart at the sound of a pair of footsteps, and Neville turned redder than Hermione at the couple that had joined them. When was the last time you kissed me like that, Blaise? Tracy's smile was bright as diamonds, though Blaise looked as embarrassed as Neville at the remark. Well, never mind then, Tracy said. As fun as it would be to spend all day locking lips in the corridor, I'm afraid we aren't exactly going to Hogsmeade for pleasure this time. Right, Blaise echoed the sentiment. We've got a lot of work to do, so let's not stick around here. We gotta get to the carriages. Blaise sighed with exhaustion. I took care of our side in the room of requirement. I just hope Aberforth will be able to secure the link from the Hog's Head. I'm sure he'll be excited to see the old place again. Castle life really doesn't suit him. Neville nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's go meet up with Aberforth to deal with creating the link between here and Hogsmeade first. Then, I'll meet up with Michael and get an update on the situation and see what our next steps are. I know Michael intends to meet up with the Centaurs today for support. Hopefully, they'll agree. We need all the help we can get. At least we managed to strike a deal with the goblins, though according to the last letter, Hermione said. Progress is progress. Yeah, Blaise nodded in agreement. We just need a lot more of it. The February air was cold and bitter. Even through his charmed gloves, the wind still nibbled on Neville's fingertips. The chills he felt on the outside were nothing when compared to the chills he felt beneath his skin at Tracy and Blaise's reports, though. Blaise had informed Neville to be weary, with much of Slytherin angry at the SBIRE's actions. Tracy shared that Pansy had even gone so far as to light a fire under the bed that would have been Daphne's, had she returned as a message to both Tracy and all other Potter sympathizers. Even Slughorn wasn't safe from Slytherin torment. Blaise reported of numerous attempts to slip mild poisons into the professor's drink to make him miss so many days he'd be out of a job. Slughorn never fell for such elementary brews and tactics, but he didn't report them. Neville rolled his eyes at the dopey professor's parroted response. No matter what Slughorn claimed, Neville knew they were anything but simply misguided young witches and wizards that didn't know any better. They supported the Dark Lord, and that made them enemies. The dreary conversation had sprinkles of amusement. The four now sixth years laughed at the rambles of Professor Binns and shared a chuckle at the similarities and differences between Aberforth and his brother. Neville, in particular, had gotten a kick out of the idea of Albus with his brother's vocabulary. If Albus Dumbledore had ever called any student dumber than a nocturne alley whore with no contraceptive spell, Neville thought he might have lost it. Though it wasn't exactly an inaccurate way to describe the academic ability of Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Albus Dumbledore had many issues, but whenever Neville thought of the man, he remembered the Quidditch World Cup. He was so certain that all hope was lost, and then, like a knight from the story books, Dumbledore arrived, his phoenix sigil high in the sky, and Neville knew they'd be safe. Maybe it was crazy or even inappropriate to an extent. But Neville missed the headmaster and the calm he brought wherever he went. Aberforth was a great wizard, as was Professor McGonagall, but the truth would always remain the same. There would forever be only one Albus Dumbledore. The carriage came to a steady stop at the edge of Hogsmeade, and Neville scanned the area before he departed the cart. One hand rested on his wand, and his other reached out to help Hermione from the cart. The Ravenclaw took it, but soon followed Neville's lead, her wand holstered just beneath her sleeve. One look at Blaise and Tracy's guarded eyes, and Neville knew they were all on the same page. There was no such thing as a true safe haven in times of war, no matter what anyone wanted to believe. A nauseous wave crashed over Neville at the way young third and fourth-year students ran through the streets of the small village without a care in the world. How many years had it been since Neville himself had been so free of stress, he wondered. He brushed that thought aside. There was no reason to dwell on it. His offhand laced with Hermione's when they walked in a looser version of their four-man formation, their eyes peeled for danger. Though Neville did have a momentary lapse in focus when they come across the house Andromeda and Sirius had purchased many years ago. The house was empty, and the lack of light reminded him briefly of the look of Tonk's eyes when they'd arrived at the scene. How many more, I wonder? Neville thought grimly. How many more can I take? Hermione's firm squeeze of his hand snapped Neville back to reality. He forced a smile to his face, but he knew the Ravenclaw could see right through it. He was thankful she didn't probe. Neville wasn't exactly in the mood to talk. They walked in silence for only a short while before they finally arrived at the dusty building that was the Hogshead. McGonagall had offered Aberforth house elves to keep the place in order while he taught at the school, but Aberforth had almost seemed to prefer the dirt. The outside of the bar matched the conditions on the inside, though as always, there was one exception. Neville had caught glimpses of Aberforth on his trips in and out of the castle. Unlike other students, Neville didn't need to guess where he went off to. The flowers in hand were a dead giveaway, and the place where he rested them put the mystery to bed. For as dirty as the Hogshead could be, Neville couldn't think of a single thing more polished and pristine portrait of Ariana Dumbledore, and the always fresh lilies that always rested beside it. The bells from the door behind him chimed, and Neville jumped, his wand in hand when he turned to face the new arrival. He lowered the stick quickly, though, at the familiar tinges of pink and blue hair. "Well, you've certainly got faster on the draw," Michael said with a chuckle. "Amazing what practice can do, huh?" Neville chuckled. The two wizards ran towards each other, hand hugged tightly. He'd missed the blue-haired boy's antics in the castles greatly. It wasn't until Michael left that Neville had really noticed how much life he brought to the castle. "Good to see you again, Corner." "Back at you, Longbottom. It's only been a month or so, but I feel like every time I see you, you just get more and more cut. You are certainly a handsome man." Michael's smile grew. "Not as good-looking as me, mind you, but not bad." Neville smirked as Claire slapped Michael upside the head, then shook his hand. "Sorry about that. His last plan went well, and his already extreme ego is in overdrive now. You know how it is." The Hufflepuff nodded. He knew exactly what Claire meant. To be honest, though, if the only cost of one of Michael's successful plans was a momentary ego boost, he thought it was worth it. Tracy stepped forward and hugged Claire for a split second before she asked a question that made Neville's heart sink. "So," the auburn-haired girl started, "did Daphne and Harry come too?" "They wanted to, but," Claire started, her eyes dim and hazy. "They had other missions they had to work on. Daphne did ask me to send you and Blaise her love. She misses you two a lot," Michael finished. Blaise looked about ready to ask a question of his own, but a seat of heavy footsteps put everyone on edge before the scraggly, white-bearded man appeared from behind the bar. He burped loudly and dropped his glass of emptied fire whiskey into the sink before he looked up at the 6 wizards in his presence. "Everyone here?" he asked curtly. Neville nodded. "Good, you all can go play catch-up later. We have work to do. Follow me." The Slytherin boy's face fumed, but he didn't say anything. lest he became the next victim of Aberforth's verbal assault. The bearded wizard hobbled towards the frame of Ariana and smiled. His grin soured when he looked back at Neville. "You made all the preparations on your end, right?" Neville nodded. Hermione had come up with the idea of a link between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade that could be used more safely than the process of breaking and entering into Honeydukes. He was thankful that Hermione took the burden of the transportation spell research upon herself and only asked him to be the one to talk to Aberforth about their plan. Though, if he were to have asked Hermione, the witch may have felt she got the better end of the deal. Aberforth could be as grumpy as Moody on a bad day, and the old wizard tended to have a lot of bad days. All the same, Aberforth agreed to help. "Right then, Ariana, you know what to do, don't ya?" he asked the photo. The sad girl, for the first time Neville had ever seen, smiled and nodded before she departed down the road painted in the photo. Aberforth walked over to the nearest table and pulled a chair. "She's the only reason I agreed to do any of this. Teach at the school, agree with your plan, all of it." The man summoned another drink to his hand and lowered his head. "When my brother died, part of me, as terrible as it is to admit it, felt like justice had finally been done. I almost laughed when I was supposed to be in mourning, but Ariana, she cried. I didn't even know she could do that in her photo form, but she wept. She cried for one of the men who may have possibly killed her." Aberforth looked back at the empty frame. "She doesn't talk, not matter how much I wish she would, but in her eyes, I could see her begging me to help Albus' cause. She had this desire to not let her older brother's death be for nothing. As much as I hated my fool of a brother, Aberforth sighed, I couldn't let Ariana be sad." From over the hill in the painting, Ariana appeared once more. She wore a triumphant smile on her face, and Neville noticed the faded lines of Aberforth's smile crease his face. He rose from his chair and nudged them over. Neville stepped forward first. Ariana stretched out her hand, and Neville turned to Aberforth with a tightly knitted brow. "Go on, put your hand on hers and channel your magic through it. That's the key to using this passage in and out of the castle. I wasn't just about to let a passage like this be unlocked and free to access to just anybody," Aberforth said. Neville nodded in agreement and placed his hand unsteadily on Ariana's. He swallowed at the glare Aberforth sent him. He'd never felt so conscious about his nails in his entire life, but he had no doubt that if he so much as scratched Ariana's photo, Aberforth would try to kill him right there. Ariana nodded when their magic had linked, and Neville took a silent sigh of relief before he dropped his hand and stepped away from the photo. Hermione stepped up next, and Neville found himself at ease in the back of the line near Michael. Michael gripped his shoulder and grinned. "Hey, seriously though, how are you?" "Fine," Neville replied, "I guess." "Don't you start going all Potter-like on me," Michael started. "You're kinda holding this castle together on your own. Seriously, how are you handling it?" "It's tough, I guess," Neville said. "I'm not sure how Harry managed so well. I guess I understand why he always looked 2 minutes away from erupting with a stress ulcer last year. The shit's hard." Neville turned back to face the blue-haired boy. "Though as the strategic commander of the Order, I can't imagine that your life has been a picnic either." "Oh me, piece of cake." The sarcasm in Michael's voice was so palpable he couldn't even finish the sentence without a chuckle. Neville smiled before Claire shuffled forward in the line, and Michael's smile dropped. "It's been hell, honestly. When I have to make plans that may lose people their lives, well, it makes it hard to sleep at night." Neville nodded with sympathy. He couldn't imagine the weight Michael felt on his shoulders at all time. Nevertheless, the Ravenclaw smiled. "You know, I was hoping to catch her around Hogsmeade, but I'm not exactly here for a social visit and can't really stick around long." "How's Susan holding up?" She's Neville looked down at the ground. "Honestly, morale is dropping, but she's hanging in there. I'm sure that once reports of our alliance with the Centaurs surface with all the other news of the Order's success, then we'll see the spirits in the castle lift a bit. Looks like I can't wait around here much longer then. As soon as Claire and I sync our magic with that photo over there, we're going to be on our way." Neville nodded and stepped aside to allow Claire to move towards the photo. "By the way, I know he's not here, but I know that Harry's thankful for what you're doing." I guess I should say we." Michael shook his head. "We believe in you completely, Scout. Thanks for keeping the castle safe while we're away." "It's the least I can do it," Neville said warmly. "Just make sure you keep doing your best on your end and we'll call it even." "I swear it." Michael had done as promised. No sooner had he and Claire synced their magic before they departed the Hogshead Tavern. Neville smiled at the last glimpse of his friend's bright blue hair and stifled a laugh. A couple years ago, they had all been nothing but idiots. Now they led a war. Had he not lived through the experience, he wouldn't have believed it himself. The fact of the matter was that if they all did indeed live to see the end of the war, it would be one hell of a story to read. Aberforth shuffled them away from Ariana as soon as it was possible and handed them a round of butter beer. The four students drank together in silence once more before Aberforth asked, "So, how is that quest going? The one my brother left to Potter, any progress?" "Here and there," Neville replied half-heartedly. "We're making progress, but we're coming up to a bit of a wall. We think that the diadem of Ravenclaw might be one of the items we're searching for, but we have no idea where that could be. Albus, he thought it might have been at the orphanage Voldemort grew up in, but we checked it out and found nothing." "Well, of course you didn't," Aberforth said. "My brother always was a bit of a fool. From what I understood, Voldemort hated muggles from a young age. Why would he keep his soul trapped in a place he hated? I reckon it would be somewhere he loved to be, if that thing is even capable of love, like the castle of something. Heard my brother talking about that one time, upset that the kid wanted to stay at school instead of going back home for the holidays. If a kid would rather be around a library and ghost than their home, you know it's a fucked up place. I say they should have let him. Maybe the Dark Lord wouldn't have thrown so many tantrums if he could have just stayed at the school." "The school, the diadem." Neville's eyes lit up like they were powered by electricity. "Aberforth, I have an idea." Michael hated portkeys, but was grateful that McGonagall saved them the trip from Hogsmeade to the castle. Not that Michael would have minded the distance, truthfully. He'd hoped to find some time to spend alone with Claire on this mission. They slept in the same bed, but even then, quality alone time came very solemnly. Yes, they had a mission, and yes, it was urgent, but Michael couldn't help himself from a short stroll along the winter wonderland that was the Hogwarts grounds in February. Claire's head rested on his shoulder. The two stood a bit further up from the bank of the Black Lake. It was one of the best places on campus to get a look at Ravenclaw Tower in all its glory. A sad smile crept across Michael's lips at the castle's gray stone wall. Laughter filled his memories, the joy he shared with Susan, Harry, Neville, even Hermione and Daphne in that castle flashed in his mind. How badly he wished he could have stayed, but Harry needed him. Painful as it could be sometimes, he'd never abandon Harry. "Makes you think about what life could have been, doesn't it?" Claire whispered. Michael nodded, the idea of what could have been loomed over him constantly. "You know," Claire said, the pensive tone in her voice pulled Michael from his thoughts. "I think if I ever had a kid, I would send them here. Hogwarts, there's something about it, something Beauxbatons just doesn't have." A kid, Claire's words shook Michael to his core. He wasn't sure what it was about the idea of children that rattled him so much. He loved James and Teddy deeply, but Michael hadn't ever really thought about kids of his own before. Maybe it was his own relationship with his parents. Maybe it was this sick and twisted belief that one day Claire would realize she was too good for him and leave. Maybe it was even the fact that there was a part of him that didn't think he'd see the end of this war alive. He wasn't sure what the reason was, but he couldn't even imagine himself as a father. Claire squeezed his hand gently. "What do you think?" "Huh," Michael stuttered. "Sorry, pretty bird, I guess I just spaced out." "Oh, it's okay, I was just wondering. Where do you think James and Teddy would get sorted?" Claire smiled. "I mean, I know they are just bobbies, but still couldn't hurt to guess." "For James," Michael smiled. "That kid is so daring. I think he takes a bit too much after his dad and namesake in that regard. I'd be surprised if he didn't go to Gryffindor. As for Teddy, well, I don't know. I mean, technically, he hasn't even shown solid use of magic yet." "He's a metamorph magus, doesn't that count?" Claire asked. "Honestly, there's some debate about that," Michael said. "Some people believe it's just a genetic trait, as all wizards who have been tested on for research about metamorph magus show no movement in their magical core when they shape-shift. However, others believe that as only witches and wizards possess the ability, it has to be linked to wizardry in some way. It's probably nothing to worry about too much, though. Just thought it was interesting. Claire nodded in agreement before she turned to the dark forest in the distance. The sun is going to set soon. We should probably get a move on before we lose all daylight. Right, Michael said. Let's move. The forbidden forest hadn't changed in the slightest, and Michael felt just as unwelcome in the crevasses of the blackened oak as he always had. He couldn't help but admit that he did share a bit of nostalgia for this place, though, and he could tell from the glint in Claire's eyes she shared a smilier sense. It was laughable almost. Their relationship had started in these woods, though they had no clue how it would pan out. Of all the things Michael had thought he would have discovered on his detention with Terry Boot through scariest part of the Hogwarts ground, love with a French teen model was the bottom of the list. Claire's had brushed against his once more, and Michael took it without hesitation. Her gray eyes took the form of sharpened daggers, and a blue flame in her palm lit the paths before them. He hadn't visited the centaurs in what felt like centuries, but if for nothing but the fact he was still a teenager, Michael knew that to be inaccurate. Still, it had been a while. Luckily, they'd found a hoofprint too large to belong to a unicorn or the Stral, and from there, they followed the trail. Their mysterious location was honestly the last of Michael's worries. He was certain that with Claire at his side, they were bound to figure it out one way or another. It was the thought of his need to convince them to go to war for him that made him unconfident. The deeper they made their way into the woods, the colder it got. Even the warmth of Claire's blue flames were extinguished by the cold winter chill. Michael had never had such split anxiety before. He'd never wanted to both get deeper into the woods and leave it at the same time so badly. Thankfully, he didn't have to choose. A thin, wooden barricade let Michael know that they'd arrived at the centaur's colony. He walked in lockstep with Claire up to the non-barricaded part of the fortress that the centaurs, Michael assumed, intended to use as a gate and waited. His bones quaked beneath his skin, but he denied Claire's request to light her fire. They would do nothing to seem like a threat. They didn't need to wait long, though, as distant hoofbeats rattled through the air. The sound of a taut bowstring made Claire flinch, but Michael stood undaunted until, from the shadows, a centaur appeared. "Wizards," the centaur hissed. He flipped back his silver hair and pulled harder on his bowstring. "If you value your life, you will leave this place at once." "We mean you no disrespect," Michael said. "I've come to speak with your leader, Bane. Tell him that Michael Corner wishes to speak with him." "I'm afraid that even if I wanted to believe you, it wouldn't matter. Bane is not currently in a condition to meet with anyone. We are preparing for war. The red planet is clear in the sky, and we must not be distracted. Now, as I said, leave." "I can't," Michael said, a mix of firmness and respect in his voice. "I understand your situation, but I have information that might align with your reading of the planets. Please, just allow me to speak." A bitter silence filled the forest before the silver-haired centaur relented. He nodded, though didn't lower his bow. Michael felt a droplet of sweat drip down his cheek at the arrow he knew to be pointed at his back, but he did what he could to ignore the thought and focus only on the centaur's directional instructions. A chant echoed from a circle that surrounded a fire that burned at dangerous heights. They words didn't sound English, or really like any language Michael had ever heard before. He assumed it was some type of ancient hymn, but he couldn't be certain. Snap, he cursed to himself, his foot firmly placed on top of a pile of buried twigs, and instantly he felt the eyes of every centaur in the colony on him. Much like the silver-haired centaur at his back, the males drew their bow and Michael screamed at his body not to draw his wand in response or to armor himself. He scanned desperately for something to say or do, but nothing came to him. Then, from behind the crowd of centaurs, a familiar face strode out. "Gift-bearer Michael Corner," the centaur in the lead said, his voice hard but empty of malice. "It has certainly been some time since your last visit." "Chief Bane," Michael said, a bit more relieved that he probably should have left on. "Merlin, am I glad you showed up." "As you should be. Mars hovers over us today in clear view. It is an indication of a soon-to-come war. You were foolish to come here tonight. Had I not intervened, you would have been skewered like an enemy." Bane stood stall and lifted his hand. The army of centaurs lowered their bows in response. "Though I know you not to be a fool, so I assume you came here for reasons more than just to shoot the breeze." The blue-haired wizard nodded. Yes, you mentioned your prediction of a war to come. I'm here to tell you that you are correct. Bane nodded as if to say, duh, but Michael continued. My friends and I, we are in the middle of a great war between Voldemort and his forces. Recently, vampires even joined the Dark Lord's cause. We foresee Hogwarts to be a location on their hit list eventually, and that means they will approach the forest as well. If that is the case, then we shall repel them. They will be fools to think so little of our combat ability, Bane growled. I'm glad to hear that you have no intent of joining their side, Michael said honestly. But to be perfectly fair, I've come to ask a favor of you, Bane. I've come to ask you to join hands with the Order of the Phoenix, a group led by Harry Potter and myself in the fight against the Dark Lord and his forces. You dare insult us? A centaur from behind Bane screamed. You think we'd ever agree to be subordinates too? Bane jolted towards the centaur like a bullet and slammed the end of his bow into the centaur's gut to silence him. The furious centaur stumbled over unconscious before Bane turned back to Michael. My centaurs know never to interrupt when I am in the middle of conversations. I apologize that you had to see that, but disobedience cannot be tolerated, especially not as we prepare for war. However, that does not make what my fellow centaur said untrue. We will not agree to be subordinates of wizards in a game that has nothing to do with us. Bane stood firmly. If that is what you are saying, then I must say, I had hoped better of you, Michael Corner. No, that isn't what I mean at all, Michael said, a desperation in his throat. I know that trusting us wizards is hard, but Bane, you know me, I don't see you as anything less than our kind. You are a race that can ever surpass ours in traits of honor and discipline, and you should command nothing but respect. But the people who are coming after you are the same as the ones that are after myself and my organization. If we band together, not as subordinate and leaders, but as comrades, I'm certain that we can repel this force. I gave you my word that I would work to see your kind receive the respect you deserve. This is the first step towards that goal. I want to help in any way that I can, but I can't do it without you. Michael's fist tightened. So please help us. Bane stood firm as a statue, his expression unmoved before he sighed. I believe you, Michael Corner. You have the heart of a centaur, and I do personally believe you do care about the betterment of my people. But I cannot ask my kin to support you if you do not show them your heart. How can I show them? Michael asked. Bane clapped his hand, and a centaur that stood a little taller than Michael raced to Bane's side. In fact, the young centaur looked like Bane in many ways with the same thick black hair and strong body, though possessed deep red eyes that, while not filled with fury, gleamed with determination. Michael Corner, this is my son, Heron. He has been given a task to prove his worth of becoming a full-fledged member of our colony. To do this, he will have to hunt a great beast. Be his brother on this journey and show him your honor. When you return, he will be able to vouch for you and prove your honor to our colony. Bane turned to the colony behind him. Are we all agreed, my brothers and sisters? The armed centaurs behind them lifted their bows and howled more of an ancient and unfamiliar tongue, and Bane turned back to him once more. They vow to uphold these terms. Now then, my son, tell them the beast you've been selected to hunt. Michael's heart sank at the name of the beast that left the young centaur's mouth. He dared not say it aloud, but he felt his head spin. How the hell am I going to pull this off? Chapter 9. Quarrels of a past life blaze. Tracy and Hermione hurried after Neville, but the boy couldn't stop. His legs moved on his own and carried him closer and closer to the castle. There the straw-pulled carriage left in the snow behind him. He heard Hermione call out to him, but Aberforth's words were all that rang in his head. If Voldemort hid his Horcruxes in places important to him, then, of course, he'd have put one in the castle. Neville had dismissed the idea as foolish when it was clear Harry had been able to sense them. Still, Hogwarts was notoriously large, unlikely as it sounded. Perhaps Harry had just never been close enough to perceive it. Or maybe he did and didn't know it. There were too many variables, and Neville couldn't just sit around and wait. The braziers brought warmth to the ground level of the castle. Neville wished he had the time to warm his hands by the orange flames, but there was no time to waste. Neville spun on his heel and made Hermione jump, the girl seconds away from impact with his chest. Hermione, the Grey Lady, where can I find the Grey Lady? Neville's voice was desperate and riddled with exhaustion. What? Why? Hermione questioned but shook her head. Sorry, right, well, it's hard to be exact, but she tends to really enjoy the hallway outside the library. Neville nodded his thanks, then bolted off again, unaware of his friend's cursed frustrations behind him. They'd understand in time, though there was no time to explain. Every second they wasted was a second they didn't have, a second closer to Voldemort's resurrection. If Harry's theory was correct, when Voldemort used whatever Horcrux to come back, he wouldn't merely return as his usual self, he'd be mightier than before. Harry may have had the upper hand in combat class at Azkaban, but Neville wasn't the type to bet that it would hold up forever. The fewer chances the Dark Lord had to amplify his strength, the better. Neville probably could have found his way to the library from anywhere in the castle with a blindfold on. That place had become his haunt before he'd become tangled in Michael and Harry's web of schemes. Neville appreciated it, though. He may have loved to learn, but unlike Hermione, he didn't find the place a heaven on earth. The rubber tracks of his boots screeched against the marbled floors at his sudden stop just before the library's door. Panted breaths closed in on him from behind, and Neville feared the look of frustration in his friend's eyes, so he opted not to look back. Rather, he scanned the distance in search of gray, wisp-like form. "Come on," Neville hissed beneath his breath. "Where are you?" As if a god had listened and answered his request, the gray lady emerged through the gray, stone walls. Neville had never paid the ghosts much attention. He knew that nearly headless Nick was a showman, the bloody Baron was terrifying, and that the fat friar was loud. He'd always liked the gray lady the most, as she always kept to herself, but what he never saw was a distant look of sadness plastered upon her ethereal face. Had she not been a see-through ghost? Neville's first thought may have been that she was gorgeous. She was tall with waist-length, black, curly hair, and a perfectly regal face. Her eyes still held shimmers of blue from her past life, and her dignified expression looked almost like a carbon copy of Daphne's. She was noble, yes, but sad. Neville must have stared for too long, because he soon found himself on the other end of an icy glare. "Hufflepuff boy, what are you looking at?" the wisp-made woman asked. "Apologies," Neville said with a bow of his head. "I meant no disrespect. I came because I had a question to ask you." The gray lady muttered. "Few students are wise enough to use the ghosts of Hogwarts as a knowledge resource. We have indeed lived the length of many lives. However, I am afraid that I no longer associate with students. It is for the best." "Did you impart that rule upon yourself after your conversation with Tom Riddle?" Neville asked blankly. "Bingo," Neville muttered to himself at the mixed expression of blistered rage and fear. "Relax, I'm not here to accuse you of anything. I know how conniving he can be, but I need your help, please." "Go," the gray lady hissed. "I will say nothing more." "Please tell me, is the diadem truly lost, or do you know where it is?" Michael asked. "Even if I did, and I told you, what would you do with it? Cheat on tests, gorge yourself on knowledge, become obsessive, and—" "No, I want to destroy it," Neville said. "I've heard that before," the gray lady sneered. "You lie just like all the rest, like him. Begone, boy, leave my presence." Neville couldn't even say another word before. With a turn of her full-length dress, she raced back into the wall she'd emerged. "Well, that didn't go as planned," Neville muttered. He turned back to the group behind him. "Anyone else got another idea?" "You're trying to get information about the diadem out of the gray lady," Tracy asked. "Why?" "I believe now, after what Aberforth said, that the diadem is here in this castle somewhere. Voldemort hid all his Horcrux in things and places important to him, or belonged to people he deemed worthy. I think Hogwarts would be a place that fits that criteria. Still, Hogwarts is huge, and I was hoping that if I knew more about just what happened to the Grey Lady in the past and her interaction with Voldemort when he was last here, I'd be able to pinpoint that location." "But clearly, she doesn't seem willing to talk," Neville said. Tracy scratched her chin, then her eyes glowed with light. "I've got an idea. The Baron, the two of them are so intertwined, he has to know something. It's not much of a lead, but it's better than nothing." Neville agreed, and this time, with Tracy in the lead, they descended into the dungeons. Neville made it a point to never venture into the dungeons if he could avoid it. Sure, Slughorn's presence helped, but it hardly put Neville at peace. Maybe it was wrong to hold a grudge against all Slytherins. He had 3 perfect examples of good Slytherins to look to, but the stories he'd heard from Blaise and Tracy had left a sour taste in his mouth. Even in the halls of Hogwarts, Neville kept his wand at the reed. He'd been burned on the issue many times before. A fight could happen anywhere. Tracy guided them, her auburn hair a beacon in the dark dungeon halls. Part of Neville couldn't even imagine how awful it would be to live in the dungeons when compared to the coziness of the Hufflepuff common room. Then again, Neville imagined a person like Blaise might have felt more comfortable in the dimly lit basement than in the loud Hufflepuff common room. The Hogwarts underground wasn't any different from its above-ground counterpart in the sense that both were atrocious mazes to master. How Tracy managed to log all the routes in her head without the direction of something like the Marauder's map impressed Neville thoroughly. The 4 of them had walked for a while. He wasn't sure about it, but Neville could almost sense that the sun had set since they departed beneath the school. Michael, Neville thought, the image of the Forbidden Forest at night made his hairs stand on edge. Hope your plan went well. Smack, Neville rubbed his nose and apologized to Tracy for their collision. He hadn't been focused, but at the same time, the sudden stop felt utterly random. They'd passed what must have been 15 identical doors before they'd stopped at this one, and Neville questioned how Tracy was even able to tell them apart. But the girl stood confidently in her spot. "He's in here," Tracy said. "At least I think he is. Outside of meals, he hardly ever leaves this place. Just, prepare yourself, the Baron, he can be a little odd." Odd how? Neville wondered but swallowed the thought. It didn't matter. Strange as the Baron might be, Neville wasn't exactly handed a plethora of options. He nodded, and Tracy knocked on the Baron's door. She announced her presence, then turned the handle at the lack of response. Neville took a position behind Tracy, his wand at the ready, but it had nearly fallen out of his hand when the door opened. Odd didn't even scratch the surface of what rested in the room before him. The Bloody Baron, typically, was a sight that sent chills down the spines of all the students who saw him. His blood-dipped robes, hardened black eyes, and gaunt face made him look exactly like a ghost from Muggle horror films, only further solidified by the chains that wrapped themselves tightly around his ghostly figure like an escaped upper-level prisoner from Azkaban. But his bedroom had left Neville even more terrified of the Baron than he'd ever been before, if he could even call what he saw a bedroom. Gilded photos of Helena Ravenclaw covered every inch of space along his stone walls, none of which moved, which made it oddly even more uncomfortable. He kept glass boxes full of things that Neville could only guess once belonged to Helena when she lived, one of which, if Neville wasn't confused, was a pair of medieval undergarments. If that weren't bad enough, though, they'd found the Baron in a compromised position, bowed before a shrine the size of a headmaster portrait of the Grey Lady. "You described this as odd," Hermione hissed in Tracy's ear. "I really couldn't think of a better word," Tracy replied. "Get out," the Baron roared. "Don't you dare interrupt me while I'm in mourning." Neville could tell how badly the other 3 wanted to listen. Part of him wanted to bolt without a doubt, but he held his ground. In the blink of an eye, the Baron soared at him, and Neville felt his ghostly chill against his face. "I said get out, boy." "Or what? You're a pathetic ghost, you can't hurt me," Neville returned, his voice far more collected than he felt. The Baron's eye twitched at Neville's forced tone. "I've come here to talk to you, that's all." "We have nothing to talk about." The Baron's voice shook the room, but once more Neville stood undaunted. "I think we might, because what I'm here to talk about is her." Neville pointed his finger towards the large shrine of the Grey Lady. "She's hiding something important, something that is hurting her, and I know that you would know all about that. You are her biggest fan, after all." "Don't patronize me," the Baron bellowed. "I am no ordinary fan. I committed a cardinal sin against her. Now I have dedicated my eternity to serving her and protecting her at all cost. That is my burden." "But she's dead," Neville thought in confusion but dismissed the thought. "So you are sworn to protect her then," Neville said, as a newly hatched plan formulated in his mind. "Tell me then, would you like to remove the sadness from her pretty face? Would you like to become her hero?" "Her hero," the Baron stuttered. Neville nodded at the Baron's eyes widened filled with sparks of life. "Tell me, boy, tell me how I can become her hero." Neville did as the Baron asked. Neville's lips tasted of poison. He hated to lie, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He tried to resort to half-truths as he explained his theorized connection between the Grey Lady's sadness and the diadem, and how if he could just return it to her, Helena would have been happier. Neville told him about Riddle, and how he'd suspected the man had retrieved it from the tree where both the Baron and the Grey Lady had died in Albania. Neville wasn't a good liar, but the Baron believed him regardless, and a smile grew across his lips. "Riddle, yes," the Baron muttered. "Was a good lad, belonged to this house, one of our best, I'd say. I do hope he's well. It's been so long since I last saw him. In fact, I haven't seen him since the day Dumbledore took over as headmaster. Thought, I suppose that makes sense. The two never really got along." "Baron the diadem?" Tracy asked softly. Yes, lass, I'm getting to that," the Baron growled. "Last I saw Riddle. He'd left the headmaster's office a bit upset and ran off to the 7th floor. I'd tried to follow him to talk a little, like I said. He was one of my favorites, but when I got there, he'd vanished." "Vanished?" Hermione questioned. "Yes, lass, vanished. Do you have cotton in your ears?" the Baron snarled. "I remember that I searched every room up there. The boy was nowhere to be found. For what it's worth, though, I wouldn't continue to pursue that line of thinking. Riddle was a good lad. He'd never have stolen anything from Helena." An endorsement from a murderer is hardly convincing, Neville thought to himself, but nodded politely. "Just wanted to check all avenues. Thank you for the information. We'll be sure to let you know when we discover the diadem's location so you can deliver it to her in pieces. I know she'd appreciate you so much if you were the one to deliver it to her. It's the least I can do since you've been such a big help." "Yes, please do. I would love nothing more than to bring a smile to her radiant face. But cross me, and I will make your afterlife a living hell." Neville tilted his head curiously at the ghost's threat, but said nothing once more before slowly they moved out of the room and closed the door. Hermione's eyes locked with Neville's once they reached the end of the hall, and they nodded. If the Baron's story is to be believed, and Riddle really did just vanish on the 7th floor then. "Right," Neville said in agreement with the bushy-haired girl. "I think I have an idea of where Riddle hid the diadem." The quintaped, Michael could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the image of the beast. He'd taken many looks at the parchment from many angles, but there was no mistake. The animal Heron had to kill was none other than the Class 5 beast, the quintaped. Even the beast's image made Michael's skin crawl. A 5-legged deformed spider with a humanoid head and clubbed feet, all covered by thick reddish-brown hair. It was a monstrosity of a creature without a doubt, and from what Michael could remember, the quintaped had a hunger for human flesh. "You look as if you recognize this beast, yes," Heron said. Michael could hear the irritated undertone beneath his words. The centaur hadn't liked the idea of a wizard for a partner, that was without question. "If you do, please tell me. I know only its name. Any help would be appreciated." "From what I remember, the quintaped used to be a wizard by the name of McBoon. The story goes that McBoon challenged a superior wizard to a fight and got permanently disfigured by a transfiguration spell in a duel. His opponent hadn't realized that his transfigured opponent had only grown more lethal in that state, and McBoon killed the other wizard before he ate him, leaving nothing but bones." The hair on the back of Michael's neck stood up at the imagined scene. "I really would recommend your father change your assignment. This isn't a beast for rookie hunters to tangle with." Heron pulled an arrow from his quiver and pointed it at the side of Michael's neck. He felt Claire's blue flames erupt around her, and the faintest hint of fear crossed Heron's face before he forced his lessened threat from his lips. "Never, call be a new hunter. I may be young, but I am my father's son, and I am no rookie." "Drop the arrow, Heron," Michael said. "I won't be able to stop her if she decides to burn you to a crisp. I also didn't say that you weren't capable or that I wouldn't help you. I just meant to imply that rushing into this isn't a good idea." Heron tucked the arrow back into his quiver, and the heat from Claire's blue flames dissipated in response. "Now, from what I recall, the quintaped has mild spell resistance and is incredibly agile despite how it looks. The problem is I don't know where it is. The good news is, I know someone who might. The worse news is, I don't think we'll be able to convince him to tell us without him tagging along. Michael glanced towards the hut that stood at the edge of the forbidden forest. Let's go and meet our expert. Heron grumbled the entire way to Hagrid's hut. Michael found it difficult to believe that the centaur at his back was Bane's son, yet he knew from personal experience just how different a son could be from their father. The thoughts of his parents made his heart throb, so often Michael tossed and turned in his sleep. Had he made the right decision? Would his parents ever forgive him? Those thoughts plagued him, but he couldn't give them any time. Michael didn't have time for unproductive thoughts. His knuckle tapped the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. From the corner of his eye, Michael watched Heron jump at the sound of the heavy footsteps that approached the door. Claire had met Hagrid around the school, and even she looked a bit rattled at the size of the man that opened the door. Michael couldn't blame them. For those who didn't have a memory, like his, it was probably hard to remember just how large of a man Rubeus Hagrid truly was. The half-giant's black beetle-like eyes blinked rapidly before a bright smile bursted across his face. "Michael, good to see you, lad. I didn't know you were back at Hogwarts." Hagrid turned towards Claire and smiled. "Ah, and Miss Belmont is with you as well. Where are my manners? Let me fix you up a cup of tea. Come in, come in." Hagrid's eyes widened at the presence of the centaur behind Michael, and he grinned even brighter. "Ah, you must be Bane's son. You look just like your father. It might be a little cramped in here, but I can bring you out some tea if you like. Actually, the house is a mess anyway. Why don't I just bring out the refreshments and we can all eat outside?" "Oh, Heron said, a bit lost in the fanfare. "Thank you, sir." Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and groundskeeper of Hogwarts. The giant's outreached hand even dwarfed the centaurs as they shook politely before Hagrid hurried back into his hut. "This man is our expert?" Heron asked, his jaw tightly clamped. "He looks more like a fool than a professor." "He's our expert, all right," Michael said. "He's eccentric for sure, but there aren't many people in England that can compete with Hagrid when it comes to knowledge of magical creatures." Claire took a seat beside Michael on lowest stair on Hagrid's hut, and Michael took her hand and kissed it softly before he looked back up at Heron. "I've been meaning to ask, actually, do centaurs normally send their kids to kill Class 5 beasts to prove themselves?" "I don't know. Do humans always send their young to fight in their wars for them?" Heron snipped back. "Fair enough," Michael relented. Claire yawned and shivered from the cold breeze that danced in the night sky. Michael looked back at the castle. He longed for the warmth tucked inside that large fortress's gray walls. He longed for his bed in the Ravenclaw dormitories. He longed for the fun riddles on the door. He even longed to see his head of house. Just to see some new faces that didn't want to kill them was an underrated gift in his new reality. Still, Neville's descriptions hadn't painted the prettiest picture of castle life. He sighed at the activity he knew must have been in full swing behind the castle walls. "Hope your mission is working out, Scout. We're counting on you." Michael turned at the creak of the door behind him, and with pink apron and all, Hagrid scurried down the rapidly cleared steps, hot tea and hard rock cakes in hand. As quickly as he'd emerged, he'd gotten to work on the handout of his refreshments. Michael took to the warm tea gladly, but passed on the cake. Hagrid was quite talented in the realm of tea, but as a baker, he needed some work. Heron, of course, denied both. To take anything, even refreshments from wizard kind, was a weakness in the eyes of a centaur. Michael only hoped that this stubbornness wouldn't lead to problems later. "I take it you aren't just stopping by for a social visit, are ya?" Hagrid asked, his throat still layered with chunks of indigestible baked goods. "I know the fight with he who must not be named isn't over yet, so what brings you here?" "His name is Voldemort, Hagrid," Claire corrected. "Don't be afraid of the name. Harry says it only leads to fear of the man." The French model sipped her tea swiftly. "You are correct, though. We aren't here just to stop by. We've come to look for information." "Information on what?" Hagrid asked curiously. Heron stepped forward, rolled parchment in hand, and flipped it open before the half-giant's bearded face. "We're looking for information on this beast. I've been assigned with the great honor of being the one to slay it and bring honor to my colony. I've come only to ask you for its location, and then we will be on our way." "Merlin's beard," Hagrid muttered. "Assigned to kill the quintuped at your age, Bane must have great faith in you. Although..." It saddens me to think you have to eliminate it. So much can be learned from even the meanest creatures if you just treat it with a bit of love. It will receive the embrace of my arrow's impact and nothing more, Heron huffed proudly. Now tell me, Keeper of Keys, where can I find what I seek? Michael felt Hagrid's eyes on him, and he figured he just explained to avoid further questions. He told the half-giant about the mission and how Claire and Michael had been assigned to the young centaur's side in order to promote a relationship between the centaurs and the Order. He told Hagrid of his promise to demand the centaurs receive better treatment from the Ministry, and how he held them in great respect. The notion of the last remark brought a wide smile to Hagrid's face before he stood, and made the earth tremble gently beneath him. Sounds like you've got a lot of work to do, and I certainly don't want to keep you waiting too long, so I'll get into it. I'll tell you where the quintape is known to be, but I want a favor for it. Michael nodded, aware already of what the man was destined to ask. I know you have to do what you gotta do, Heron, but before you kill then Quinty, give me a couple minutes to observe it. I just want to get one real good look at it before it's gone for good. Fine, I don't care, Heron growled. Good, Hagrid laughed. From what I've heard, the quintape lives on the Isle of Dreer, just at the northmost tip of Scotland. I'm sure I can arrange for a house elf to get us all there in a jiffy. Just need to call my friend and we can be on our northernmost tip of Scotland, Isle of Dreer. Thank you, Hagrid. I will be on my way, Heron said. Wait, don't you want to just travel with us? Michael said, but stopped at the fiery glance in Heron's eyes. What my father sees in you, I'm not sure, but I have no interest in being involved with any magic. I will travel there myself, and we will reconvene at this Isle of Dreer. Simply await my arrival, or don't. If you die, I'll still complete the mission on my own. Michael didn't even have a chance to say another word to the centaur before he sped off. Only a trail of cluttered snow remained where Heron once stood. He certainly is pleasant, Claire said, with a heavy roll of her eyes. He's just trying to live up to his dad's expectations, Michael said softly. I know how stressful that can feel. Michael shook his head and turned back to Hagrid. It's fine. He'll meet us there eventually. It can't hurt for us to get there a little bit early, figure out exactly what we're going to be dealing with here, though. Heron's too proud to listen to reason in the heat of the moment, so if we're going to kill this quintaped thing, we're going to need to make a plan. A real shame it'll be to put down such a beautiful creature, but if it's for the sake of Dumbledore's plan, I guess it can't be helped, Hagrid said. His eyes dripped with sadness. How Hagrid could even think of the quintaped as a beautiful creature boggled Michael's mind, but he swallowed that swiftly. Come on, he said, his hand in Claire's. Let's go. The quicker we get this underway, the sooner we can report some good news back to the Order. Carmilla sat upon her throne with a facade of coldness, though rage bubbled beneath her skin. Snape's corpse laid out on the table, split opened and flayed for her kin to feast on, and by within 2 weeks, the man was nothing more than a drained husk. How could a mere mortal have done that to her? How had she not been able to see through the man's betrayal? Even with the knowledge of his double-agent status, she'd fallen for his loyal facade. Her eye twitched at the man's last words, Harry Potter. She hissed, "Damn you." Her nails chipped the wooden armrests of her throne. Her cold heart raced and pounded at the thought of the boy's cold, emerald-green eyes. Her lungs compressed, and she snarled at her hand that trembled without her permission. The way that boy's magic flared when she'd poisoned the blonde bitch, it felt fiercer than even the Dark Lord's. She hated to admit it, but had it not been for Alucard's gift, she'd without a doubt have been dead, permanently. Carmilla's teeth gritted against each other before she forced herself from her throne. She'd waited patiently. She'd tried to honor her bargain with the Dark Lord and treat his followers as her own, but she couldn't afford to wait anymore. Potter was a threat to their plan, and she knew better than to think she could stop him on her own. She needed the Dark Lord back, and the Death Eaters would follow her orders, or they would die. Her heels clicked along the rug-covered wooden floorboards of the manor. She wanted to sprint, but held herself to a quickened and brisk-paced walk through the manor's hall towards the den of the snake that reeked with Voldemort's magic. She hadn't been sure of it before, but the presence from the cup and the one that emanated from the snake were identical. The snake shared the cup's properties, and if the cup could have revived the Dark Lord, the snake would do just as well. She'd honored Jonathan's request to refrain from the snake option for a few weeks to give them time to search for another alternative, but none had arrived before her, and her allotted time was up. Delphine's chamber rested along her path, but Carmilla couldn't afford to stop, though it almost hurt her not to. The child, though one of pure negotiation tactics, had intrigued her. Carmilla often found herself by Delphine's tank transfixed upon the silver-haired and hazel-eyed girl. Delphine was like a cake in the oven, and she was a child eager to indulge upon her. What power would the mixture of Alucard's line with the blood of Voldemort create? It was a question that made her both salivate and feel sick, but there was no way to reverse what had happened. Delphine was formed, still growing, but formed. There was nothing else to do but wait. Carmilla kept her impulse in check and marched past the room without a moment's waste. Her daughter's power wouldn't matter if Potter killed them all, and Voldemort was the needed deterrent to stop the raven-haired wizard's ability to foil her plan. Her sensitive ears twitched at the hushed whispers in the darkened distance. One of the voice made her body quake with fury. "I won't help you," Kakarov said meekly. "If Lady Carmilla were to discover who was behind the plot, then we'd both be killed." "Carmilla can go fuck herself with a muggle cock," Bellatrix hissed. "We are the Dark Lord's servants, not hers, and the Dark Lord would have all of us lay down our lives before we allowed any harm to come to that snake." Kakarov's voice was troubled. He was a weak man, but Carmilla liked weak men. They were easy to manipulate and keep in line. She decided to lay in wait in the darkness. The former headmaster may have been in line to earn himself a reward, and Carmilla would hate to have missed out on that chance. Though she wouldn't have minded if she had to administer a few punishments as well, Carmilla desired nothing more than a way to release her seething rage. I can't," Karkaroff stuttered. "Frightened as I might be of you, you're nothing compared to Carmilla. I won't help you." "Oh, you will," Bellatrix hissed. "Let me in to get Nagini, or you'll find I can be far more dangerous than that vampiric whore." Carmilla smiled and emerged from the shadows. "Oh, is that so?" Carmilla's hands tightened and released in rhythm. A curled grin traced itself across her lips. "You know, I've always hated you. I'll enjoy this." Carmilla's eyes sharpened when she glared at Karkaroff. "Leave before I kill you in the crossfire and tell nobody else to approach. It appears I have to remind little Bellatrix here once more of the pecking order." Bellatrix's eyes widened with rage, and a flurry of red-laced spells launched from her wand. Carmilla smiled at the pitiful attempt and simply phased through them, her wand not even in hand. Bellatrix shot yet another spell, though this one had a foul scent and green hue. "Ah, the killing curse," Carmilla thought to herself before she took the blast head-on. "That was very cute." What?" Bellatrix stuttered, but that was. "Yes, I'm quite aware of what you attempted," Carmilla said, her voice sickeningly sweet. "But we pure vampires, direct descendants of Alucard himself, we operate by a different set of rules than you humans." In a flash, Carmilla blinked towards the foolish witch and wrapped her hand mercilessly around her throat. A gasp of pain crawled itself free of Bellatrix's lips from her slender frame's impact with the wall behind her. "You said just now that you could be far more dangerous than me. Tell me, you worthless excuse for a witch, do you feel that way now?" Carmilla smiled at Bellatrix's fear-induced silence. "You know, we vampires, while capable of performing all the same spells you do, we have a whole plethora of spells mere wizards like your kind could never hope to use. Tell me, Lestrange, would you like to experience one?" Carmilla watched the woman try to mouth a response, but she paid the witch no mind. Her nail dug into Bellatrix's torso before she hissed, "Sanguis coit." For a second, only silence filled the halls, and then a scream ruptured through Lestrange's compressed windpipe and rattled the manor's walls. Carmilla only smiled at the tears of sheer agony that trickled down Bellatrix's cheeks. She couldn't blame the dark witch for her tears, though, the process that caused one's blood to curdle in their still fresh body. It was a pain like no other. The witch could have screamed until her lungs launched out from her inside her. Carmilla didn't want to stop. Bellatrix had been the perfect remedy to her bad mood, and she savored the release when she twisted her finger deeper into the witch. She continued to press and make Bellatrix squirm. She'd had enough of Bellatrix's insolence. If the Dark Lord didn't discipline her the way she deserved, Carmilla would do so gladly. It was only when Bellatrix had lapsed into unconsciousness, and her screams no longer filled the air, did Carmilla finally let the girl fall limply to the ground. She stepped over Bellatrix's battered frame like a pile of garbage and turned the handle into the sanctuary where the snake lived. The hushed slither of the snake through its miniature rainforest was not lost to her, but she had no time to play games. She waved her hand and summoned Nagini to her side. The snake hissed and lunged towards her, but its suspended and restricted midair animation made it little threat to anyone. "Come, Nagini," Carmilla said, in a fake mimicry of her daughter's father. "I have use for you." The snake continued her struggle, but Carmilla paid it no mind. There was a mild sadness in her heart. The snake was without a doubt quite gorgeous in appearance, but she didn't have time to appreciate it. Her life and the lives of her kin were on the line. A snake's beauty was inconsequential. Carmilla couldn't risk another Death Eater intervention in her plan, but thankfully, her servants had followed the process quite closely. It took her kin no longer than 30 minutes to replicate the conditions the Death Eaters had created weeks before. Of course, Greengrass' journal had been monumental in the reconstruction. Had Snape not soured her to the idea, she'd almost considered a reward of her blood to the most useful of the Death Eaters. Her nose curled at the scent of the liquid that sustained Voldemort's essence. It smelled of putrid acid, but she hadn't needed to waste more time. A glimmer of fear glistened behind the snake's eyes. Carmilla wasn't a Parselmouth, but she could almost hear the snake beg for mercy. She sighed and swished her hand so that Nagini rested just above the deposit hole to the preservation tank. "It is a shame that things have to be this way. Your venom was quite effective. It'll be a shame to lose its source, but there is no other way. Goodbye, Nagini." Nagini tried to lunge at her, but even her long body couldn't reach Carmilla from her height on the platform. A hiss of agony erupted from Nagini when she hit the acidic potion, and without a moment's hesitation, her vampiric servants sealed the tank shut before they themselves sprinted from the platform. Carmilla stood still as a statue, though she did conjure a shield between herself and the preservation tank. Nagini's cries had turned silent, and the hair on her neck rose at the black mist, thicker than an apparition cloud, that filled the rune-painted glass. The corpse of the snake had vanished completely, and the black smoke began to wrap itself around Voldemort's body that had levitated to the center of the tank. The Riddle Manor shook from the power, and Carmilla's smile grew as wide as her eyes. The power she felt, it was beyond fathomable. With that power at her side, there was nothing in the world that could stop her. A scream erupted through the air, and the glass shattered into dust around the man. From the center of the now-destroyed tank, a pair of red eyes gleamed at her with a mix of confusion, anger, and thanks. There was nothing to worry about anymore. The Dark Lord had returned. Chapter 10. Eye-to-eye sweat dripped down Daphne's brow, her eyes locked upon Astoria as the two circled each other. She lunged to the side and rolled just as the stunner shot from her sister's wand. Daphne couldn't help but smile. Even Daphne herself had yet to master wordless spells, but like she'd learned when they'd first joined the SBIRE, Astoria had a knack for combat that only Harry matched. Astoria wasn't Harry. Daphne was sure had Harry wanted to, he could have taken Astoria with a hand behind his back, but Harry was in a league of his own. Astoria was a prodigy in her own right. Daphne's shield glowed with her magic, and her arms trembled from the barrage of stunners unleashed from her sister's wand. Astoria was fast. That had always been a strength of hers, and one Daphne couldn't overcome. But Daphne wasn't the type to give up. Her feet shuffled against the carpeted floor of the basement, where the training room rested before she canceled her shield and dove to the ground. "Stupefy," Daphne said. Her bolt raced from the tip of the wand towards Astoria. Her sister only smiled and cartwheeled out of the way. Astoria's eyes glimmered. Daphne could tell that the young Gryffindor was this as nothing but a game. Her younger sister took her too lightly. Daphne may not have been a combat type, but she was not to be underestimated. Daphne conjured a geyser from the tip of her wand and forced it into the form of a serpent. Astoria grinned at the aquatic dragon-like beast. "Hypocrite, so much for taking it easy. You do remember this is rehabilitation practice, right?" "Shouldn't have taunted me then," Daphne replied with a grin of her own. With a whip of her wand, the serpent raced towards Astoria. Even in the distance, Daphne watched the way Astoria's eyes changed colors through her study of her spell before she dove beneath the serpent's strike. Astoria rolled quickly back to her feet and cast a bombardment spell. The raven-haired girl didn't let a single one of her movements go to waste. "She's quite good," Daphne heard Thatcher whisper to Mad-Eye, who'd agreed to supervise the rehabilitation. "She was Potter's first student," Moody said, his voice like gravel in his throat. "I'd expect nothing less from her." Daphne spun her wand and quickly gathered the blown-apart water. The sudden recovery of her spell brought a nervous grin to Astoria's face as she jumped back from the pillar of water that crashed into the ground where she stood. The water-made serpent towered over Astoria, but the Astoria didn't show the slightest glimmer of true concern. It was yet another thing she noticed her sister and boyfriend shared: confidence. The idea that no matter how bleak something looked, they'd find a way out of it. To Daphne's concern, they tended to be right most of the time. Her snake's mouth opened at her command, and at her will, bullets of water flew from the open orifice. Astoria jumped and rolled. She dodged her bullets like they were bludgers with a seeker-like grace. Then, suddenly, Astoria stopped. Astoria held her wand firmly in her palm before a jet of fire erupted from the tip. To be able to conjure this much fire, Daphne thought with a creased brow, it can't be easy. Astoria, don't push yourself so hard, though she wasn't the best example to follow. Daphne had learned the hard way that she hated confinement. Her recovery had lasted longer than it should have, but the snake's venom was new to Dr. Thatcher and had taken a while to brew a complete anti-venom. She'd finally been given a chance to move, and though it exhausted her, Daphne wanted to push her opportunity to the limit, and only Astoria had the time to help. Steam clouded the training hall, and Daphne's eyes shifted from side to side, desperate to spot the raven-haired witch. Where? From where will she? Daphne's thought died at the cool touch of wood to her neck. "Looking for me," Astoria said warmly. Daphne dropped her wand and Astoria lowered hers. "She's incredible," Daphne relented. She took back her wand, and Moody cleared the steam from the room with a bang of his staff. Astoria panted for air. Her little sister had won the spar but looked far worse than she did. Rule number 1 of Harry Potter's training: always keep moving. You should keep that in mind too. Astoria clenched her chest and gasped, each breath more difficult than the last. "Astoria," Daphne said, her voice laced with a feigned calm. "Come on." Daphne leaned Astoria against the wall but kept her upright. "Look at me, Astoria. Breathe in, breathe out. One more time, breathe in, breathe out." Damn, I pushed her too hard. Daphne cursed herself. She'd gotten too lost in the moment, and now her sister could hardly breathe. "Stop looking at me like that," Astoria whispered. "Don't blame yourself. I'm just a little out of breath is all. I'll be fine. Plus, it was fun to spar with you. It was way more fun than just reading boring books all day." A soft smile rested on her lips as Daphne placed the tip of her wand on Astoria's chest. The young Gryffindor's strain lessened, and the way Astoria beamed at her made a warmth course through her body. That warmth quickly vanished at the approach of Thatcher and Moody. The doctor studied Astoria closely before she turned to Moody. "Well, Alistair, it seems that your prediction was correct," Moody sighed. There was a rare look of sadness on the man's face that sent Daphne into a spiral of worry. "When the younger Greengrass uses her magic, I see the foul color of the cursed blood glow." Moody pointed to his electric blue eye. "The connection between her magic use and the curse is undeniable." "What do you mean?" Astoria whispered faintly. "We mean that it would be best if you refrained from using magic," Thatcher said. "Permanently." Daphne's eyes widened to the size of tea saucers. She spun to face the older wizards, a fire behind her icy blue pools. "What are you talking about? Are you saying Astoria's use of magic is killing her? Well, at least, it's killing her faster than the blood curse would do on its own," Thatcher said. "Blood curses taint the magic within a witch or wizard's blood. That taint grows like cancer when it is fed magic. It affects Astoria here so rapidly because her magic is uncommonly potent for a witch of her age. As you can tell by your duel, it even surpasses your own. Because of that, her tainted blood is going haywire. The only way I can see now to cure her is to uncover a way to obliterate her magical core, and then get her a full-body blood transplant." But to destroy a magical core, even I don't know if it's entirely possible. Her sister's eyes trembled like fall leaves, and a thin layer of tears formed within them. "What are you saying?" Astoria muttered, her words coated in such an uncommon fear. "I'm saying that from this day forth, your days as a witch are over," Thatcher said. "It may not be pleasant to hear, but it's better to come out straight away and rip the Band-Aid off. I can dispose of your wand if you'd like. The less temptation you have around you, the better it'll be for you two." Astoria sprinted from the room faster than Daphne even thought she was capable of in her condition. She reached out for Astoria, but the girl had faded from view in seconds. Daphne stumbled to her feet to give chase, but Thatcher's hand on her shoulder stopped her. Daphne spun on her heel and shouted, "How could you tell her that? Astoria loves magic more than anything. She's talented," and Dr. Thatcher's cold glare made Daphne check her tone, and Daphne mumbled the rest with a lowered head. "There has to be another way. She can't lose her magic, it's just not fair." "The world's never been fair," Thatcher said softly. "Reality is what it is. No matter how much we'd like it to be different. If Astoria continues being a witch with her magical potency, she'll be dead in 1 year's time. That is the facts of the matter. As much as it hurts, I know that you're smart enough to understand that what I'm saying is true. Say nothing to her or tell her the fact that magic is out of her reach now. To do anything else would be a disservice to her reality." "We don't have much time to waste," Thatcher said. "Like I said, I do not know if the extraction of one's magical core is even possible, but I must research to learn more. Of course, you are welcome to join me. Another set of eyes never hurts, but I would recommend you go and be with your sister. Her life is forever changed from this moment. Knowing she has you by her side always may provide her at least a modicum of security." "Astoria," Daphne thought to herself solemnly, "I'm so sorry." Veins twitched across the Dark Lord's head. Magic radiated through his body in a way that reminded the Dark Lord of his youth. The sensation was familiar, but he'd recognized the source of his destroyed Horcrux's signature. Agony gripped his heart. The pain was different than the one he'd gotten through battle. It was cold and bitter pain. A pain similar to when Voldemort had learned the truth about his mother all those years ago in the orphanage. It was the anguish of loss. "Nagini," he whispered. His red-stained eyes searched the green liquid beneath him, but not a single fragment of his companion remained, though a familiar figure's face stood in view. Her silver hair was unmistakable. His hands coiled into a tightly formed fist, and his glare hardened at the woman who stood with a blank expression above him. "What did you do?" Voldemort hissed. "I brought you back," Carmilla said, her tone unfazed by the fury in the Dark Lord's voice. "You should be grateful. Your Death Eaters were useless. It is only thanks to my kin that you even breathe." Voldemort wasn't amused. His blood boiled beneath his skin, and his body quaked like a volcano on the edge of eruption. "What did you do to Nagini?" Poison dripped from every word he spat. "Answer me." "I did what I had to do to bring you back," Carmilla returned coldly. "You allowed yourself to get hit with a killing curse by a boy not even half your age. It took sacrifices to bring you back. You should be grateful I even bothered to bring you back at all. You should bow before me with thanks if you had any honor at all." Magic pulsed from Voldemort's body, and Carmilla crossed her arms to protect herself from the blast. Voldemort soared at the vampiric queen, but his hand reached nothing but a cloud of red vapor. Lightning flew from the Dark Lord's fingertips, but Carmilla phased through the attacks once again. "Get a hold of yourself," Carmilla hissed. "I don't have the power to beat you and you can't touch me. We're like fire and smoke. This fight would go on forever." Voldemort sneered, but Carmilla remained passive. "I'll admit it, I killed Nagini to bring you back, but I will also tell you that it was not my first choice. Truthfully, I'd grown to like that snake quite a bit, but our plan to resurrect you with the cup failed. Potter and his band of miscreants have held us at a standstill for quite some time, and Severus' betrayal only set us back further. We couldn't afford to waste any more time." "Severus," Voldemort whispered, hardly able to comprehend what he heard. "Severus betrayed me. Explain." Voldemort accented his order with a growl and hovered inches from the vampire's face. "Your cup," Carmilla said. "The one we retrieved from Bellatrix's vault. Severus destroyed it." Voldemort's eyes shook like a building in an earthquake at the news. He burnt it to a crisp with fiend fire. We didn't have any other options after that. Something cold swished in Voldemort's core. How many of his fragments remained? It was a thought that made his throat as dry as a desert. A diadem? Did you locate a diadem? I can assure you we tried. Well, your followers tried, Carmilla corrected. I gave them 2 weeks to search for it, but I had intended on using the snake from the start. It only seemed sensical. Your followers know you better than I thought. They predicted you'd have a hissy fit over this. From one immortal to another, let me give you some friendly advice. Next time, try not to stick your soul into something that can die. Continue to mock me, Carmilla, and I will ensure that you die miserably. I promise you that. Voldemort's voice was blizzard-like, and even Carmilla couldn't fight her quiver. That does remind me, though, how long have I been indisposed? Well, it's mid-February, 1997 now, so. That long, Voldemort hissed with frustration. His fist clenched tightly. Damn it all, I've given Potter too long to prepare. I need to move now. Now, Carmilla said patiently. There's no need to rush. I'd say I did a rather formidable job while in charge. England has received no outside support since the war began, and roughly half of England is under our control. Granted, the ministry still stands, but we've destroyed their hospital, and their Auror ranks have been decimated by their horde. And the order, Potter? Voldemort asked. Carmilla glanced down silently at the ground. The Dark Lord changed subjects quickly. Were there any fatalities on my end? Just the traitorous bastard, Carmilla said. I've kept Bellatrix alive due to your favoritism of her, but she's in a critical state after talking back to me. I'd love your permission to kill her. Voldemort only glared in response, and Carmilla sighed. Fine, I see. But I must say you have some rather mouthy followers. You should discipline them better. They are an embarrassment of a force. So much power and so little capacity for thought. Honestly, you might be better off with just your ranks of werewolves and giants, as much as I hate to say it. My followers are wizards and witches of noble blood. They represent the purity that this world demands, untarnished by muggle filth and mudbloods. Voldemort felt Carmilla's lips curl at his words. Did something I say amuse you? A little, Carmilla relented. It's just odd to hear you preach about such topics when you yourself aren't pure of. Carmilla gagged on her words. The sudden strike of Voldemort's hand around her throat suffocated her for a moment before she phased out of his grasp. The venom, however, hadn't left his reddened gaze. Say another word about my blood, and you will experience agony as you've never fathomed. That I swear to you, Voldemort growled. The Dark Lord's threat silenced his second with ease, and with rage like a fiendfire in his heart, he summoned an assembly. On their way to the meeting hall, Carmilla had tried to inform him of Delphine's growth, but Voldemort was far from interested. The child was simply part of the deal. Delphine, as Carmilla had decided to name her, was nothing to her. His body felt a bit odd. When he'd first adjusted to the mortal realm upon his return, he'd had a perfect warm-up in Potter at the graveyard. Voldemort now itched for another chance. He'd hate Carmilla for eternity. What she did to Nagini was inexcusable, and she'd pay dearly for it at war's end. But he couldn't deny the vampiric queen had brought him back far stronger than before. His Death Eaters bowed at his presence. Some dropped to their knees and exalted him. He could sense desperation in the eyes of his followers. Carmilla hadn't exaggerated their situation in the slightest, with many of his Death Eaters drained and exhausted. Jonathan Greengrass, he and Severus had been the men behind his stasis. He'd learned as much from Carmilla on the way over, and he ordered the man to his feet. Jonathan did so without hesitation and marched to his side as instructed. It appears I have you to thank, Jonathan Greengrass, for my body's persevered status. Voldemort felt a chill run down his spine from the constant pain that raced through his body after the Battle of Azkaban. The pain that had now subsided completely. You have done me a great service, and you should be rewarded. Rest assured, I will keep my word about our agreement in due time, but until then, I name you my right hand. You sit just below myself, and Carmilla now. The Lord of House Greengrass stood still with shock, and Voldemort's eyes turned to the table of Death Eaters who shared their looks of misgivings. You are to treat Mr. Greengrass with the utmost respect. Had it not been for him, I may have been gone for far longer. It is thanks to his efforts that I stand before you today." Jonathan returned to the table and took the seat to Voldemort's left. From the head of the table, Voldemort scanned what remained of his Death Eaters. A few lesser members had passed, along with 2 big hitters in Rabastan and Rodolphus. The losses of Crouch, McNair were also heavy losses, Lucas less so, but still a loss. The survival of Dolohov was good. However, he was a man Voldemort knew he could trust on the battlefield. Carmilla had mentioned she'd disciplined Bellatrix. Voldemort hadn't thought to ask what she'd meant by that, but she hoped Bellatrix would recover soon. The Dark Lord didn't so much care for her, but more her strength and brutality on the battlefield. There were few witches that Voldemort enjoyed the company of more on the battlefield than Bellatrix Lestrange. At his orders, his men delivered their reports. From what Voldemort could assess, they had the upper hand at the moment, though Potter had nearly repelled them all at the Battle of Diagon Alley. The thought almost made Voldemort grin with excitement. Potter sounded more formidable, and Voldemort's magic stirred at the thought of Harry Potter. The destruction of Harry Potter's will was something he could hardly wait to see, and he'd be the one to break it to pieces. Voldemort was no fool, though. He was vulnerable, with the cup and Nagini destroyed and dead. Only a single tether remained between himself and this world. The diadem of Ravenclaw. He knew the diadem to be locked in a room of lost things within the castle. It was safe there. It was a room unknown even to Albus Dumbledore, but caution never hurt anybody. He summoned Not SR to his side, and the wizard dutifully came. "I have a job for you and your son," Voldemort hissed. "A chance for young Theo to prove his undying loyalty to me." Not nodded eagerly to please him, and a twisted grin grew across Voldemort's pale lips. It was a simple plan, but Voldemort had rehearsed the role he'd wanted the young Slytherin to play. The boy was to act as his eyes and ears within the castle, especially when it came to the movements of that blasted group of Potter supporters, the Sbire. Potter wouldn't have been so open about the knowledge of the Horcruxes. For all the things Potter was stupid, was not one of them. However, he assumed that his band of followers would know the truth, and Voldemort couldn't allow that to come to fruition. Voldemort had half a mind to march on the school that instant, but he refrained. He hadn't adjusted to his mortal form quite yet, and he needed to remind the wizarding world was his name struck fear into their hearts. They'd foolishly believed Potter capable of his defeat. They'd soon learn how mistaken they were. Harry hovered over the city of London on his firebolt. The thick gray clouds concealed him from Muggle view, but his omnioculars provided him with a clear view of the streets that led into the Ministry. It was another day of patrols, and Harry hated patrols, though the light hum of an engine did bring the slightest grin to his face. For as much as he hated to fly in circles pointlessly, patrols had been one of the few times he spent uninterrupted with Alastor Moody. Yet even with that silver lining, Harry's mind buzzed with distraction. Daphne's hug had felt distant before he'd left for the streets, and Astoria hadn't even come out to see him. Harry knew that the two had a bit of a spar earlier that morning, but he'd been with Teddy and James at the time. It was apparent, though, that something had rattled them, and Harry needed to know what it was. Moody's motorcycle hovered at Harry's side, his electric blue eye in constant motion, though his dark eyes sat firmly on Harry. "You look, distracted boy. Do I need to slap your head on straight to get you focused? I'm not about to die because Harry Potter's head wasn't in the game." "You're as friendly as ever," Harry said dryly. A smirk etched itself across Moody's lips. "You're right that I'm distracted. Daphne and Astoria, they were acting weird today. Maybe hypocritical, I know, but I feel so on edge when they don't tell me things, especially when I get the feeling it's pretty bad." "You could always legilimency your way into their brains if you're so concerned," Moody said nonchalantly. Harry shook his head. He'd given Astoria and Daphne his word he'd never invade their privacy like that. "Soft," had been Moody's response. Harry rolled his eyes. He loved his mentor, and in his own twisted way, Harry knew Moody cared for him, but delicacy was never one of the grizzled Auror's strong suits. "Look, boy, don't worry about that for now," Moody said. "There is nothing that will drive a man insane more than worrying about things out of their control. Now most men hear this and forget how extensive the range of things within their control really is, but the heart of the message still applies. This Greengrass situation is out of your control, so don't think on it, especially not when we are on patrol. For all the things that Harry appreciated in his mentor, his ability to dismiss problems he didn't deem necessary to him hadn't been one. Sure, as a soldier, Harry had to acknowledge it was the better mindset to have, but for as much as Harry admired the one-eyed Auror, he didn't want to become like him. There was a coldness in Moody's heart that Harry feared. Moody was a man that opted for a life alone, and while Harry found the appeal of that path in the past, he wasn't quite sure how much he'd love a life without the Order, without Daphne. The pause in their conversation only became accented by the hum of Moody's two-way communication mirror. Harry couldn't see the face in the mirror's reflection, but he'd recognized the voice, Amelia Bones. He steadied his breath and waited for the request for backup, and like clockwork, it came. Amelia sent 2 Aurors up to cover their patrol, and then Harry smiled and kicked his broom into full speed. Giants had started to march on Oxford, and that meant the main force was on their way. Even with the charms on his broom, the winter air made the flight brutal. Harry loved Quidditch, but he had to admit that he loved it slightly less in winter. While nothing could extinguish his smile when he flew, if there was a choice between a flight in the winds of May or February, Harry would have picked May every time. The good news was, at the speed they hit, they'd reach the battlefield in no time. The bad news was that it wasn't the happiest sight. Oxford always looked so heavily populated, but the city seemed completely empty now. Harry scanned for citizens but couldn't see any, though Moody answered his unasked questions swiftly. The Ministry did have a plan in place when it came to large-scale attack on Muggle areas. A group of high-level obliviators, known in the Ministry as sleepers, would release a potion-made gas that would knock out all non-magic folks in the area. But that didn't mean they disappeared. They may have been moved into nearby buildings, but innocent Muggles still slept in the city. Fuck me, Harry hissed in his mind. The stakes increased by the second. Moody sent him a nod, and together they dove into the battlefield below. "Tenemago!" Harry bellowed as black flames sprung from his wand. Moody took a deep breath and cast a current of wind from his lips that forced the black flames to expand. A blanket of black fire coated the 3 giants who dropped their clubs, desperate to extinguish the heat. From the ground below, he saw 2 young Aurors smile with relief at his arrival. Harry turned to his mentor, who nodded proudly but turned at the sensation of the black cloud that raced towards him. Moody cast a shield, but the black cloud shattered through it and knocked Moody from his bike. Harry dive-bombed after the Auror. Moody showed no fear in his fall, but rather a hate-filled glance at the plume of smoke that hit him. Harry's shoulder nearly popped out of his shoulder from Moody's weight when he scooped the Auror up mere inches from the ground. Harry landed his broom and rolled his shoulder before he steadied his wand once more. "You all right?" Harry asked the grizzled Auror. "Thanks to you," Moody nodded before he leveled his own staff. "Enough chit-chat, though," Moody growled. The singular dark cloud now met with a band of 5 more. "It appears we have company." Harry couldn't help but notice the lack of red among the black clouds. This attack hadn't involved any vampires, at least, none that Harry could see. That only begged the question of why. Hordes of thralls made much better infantry than Death Eaters when it came to a mass city takeover, and yet Harry sensed a magical signature from every being on the field. There wasn't a thrall in sight. Just what are they playing at? Harry thought his fingers coiled tightly around the handle of his gifted wand. Is this even a serious attack? The apparition clouds descended on the field with a flurry of green spells. Harry slammed his foot down and conjured a stone wall that cracked and sizzled from the impact but kept them safe. Moody's eye peered through the stone wall, and a snarl ripped itself from his throat. Karkaroff, Dolohov, the Caros, Mulciber Jr., and Selwyn. Apart from Karkaroff, all of them are elite Death Eaters. Tread cautiously. If they are all elite Death Eaters, where's Bellatrix? Harry's stomach tightened with knots. Is this a distraction? Is the real attack coming from somewhere else? Harry sighed. Where's Michael when you need him? Harry steadied his breath, focused his magic. Well, no point in crying over spilled milk. Let's do this. He turned to Moody before, with a nod, they charged. Harry moved on autopilot. Even under the barrage of spells, the magic bolts moved in slow motion to him. He'd be born with gifted reflexes, but the gravity of Morgana's castle had made his speed impeccable. The Death Eaters could fire at him all day, but they'd never hit him. Harry jumped out of the way of an explosion curse, just in time to see the crater it left where he stood. Harry only smirked. Well, if that's how we want to play, fine by me. He flicked his wand with a crack of his wrist and watched the ground beneath the Death Eaters shatter. Dolohov quickly turned back into a black cloud, and Harry turned behind him. Dolohov played dirty, and that was all Harry needed to know to predict the man's movements. "Tultura!" Harry bellowed. Dolohov hadn't even a chance to set his shield spell before a pool of blood cut through the black cloud. The Death Eater withered on the floor with pain, and Harry readied another blasting curse in his wand. Confrig. This time, he'd be the one hit by a cloud of smoke. Harry flipped backwards in the air, but managed to land on his feet. Two figures stood against him now, one male, the other female, but both clearly related. "The Carrows, I take it. You know, it's quite rude to interrupt a fight. I mean, truly, have you no honor?" The siblings hadn't much enjoyed his mockery as two cruciatus curses flew from their wands. "Not very sportsmanlike," Harry muttered and rolled out of the spell's path. "Fine then, I guess I'll deal with you two next." Harry spun his wand in a full circle before a wall of his signature black flames surrounded the three of them. "Come on then. Now we won't have any interruptions." "Don't mock us," the siblings cried in unison as another flurry of unforgivable and generally unpleasant spells flew from their wands. Harry battered the ones he could away, while he simply danced out of the way of the red bolts of pain. Honestly, yes, he hated all of them. The Death Eaters were a plague on this earth, but what really bothered Harry was their lack of creativity. Unforgivable seemed to be all these elites knew how to fling. In truth, it bored him. "Honestly, you Death Eaters and your unforgivable curses," Harry said with a shake of his head. "It's an embarrassment to call you elites, but I'll do you a favor, all right? I'll show you how a real elite wizard uses magic." Harry flicked his wand down before he pulled it up, and the Carrow's eyes began to quiver at the may the ground shook beneath their feet. Suddenly, like a whale mid-breach, a conjured hand made of the dirt they stood on gripped the two of them tightly. "See, isn't that interesting?" And all it took was a little transfiguration and pressure charms. Now, the fun can begin. Harry pushed his palm forward and ordered the sand fist towards the walls of fire. "Let us go! I said let us go, you bastard!" The male Carrow roared. "Nah," Harry said, his voice laced with boredom. "Don't really feel like it." He clenched his free hand tightly before he released his palm and threw the siblings into the fire. They screamed in pain, their voice joined with the agony of the giants. Harry watched emptily as the siblings rolled on the ground to try and douse the inextinguishable flames of House Black. "I'll extinguish them when the Aurors come to make an arrest, but for now, enjoy the free heat. It is rather nippy out today." Harry turned to the spot where he'd left Dolohov's injured body and sighed. The Death Eater had vanished once again. "Lucky git," he hissed before he raced towards his mentor's side. Moody was under heavy fire, and while Karkaroff's skills were laughable, Mulciber and Selwyn looked to be the real deal. Moody caught a glimpse of Harry and held up forefinger. Harry read the message loud and clear. "Formation 4 works for me." Harry readied his magic in his palm, then Moody made his move. He jammed his staff into the ground and forced an earth spike to rise from the ground. Mulciber jumped from the jagged spike, but soon found himself unable to drop caught in Harry's constriction spell. Mulciber screamed at his faith, his head on a direct collision course with the ground above. Smack! Even Harry flinched from the sound of the impact. Though with Mulciber unable to so much as stand, suddenly the odds became much better. Now it was only 2 on 2. Karkaroff shuffled back in fear, and Selwyn's knuckles turned white from his clenched grip. They were cornered, or at least, that's what Harry had thought until a familiar voice sent chills down his spine. "Karkaroff, Selwyn, recover who you can and return to headquarters. These two aren't enemies you stand a chance against." Harry's heart pounded like a jackhammer. His bandaged arm screamed with familiar agony as it trembled against his will. The man was too distinct to be mistaken, but his magical presence felt different, otherworldly even. But those red eyes, they never changed. His bare feet shuffled along the ground, his magic cold and hellish around him. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord said with a smile that made his throat dry. "We meet again." "Unfortunately," Harry quipped, his cool about to vanish. "Part of me hoped I really did put you down for good at Azkaban." "Yes, I imagine you did, and I'm not ashamed to admit you certainly did quite a number on me." Voldemort lifted his wand. "But this time will be different. No need to look so glum, though. If I recall, you said you were looking forward to this day." "I lied," Harry said as he gripped his own wand tightly. "Nobody would ever want to see your snake-skinned face again." Harry sensed the magic swell in Voldemort's forehead and readied a legilimency pulse of his own. Harry roared when he unleashed his pulse, but Voldemort remained cool. Just like it had in Azkaban, the world around them shook. Even the cement layers of the Oxford building cracked under their magical pressure. Blood trickled down Harry's nose at pulse from Voldemort, and his head pounded with a fiery anguish. Then, to Harry's horror, Voldemort laughed. A sudden scream rang from Voldemort's throat, and Harry found himself adrift in the air before his back hit the ground to wake him with a painful thud. "Fuck!" Harry hissed. He quickly conjured a shield to block the volley of inflamed arrows the Dark Lord conjured faster than Harry could even see. The shield held, though Harry could almost hear his wand cry out in stress. He rolled out of the way of the second volley, unsure if his wand could handle another before he sent a black crescent of magic towards the Dark Lord. Voldemort didn't move, but held out his hand. Harry fought against his jaw's urge to drop at the way Voldemort stopped his spell in midair before he banished it. "Come on, Potter, think." He roared to himself, but nothing came. Voldemort's power had exceeded what even Harry could imagine. Harry's legs cramped beneath him. To even block one of the man's attacks had taken a heavy toll on his body. He fell to his knees and panted. His legilimency pulse had taken a lot out of him on its own. Harry's body shuddered at the conjured wall before him, just in time to be shattered by a blasting curse that sent Harry rolling backwards. Moody apparated to his side and growled, "Now isn't the time to daydream, Potter." The Auror's eyes rested firmly on the cloaked man. "It's as we feared. He's become exponentially stronger than before." Harry wiped the blood from his nose. "It doesn't matter. Nothing's changed." He stumbled to his feet. "I'm going to kill him here and now before he gets a chance to hurt anyone else." Harry only distantly heard Moody's protest as he raced towards the Dark Lord. A feral smile crept upon the snake-faced man's lips, but Harry only scowled in return. A snake of fire lunged from the man's mouth, and Harry rolled just beneath it before he swiped at the man's torso. Taltura. Voldemort growled and jumped backwards. A thin river of blood dripped down his pale torso from the cut Harry had made. Though it hadn't brought about the anger Harry had expected. Rather, once more, Voldemort laughed, then he cackled. "Yes, Potter. Good. I was afraid that in my current state you wouldn't even be able to amuse me, but you can still hit me if you put your mind to it." Voldemort readied himself. "I'll enjoy killing you much more now." Harry lowered himself into a defensive stance, but soon found the ground beneath him pull him back. He glared at Moody, whose magic radiated from the source of the retreating ground, but Moody paid him no mind. Harry hadn't even gotten a chance to berate the Auror before he spoke. "Potter, you need to retreat now." Harry's eyes widened at the man's words. "As it currently stands, if you two fight here, you'd certainly land in a few clean hits, but you'd die. If that happens, this war is over. You need to escape this place and figure out a way to overcome this monstrous strength of his." "That's great and all, but I don't think Voldemort's just going to let us retreat." Harry snapped back at the grizzled man. He won't, which is why I'll serve as the distraction," Moody said firmly. He summoned Harry's broom to his hand and shoved it into Harry's palms. "There's no other way to ensure your escape, but your survival is critical to the plan." "No," Harry bellowed. "I won't allow another person to die for me. Never again." "Harry, do as your teacher says." Harry stood silent at Moody's words. "I have a name." Harry had called out to the man the day his training had first began under Moody in his 4th year. "And I will refer to you by it once you've earned my respect as a capable wizard," Moody had retorted. A thin layer of mist covered Harry's eyes at the smile on Moody's face. "I've lived for long enough, and we both know how long Morgana hates to be kept waiting. It has been my greatest honor to train you, Harry, and I believe you will find a way to put this atrocity down once and for all. When you succeed, though, you must promise me you'll return to Avalon. I'll be waiting to hear all about how the student of the great Alastor Moody kicked the ass of the Dark Lord Voldemort." "Moody, Harry clenched his fist tightly and bowed his head in deep respect. "Thank you for everything, and I swear I will." Moody nodded. Good, now get going. He steadied his staff. 5 minutes, that's all I can promise. Chapter 11. Memorial. The old saying of being stuck between a rock and a hard place rang truer than it ever had before for Daphne. The return of Voldemort and the loss of Moody weighed heavy on her mind, and that only made up half of her problem. The other came from the news about Astoria. A life without magic, that was Astoria's fate. Daphne couldn't accept it. Astoria didn't deserve that. She was the good one of the two, the one with the pure heart. To have everything stripped of her wasn't right. She'd often considered herself to be level-headed one in her relationship with Harry. But Harry had accepted the reality of his own situation far better than she could. Yes, hard truths had become the norm for Harry. It caused him damage. Daphne was sure of that, even if she couldn't specifically name how. Nobody lived the life that Harry did and was perfectly fine. It just wasn't possible. The two sat silently on the couch, though Daphne knew Harry wasn't really next to her. The boy's mind was adrift in memories of the past. It had been nearly an hour, but Harry's eyes had not left the photo of the First Order where Moody stood proudly in the crowd. Daphne hated these situations. No matter how frequent they'd become, she never got any better at her girl-friendly duties. She didn't quite know what to say or do. If she could just let Harry fuck her until he wasn't in pain anymore, she'd have done so happily, but that tactic only worked in Muggle movies, and those relationships never looked, well, happy. Daphne's head rested against his shoulder, and Harry broke from the picture to face her. He never said it, Daphne whispered just loud enough for the two to hear, but I know that he cared deeply for you. He and Sirius, they used to have meetings about you, and I know that for as much of a hard-ass as he could be, he never had anything but praise for you. Harry's smile lit up Daphne's world, and the warm bond of her hands put her instantly at ease. Before he died, he finally acknowledged me. He called me by my first name. He'd never done that before. A chuckle left Harry's lips. Merlin, it used to drive me insane the way he'd always call me Potter or boy. I'd work myself half to death only to still not have made any progress towards earning his respect. Then, just when I finally get him to acknowledge me, he goes and dies. Daphne couldn't help but notice the smile that crept across his face. It's so like him, it's insane. Harry, you know that he always had nothing but respect for you. Your burden, I know I say we share it, but we both know that's not entirely true. The weight you've held, still hold on your shoulders, it would crush most others. But you never let it rout you. Moody saw that in you, just like everyone else in the Order. I know he believes in you completely, just as I do. Yeah, I know, Harry nodded. It sounds so dumb, like, I know that I can go visit him and that he's probably already with Morgana in Avalon, but I miss him, Daphne. She rubbed her thumb over the back of Harry's hand in soft circles. You know, I wanted him to be there to see our family and train them all to be great witches or wizards like him. I wanted him to see me win. Because even until the end, all he got to see were my failures. Daphne broke herself free of Harry's hands and cupped her face. Harry looked up at her, a thin layer of mist in his eyes, and smiled. You know, I've always wanted to meet Morgana myself. Maybe one day, when this war is over, we can go together, and if we have a family, we can take them to see their great-uncle Alistair. But I do know that the last thing Moody would want is for you to be sad. He imparted his will to you, just like so many others. We can't allow that sacrifice to be in vain. Harry nodded. His eyes were different from when he'd realized Tonks had died. The fire of determination still blazed behind them. His power is incredible now, and if I'm honest, I don't think a century of training under Morgana would help me catch up. Simply put, my current base strength is simply weaker than his at the moment. Maybe I can find another way to close the gap, but it is equally critical that he doesn't get to absorb the diadem. If that happens, it's game over. What if you absorbed the diadem? Daphne asked. I mean, the last time you absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's soul, it magnified your power incredibly, surely if you... Harry shook his head. It wouldn't work. I only managed to absorb the shard inside me because, well, it was already inside me. But only he'd be able to absorb his own soul from his Horcruxes. The priority should be to destroy the diadem. After that, we at least set a cap on his maximum power output. Daphne nodded in agreement. Harry hadn't answered the question about how he planned to bridge the gap, but now wasn't the time. If there was anything she understood about their relationship, it was when and when not to push Harry. We also have to figure out how to deal with Carmilla, too, Harry sighed. What a pain. "So you're Michael now?" Daphne teased. Harry smiled, and Daphne soaked it in. Merlin, she loved his smile. Even in the darkest moments, it never failed to make her feel safe. "Harry, let me worry about Carmilla. With Voldemort back, you have enough on your plate. Plus, I still have a score to settle with her." "But aren't you dealing with finding the cure for Astoria?" "I can't ask you to," Harry started, but Daphne silenced him with a gentle kiss. "I'm the girlfriend of the boy who lived if you can juggle being the Order's figurehead and figuring out a way to beat Voldemort. I can juggle finding my sister's cure and how to beat that foul witch," Daphne said with a smirk. "Don't start thinking that just because you're a big hero that you're better than me, Flyboy." "I wouldn't dream of it, Princess," Harry returned warmly, though the color faded from his face slightly. Daphne had become pretty familiar with that distant look. It was a look reserved for only one person, Astoria Greengrass. "So, about Astoria, do you believe Thatcher?" "Yeah, I do," Daphne whispered. "But I don't want to accept that the only way to cure Astoria is for her to give up her magic forever. Maybe we can do continuous blood transplants, yearly or even monthly if we have to. If that's what it would take, I think Astoria would rather live her life without magic," Harry sighed. Daphne nodded in painful agreement. Life as a squib was something Daphne could only imagine Astoria would despise, but she knew Astoria's genuine worst fear was to be a burden. Harry was right that Astoria would, without a doubt, consider those treatments burdensome. "She's just so stubborn sometimes," Daphne sighed and rubbed her temples. She saw the soft smirk on Harry's face. "Don't say it," she ordered, and the smirk vanished. "I don't know, Harry. I really don't know what to do anymore. Sometimes I wish one thing could go my way with this situation, but it's just been one roadblock after another. Even if I could convince Astoria to take the treatments, we don't even know if it's possible to remove a wizard's magical core completely." Harry shook his head with exhaustion. "You know, the last lesson Moody reminded me of before he died was to focus only on what we can control. You're right that we don't know about the magical core issue, but if blood transfer treatments could work, we first need to teach Astoria to get over her burden issue." "How do you propose that?" Daphne asked. "I mean, I love you, Harry, but you're kinda the president of the Try Not to Be Burden Club, and I'm not much better. We aren't exactly the best people to talk to her about it." "No, perhaps we aren't," Harry said with a chuckle, "but I know who might be. When we get back, remind me that I need to write a letter. I think I have a favor I can still cash in on." "Okay, but what do you mean by, when we get back, where are we going?" In typical Harry fashion, he didn't reply, though Daphne had lost the part of her that used to be on edge whenever Harry did that. It had faded the moment she'd first heard him tell her that he loved her. Daphne had never heard truer words in her life, and she knew, just as the sun would always rise in the east, that Harry would never do anything to harm her. Harry had asked to borrow Dobby, which Daphne thought was rather cute. Dobby had recognized Harry as his master just as much as Daphne, but Harry still asked for permission. She adored that about Harry. Sure, he'd been an arrogant twat when they'd first met, but now she knew Harry put her above everything. It was a thought that both warmed her heart and frightened her severely. The boy who lived would have died for her in a heartbeat, and just because she'd readied herself to do the same didn't leave her naive enough to think the losses would damage the war efforts equally. Sirius sent her a cautious glance when they'd reached the door to Grimmauld Place, but the Lord of House Black was the last person who'd ever treat Harry like a child. There was a slight glimmer of concern in Emmeline's violet eyes, but Harry shot her a soft smile and waved back at James, who'd picked up on the movement. Daphne would never have admitted it, but she liked James a little more than Teddy. James was quiet for one and didn't wake her up in the middle of the night with a scream capable of shaking the house. Still, she didn't dislike Teddy in the slightest, and everyone knew that Harry had a soft spot for Remus' son. They'd no sooner stepped out of the house before Harry summoned Dobby to their side. The excitable elf appeared promptly and ready to serve. Then, with a crack, the three vanished. Daphne's eye glistened with a familiar fuzz before it cleared up to reveal the Godric's hollow graveyard. Daphne instantly fell silent but took Harry's hand. They roamed the cemetery that glistened with the powdered snow, and Harry conjured a handful of flowers for each of the headstones. They'd spent a little extra time at Tonk's grave. Harry had adjusted well to the other names that littered the memorial stone, but Tonks had never failed to make Harry cry. The wound, no matter how much time passes, would always be fresh. Daphne wrapped her arms around Harry and hugged him tightly from behind. She only released him when Harry finally had the presence of mind to drop the flowers on the grave and move forward. The memorial stone shimmered in the snow, and Daphne watched Harry form a blue flame at the tip of his wand. Carefully, with penmanship foreign to her, Harry wrote down the late Auror's name. He always hated big ceremonies, but Harry's words shook in his throat, I thought he at least deserved this much. I'm sure he'd appreciate the sentiment, Daphne said softly, her arm locked in his. Hey, Harry, are you ready to head back? Harry nodded. Yeah, and when I get back, I'll need Dobby to deliver a letter to Damien Ablansk. He might be the only person capable of getting through to Astoria now. Michael could not stress enough how much he hated to apparate. Even when assisted by an elf, there was something about being squeezed through an invisible tube that just didn't appeal to him. Michael was convinced that there had to be another way, but wizards were too stubborn to innovate. He couldn't accept that their current option was the best one, with all that magic knowledge available. It also didn't help that, for lack of kinder words, Hagrid was, well, loud. The half-giant wasn't rude, the opposite actually, but the man could talk someone's ear off with ease. Maybe if we just let Hagrid talk to Voldemort about magical creatures for an hour, he'll kill himself, Michael thought grimly. He shook the notion from his mind. He didn't like to insult the half-giant. Truthfully, Hagrid was one of the nicest people he'd ever met, but passionate people could be a real pain when they started on about the subject they loved. The overcast that hung over the Isle of the Drear had only added to Michael's glum mood. It also hadn't helped that he'd spent Valentine's Day with a literal model in one of the worst places for a date. Sure, Claire pushed the importance of the date aside, which was fair. February 14th was such an arbitrary date, but Michael couldn't help but confess he was a little bummed. Worse yet, though, was the cloud of concern that hovered over his head. Heron had been rather confident in his ability to arrive at the Isle on his own. Yet, breakfast had come to pass, and Michael hadn't seen even a whisper of the centaur. Michael rubbed his temples. I knew I shouldn't have let the little bastard go off on his own. Arrogant little prick is probably in a ditch somewhere as we speak. Claire gripped his shoulder softly. Hey, you don't know that. It's a lot of ground to cover. Maybe he just needs a little more time. Michael could only hope we was right. If he had to tell Harry the alliance with the centaurs had fallen through, that would have been bad enough, but Michael could only pray he wouldn't have to deliver news of the centaur's death to Bane. Thankfully, as if Claire was a seer, the sound of a distant hoofbeat carried over the Isle of the Drear's slopes. Michael stood from the campfire and waved down at the centaur who barreled his way up the hill. Sweat beat down the centaur's face, and dark circles filled his eyes. Michael studied the half-man closely before he sighed. You ran through the whole night, didn't you? Heron looked away from him towards Hagrid as if Michael hadn't even said a word. Groundskeeper, please, point me towards the quintaped. Michael shook his head and marched to the centaur's side. Heron's nostrils flared at Michael's refusal to start the mission. I'm fine, Heron insisted. It's just one night's rest. My father one time fought for 3 days straight. Don't you dare underestimate me. It's not about you, Heron. It's about my safety and Claire's. We're not about to go fight a Class 5 beasts with our partner so tired he can't even aim his arrows straight. Heron huffed and turned his back on the Ravenclaw. Michael facepalmed and cast a binding charm that roped the centaur's legs down. Heron bucked at the conjured ropes but couldn't break free, and Michael was almost astounded by the verbose number of curses Heron was familiar with. I made your father a promise that I'd try and bring you back alive, Michael said. Try not to make me a liar and take a nap. The quintaped isn't going anywhere, and if the beast is as vicious as the stories say, a sleep-deprived, juvenile centaur-like, you stands a snowball's chance in hell against it. It didn't take a genius to tell that the young centaur wasn't the biggest fan of Michael's proposal, but the Ravenclaw didn't care. If he were on his own, that would have been one thing, but he had a low threshold when it came to Claire's risk factor, and he'd already had to cross it this month. He didn't plan to let it happen again, not when he could help it. Heron glared at Michael through his tired, dark eyes, but Michael didn't so much as flinch. Finally, the son of Bane took a hint and closed his eyes, a rhythmic tempo in his breath. Hagrid's hand pressed down on his shoulder with concern. He's not going to like that. To tie up a centaur is to dishonor their strength. He'll take great offense to your actions. Michael shrugged. I don't really care. Even people with big egos need to be checked from time to time. Centaurs are no different. The half-giant scratched his scruffy beard at his words. Speaking of the quintaped, do you know where exactly it is here? I have an idea, Hagrid admitted. The quintaped would most likely enjoy showing its dominance, so I imagine it would be at the highest point around here, which by my observation means probably over there. Hagrid pointed to the most ominous mountainside Michael had ever seen, Giant's Mouth. Can I please just get one mission that maybe involves a frolic through a lavender field or something? Michael groaned. Give me a break. Michael doubted he'd ever get a mission so friendly, but still, he took the time to enjoy the moment of peace as Heron rested. Even in the gloomy weather, there was a beauty to the way the ocean crashed on the shore of the Isle of Dreer. Michael's arm rested around Claire's as their feet dangled off the cliffside. Claire smiled at the way Michael tucked a curl behind her ear before she leaned into him, her head nuzzled in his neck. It was peaceful, but calm didn't do Michael much good anymore. An uncluttered mind was normally seen as beneficial, but Michael thought the person who made up that idea must have had a pretty cushy life. His mental baggage provided him a distraction from the world around him, and Michael wanted to be anywhere but in the real world. He was a 16-year-old in a war for the soul of the wizarding world. His parents had forgotten Michael even existed, and he'd been assigned deadly mission after deadly mission. He loved Harry deeply, but Michael couldn't help but admit he liked his life a lot more when it involved pranks of the now-deceased professor. Still, his life wasn't all bad. The war was a major pain, but his friendship with Harry had been one of the best things to ever happen to him. Claire had been the only competition to that memory, and even then, she'd only entered his life really because of Harry. It was a scary thought how the preparation for war had brought so many of the people he loved together, and for a moment, fear gripped his heart. How strong would all of their friendships be after the war? What would they even talk about? Shooting the shit and Quidditch just didn't seem like an adequate substitute to war plans and casualty reports. No, Michael knew his life was forever changed. So were the lives of all the other Order members. He just wasn't sure if he wanted to accept that. Claire gripped him tightly, her gray eyes like the clouds above them as she stared into his. You have that look in your eyes, the one when you're deep in thought about something concerning. Wanna talk about it? Michael tilted his head back. Not really, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't. It sounds stupid, I know, but what if all of our friendships fall apart after the war? This war's changed people, even I've felt it. I know things can never go back to normal, but what if after it's all over, none of us are able to cope? What if we all fall apart? That won't happen, Claire said firmly. Her words didn't quite reach Michael's introspective spiral. That was until her hand gripped his chin. Even if it did, though, I know that I'd never leave your side. You're my match, Michael Corner. We're in this together until then end. The groans of Heron silenced Michael's response. He turned back to face the centaur, who struggled once more to break free of his binds. Michael sighed. He knew centaurs needed less sleep than humans, but he'd secretly hoped they had more time. Michael pushed himself to his feet and offered Claire his hand. Looks like Sleeping Beauty's up. That means it's go time. Claire nodded, and Michael marched to Heron's side before he dispelled the rope. A venomous hatred filled Heron's eyes, but Michael's facade remained uncracked. He turned his back on the centaur and pointed at the large mountain in the distance. We don't know where, but somewhere in the mountainous area is the quintaped. We'll go together and watch each other's back. No need for heroics, understand? Hagrid and Claire nodded swiftly, but Heron once again acted as if Michael was mute. This kid is going to die. Michael's hand rummaged in the bag where his metal armor rested against his waist and felt a tingle race down his spine. The full-body suit was still a prototype, but with an idiot like Heron on his team against something like a quintaped, Michael felt like he'd be testing the suit out sooner than he'd like. All right, Michael said with a glance at his team. Let's move out. Wind, so much wind. That's how Michael could best describe the environment around the giant's Mouth Mountain range. It was cold, but that was a surprise to nobody. But Michael's sweat had nearly turned to popsicle the moment he dripped down his forehead. It was bitterly cold. Claire's blue flames kept them warm enough to function, but Michael had no idea how anything could live up in the mountains. Heron stayed in the front, and while Michael hated the idea, even with his transfigured boots, he couldn't keep up with Heron's hoofs on the mountainous terrain. He didn't have a watch on him, but Michael felt like they'd climbed for hours. The snow and the wind had utterly blocked their view of how far they'd ascended, but gave them little reference of how much higher they had to climb. It wasn't so much the distance that bothered Michael, however, it was the blindness. The quintaped was said to have the strength to hurl boulders, and the lack of visibility made them sitting ducks. Michael had tried the spell that allowed aurors to see in the dark, one of the niftier pickups from Harry's arsenal, but it had only made his vision worse. The snow had only increased the brightness, and Michael needed to take a moment to recover from the sudden blindness. Claire guided him forward as he rubbed his eyes. No matter how much the half-vela shouted for Heron the stop, the centaur continued with no consideration for the wizards behind him. "If the quintape doesn't kill him, I might do it myself," Michael growled. Centaurs were believed to mature much faster than humans, but Heron acted like a petulant child with a false sense of authority. He took a moment to pause. He'd started to sound so much like his father. The anger faded to pity. If I'd cared about my father's opinions, Michael thought to himself sadly, maybe I'd have ended up just like him. So desperate for approval that his own safety didn't even matter. What a nightmare of a life. Michael did what he could to keep with Heron, but the mountainous terrain certainly helped Heron out more than himself. Hagrid and Claire checked the sides of the crevasses as they climbed, and Michael's gauntlet stood on standby. The air grew thinner the further they climbed, and exhaustion set on him more readily. Only Hagrid and Heron were able to keep the pace they'd started on. Heron glanced back in frustration, while Michael and Claire gripped their knees and gasped for air. "You wizards are so weak," Heron snapped. Michael couldn't even shout after the young centaur before he stormed off. "Damn it all," Michael hissed. Hagrid patted Michael's head and smiled before he went after Heron, and quickly the two wizards casted bubble head charms to continue on. It hadn't been that long since Heron went off on his own, but the young centaur was incredibly fast. Michael could make out Hagrid in the distance, but even the half-giant looked at a loss. Did we lose him? Michael wondered, but suddenly Hagrid took off. Guess not. He and Claire glanced at each other quickly before they too bolted after the half-giant. At first, Michael wasn't sure of the urgency, then he heard a scream that made his blood curdle. Michael's lungs burned as he raced towards the sound. His legs felt as if the muscles within had been dipped into acid from the altitude strain. The exhaustion, however, quickly faded into horror at the sight before him. Claire fumbled into him at her arrival to the plateau, but Mitchell hardly registered it, his mind fixated on the horrific figure that glared up at him. The beast roared and pounded its clubbed feet on the ground, a deep bloodlust in its amber eyes. Heron readied his bow and circled the beast atop speed before he unleashed a volley of arrows. The beast's red fur looked like a pincushion as Heron launched arrow after arrow, but that had done little but piss off the quintaped. In a blink, the ground beneath the creature's legs shattered, and he soared at the centaur like a frisbee. Hagrid grunted and caught one of the quintape's legs from over his head and pulled it back down to the ground. Michael hoped the half-giant would have slammed it into the stone, but it was against everything in Hagrid's nature. No matter the creature, Hagrid showed it kindness. The quintaped, however, was not as merciful. The red-furred monster swung its arm back at Hagrid. Michael had no idea how heavy Hagrid was, but the way the quintaped tossed him like a rag doll made Michael's blood run cold. Hagrid grunted and stumbled to his feet, his coat ripped to tatters. The quintaped marched towards the half-giant before he suddenly stopped and dropped with a roar from a fresh arrow in his kneecap, courtesy of Heron. "Foul beast, your battle is with me. You will not dishonor me with the turn of your back," Heron shouted and leveled 3 arrows in his bow. "Today you fall at my hands." Heron fired his onslaught of arrows, but his announcement had readied the quintaped. Like it was child's play, the beast caught 2 of the arrows between his toes and the last in his teeth. He spit out the chewed-up arrowhead with a grunt before once again the quintaped prepared to pounce. Heron loaded another arrow, and Michael hissed, "Move, you idiot, don't just stand there." "Claire, get ready to rain fire and cover me, okay?" Michael said calmly, his hand on the bag that held his magical armor. He hadn't gotten a chance to stress test the whole suit in a controlled environment, but with the way the beast tossed Hagrid aside, Michael didn't like his unarmored body's chances. "I'm going to try a full-body sync with my armor. If this doesn't work, look after my mom and dad, will you?" Claire's jaw dropped, but Michael hadn't waited to hear the witch's protest. With a snap of his fingers, the metal switch bands on his arms and legs swapped with the bimetal alchemical threaded steel. Michael's knees buckled a bit beneath the weight and snarled. It was heavier than his thought. Michael pulled himself upright just as the quintaped flew into the air. He pointed the palms of his sapphire-embedded gauntlets behind him and grinned. "Well, here goes nothing, Ventus." Michael soared through the air and slammed his steel-clad knee right into the beast's face. It groaned and hit the ground with a roll. "Good," Michael thought to himself. "It's heavy, but I can still move." He kept his eyes on the quintaped, but the hoofbeats of the centaur trotted lightly behind him. "Listen, I don't know how much combat experience you have, Heron, but here's some advice. When you launch an attack at a distracted opponent, try not to tell them exactly what you plan to do, and for the love of Merlin, when an opponent charges you, dodge." "There's no honor in hitting an opponent when his back is turned," Heron snarled. "Get that childish fantasy out of your mind," Michael shouted. "In war there is no honor, only life and death. Don't try to paint battle as anything beautiful, it's hell. There's only one objective in battle, survive." Heron only snorted in response and charged the quintaped. What boundless stupidity. Michael thought as yet another volley of arrow rained down on the quintaped from Heron's bow. The beast roared and leapt away from the metal-tipped hail before it surged towards Heron. Crack! Heron's bow snapped in half as the centaur lifted it to try and guard himself from the strike. A cut raced down the young centaur's torso from the sharpened nails of the quintaped before the beast gripped Heron's throat. "Stupid kid," Michael growled before he summoned wind once more from his palms and blasted towards the best. He shot off the ground like a rocket and flung himself of the quintaped's head. A blue glow beamed in his sapphire before he shouted, "Reducto!" A ray of light blasted from Michael's palm, and the quintaped screamed from the impact. Michael had no sooner touched the ground before he pulled Heron free and forced some distance between them and the beast. "Claire, now!" he shouted. On command, fist of blue flames shot from the half-Vila's transfigured claws and battered the beast. Cries of agony ripped themselves from the quintaped's throat, and Michael looked away. He didn't want the beast dead, but he needed the alliance with the centaur, and the quintaped was far from an innocent beast. Claire's hands shifted back to normal, and she dropped to her knees with exhaustion. Smoke rose from melted stone, and Michael's shoulders fell. If he thought he was in good shape, today had shown him that he had a lot of work to do if he wanted to use his Iron Mage armor effectively. Michael's eyes narrowed. It looked as if the smoke shimmered, but that was impossible, or so he thought, before, as if the quintaped's legs were made of rubber, one of his clubbed feet rocketed towards him. The bones in his left arm shattered from his block, and a haziness filled his mind from the intense pain. "Michael!" Claire shouted, her throat hoarse from the inhaled smoke. "I'm okay," he grunted before he turned back to face Heron. "Listen to me, I'm going to give this next spell everything I have. If this doesn't kill, I don't think I'll be able to move, so make sure Hagrid and Claire get back to safety." Heron stood firmly with indifference, and Michael scoffed. "You owe me. I saved your life, you ungrateful bastard." The young centaur snarled but nodded with agreement. "Good, now all I have to do is hope this is enough." Macboone retracted his arm and sprang from the smoke. A vibrant fire glowed behind the beast's bloodthirsty eyes, but Michael only smirked and lifted his good arm. A painful tug pulled at his magical core, and the sapphire glowed in his palm. His right arm shook like a plane in turbulence, and his shoulder popped in and out of place rhythmically. Macboone howled like a wolf, and Mitchell chuckled. "All right, you son of a bitch, come and get it. Confingo." Fire erupted from his palm, and from the corner of his eyes, Michael saw the mountainside melt from the impact. The quintaped released a feral scream, and Michael's knees dropped to the ground, the resistance against his flames now nothing but a burnt corpse. His vision blurred, but a smile stretched on his lips at the molten rock that slipped apart. "Suck it, Rook. You're not the only one able to change the terrain," he laughed before his body fell forward with an unceremonious thud. Merlin, I'm tired. Leadership, Neville hadn't ever planned to take that type of role. The order was pretty simple in their little group. Harry was the leader, and only if he wasn't there, Michael acted as his second. Some may have felt irritated at that, but Neville was relieved. Those two had the ability to make decisions that far outclassed Neville. He was happy to play his role. He'd never expected to take on a task like the defense of the whole castle. It was the way the group turned to him after the information they'd retrieved from the Baron that really sparked his appreciation for Michael and Harry. How many times had he looked at his friends that way, unsure of what to do next? Numerous was the answer. Worse yet, his role was only a relatively small responsibility compared to the burden both Michael and Harry carried on their shoulders. How had they managed to keep their composure through it all and still looked alive? They were questions Neville decided he'd ask the two once the war was won. For now, he had a mission to complete. It was only when Neville arrived at the 7th floor of the castle that he waited for Hermione, Blaise, and Tracy to catch up. The Slytherin girl's face was as red as her hair when she'd arrived behind the dark-skinned wizard and Hermione. Blaise's eyes scanned the hall, a fog of questions behind his deep brown pools. While Hermione stood patiently at his side, it was Tracy who spoke through scattered breath. A little warning before you take off like that, Longbottom. Sorry about that, Neville said with a lowered head. Don't worry about it, Blaise said, an ever-calm tone in his voice. You said you had an idea about the diadem, so what is it? Well, I remember that on Harry's map, the room of requirement didn't show up on it. Neville's voice held itself at a hushed whisper as it continued. Nobody explored the school quite like the Marauders, and even they didn't find the room. To an average onlooker, or even a spiritual one, if a person had found the room of requirement and entered it without a person seeing them, then it would look like they'd disappeared into thin air. So you think that Riddle knew about the room of requirement? Hermione asked. Neville nodded. Okay, well, while that helps a little, the room of requirement supposedly changes based on the needs of the user. So what would Riddle have asked the room to turn into? That is the million-galleon question, Neville conceded. Honestly, I was just going to ask the room for a place to hide something. And you think that will work? Hermione asked. Neville only shrugged in response. Okay, well, we could do that, but I have a plan that might be marginally more productive. Do tell, Neville said with a chuckle. Why don't we just tell the room that we really need the diadem of Ravenclaw hidden away inside of it? Hermione asked. I mean, I feel like that would be easier and also remove the possibility of us missing it by mistake. Neville snapped, that is a much better plan than mine. Okay, let's go with that. Hermione smiled and Neville stepped aside. All right then, love, it was your idea, so go ahead and take the honors. The Hufflepuff stood back, allowed the Ravenclaw to march back and forth. He looked back at Tracy and Blaise, who stared blankly at the wall. For a moment, nothing happened, and Neville wondered if the desire had been too specific until, from out of nowhere, a metal-barred door appeared. Well, I'll be damned, Blaise smirked. Honestly, didn't think that would work. Hermione only smiled before she pushed in the door. Neville gripped the back of Hermione's shirt and pulled her back. His blood pounded in his ears as a horribly familiar magic pulsated from the silver tiara. Don't go any closer, Neville ordered, a glare heavy in his eyes. Without a doubt, that's his magic. The diadem of Ravenclaw rocked back and forth on its stand. Neville stepped forward before another magic sparked from behind him. Quickly he dove to his left and rolled back to his feet. What the hell was? He didn't need to finish his question before the cold, glossy eyes of Tracy answered it for him. Don't touch the diadem. If I wear it, it says it can show me how to bring Ron back. We have to keep it safe. I won't let you destroy it. The diadem can't talk, Tracy, Neville shouted. It's Voldemort's magic, it's playing a trick on you. No, Tracy shouted. It's my fault Ron died, and with the diadem I can bring him back. She readied her wand. I can absolve my guilt. I won't let you destroy it. Tracy, please, snap out of it, Neville said, his wand gripped tightly in his palm. I don't want to have to bring you out of this trance by force. Petrificus totalis, Blaise hissed, and instantly his girlfriend fell to the ground. Neville blinked at the lack of resistance, but Blaze only glowered at the diadem. There's nothing Tracy hates more than feeling out of control. This thing is fucking with her head. I'm not going to allow that. Get Tracy to Madame Pomfrey and away from here, Neville said. I have no idea what exposure to a Horcrux can do to people, but I don't intend to find out. Neville turned back only to see the diadem in midair. Hermione, did you cast a levitation spell? That's not me, Hermione said. Right, a familiar voice called out. Neville snarled at the figure who revealed himself with a smile. I heard you talking to the Baron, and I know the Grey Lady really wants this. She said she'd even tell the Baron to leave me alone if I brought it to her. Sorry to do this to you, Nev. I really did like your little group, but I've got to go. Peeves, Neville shouted and pointed his wand towards the poltergeist. Drop the diadem now. His orders fell on deaf ears as the poltergeist raced down the hall with a laugh. Neville said nothing before he gave chase and barreled down the corridor. Give me a break. Chapter 12. Promises kept Neville's feet dangled off the astronomy tower. His wand was placed at his forehead to help cool the lump on his forehead he'd gotten from Peeves' shenanigans. It turned out that a phantom with an uncanny ability for spell evasion was a bit harder to capture than he'd first thought. It was an embarrassment, really. Harry led an entire resistance, and Neville, he'd been duped by a ghost. The Hogwarts ghosts had never been hard to find. In fact, ghosts like Nearly Headless Nick were always far too happy to share their opinion on things. But when they wanted to disappear, nobody could do it better. Well, maybe except the Strowls to the unscarred eye. Worse yet, though the ghosts liked to be at Hogwarts, he'd been unfortunately informed by Hermione that they were free to go wherever they please. Hogwarts had just been a place of convenience. Damn, Neville whispered, a forced smile on his lips. I really am a colossal fuck-up. Don't let Ms. Granger catch you saying that. She might even take more offense than I do at that remark. The voice was calm and familiar. Neville recognized the tone of the plump woman instantly. Only one person in the castle had that melodic ring to her voice, and Neville hunched forward at the witch's approach. The witch pulled down on her patched, battered hat that sat loosely above her short, gray, wavy hair. The dirt from the greenhouse still coated her yellow robes, and warmth glowed behind her milk chocolate brown eyes. Sorry, Professor. I hadn't realized it was past curfew already. I'll return to the common room Im. This is hardly the first time you've been out past curfew, Mr. Longbottom. I've elected to ignore it for quite some time. His head of house, Professor Sprout, said, Quite frankly, for you specifically, I will continue to overlook it. Headmistress McGonagall has kept me updated with the efforts you've undergone to help prepare students for what might come their way and the pressures you are under. I simply came to check on you when you weren't at dinner. A growing young man, such as yourself, needs to eat. Not really all that hungry, Professor, Neville said. He chuckled to himself. God, I sound just like Harry. If only I could be as good a leader as him, then maybe things would have worked out. You're right, Sprout said. I mean, I don't particularly know precisely what it is you're talking about, but Harry Potter was gifted with leadership abilities few innately have. You, Mr. Longbottom, don't have those. Neville's eye sank towards the grounds below, but sprung at his professor's touch on his shoulder. You do, however, have a heart that's larger than any other I've witnessed. I needn't look any further than how you tend to plants that other wizards don't even consider alive like we are. Your compassion is your strength, Neville. Your ability to slip into other people's shoes in an instant. It's a gift unique to you. Don't spoil it by comparing your skills to that of others. I fear to say this to the younger children, but when the time comes, I sense we'll all have a role to play. A role to play, Neville murmured to himself, step into another's shoes. His head of house's words rattled in his mind, and slowly, Neville felt electricity race through his veins. I know where she went. Professor, that's it. I've got an idea. Rowena Ravenclaw, do you know where her grave is? Neville asked. Professor Sprout's brow furrowed. Sorry, I was thinking about what you said about me being able to put myself into other people's shoes. So I tried to think to myself what I would do if I was Helena and... That's not important, just, are you aware of where Rowena Ravenclaw is buried? Of course, she's buried in the glens of Scotland with her family, but... Thank you, Professor, Neville said, but stopped mid-run from the touch on his shoulder. Neville, I'm not 100% sure what your mission from Harry is, but I do hope you'll be careful." "I will, Professor, I promise," Neville said before he ran out of the astronomy tower with great haste. The glens of Scotland were beautiful. Neville almost felt a bit sour that it had been a mission and that he'd come alone. He couldn't shake the idea of how much Hermione would have loved the fresh air and clear fields that dipped only for the many pools of lakes and rivers. It was a lot of land, but thankfully, the house elf had done Neville a great service before she'd off and vanished. Had he been alone, Neville may not have even had a clue where to start. But the single blue and bronze cottage in the distance, where powerful magic radiated from, had made the search a lot easier. His time with Michael and Harry had left Neville in good shape, but that didn't stop his heavy breaths when he finally arrived at the gates of the cottage. Neville could only call himself an idiot when he tried to push against the black iron gate. The magic flung him away further than any knockback Jinx had ever managed. A bruise already began to form against his chest, and Neville picked himself up with a grunt. Neville had spent what felt like an hour, though it was only a few minutes, on a way to break the barrier. Neville never cared much for combat, but he knew his spells weren't weak. He couldn't help but smile at the way the gate batted away his continuous assault with ease. I guess they wouldn't have been founders if this was easy. But then again, do I even need to break it? He turned his back to the gate and looked over the hillside he'd raced down towards the cottage. No, Neville decided. He figured that if Helena had been at the cottage, she'd have come to check out the noise. That meant she was on her way. Of course, Neville could have always predicted wrong. "Have some faith in yourself, Neville." Harry's words invaded his mind, followed by Michael. "I believe in you completely." Neville swallowed. "I need to trust my gut. I'm right about this. Sooner or later she'll come with the diadem." His fingers trailed through the blades of grass. "All that's left to do is wait." It sounded childish. It was the middle of a war after all, but Neville was beyond bored. The sun crept over the horizon, and Neville couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He'd been in such a rush to fix his mistake he hadn't concocted a single plan. Neville took solace in the fact that, at the very least, nobody was there to see him. It had also been a very effective time for Neville to plot his vengeance on Peeves for this whole event. If the little ghost that the Baron was scary, he wasn't ready for the wrath Neville felt in his chest. The thought of ways to kill a poltergeist subsided at the ring of a gentle hum. It sounded almost like a shanty as a light flickered up the side of the hill. Neville lifted himself from the ground and prepared his eardrums. He was right to do so, as the first words the Ravenclaw ghost spewed was a roar of frustration. "You." "Me," Neville replied simply. "What are you doing here? You should be at school, little boy," Helena hissed. "Education is very low on my list of priorities right now," Neville returned. He sighed and stepped closer towards the ghost. "I figured you'd come here to return the diadem to your mom. It's a noble thing you're trying to do, but it's misguided." "You know nothing, boy," Helena bellowed. "Don't you dare pretend like you know anything about how it feels to be in my position. My parents were great wizards, better than I could ever be. When I was young, they protected me and suffered a fate worse than death. Death Eaters tortured them for hours to the point that they don't even remember who I am." The ghost hovered inches from Neville's face without a word. "I'm not a brave and strong wizard like they are. For a while, it would have been hard-pressed even to call me a wizard at all. I had to live so long with this idea that I was a disappointment to them. You betrayed your mother, and you think that your mom thinks of you as a failure. It's why when you died, you chose to stay. You were unable to face her after what you did. Trust me, I understand what it feels like to fail people you care about better than most." "Then let me find peace and return what I stole from her," Helena croaked. "Please, this is all I can do for her now." "I want to. Merlin, I want you to be able to find that peace, but I can't let you return the diadem to her. And you know why. It's surrounded by dark magic. Magic that needs to be destroyed." Neville looked softly at the cold eyes of the ghost. "I know that you've been lied to about the intention others had with the diadem, but I swear it, I need to destroy this diadem to be able to save the wizarding world. The magic you feel is Voldemort's magic, Tom Riddle's magic. If we don't destroy it, he can't be killed for good. So please help me." "Your words are empty to me," Helena whimpered. "I've heard those lies before. All you mortals are the same, you. I swear it on the lives of my mother and father. I only seek to destroy the magic that has corrupted your mother's treasure, Neville said. His soul had nearly spilled out from within him at the words. His eyes quaked in their sockets, and desperation croaked in his voice. If I don't return the diadem, how will my mother ever forgive me? How can she love me if I don't right my wrongs? If I don't? Your mom will always love you. Even if she can't say it, you should know that in your heart, Neville said. But I'll stand by your side and bear witness as you tell her your intentions if that helps in any way. Your mother founded Hogwarts to be a place where all those gifted with magic could learn. Voldemort intends to trample on the jewel your mother cared for so deeply. Tell her that you decided to protect the thing she loved the most right after you. Let that be the way you make your amends. The diadem's weight, which hovered over his shoulder, was heavy as Neville departed the Ravenclaw cottage. There are few things more awkward than a memorial service for a person you know little about. What Neville did know was that the sun hung high in the sky, and he'd obtained the diadem. Neville's head pounded from the malicious whispers. The promises of ways to cure his parents' madness nearly made him coronate himself, but the diadem wouldn't win. The reality of Neville's life was unpleasant, but it was reality. His parents had essentially given their lives to stop the Dark Lord. Neville wouldn't betray that. This thing is loud, he grumbled to himself. I need to get this to the castle to destroy, the sooner the better. He looked back up at the midday sun. Damn, Hermione is so going to kill me. Michael awoke with a jolt that made the young witch that stood over him jump. He touched his bare chest, the metal of his suit dismissed from his body, and tried to push himself up only for Claire to pin him back down gently. The half-Vila's eyes were a deep red, and tears trickled down her cheeks. He swallowed and reached up for her cheek, only for Claire to grab his wrist and pin him down harder. Hey, pretty bird, Michael smiled, but the girl's backhand knocked the grin from his lips. Ow, he murmured as Claire's tears dropped on his face. Never again, she growled from atop him. Never say anything like that to me again. What are you? Michael's throat dried at the memory of his words. If this doesn't work, look after my mom and dad, will you? Oh, right that. Listen, Claire, I was just joking around. You know that I'm not about to die and leave you with that responsibility. Lighten up a little, Will. We're partners, Michael, Claire growled. I know that death is a distinct possibility in this war, but you need to find somebody else to make them promise you that. If ever you die in battle, I'm not going to abandon you. I'll make that person pay for taking you from me even if it kills me. That's just how Vilas are. You're going to have to live with it. Right, Michael said. I guess I'll have to arrange something else then. Can't be helped. Michael moaned into Claire's kiss before they broke apart. She climbed off of him and offered a hand that Michael took gratefully. His whole body still felt like it weighed a ton, and each step made him rock from side to side. He still jumped a near mile into the sky, though, at the body of the half-melted quintaped before he stilled his heart. Damn, this thing's terrifying even in death. Just be glad you didn't completely incinerate the body with your last attack. Then we would have nothing to bring back to my father, Heron said. You would have almost died for nothing. We would have almost died for nothing, Michael corrected. You weren't looking so hot out there yourself, you know. You dare question my, Heron sighed. Right, a joke. You wizards and your humor. Michael followed Heron's eyes as they fell on Claire. Now that the boy and the groundskeeper are awake, can we be off? Claire rolled her eyes, but called the house elf to their side. Hagrid looked to be worse than Michael, if he could believe it, but still managed to drag the half-melted quintaped to the elf. Though the half-giant's strength hadn't been the only surprise as Heron approached as well. You're coming with us? Michael asked skeptically. It'll be faster this way, yes, Heron returned. Michael nodded, and Heron snorted. Then we shall use your method of travel. The sooner I can be bestowed with my honors, the better. You really are a piece of. Claire's hand covered Michael's mouth before he could finish the sentence, and then, with a pop, they vanished. Michael wasn't exactly sure why he'd hoped that the apparition would have been any more comfortable than it usually was. It wasn't like he was what most people considered a boundless optimist, but he figured it couldn't hurt to hope. With how exhausted the little elf was when they'd arrived on Hogwarts grounds, Michael should have honestly been thrilled they'd even arrived in one piece. "They're useful allies to have," Michael commented. Claire nodded and thanked the elf before the creature vanished from view. Michael hadn't even bothered to offer help to the centaur who strapped the sled where the quintaped sat around his waist. Malfoy and Boot were high on the list of people who irritated him, but Heron officially rounded out the top 3. The centaur hadn't said a word the whole way towards Hagrid's hut and barely even offered the half-giant a wave when he left their party. Michael bowed his head gratefully towards the bearded professor, who only laughed and waved off his thanks. It was fun. Sad to see the quintaped meet a fate like that, but I wouldn't have gone a chance to study that beautiful creature without you, Hagrid said with a grin. You and I have widely different opinions on what beautiful is, but all the same, Hagrid, thank you, Michael said before he waved the man goodbye and followed the centaur into the woods. The Forbidden Forest's name had lost all luster for Michael. He couldn't confirm it, but he was confident that he must have held the record for the student that visited it the most. His mind had mapped out some of the more noticeable trails, but the help of Heron had made navigation towards the centaur's fort easier. However, Michael wasn't sure if it had been the centaur's intention to help them at all, though, with the way he marched through the forest. The sled tracks of the dragged quintaped led the way back towards the barricade, and Michael felt as if he'd been gone for years. The chats and dances of the centaurs filled the small, gated-off community. However, the noise stood still as the gatekeeper recognized Heron. Michael studied the way the gatekeeper glared down at Heron before stepping aside. "Chief Bane, your son has returned." Bane darted towards the gate like a bullet and loomed over his son like the dark sky. His eyes floated towards the sled before a grin broke across his face. "Well done, my son. You've proved your valor. Come, join us. We make you a man of our tribe tonight." Michael felt an involuntary tug of his lip before Bane nodded to him. "You as well, gift-bearer and gift-bearer's mate. Please come with us." Claire shivered a bit at her title, but Michael only laughed and grabbed her hand. Together, the two entered the fort. When they'd first returned, there was a level of unease that permeated the space, but now, centaurs held their wooden mugs to them. "Odd change of tone," Claire commented. "I think we've done enough to earn it," Michael returned. Bane guided himself and Claire towards the large fire and guided them towards a fallen tree stump they could use as a seat. It wasn't much for comfort, but Michael didn't feel it right to complain. Bane soon called over the rest of his kin, then, within seconds, the ground began to shake. The centaurs beat their hooves against the dirt, and their chants grew louder by the second. Bane whistled loudly, and from the chief's hut, Heron emerged, his face painted in the blood of the quintaped. "My brothers!" Bane shouted. "Not but a few days ago, my son was given a chance to prove his worthiness to our tribe. Tonight, he returned successful. His task was to kill the foul quintaped, and we've bared witness to the fallen beasts with our own eyes. Tell me, are there any here who reject the notion of Heron's glory amongst us?" Michael's arm began to rise, only for Claire to pin it back down against his thigh. "You know it's true," he thought to himself. Claire couldn't read his mind, but his expression must have been enough for her to roll her eyes. They'd both had their attention returned to Bane as Michael's name appeared in his speech. "But my son didn't do it alone. No, like us all." He was assigned a partner in his case, Wizard Michael Corner. Michael stood, but hadn't received nearly the same applause as Heron had. "My brothers, wizard kind has done us wrong many times before. However, as I tried to persuade you all of in the beginning, gift-bearer Michael Corner has a centaur's heart." Bane waved him over, and Michael did as he was asked. The centaurs looked expectantly at him, and Bane nodded. He cleared his throat. "Centaurs, I know that in the past our races have bickered. That fault lies on my kind. For years, we've mistreated your people, but I promise you that we can still make amends. Harry Potter is a man that believes every creature should be treated with respect. I share those beliefs, but we share an enemy. An enemy that would have you gagged and collared before you are forced to bow at his feet. An enemy that sees you as inferior to wizards. That man is Voldemort." The centaurs hissed at the name. "I know I have no right to call you all my brothers, but what Bane says is true. I care for all of you. I care for your rights and liberties. But I can't work towards mending wizard kind's mistakes if we are unable to defeat Voldemort and his allies. We need your help to rise against them, to defeat them. So I ask you, are you all proud warriors happy to die on your feet? Or are you weak beasts satisfied with being made to kneel before a man who believes you filth?" A defiant roar rippled through the forest air, and Michael smiled. Bane's hand rested upon his shoulder, a fire behind his eyes. "You've inspired my men. I doubt they will need much more convincing to join you when the time comes. You've done my son a great service, gift-bearer. I know Heron cannot be the easiest to work with. He gets that from me. Yet all the same, you've brought him back alive and kept your word to me. So I swear by the Red Planet, should the world bring war to your home, we will ride with you, gift-bearer." "Thank you, Chief Bane." The Dark Lord stood atop his throne. His fingers rolled the Auror's eye before the cut on his face burned. Mad-Eye Moody had been heralded as a legend, and he discovered that even in the man's advanced age, it wasn't a rumor. He growled at the memory of the grizzled Auror's last words and squeezed the eye tightly. "I don't care if you're immortal or not, your days are numbered. Harry is the greatest wizard I've ever trained, and you'll die by his hand. I bet my life on it." The Auror had indeed bet his life on it. His remains that Carmilla's followers feasted on were proof of that. The vampire queen indulged herself on a glass of the old Auror's blood and licked her lips. It was brim with magic, allegedly. The sound of a gentle hiss forced his head to swivel, but Nagini wasn't there. His snake had been loyal to him since the day they met, far more faithful than any of the followers that sat at the tables beneath him. She died to resurrect him due to Snape's betrayal. Voldemort wouldn't make a mistake like that again. The slightest hesitation to enact any of his commands would mean death. A prolonged war only meant more time for disloyalty to brew, but there was no need for the war to last much longer. Magic swelled within him, and he knew now that Harry could no longer rival his power. All that was left was to land a decisive blow to the heart of the war efforts, and Wizarding Britain would fall before him. Yes, the Order may have been the brains of the operation, but all resistance would crumble if Voldemort held the minister's head in his hands. "Carmilla," Voldemort hissed, his eyes set down on his foot soldiers once more. "After the meal, ready your troops. Tomorrow night, we finish this war for good." Chapter 13. Mark over the ministry, the chill in the air was unnatural. It was almost as if the Dementors of Azkaban had risen from the ashes and returned to Hogwarts' snow-covered ground. Dread is what gripped Neville's chest when he arrived at the castle. It was lunch when Neville returned to Hogwarts, and yet he couldn't find Hermione anywhere. Neville didn't exactly need the girl to wait on him hand and foot, but the lack of her anger towards him for his antics left him scratching his head. He'd returned to the common room to stash the diadem before he ventured out to find his friends. Had she decided to sleep in? It was an odd thought, especially when the witch in question was Hermione Granger. But after Neville checked the Great Hall, the Room of Requirement, and the library, nothing else made sense. In Neville's heartbeat at a frantic rate, even if Hermione had overslept, rare as it was, it didn't explain why Tracy and Blaise weren't around either. Something was out of sorts, and whatever it wasn't good. Neville had no sooner arrived at the stairwell to Ravenclaw Tower before the hairs on the back of his neck stood. The boy was familiar enough. He was an elite amongst the Slytherins and had stepped in after Malfoy's departure from the school. Theodore wasn't so much the problem, but rather, it was his father and his father's connections. The smirk that donned the snake's face was all Neville needed to know that his instinct was precisely correct. "Afternoon, Longbottom," Nott said, his voice even. The Slytherin ran his thumb beneath his fingernails like a file. "Have a nice trip this morning." "Why is that a concern of yours? If you were hopping for me to invite you on my morning strolls, I'm sorry to inform you I don't swing that way," Neville replied coolly. "I'm quite aware of your sickening relationship with that mudblood bitch. She gave me an earful this morning about why I'd regret my decision and to not mess with her or else you'd come for me." Nott yawned. For a witch proclaimed as the brightest of the age, she wasn't much when outnumbered. Fire, Neville felt nothing but infernal flames in his bones. Nott coughed when Neville slammed the Slytherin against the stone wall and gasped for breath from the impact. Then, Nott began to laugh. "You're a riot. Are you trying to intimidate me? Like I'd ever be afraid of a filthy blood traitor like you. My lord is far superior to your leader, and eventually you will die by his hand, just as Corner and Potter will." Where's Hermione? It was less of a question than an order. Neville's fist curled into Nott's collar, but the boy only smiled. I'll ask again, where's Hermione? Don't test me, I'm in a very foul mood. What if I want to? What are you going to do, little Longbottom? Cry to your mom and dad? Oh, wait. Crack! Neville's fist swung against the pure-blood wizard's cheeks, and blood leaked from his shattered nose. Neville waved his wand and formed a silenced bubble before he looked back at the blood-stained boy. Hermione's location, now. You really have grown up. Remember when Malfoy jumped you third year? Merlin, that was funny. Theodore laughed like a maniac. Neville readied his wand just before the clock tower rang, and the wizard lifted his hand. Wait. I just needed to stall you for a little bit. Let them get ready, but now I can tell you precisely where they are. Before I do, I let you know something, though. We've come to bargain, really. You can have your mudblood slut and those other 2 filthy blood traitors back. In return, all we want is the diadem. Deal. You said you were going to tell me where they were. What I decided to do with the diadem after that is up to me, Neville growled. Fair enough, Nott said with a shrug. He called for his house elf, and one beaten and elderly one arrived. Is this a joke? I'm supposed to trust that your elf is going to take me to the bargaining spot, Neville asked. Doesn't look to me like you have much of a choice, Nott said. It was true, though it made Neville's throat burn with acid to admit it. Neville dropped the twisted Slytherin boy to the ground. They were the same age, went to the same school, and yet the madness in Nott's eyes were undeniable. Madness stoked by fear of disobedience of the Dark Lord. Purebloods were believed to be the highest rank of wizard, and yet those that followed Voldemort were nothing but shackled slaves. A truly pitiable life. Neville squeezed the shoulder of the elf and steadied his breath. For years, he'd been the butt of jokes. Even after his join-in with Harry and Michael, it was a secret to nobody that he ranked beneath them. It was true, Neville was never the highest or second highest rank member of the Order. He didn't have his father's warrior's blood or courage, but he was strong, and they'd taken something precious from him. They'd pay for that transgression. Neville had grown rather tired of apparition. That tightly coiled plunge never got any easier, but he honestly hadn't much time to worry about it. Muffled screams filled his ear, and his danger sense tingled from the wands that surrounded him. He'd expected as much. Nothing rang out trap quite like the prelude to his situation, but Neville only shrugged. There was no point in overthinking it. He couldn't risk waiting. So you came just as my son predicted, not SR, said, his smile just as twisted as his son. They shared the same rabbity build with stringy limbs and the same cold eyes. I trust you've brought the diadem. Neville sighed. The magical signatures in the room, for the most part, were of minimal threat. Neville wagered they were just wizards yet to prove their worth to the Dark Lord. Once again, the young Hufflepuff found himself underestimated, and this time, a vein in his forehead twitched at the notion. While not SR wasn't a slouch, the Dark Lord had certainly not sent his best to tango with Neville Longbottom. Neville knew he should have been grateful, but truthfully, his teeth grit without his control at the mockery of his strength. Neville cracked his neck and hardened his glare. I really don't want to do this right now. Let them go, and there won't be any trouble. Please, for the love of Merlin, don't push me. I've had a really, really long day. You know, Bellatrix told me that your father had that same irritating confidence about him, not SR. Growled. I'll enjoy breaking you just as she broke him. Yup, that's it, Neville said with a tightened fist. He released a heavy breath and lowered his knees. Painful way it is. Magic swelled in his core, and the floorboards beneath his feet cracked. Before not SR could even blink, Neville sprang towards him. The Hufflepuff tackled the man, and an audible gasp ripped from the Death Eater's lips. The blonde lifted his fist over the pinned man, but rolled off him just as a green bolt raced at his back. Neville pointed his wand back towards Nott and conjured ropes to bind the man before he turned to the small army of Death Eater wannabes. Neville growled and steadied his stance before, with a wave of his hand, the wizards rushed him. Spells shot at him like parade fireworks, but they all moved too slowly. Those cloaked men weren't Death Eaters. They weren't warriors. They were just frightened men afraid of standing up to the likes of Voldemort. They stood no chance against Neville. He blocked and batted away spells with minimal effort, and Neville almost licked his lips at the fear that began to grow in the Apprentice Eater's eyes. A gust of air sent one of the Death Eaters entraining through the cramped room's stone wall with a flick of his wand, and Neville smirked at the rest. It was like a slow-motion dance. Compared to speed of Michael or Harry's spell, Neville could confidently dodge each bolt with one eye closed. The names of spells rattled throughout the room, but Neville needed to words to force one of the man's cloaks to combust with flames. Nor did he need to speak the bind another of the man's body completely. The next had escaped rather intelligently after Neville had disarmed him and snapped his wand. Soon, the only one who remained in condition to fight was the tied-up man behind the whole scheme. "Yield, and I'll try to show some mercy," Neville said, his tone ice-like. Not SR. Only smirked before the conjured rope splintered a snapped. The Death Eater jumped back and got on his guard before Neville's shoulders slumped. "Why can't you idiots ever just make life easier on yourselves?" "You think you can intimidate me?" Not SR. Barked. "Compared to the Dark Lord, you're nothing. If he demands I retrieve the diadem, then I will do so at all costs. You have no idea what terror disappointing him can bring." "Was that your way of asking me to pity you?" Neville asked. "You made your bed, you can die in it for all I care." "And you're supposed to be the honorable side." Not laughed. Unbelievable. "That was Dumbledore's order under Harry. We operate under a single rule." Neville lifted his wand. "If they don't surrender, exterminate the threat." "Funny, the Dark Lord gives us similar orders." Not lifted his wand, and a bolt of crimson raced from the tip. Neville shielded himself, then returned with a cutting hex that made blood splatter from the side of Not's torso. "Fine! Looks like we're playing for real then." Neville rolled his eyes. How the man had still treated this like it was a game was beyond him. Though the flash of green that sprung from Not SR's wand showed that he'd finally gotten serious. Neville weaved out of the way of the spell. It almost saddened him how unfazed he'd become to a spell capable of instant death. Neville's wand whipped in the air and brought down a line of fire that shattered the Death Eater's poorly conjured shield, and a scream ripped from the Death Eater's throat. "You're weak," Neville commented. "Your magical presence isn't small, but your skill is lacking. You didn't even make me sweat." Neville doused the man with water, applied a permanent sticking charm to the back of the Death Eater, and slammed him against the wall. "I'm going to retrieve my comrades. After that, we're going to have a little talk." The cellar beneath the cottage where the Not family elf had taken Neville was damp and muggy. Fungus grew along the wall, and even for a herbologist, Neville didn't much like the sight of it. Even the stairs had been coated with gunk that Neville was unable to determine the origin of. What he did know was that it was slippery, though he wouldn't dare to touch the support rail. Neville had expected the place to be well kept for a pure-blood-owned property, even if it was only for a prison. There was a certain level of cleanliness expected in all pure-blood homes throughout the wizarding world, and the Not family hadn't lived up to that expectation. Though none of that truly mattered, once Neville found the people he was on the hunt for, there wouldn't be any honor attached to the Not family name. What he'd found at the base of the steps was a sight that made his nose curl worse than the scent of dead rats that filled the air of the cellar. Hermione sat bound to a chair, her head leaned down and forward, beside two others who had their heads covered in black bags. Neville rushed to his girlfriend's side and pulled the bags off the two Slytherins before he got down to eye level with Hermione. "Hermione! Hermione!" It didn't matter how loud he shouted, though. Hermione didn't respond. "What's wrong with her?" He barked at Tracy and Blaise, the two still dazed from the dim yet sudden light. Their faces were bruised and battered to the point that if Neville didn't know better made it look like they'd just lost a bar fight badly. "Merlin, what the hell happened to all of you?" "Hogwarts isn't safe," Blaise coughed. "Too many older Slytherins are falling in line with Voldemort now more than ever after his return." "His return?" Neville asked. "He's been revived." Blaise only nodded and Neville growled, "Shit." "Did you give them the diadem?" Tracy asked. Neville shook his head and she grinned through her busted lip. "Nice, Longbottom." "Thanks, but can somebody please tell me what happened to Hermione?" Neville ordered. "She wouldn't talk, none of us would, but that bastard Theo let his daddy know that she was important to you. He tried to probe her mind, but Hermione resisted until suddenly she just stopped moving. "She needs to see a mind healer," Tracy said. "Right," Neville said quickly. He cut the ropes and leaned Hermione against his body before he called out for the Hogwarts elf. "Head to the room of requirement and rest there for a minute. The diadem is still at the school, so I need to grab it before we leave. If Hogwarts isn't safe anymore and we have our diadem, you three shouldn't stick around. Go back to Order HQ and make yourself useful there. I still have a mission to complete at the school." "Are you sure you should?" Blaise started. "Go," Neville ordered and slipped his communication mirror into Blaise's palm. "Get her to the school and then contact Daphne to send Dobby over to bring you back to HQ. Get Hermione the help she needs. I still have something to deal with upstairs." The Slytherins nodded before with a pop. They vanished. Neville's ears pounded with every step back up the grime-coated step to find the Death Eater's limply hanging frame. Neville snarled and marched up before his calloused hand wrapped around Notasar's throat. The pale Death Eater quivered from the impact of his head on the wall, and Neville barked, "Everything you know about the Dark Lord's plans now." "Damn," Nott muttered. "I'd hoped you'd have been foolish enough to walk out here with the prisoners. Guess you're smarter than I gave you credit for." "Why were you hopping?" Neville's question was answered with a blue glow that expanded from the Death Eater's chest. He jumped backward and conjured the strongest shielding charm he could manage before the lips of the twisted man curled. Boom! Nott roared, and suddenly the room became a blinding blue. There had been a certain dullness in Grimmauld Place that was uncommon in recent times. Sirius and Emmeline tended to the needs of James, from which Daphne had just been relieved of, a matter for which her hair thanked her. She was unsure if it was the color of her honey-blonde hair or the texture of it that so incredibly intrigued the young heir to House Black. All the same, she was glad James was out of hers now. Daphne didn't have a way with children. Astoria had once told her it was because she could best be described as a Dementor with skin when they were younger, but surely she couldn't be that bad. Even if it was true, Daphne saw firsthand how frigid Harry could be, and Teddy loved him. It was a dumb thought to linger on. A war loomed on their doorstep, but the longer Daphne spent by Harry's side, she couldn't help but admit that dreams of their own little family filled her mind. The quiet of the house made everything louder. The sound of James's food-stuffed mouth in the kitchen, the whispers of Arthur and Molly to each other at the edge of the fireplace, the herbs ground by mortar and pestle in Dr. Thatcher's room, all of it became more noticeable than before. If it wasn't for the general cloud of unspoken weight that hung over the house, it would be hard-pressed for someone to figure out they were key players in a war. Though Harry had said that for as loud as the house typically was, it always felt like a few people weren't there. She knew now what Harry meant vividly. Without Moody's vicious growl and glower around every corner, Grimmauld Place and the Order had lost a critical piece. Daphne and Dr. Thatcher's laboratory had been made out of what had once been an abandoned storeroom. The dark and soggy room once contained a myriad of what could only be described as knickknacks from hell that she'd quickly disposed of when the need for her alchemical skills grew. Though she and her mentor shared the space, it wasn't as if the two could work together within the cramped quarters. Most of the time, they took shifts between potion brews and ingredient preparation. It was a funky system, without a doubt, but it was all they had. The lab's door opened with a screech of a bat, and Dr. Thatcher's face mimicked Daphne in the way it screwed together tightly. The aged, plump woman shook her head to clear the sound and waved her over. "Daphne, child, be a dear and run this up to that corner boy. It may help mend at least part of his exhaustion." Daphne took the corked vial and slid it into her skinny jeans. "Right away, ma'am," she said. Michael's return had been a welcome surprise to the dreary home. His condition, however, had been less than fantastic. She'd never admit respect for the blue-haired boy. The two were both stubborn competitors in the who mattered more to Harry competition. But she had to say that the blue-haired buffoon had completed his mission in record time and secured a powerful alliance. Daphne had read about centaurs in care for magical creatures a few years back. They were a proud race, unwilling to accept help from wizard kind. Yet, somehow, Michael had agreed to have them follow him into battle. Daphne shuddered at the implication of what the boy had to go through to reach that arrangement. Her knuckles knocked against the blue-haired boy's door, and with a flash of pink, the door opened. "Oh, Daphne," Claire said in a low whisper. The Frenchvilla's brow was knit tightly before she smiled. "Pardon my confusion. I just didn't think you would actually check up on him. He's a member of the Order and Harry's best friend. I'm kind of duty-bound to take care of him," Daphne said with a smirk. "You know, you could just say you like me, Blondie," Michael said with a grin. The Ravenclaw's brow wiggled playfully. Daphne hunched forward and pretended to vomit. "Gag me," she replied. The two shared a smile before she entered the lavender-scented room. She the desk chair to Michael's bedside and fished the potion from her jeans. "Drink this, it'll make your recovery much faster." Michael took and downed the vial gratefully. Daphne placed the emptied glass tube on the bedside table and finally asked the question on her mind. "Centaurs only follow one of their own. I gotta know, how'd you do it?" "Killed the quintaped, no biggie," Michael yawned. "The quintaped," Daphne chuckled. "Give me a break. Seriously, how'd you do it?" Michael shrugged. "That's for me to know and for you to be eternally grateful for, I suppose. That is, unless you're willing to admit I'm Harry's one true love." "Fuck off, corner," Daphne laughed. The Ravenclaw joined in for a while before his face softened, and concern filled his eyes like harbor fog. Daphne's laughter ceased instantly. "Michael, are you okay?" "Hey, Daphne, seriously," Michael started. "I heard about what happened to Moody. I also know that Voldemort's back in full. How's Harry holding up? He came in to talk to me, but I know that he'd sooner cut his junk off with a box cutter than admit his pain to anyone else." Daphne mulled over the best selection for the next word. "He's doing better than I thought he would. He's sad, sure, but he's mourning like an actual person now. We took a trip to the cemetery and everything. It'll take time for him to recover. You and I know how much Moody meant to him, so he'll never completely be the same. But he's still, well, Harry, you know." "That's good," Michael muttered. "How are you then?" "Surviving," Daphne said simply. Michael smirked and nodded. "I drink to that, but we'll get through this." "Without a doubt." Daphne pushed the boy's shoulder back down into the bed and smiled. "Now rest. Harry's going to need his arguably fourth favorite person back as soon as possible." "Fourth," Michael spat with mock offense. But Daphne didn't wait long to debate before she shut the door to Michael's room behind her and descended the steps to inform her mentor of the completed job. Daphne strolled through the Black family library after her report. The book's weight in her arms caused her muscles to strain, but they were nothing compared to the headaches she foresaw. Harry had told her back in third year that the Black family had a bunch of boring books. To him, that might have been a fair assessment, but to Daphne, it couldn't have been further from the truth. The library contained answers to hundreds of problems, but had little information on what she needed. How was she to cure Astoria? How was she to stop Carmilla? She told Harry to let her handle it. The boy had enough on his plate. While Daphne wasn't the type to admit that she may have bitten off more than she could chew, she imaged her sensation was what being on the cusp of drowning felt like. Footsteps echoed behind her, and Daphne spun to meet Harry, who now stood behind her with Teddy in his arms. "Harry." "Send Dobby to the school," Harry said, his breath ragged. Why?" Daphne asked. "Don't know, but Blaze just contacted me through Neville's mirror saying they need help," Harry said. "Something about Hermione, I honestly don't know, but he wasn't looking so great himself." "Shit," Daphne muttered. "Dobby?" Her elf came at her command, and she listed her orders. No sooner had the elf appeared before he vanished once more. "It's just one thing after the other." The fire from the living room in Grimmauld Place did little to defrost the chills that raced down Daphne's spine. For an elf, a simple grab and go should have taken no longer than a couple seconds, but 2 minutes had passed before Dobby finally returned with their comrades. Daphne's heart pounded in her ears as she looked at the damage and instantly raced towards her best friend's side. "Tracy," she called out and dropped to her knees to wrap the red-headed girl in a hug. "Holy shit, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Tracy muttered. "A couple cuts and bruises, but I'm honestly not the one you should be worried about." Her friend's eyes darted towards Hermione, and she quickly hustled over to the Ravenclaw's side. She waved her finger in front of Hermione's eyes and clapped in her face, but the girl was utterly irresponsive. Death Eater support in the castle, and Hermione's she. Her mind's been attacked, Harry said flatly. She doesn't look like she's had her mind broken completely, but her occlumency shields have probably been completely shattered. He turned back to Tracy. Is Neville all right? He'd never have let anybody do this to Hermione if he were there. Neville, Tracy said. He went off on his own to find the diadem. I think he got it, but we were attacked when he was out. We didn't even have a chance to fight back. At least Blaise and I didn't. They stunned us in our sleep. Harry, Voldemort, he's back, I know, Harry finished in defeat. I'm working on that. You said Neville found the diadem. Where is he? He said he was going to get it to you somehow, but he stayed behind. He says he wants to stay and protect the school, Tracy said. You have to talk him out of it. With the Dark Lord back, who knows how many people will try to attack him to curry favor with Voldemort. It's too dangerous to. Neville is one of the strongest people I know, Harry replied. If he wants to stay behind to help defend Hogwarts, I'm not going to stop him. I trust Neville with my life. But, Blaise said, Harry, it's dangerous too. I hate to break it to you, Blaise, Harry said, but it's a lot more dangerous here. Harry's right, and we don't have time to question Neville's decision, Daphne said. We need to get to work on patching you up and fixing Hermione's mind. Luckily, we have somehow in-house adept at mind healing. Harry, can you go get her, please? Harry nodded and departed. A stunned silence filled the room, and Daphne traced Hermione's battered cheek with her fingertip. The war is approaching its climax. We need to act fast, but we can't rush in there blind. How can we improve our odds? How can we win this thing? Barriers and blockades, Harry had come across numerous in his short time. No matter how hard he worked to overcome an obstacle, another one appeared without fail. He'd thought back at the Battle of Azkaban. For all he'd lost, he'd left with an advantage. But now, even that was untrue. The dim light of his bedroom reflected his mood. Dark circles coated his eyes, and a quill danced through his fingers. Giants, vampires, werewolves, Death Eaters, Voldemort. The list of adversaries grew every day. He'd never say it to the entire order. Harry knew he was far too important to the cause to ever say it. But as he looked at the list, their chances of victory were beyond slim. Dr. Thatcher and Daphne were hard at work with the wounded that Dobby had brought, and that only added to Harry's list of concerns. Neville was strong, and Harry had meant when he said about his friend. The Hufflepuff never considered himself to be at Harry or Michael's level, but Harry disagreed with that sentiment. Outside of Sirius and Remus, he only truly trusted Neville and Michael's strength. But if the castle had fallen, or at least weakened its defenses due to Slytherin and other pureblood defection, was his Spire safe? Harry had no doubt that Neville intended to keep them all safe, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. Even a skilled wizard could fall to an ambush, and while Neville may have been able to handle one, he doubted that Susan or Cho could do the same. The wiggle of the blue-haired boy in his arm forced a smile onto his face. "What is it, Teddy? Do you have a suggestion for me?" The young metamorph magus only gooed in return. "Ah, excellent suggestion," Harry chuckled. "Of course, Goo. Why didn't I think of that?" His smile faded quickly. That had become the new norm for Harry. Joy never seemed to last long, though Teddy helped more than he could imagine. The problem was that the question of how to win seemed without an answer, but that wasn't an option. Then there was the matter with Astoria. He'd sent the son of the minister a letter with Dobby's help, but Damien had yet to reply. It was a long shot, Harry knew that, but Astoria needed help. Help that Harry felt was beyond his power to provide. All the same, desperate to remove himself from his endless pile of problems, he pushed himself out of his bedroom and walked towards Astoria. She'd become a ghost around the house since the news, and it had been a while since Harry had last seen her. That needed to change. He knocked softly on her door, and he took the soft mumble as permission to enter. Astoria sat limply on her bed, her wand on the floor, and her even-changing eyes dim and lifeless. "Hey!" Harry whispered. Astoria sent a pitiful wave that made Harry's heart sink, but he pushed deeper into the room regardless. "Can I sit?" he asked the young witch. Astoria nodded, and Harry plopped beside her on the bed. The two sat in awkward silence. Harry hated that. It had never been hard to talk to Astoria before, but now he felt completely out of his element. Honestly, I figured you'd come sooner, Astoria whispered. I heard about Moody, sorry that I didn't come check in on you then, we were both kinda shitty for not being there for each other when we needed it, Harry laughed. Let's not worry about the past. Let's focus on now. I don't mean to sound rude, but in my case, there isn't really anything to talk about. Astoria sighed. Hey, Harry, do you remember what I told you when you learned about my condition? Harry nodded. How could he not? It was one of the worst days of his life. Do you think I was stupid for thinking I could live a normal life? Astoria asked. No more stupid than me, Harry smiled. Astoria gave a half grin, and Harry put his hand on her shoulder. Astoria, you will live a normal life. Maybe you won't have access to your magic for a little bit, but Daphne will find a way for you too. I don't want her to, Astoria said weakly. I have been thinking a lot about it, and I think I'm okay with it. Astoria smiled. With the way this curse is progressing, I'm going to be dead before I'm even 20, but that's okay. I know she's my sister, but she's your partner, and in this war, her time is better spent at your side than mine. I'm okay with it, you know. Well, that's fantastic that you are, but I'm not, Harry said. And I'm very selfish and stubborn, so I'm going to get what I want. Harry laughed at the way Astoria's eyes widened. Harry gripped her shoulder firmly. I already lost one sister, Astoria. I'm not about to lose another. But unlike others, I know what it feels like to carry that weight, Harry said. That idea that death is coming for you faster than anyone else, and how that can fuck with your head. You aren't wrong for feeling the way you do, but until you're buried in the ground, you don't get to throw in the towel, okay? The last line of my prophecy says either Voldemort is going to kill me, or I'm going to kill him. I promise you, I won't just give up, but I want you to promise me the same thing. Harry, Astoria whispered, you know I can't. Don't be so whiny, it's not like you, Harry laughed. I'll tell you what, if you do, I'll be right behind you, so take that. Astoria sat in silence before. Eventually, she smiled, and laughter filled the room. Merlin, you're such an asshole. Harry shrugged, and Astoria nodded. Fine, I'll keep trying to live, but that was super manipulative, and don't think I didn't notice it. I'm dying, not stupid. I would never accuse you of that, short stack, Harry grinned. But come on, get up. Go shower, and when you're done, head to the kitchen and eat. You smell horrible, and you look starved. Has anyone ever told you how awful you are at pep talks? Astoria asked. Oh, this is nothing. Wait until I'm a parent and start hitting my kids with, when I was your age stories, they're going to love me, Harry added. Seriously, though, wash up and look like a person. I'll make sure there's food ready for you downstairs. Astoria nodded and turned back to face him just before she entered her bathroom. Hey, Harry, thanks. Harry didn't need to ask for what. All Astoria had ever wanted was for people to treat her normally. Daphne had good intentions, but she'd always be too protective of Astoria and her condition. This was a role that only Harry could fill. As for her to cope with the loss of magic for her treatments, that one required a certain curly-haired blonde Harry could only hope would respond. Astoria had arrived at the table just as Harry placed the hot soup on the table. Teddy had been handed off back to his father, and Harry had only watched as Astoria began to refill on much of the nutrition she'd lost. It was peaceful, and Harry should have known that meant only one thing. As if on cue by the universe, Sirius rushed into the dining room, and Harry braced himself, but the words that fell from Sirius's lips were almost inaudible to Harry the first time. Then, his godfather repeated the message. The dark mark has appeared over the ministry. Harry pinched his bridge tightly and rose from his seat. Fuck me. We leave in 5, be ready, chances are. Yeah, I know, Harry sighed. I need Daphne to come, she's our best shot at evening the odds. Chapter 14. The Battle of London 12. Grimmauld Place always had a spectre of dread that roamed its halls. Everyone inside stood on the edge, desperate for a day of peace unlikely to come. Spring was around the corner, but it did little to shake the chills that coursed through order. It was unspoken. Nobody would dare to give voice to it, but the idea that they could win this war felt less and less realistic. Daphne dipped her hand into the cold water bucket and dabbed at the open cuts on Tracy's face. Blaze's injuries had required a bit more immediate attention, with his cheeks split open, but the boy was fast asleep now, thanks to the help of a potion. Daphne's throat went drier than sand at the way Tracy would flinch at her touch. The damage each of them had, without a doubt, taken to their psyche made her heart sink into her stomach. She could help but think about the idea of a peaceful life with Harry or a long life with her sister after she'd found the cure for her illness. Daphne praised herself on her pragmatism, but that had become the source of much of her recent misery. They'd waged war against a man nigh unkillable. The most likely odds stated that Astoria wasn't the only one on a fast track to death. "Hey, are you okay?" Tracy mumbled from her busted lip. "You have that look in your eye when you're deep into a bad thought. Give it to me straight, Doc. Am I gonna die?" "From a few scrapes, almost certainly," Daphne laughed. "Seriously, though, don't move around so much. A couple of stitches and you'll be good as new. And my face will still be adorable, right? Because, not to sound vain or anything, but that fact that I'm cute as hell is all I have going for me right now," Tracy smirked. "You'll be cute as a button. A poorly sewn button if you don't stop moving, but a button for sure," Daphne said dryly. "Not funny, Daph," Tracy said, her pupils the size of marbles. "Well, I've never been a comedian. This is the best I've got," Daphne shrugged. "Guess we should be grateful you never went to an open mic." Tracy looked softly at Daphne with bright, swollen eyes. "I've missed you. Hogwarts, it isn't as fun without you around. Horrible as this situation might be, I'm glad we're together again." For how long? Daphne wondered, but forced a smile to her face. "Yeah, Tracy, I've missed you too. It's almost been too peaceful without you around." "So, I drive you more insane than a war against Voldemort. I'm not sure if I should take that as a compliment or not," Tracy chuckled. "Seriously, though, how have you been?" "Bad," Daphne replied. "I wish I could say something different, but there isn't really much of a point lying to you. Life, well, it hasn't exactly been swell." "Yeah, sorry, dumb question," Tracy nodded. "Guess part of me hoped your life here was a little better than the castle. Neville, he's been doing a great job, but he's not Harry, you know. Some people think Harry doesn't have what it takes to stop the Dark Lord anymore, and we're losing the battle of goodwill. We're constantly trying to apply band-aids, but the bleeding is so severe. Harry, though, he can do it, right?" The fear radiated from Tracy's eyes like nuclear fallout, but Daphne couldn't answer. She'd die fighting, not that she had much of a choice anymore, but the fact that Harry himself didn't think he could take the Dark Lord didn't exactly fill her with consequences. Tracy repeated the question, and Daphne sighed. "He'll do his best. I know that much for sure." The room flinched at the knock on the door. Daphne waved her wand and opened the door as the man in question walked in. She knew the look on Harry's face far too well. Something had happened, and whatever it wasn't good. She sent him a soft glance and returned her attention to Tracy's wound care before weakly she whispered, "Who died?" "I'm that transparent, huh?" Harry said faintly. Daphne only nodded, but Harry shook his head. "I have no idea. I came to get you because I need your help. The Dark Mark is over the Ministry. We need to rescue as many people as we can. But if Voldemort's there, our runic bond, it might be our only chance." Daphne nodded and finished her treatment of Tracy before she turned to face her lover. His eyes said it all. They screamed with concern and unspoken guilt. It was something she loved about Harry. He wanted her to be happy more than anything. The fact that their lives, her life, hung by a thread every day weighed heavier on his mind than his own mortality. She smiled softly and glanced out the window. Daphne stood at Harry's side and intertwined her fingers with his. Words formed on Harry's lips, though Daphne silenced him with her fingers. "It's a beautiful night," Daphne said warmly. "Yes, it's a gorgeous night to die." Harry only nodded and led her from the room. The thoughts that must have rushed through the raven-haired wizard's mind, Daphne couldn't even imagine. Whatever happened, though, she'd face them with Harry, and whatever the result, she'd accept it. The Order members available for deployment gathered by the fire, and instantly their lessened manpower stuck out. Sirius, Remus, Harry, Charlie, Bill, Fleur, with Merlin only knew how many contacts were located elsewhere. Daphne hated to admit it, but Michael's lack of presence dampened the mood deeply. The boy was a skilled fighter, and with Neville not available either, the odds of success didn't feel high. There was a pregnant pause. Now would normally have been the time where Moody gave some atrocious pep talk about how we'll die honorably. No speech came, and horrendous as they were, Daphne almost missed it. It was Harry who cleared his throat and broke the silence. "Thank you for coming so quickly. We know that these kind of responsive maneuvers are not the position we'd like to find ourselves in, but if we don't reply to Voldemort's message, all resistance will lose hope. The Ministry of Magic is a symbol. Many believe it to be the head of the snake. If we show that we are unable to defend the Ministry, our support will crumble. We are outnumbered, outgunned, and truthfully, oddsmakers wouldn't bet on our success. But we have something Voldemort doesn't have, a reason to fight." Harry's cry grew with every word. "All of us in this room have had ourselves or a loved one taken or hurt by those bastards. Justice is on our side, so let's make them feel it." "The strategy is simple," Harry said as the cheers in the room died. "Rescue civilians and give the Deeters hell. If a situation is getting too dangerous, retreat. Aside from that, assume decentralized control and do what you have to do. Amelia Bones is a priority to save, as well as Kingsley Shacklebolt. We can't let Voldemort get them. With that said, good luck." It had happened so fast, some by flu inside the Ministry, others by apparition. Daphne and Harry, they'd landed on the roof of a Whitehall, London building to witness the disgusting banner of discrimination that hung in the sky. "Well, there goes the beautiful night sky," Daphne sighed. Harry smiled softly. "Are you ready?" Daphne nodded, and Harry's lips broke the short silence once more. "I love you." "Always," Daphne returned before the two peeked behind their stone covers to survey the situation. "All right then, Flyby, what's the plan?" If Daphne had X-ray vision, she might have been able to see the gears turn in Harry's head. Her boyfriend's emerald eyes scanned the streets that flickered with fire, and each scream made his ears perk. At that moment, Daphne couldn't imagine what it must have been like to be able to sense magical energy. All she could do was assume that it was overwhelming. Harry's fingers tapped against the stones frantically before they suddenly came to a pause. "Okay, here's what we've got to do. I'm going to have them focus their fire on me. When that's happening, you start taking them out from behind cover. If you can't do that, then shuttle them back from the Ministry." "And if Voldemort arrives?" Daphne asked. "Get back to me ASAP or leave. Don't engage under any circumstances," Harry said fiercely. "The same for Carmilla. We're here to mitigate damage, not to die." The notion of the Vampire Queen made her blood run cold. Daphne didn't even get to consent to the plan before Harry leaped to the roof of the building beside them and jumped from the rooftop. "Damn it, Potter! Why can't you ever just wait a second?" In battle, Harry's prowess never ceased to amaze her. Daphne was glad that Harry wasn't a man so easy to kill. She'd lived most of her life without the boy who lived. Yet the thought of time without him now haunted her dreams. Even more so, however, was that her role of backup felt far from necessary. It was in the way Harry batted away spells, his footwork, his vision. Her father had told her tales of Aleister Moody when she was younger. When she looked at Harry, she saw much of the man's legend in her lover's movements. Daphne stood behind cover. She whispered spells that launched into the crowd of Death Eater newbloods, pawns yet to earn their mark. Tracy's words had plagued her with every curse she fired into the crowd. How many wanted to be there? How many had only chosen this path to try and secure their place in the Dark Lord's world that seemed to be the inevitable future? They'd made their choice, just as she had, but could she blame them? Blood gushed from a black-cloaked torso from her cutting curse. Not that long ago, the sight would have made her nauseous. Now, she felt nothing. It wasn't the first man whose life she might have taken, and most likely it wouldn't be the last. From the corridor, Harry held the Death Eater's attention with waves of his signature black flames. Wind swirled around the tip of his wand like a twister before he sent it through the alleyway. Daphne's nails chipped against the brickwork, and her fingers blistered from the grip mandated to keep her from a sudden transformation into a kite. Harry never seemed to recall just how powerful he was when he dueled, but the boy dared not hold back. There was far too much at stake. Her magic flooded her arm before she released a geyser of water into the air that rained down on the troops that Harry had pushed back. In her free hand, she conjured an electric current and held it to the geyser's base. What had once been confused murmurs of the sudden rain turned to screams of pain as electrified droplets rained down on them like arrows. Not one to leave her skills predictable. Daphne readied her next move. With the flick of her wand, she canceled the geyser and immobilized the droplets yet to fall. With a twist of the wood in her hand, the droplets turned to shards of ice, and with a smirk, she muttered, "Enjoy this present from Slytherin's Ice Queen, you bastards." She yanked her arm down, and the icy shards barraged them. Some wailed with pain, others screeched with fear, but those unable to shield themselves from their cloaks and skin shredded by the vicious onslaught. Daphne's knee hit the rooftop hard as she panted. Her magical reserve was nowhere near the likes of Harry, Neville, or Michael's. There wasn't time to complain, though. They needed to keep moving. They still had a long night ahead of them. Harry's eyes met her from the street, and he nodded proudly. Daphne smiled and mouthed a yes to his unasked question. Harry rolled his shoulders to loosen himself up before. Together they raced towards the next enlarged force. Daphne had seen battlefields before. None of them were as organized as the storybooks promoted them, though she'd never seen chaos quite like this. Aurors moved in black clouds of smoke, only to be intercepted midair. All the while oblivators desperately kicked in muggle shops and houses to move them away from the madness while obliviating them. It was a nightmare, to put it kindly, but she couldn't lose focus. "Reducto!" she shouted towards the Death Eater that darted towards Harry, who'd found himself busy with two other Deeters that sprung out from the shadows. Blood splattered on the back of Harry's shirt, but the boy didn't even flinch before he used the body of one Death Eater to bludgeon the other. Daphne could only guess the years of therapy an event like this would cause her in the future, but on the list of things that concerned her, that one was relatively low. "Hold the line," an Auror roared in the distance. "Hold your ground, you fucking cowards." Chills raced down Daphne's spine at the enemy the Aurors were losing to in fantastic fashion. Their skin was sallow and gaunt. Many of them had detached limps or visible innards. They were no Death Eaters, which meant only one thing: they had some more significant problems to deal with. In a rose of blue flames, Fleur sprouted before the Auror and blasted her fire into the crowd of thralls, while Bill shot explosion curses into the undead horde. It was Harry who roared out next, "Fall back! Get to the ministry and hold the door." From her position on the rooftop, she couldn't confirm it, but Daphne was confident that the Auror who Harry had undercut looked about ready to pop like a balloon from anger. Harry sent the man one of his patented, "You listen to me, or I'll kill you myself" glances, however, and the Auror quickly fell in line. Daphne forced air from the tip of her wand to support her jump to the next roof and rolled onto the hard stone with a grunt. She shook the pain off quickly and pointed her wand into the crowd of thralls. She shouted every fire spell she knew. The alleyway looked like an ocean of flames, but the dead kept on. "Fleur, Bill, get back!" Harry roared. The two Order members nodded and jumped behind Harry before he slammed his hands on the ground and commanded the earth to rise. The building Daphne had found herself atop of creaked and cracked, and the damage Harry caused to the foundations. The dirt broke through the pavement and formed a wall that met her at eye level. Fleur and Bill helped Harry to his feet, but Daphne couldn't pull herself from the sight beneath her. The wall had bought them time, but far less than Harry probably hoped. Within seconds, the dead began to use themselves like stepping stools to climb over the barrier. "Gotta stop them," Daphne panted. Her arm ached with every movement and her bones felt brittle. She'd imagined they'd be outnumbered, but it was hard to truly imagine by how much, even for those familiar with the thralls. "Incindy." A sharp pain hit her ribcage and sent her rolling along the rooftop. Daphne scrambled to her feet and clutched her side. Her eyes widened at the sound her bones made with just a little bit of added pressure. Harry screamed for her from below, but she couldn't even find the air to breathe, let alone speak. The smoke in the distance swirled, and the click of heels rattled against the cement roof. Now, my little thralls just want to play a little bit. It's quite rude of you to ruin their fun." Daphne's heart stopped at the sultry voice. The woman's eyes peered through the smoke like car headlights, and her wand arm trembled against her will. "Oh, look at you," the voice through the smoke said. "You're trembling like a leaf. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake and play with you this time." Carmilla emerged from the smoke and licked her lips. "I'll kill you quickly." No, Daphne screamed, her mind a hazy cloud. Stay away! Water flew from her wand and took the shape of a snake before it plunged towards the woman. Carmilla only smiled and turned to mist. She continued to walk closer to Daphne, her entire torso nothing but a red cloud. You didn't actually think that would work, did you? Our reports say that you're one of the smarter ones. Stay back, Daphne howled. I'd rather not, Carmilla said. I must admit, your survival is rather surprising to me. I was certain my attack on you at Gringotts would have killed you. You must tell me, though, how badly did it hurt? Daphne's lips trembled, but no words emerged. The vampire queen smiled. Ah, no response. Perhaps you need a reminder. I don't have the venom any longer. The vampire queen's nails sharpened at her will. But I suppose we'll make do. Reducto, Harry shouted. The blue light crashed into the mist-made woman and zipped through her head. Daphne's breath shook while Harry stepped in front of her. Daphne, what's gotten into you? I don't know, Daphne whispered. Harry, I don't know how to beat her. Harry's jaw tightened, and he lowered his stance. Carmilla studied the two of them closely and pouted. Well, 2-on-1 hardly seems fair, but I suppose I can entertain you a while, boy, until my partner arrives. Being outnumbered was nothing new to Harry. When one decides to wage war against the undead, numbers are never in their favor. What Harry hadn't considered was that not everyone had his nature ingrained in their souls. Harry no longer valued his own life, not that he'd dare tell anyone. If he had to die to finish this war, he'd do so without hesitation. It was easier to beg for forgiveness from heaven or hell than to ask for permission from the likes of Sirius or Daphne to die. The Ice Queen of Slytherin didn't have the same conviction. Few did. Sirius had proven his willingness to die for the cause many times over. Harry knew Michael and Neville were cut from the same cloth. Neville for his own vengeance, and Michael due to loyalty that would have left Hufflepuff enamored. But Slytherins, by their nature, didn't share the same conviction. Daphne knew war, she'd face death, but it is easy to theorize about insurmountable odds. Harry knew it was far different to meet them. He'd been a fool to think that Daphne had recovered so quickly. How could he have forgotten how it felt the first time he'd been on death's door? All the fear he held towards the snake-faced demon known as Voldemort, Daphne undoubtedly felt towards Carmilla. And, as is Daphne's way, she hadn't spoken of it. Harry's girlfriend shook like a candle in the wind. Daphne would need time to get herself together if she could at all, and no reinforcements were on their way. Only Fleur and Bill were within earshot, and they looked to have a wave of the dead to repel along with their queen. Carmilla just licked her lips with anticipation. Harry doubted the vampire queen herself believed she could beat him, but then again, she didn't need to. His death wasn't the point of the mission. The wood of the Elder Wand felt like hot iron in his hand. The Queen of the Undead bared her fangs and sprang forward only to turn to mist when Harry released a bolt of white magic into her head. He jumped backward just as Carmilla materialized and swiped at him with her jagged nails before he sent a stunner too close for her to evade. Carmilla rolled along the marbled rooftop and hissed from the impact. To her credit, she didn't stay down long. Her skin was thicker than that of a normal man's. Had he or any of the living tumbled like the witch, scrapes would have littered their bodies. Carmilla, however, arose unscathed. I must admit, boy, you are quite skilled. Carmilla smiled. Perhaps after you die, I'll raise you as a thrall. It would be a shame to let talent like yours go to waste. A tempting offer, but I think I'll pass, Harry replied. Carmilla laughed a cold, metallic laugh. Ah, I see why the Auror spoke so highly of you. Your humor matches your skill. But as Severus learned before I made him pop like a balloon, you cannot refuse my offers. The name of the potion's master made his blood run cold, but it had been at a boil previously at the mention of his mentor. A vision of Moody's undead form clouded Harry's mind and made his stomach churn. The way Carmilla chuckled only brought more evidence to his belief that the vampiric witch could see through him. Worry not, it would be impossible for me to revive him as a thrall. Harry tilted his eyebrow in confusion, which only seemed to light the fire of Carmilla's joy further. My servants tore him to pieces to feast on. Not even I could bring a man back in such condition. Harry snarled like a wolf and lifted his wand. They desecrated his mentor's body, and he wouldn't allow the mockery to stand. His feet shuffled against the cracks that stretched across the rooftop before. This time, he charged her. Harry ran so fast he'd almost taken flight, and the vampire welcomed his assault. Bolt after bolt, each with a different shade, bombarded the Red Queen only for them to erupt on the other side of her mist-made form. Carmilla soared at him in her blood-red cloud. Harry rolled from the craters she made in the stone with every attack aimed at him. It was insanity. Why had he thought the same tactics would be effective? In fairness, Harry hadn't thought at all. It often led to more trouble than it was worth. His instincts kept him alive, and most of the time they were correct, most of the time. A scream erupted from the streets below where Fleur and Bill tried to hold back the tide with a broom. His transfigured wall helped slow the pace, but the wave seemed endless. Harry's moment of distraction had broken costly at the sharp pain that dug into his side. Carmilla was faster and far more silent than Harry had given her credit for, and now her nails dug into the side of his torso. Droplets of blood fell on his palm from the forced cough, and, as if Harry had forgotten himself a wizard, he slammed his fist into Carmilla's cheek. To his credit, the strike had worked, and the nails of the vampire queen ejected from Harry's side as she hit the ground. Rage festered in Carmilla's dead eyes like a virus. It alone would have been enough to cause chills. Unfortunately for Harry, even Carmilla's own brand of terror paled in comparison to the ungodly pool of magic he sensed in the distance. "You look about ready to brown your trousers, Potter. As I told the blonde, she's not the only one who has powerful friends." Harry, in all his life, had never heard the word friend carry a less sincere meaning, though that mattered little when compared to the situation on its way. His eyes darted between Daphne and Carmilla, and with his back to Daphne, he stumbled to her side. In perfect health, he didn't know just exactly how much damage he could do to Voldemort. With 2 injuries, his chances were as close to 0 as possible. Worse yet, Carmilla had allowed him to return to Daphne's side without resistance. If Harry knew one thing, it was that whenever your enemy starts to treat battle like a game, they are either stupid or powerful. Neither Carmilla nor the Dark Lord were fools, which only meant the worse. The chill the Dark Lord brought with him was deeper than those of the Dementors he once ruled. Harry almost snickered at the power of the man that hovered above him. How had the tables turned so drastically? He once lorded power over the old wizard. Now, he felt like an ant in the presence of an elephant. The Dark Lord descended by the vampire queen's side. Not a single word fell from his lips at his comrade's position. Had the wizard even considered the Red Queen a comrade? It was a question Harry already knew the answer to. Voldemort loved nothing more than himself and his deceased snake. The Dark Lord drew his wand and bowed. It was almost comical. The difference in their power left Harry's mouth dry, but he had wounded the man, and it seemed as if the Dark Lord had, at the very least, ceased to disrespect him. "Harry Potter, you and I are both aware of the prophecy." Voldemort's statement required no answer. They both knew the truth, though how much of the prophecy Voldemort knew was still unclear to Harry. "With that knowledge, I see no reason to draw this out any longer. I'll kill you here, and once I've done that, I will deliver your head to the Ministry and make it clear as daylight that they have lost. I will then slaughter all those who continue to oppose me and begin my reign." "Was there a question in that second part?" Harry asked. "No," Voldemort replied dryly. "I no longer have any need for questions. I give orders and they are followed. Bow, Harry Potter, and let our duel commence." "You know, I thought about it, but I'd really rather not," Harry said. "Very well. I want you to know that I'd have liked to train you up as my second if there was another way. You have a skill that even I have been forced to acknowledge. I offered you an honorable death. But so be it, you'll die a foolish rebel to the new way." Every muscle in Harry's body tightened at the green hue that built up at the tip of the Dark Lord's wand before he said, in a tone as even as a steel blade, "Avada Kedavra." Green flashed before his eyes and pain filled his whole body as he grabbed Daphne and rolled off the roof with her in his arms. Harry pointed his wand towards the alley to summon a gust of wind to break their fall, but that hadn't proven the most effective with the weight of 2 bodies. Harry shifted his back towards the ground and took the impact. His lungs vacated themselves of air, replaced with a groan. Fleur and Bill raced to his side and dragged the 2 of them from the road filled by burned thralls. Harry placed his hand to Daphne's cheek, her eyes hollow and distant. Her face was cold to the touch, and her teeth chattered without resistance. "Daphne, I need you to come back. I need you here with me." "What happened to her?" Bill asked. "I don't know," Harry said. "At first, I thought it was fear, but the way the vampire queen was able to predict my questions, it's almost like she has her own form of legilimency. It's like she sent Daphne's fear into overdrive." "Harry Potter," Voldemort bellowed from the street that fed into the alley where they'd taken refuge. "Do not hide from me. Come and face me. At least have the decency to die the way your pure-blood father did." Smoke nearly shot from Harry's ears. The gears of his brain spun in overdrive, desperate to think of a plan, but nothing came. His runic bond with Daphne was their only chance. Even that was slim, but it was something. They couldn't lose here. Harry wouldn't allow it. Yet though his gears turned and turned, no idea emerged. "We'll buy you time," Bill said. "You're our only shot at victory, so you do what you need to do or retreat. We can't have you die here, Potter." "You can't fight him," Harry hissed, desperate to not draw the dark wizard's attention. "You won't last 10 seconds against the likes of him." "Then I guess I'll buy you 9, Bill said with a smile. "That bastard is responsible for my baby brother and sister's death. I won't let him win this war." "Sorry," Bill said grimly with a look at Fleur. "I didn't mean to include you in my mission. If you'd like to stay back here." "The members of my family keep their word," Fleur said. "We are a team in this war. I intend to honor that agreement." "If we somehow make it through this," Bill said, "would you maybe like to?" "Yes," Fleur said with a smile. Bill glanced back at Harry. "Looks like I really need to make an effort to live now, don't I?" "Thank you, Bill, Fleur," Harry said weakly. "Survive!" The two nodded before together they bolted from the alleyway. Harry glanced back down at the expressionless blonde propped against the stone wall. "Daphne, I need you here. Please come back." Harry pressed his forehead against hers and gripped her hands tightly. "Come on, princess. Come back." Magic flooded from his wrist into Daphne's, and with tightly clenched eyes, Harry tried to ignore the sound of electrical cracks and screams from the battle mere seconds away. "Come on, princess. It's time to wake up." Then, just as it had before, the color of Daphne's eyes shifted towards one of icy to blue to a deep cyan. "Harry," she whimpered, "what happened to me?" "Doesn't matter now," Harry said firmly. "What's important is that we have company. Can you move?" She nodded, then placed her hand on Harry's bloody torso. "You're hurt." "Not important, love," Harry said with a shake of his head. "Come on, we've gotta move." Harry could see that myriad of questions behind Daphne's eyes, now a blend of his own and hers, but there was no time. As if to emphasize, Fleur's voice screamed out, a scream that could only be conjured by the red, torturous curse. Voldemort had a begrudging respect for him. But for his allies, Harry knew Voldemort cared little. Daphne swallowed hard, but he clenched her hand tightly. Harry could feel his lover's heart pound through her fingertips. She was afraid, but she didn't run. Harry loved that about her. How badly he wanted to tell her that it was going to be okay, but he couldn't lie to her. He couldn't promise her that. Harry lifted her wand, and Daphne mirrored him. "It's a beautiful night," Harry returned. "Not a bad one if this is our last." The meekest of smiles crossed Daphne's lips, and together in a bright glow, they emerged from the alley. Harry didn't say a word but swung his wand like a whip and sent the Dark Lord crashing into the stone wall. He was exerting power equal to that of Daphne's. Though not at full power, as Daphne may not have been able to handle it, the magnification of their might still left Harry stronger than he had been the last time he and Dark Lord crossed paths. The building that Voldemort had been shoved into shattered with a furious roar and turned to rubble. The Dark Lord shot another bolt of green in his direction, but Harry tilted his head from the killing curse and let it soar by. Daphne countered with a blue-coated spell that forced Voldemort back behind his quickly conjured shield. Then, it was his turn, and Harry shot a white-hot bolt at the Dark Lord's shield. Once more, it pushed him back. He could hear Daphne's thoughts like they were his own. Even at their current input, it wasn't enough. Harry shot a glance at Fleur and Bill. The two needed no further instructions and ran, though Carmilla gave them chase. Harry wanted to stop her, but to take his eyes of Riddle, even for a second, was beyond unwise. "Can we make it any stronger?" Daphne asked, though her breath was ragged. "Your body won't be able to handle it," Harry whispered back. "That doesn't really matter now, does it?" Daphne retorted. "If the option is certain death or a chance to live, the choice is easy, isn't it?" Harry couldn't fault the logic and began to summon more of his magic into their bond. He could hear Daphne's bit-back screams in her head, but the ground shook at their even-growing core. "Just hang on, Daphne," Harry muttered, and continued to build their magical power. "We'll end this in one blow." "Hurry," Daphne cried out. "Reducto," Harry shouted. A bolt larger than Harry had ever conjured flung from his wand like a bullet from a gun barrel and knocked him and Daphne back. Harry groaned from his collision, but watched without a breath as the blue blot slammed into Voldemort's reconjured shield and shattered it like glass. Blood erupted from Voldemort's mouth and splattered on the ground from the impact. His breaths were stressed and heavy. Harry snickered. "All right, I lied, just one more." But his voice fell silent as the boost faded in an instant. Harry turned to Daphne and felt his heart stop at the blood that dripped down Daphne's arm. It had looked like the girl's rune arm had been flayed from the wrist up with muscle and on full display. His breaths grew faster. He'd been right about the impact the amplification would have on Daphne. Harry lunged down and placed his ear to her chest to hear the faintest heartbeat. "What do I do?" Harry hissed to himself. The first step was clear, at least. Harry lifted his wand towards the Dark Lord and howled, "Reducto!" but no magic spewed from his wand. Not good. The bond amplification had messed with his own magical system as well. He didn't like his odds against Voldemort alone when at full strength. Without his magic, Harry liked the idea even less. A sudden weariness came for him like the shadows of the grave, but he couldn't stay put. Though his muscles screamed for mercy, he pulled Daphne into his arm. Then, he did the least Gryffindorish thing he could think of. He ran. He had to get to the Ministry. He needed to find Sirius Carnage. Sirius had grown weary of the sound. James had once told him as a joke during their time in the First War that life could only get better from there. He'd laughed that it couldn't get much worse. In that regard, Sirius had been relieved James had died. He'd always been the optimist. Sirius was less so. It was a mixture of pride and frustration that plagued his heart at all times. In one respect, he was proud of his godson. The boy had become a wizard beyond what Sirius had ever expected. On the other hand, James had made him promise that he'd look out for Lily and Harry should the worst come to pass. Sirius had failed the promise to Lily, and now it was Harry that was more capable of protecting him than the alternative. So in that way, Sirius supposed he'd failed again. Sirius was almost a master artist of failures at this point. He wondered what James and Lily would look like when he saw them again, if he saw them again. How many people had he failed in his life? Did people like him deserve that kind of happiness in death? It was the bump of Remus against him that woke him from his thoughts. "Now's not the time to daydream," Remus barked out. He was right. They'd found the Ministry swarmed with Death Eaters, but they had found the minister unharmed. As for the Aurors, that was a different story. Their bodies littered the Ministry's polished floors, and their blood stained the ground and putrid red. They'd lost many men, but they'd found one as well, and that, at least, was good fortune. Kingsley Shacklebolt was a tall, broad-shouldered, black wizard. He was bald and fit, with a slow, deep voice that never quickened, even in a situation like the one they'd found themselves in. Sirius had heard the rumors that Shacklebolt was the second coming of Mad-Eye Moody in some circles. Sirius hadn't fully believed that until he'd had the pleasure of seeing Shacklebolt at work. Sirius had arrived just in time to witness the dark-skinned Auror flick one Death Eater into another Death Eater so hard that they both broke their necks. After that, Sirius had no further questions. "In Minister," Shacklebolt commanded in his honey-like voice. "This flue is secured and will get you to the Order safe house. Go." Amelia Bones nodded gratefully and ducked into the green flames just as Shacklebolt flung a spell into the air without so much as a glance and blew a Death Eater into red powder. "Remus, you next," Sirius hissed. "Then you, Kingsley. I'm going to find Harry." "You're not going out there alone," Remus said. but Sirius only smiled and pushed his friend into the still green flames. "Sirius, you boz." Sirius didn't catch the rest of the werewolf's message, but he was confident that he'd gotten the gist. "Best of luck to you out there, Black," Kingsley said. "Thanks," Sirius said. "Knowing me, I'll need it." Sirius' body felt on autopilot as he dodged and countered spells that rained on him like hellfire. None of that mattered. Only one thing held his focus, Harry. His godson had taken up command of the battle outside the ministry's walls, and even from within the halls of the building, Sirius could hear the madness. When he saw it, though, his blood froze. Fires burned, buildings laid ruined, unspeakable monsters that had once been men littered the streets. "Just what the fuck happened here?" he said aloud. Even in his quickened pace, the images of London aflame burned themselves into his memory. These people weren't wizards. They had no stake in Voldemort's war. Yet, without hesitation, they attacked. Sirius had no doubt that somehow, the Ministry had a contingency plan for something like this. Something to preserve the statute of secrecy. It was clear, though, that Voldemort seemed to care little for anything else other than the deaths of those who opposed him. Their secrecy be damned. Sirius' legs burned like he'd ran for miles, but only smoke coated his vision. His body pulsed madly. He'd never loved strategy. Even in his calmest states, a good strategy weighed heavy on his mind, and now he was anything but calm. "Harry!" he screamed at the top of his lungs, unsure of what else to do. "Harry!" As if the gods themselves had called out to him, a voice broke out in the distance. "Sirius!" It was Harry's voice. Beyond all reason, beyond all logic, Harry had heard him. Sirius sprinted towards the boy but stopped inches of hugging him when he saw the damage to the girl. The hug could wait. Their retreat was paramount. Sirius had been in a lot of battles in his day, though never before had he been so confused if they'd won or lost. Chapter 15. The last Horcrux Harry paced beyond the walls of his own bedroom. The ice had yet to thaw from his blood. It wouldn't until Dr. Thatcher brought the good news. What Harry hoped would be good news, at least. The manor of House Black transformed itself into the headquarters of the Order. It looked to change positions once more into a makeshift hospital with all the injuries they faced. Hermione, Tracy, Blaise, Michael, now Daphne. How many more wounded would there be? It was the girl that watched him pace that sent the worst chills down his spine, Astoria. She joined the Order as a witch. She now sat little more than a squib. If battle came, he'd have to protect her. But what if he were forced to make a choice? Was there a situation he'd have to swallow Astoria's loss for? No, he affirmed to himself. He'd keep Astoria safe. That was the least he could do for the girl. "What's he like now?" Astoria's voice broke the silence, but it wasn't with the quip Harry imagined. "Voldemort," she clarified. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. The snake-faced man never entirely left his mind, but now it haunted his thoughts like a specter. The wood creaked when Harry leaned against it and sunk to the ground. Astoria's eyes had shifted in the light from a green to a light brown, but they studied him all the same. "It's indescribable. It's like looking at death." "Charming," Astoria said with a gentle smirk. "Maybe I won't die from this curse after all." "You're not going to die, period," Harry said. Astoria only shrugged. "Damien told me you wrote to him. He wrote back while you were away. He's arranging to arrive, but he can't let his father know. He won't permit his son joining a war effort." "Can't say that's unreasonable," Harry sighed. "He'll come, though, because he thinks you're pretty and boys are stupid." "I am pretty, boys are stupid, and I know he will," Astoria replied lazily. "Remember when all we would talk about was Quidditch, and when I tried to find you dates for Hogsmeade?" "Yeah, and you almost tried to stick me with Millicent," Harry chuckled. "How could I forget?" "I miss those days," Astoria said wistfully. "You'll get back to them," Harry said. "I'll make sure of it." Astoria smiled but said nothing. It was clear to Harry that doubt filled the young girl's eyes. Astoria was stronger than he was. Her spirit was damn near unbreakable, but Harry knew she was dangerously close to it if there was a limit. The door creaked open, and Harry's neck snapped towards the sound. Dr. Thatcher's face was betrayed. Sweat trickled down her brow like raindrops, and her breath was heavy. Dr. Thatcher was a godsend to the Order, but she was being stretched thin. Between Michael, Tracy, Blaze, Hermione, and now Daphne, the elderly woman was well past exhaustion. Harry's chest relaxed at the simple nod the medical witch gave him. Daphne would be okay. The world might have been about to collapse, but his Daphne was okay. Harry struggled to his feet. His exhausted muscles shouted for mercy. He was great at determining others' limits. Accepting his own, on the other hand, was a far more difficult task. Astoria reached out her hand, and Harry took it with thanks. The short witch groaned from Harry's weight, but eventually they stood together. Thatcher waddled off, and the darkness behind the doorway her frame covered swallowed Harry's courage. Somewhere in that darkness was Daphne. Thatcher had looked satisfied with her job, but what did that really mean? He had no doubt the medical witch cared for Daphne, but few cared for her like him. Astoria nudged him forward, and together they approached the bed in lockstep, both eager to see and full of fear. Certainly, Harry had catastrophized. Thatcher had done swift, efficient work. Still, to say that Daphne looked great would be a stretch even for Harry. Her arm was burned from wrist to elbow, and the gel-like substance smeared across her open wounds made Daphne look like she'd applied a poorly spread face mask in pitch darkness. Her eyelids hung low over her bloodshot eyes, but there was life in the icy blue pools. That was all that mattered. "Hey," Daphne croaked. "Hey," Harry replied softly. He brushed the hair from her face and smiled. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been thrown through a couple of buildings," Daphne said weakly. "My arm's also on burned up, so that's fun." The blonde turned to her sister and smiled. "Bet I still look better than you, though." "Just because you're injured, I'm going to let that slide," Astoria chuckled. "Seriously, is there anything we can get you?" "Ice cream," she murmured. "Food, Daphne," Harry said. "We've been through this before." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Fine, whatever's in the kitchen is good enough. I'm not picky." Astoria smirked. Harry knew that was a lie just as much as Astoria, but they said nothing. Astoria volunteered to get the food. Truthfully, the young witch gave Harry orders to stay. Not that he could refuse. His legs felt like jelly. Climbing up and down the stairs would have been a miraculous feat. Astoria pulled up a chair for him, and he slumped into it with a grateful nod. His eyes never left Daphne's wilted figure. The blonde turned to him. Each breath seemed to take so much from her. Still, she forced herself to speak. "I'm sorry. When Carmilla attacked, I don't know why, but I just froze up. It was like she was in my head. You were relying on me and—" Harry shook his head. "With all the times I must have let you down, I'm sure I'm still in the deficit. You don't need to apologize." Daphne moved her unburnt hand, cupped his cheek. Her fingers trailed against his tanned skin before she smiled dimly. "You've never let me down, Harry. Never." "Astoria, you, Michael." Harry's fist clenched the bedsheets. "None of you deserved this kind of life. This is hell, and I don't know how I'm going to get us out of it." Harry hadn't noticed it. He hadn't realized the pain in his chest until the tears trickled down his cheeks. He didn't wipe them away. He didn't need to. In front of Daphne, he wasn't the leader of the Order or the chosen one. He was Harry Potter, and as Harry Potter, he cried. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do. I don't know how to win." "We almost killed him," Daphne encouraged. "Once we destroy the last Horcrux, all we need to do is bond again and then—" "No," Harry said. "We're never doing that again. We got lucky this time. If I flood you with magic like that again, we might not get as lucky and you could die. The wizarding world isn't worth that for me. My own life isn't worth it. I won't put you in a position like that ever again." "We have to," Daphne said firmly. "There isn't another way to stop Voldemort, to save the wizarding world. We have to." "Fuck the wizarding world," Harry growled. "All they've ever done is bounce between treating me like shit and like a god. I don't give a damn about any of them. I'm fighting this war for you, for Tonks, for Cedric, for my parents, for Creature, for all the people I've loved and lost. If I lose you, there wouldn't be a point." Daphne's eyes tracked him like arrows. He couldn't be sure what went on in her beautiful mind, but he was pretty sure she was torn between kissing him or slapping him. Harry wasn't sure what she wanted her to do more himself. Finally, she sighed. "The only reason the bond almost killed me now is that your magic was far more potent than mine. But if I increase my own magical strength, even if by a little, it'll mitigate the damage I take from the bond at full strength, right?" To get you to the level where we could maintain the bond without heavy injuries on your part could take years. You're not weak, Daphne, but after everything I've trained to be I. It could take years, yes, Daphne nodded. Or it could take me much less time if I had the right teacher, just like you did after fourth year. What are you saying? Harry asked, afraid of the answer. I need to go see Morgana. Even if it's just for a little bit, if I become even a fraction stronger, it'll put less strain on our bond. Not to mention, I need her medical knowledge anyway. I didn't want to say it because I knew what kind of gap me not being here would leave, but you need to let me go. Let me go for as long as you can spare me. You don't know what you're asking for. Even Moody looked like a puppy to her training, Harry pleaded. Lady Morgana isn't the type to be taken lightly. I know that, Daphne said, but I need to go to her, even if it's just for a few weeks. I need to train with her. She won't take you as a student just because you want her to, Harry said. She doesn't do charity work. I'll find a way. Just let me know where she is. Okay, but I'm going with you. Harry fell silent by Daphne's finger on his lips. You can't, Daphne said. You're needed here. I never like leaving your side, Harry, but this is one mission you can't come with me on. You need to let me go alone. Daphne, Do you trust me? She pleaded. You know I do, Harry said faintly. Then let me go. The suicide bomb from Not SR had left the building a ruin. The magical flames kissed Neville's skin. His shield had resisted the majority of the blast, but there was no denying the kamikaze spell was nothing to play with. Neville slumped against the wreckage of the house. His fingers trailed through his dust-ridden hair. He was lucky to be alive. The dark sky above made it clear that he'd been out longer than he'd imagined. It was only luck that no Death Eaters had come to assess the situation. In a way, it was almost sad. The Death Eaters were expected to give their lives for the Dark Lord, but nobody came to bury them when all was said and done. Fear is brittle. To command through terror is effective, but no loyalty is born. There is strength in dying for a cause you believe in, but what Neville saw in the pureblood's eyes before the boom was devout loyalty. It was fear. His heartstrings tugged for a moment at the Death Eater's last minute, but faded fast. Not SR. Along with the rest of them had made their beds. Now they'd rest in them. Neville clawed at the wreckage and pulled himself to his feet. He was outside the manor. He'd assumed it was the explosion that sent him beyond the collapsed walls, but the soft footsteps of a Hogwarts elf told a different story. He didn't recall calling for one, and yet there the young elf was, a red-stained rag in hand. Did you take care of me when I was out? Neville asked. The elf only nodded. Neville bowed his head. Thank you. Ritten doesn't need thanks. Ritten is happy to serve. Professor Sprout sent Ritten to bring you back home, but Ritten didn't want to bring you back in your condition. Ritten thought it unwise. The elf rambled without a pause for air. An elf's lung capacity seemed unreal for their size, but many things in the magical world were far odder than that. Neville nodded. Good choice. I think that if you tried to apparate me back to Hogwarts grounds in my condition, I might have ended up a stain on the floor. Elves were never poorly treated at Hogwarts, at least not by the staff. That, however, didn't change how awkward they looked when they received praise. Ritten kicked his feet in the dirt and twiddled his thumb, unable to pull his eyes from the ground. A sad smile crept across Neville's face at the sight of the diminutive elf. In many ways, Neville hadn't been much different from Ritten all that long ago. Submission was, in their nature, true, but their confidence had been entirely shot as well. Ritten walked tentatively to his side and asked if he felt ready to travel back. Neville wasn't sure. He'd hoped he would receive word about Hermione and company back at the castle. At the same time, his allies within Hogwarts walls had significantly diminished. Was he ready? No, but he didn't have much of a choice either. He nodded swiftly at the elf who took his hand before, with a pop, they vanished. The halls of Hogwarts had seldomly felt this cold. The castle had once been a second home for the Longbottom heir. His Gran had never been easy on him, and while he loved her, the castle was a refuge from the shadow of his father's greatness. The day he'd been sorted into Hufflepuff had been a day of great relief and one of great shame. He was the son of two great and brave Aurors, and back then he was neither great nor brave. It had been Cedric that showed him that a Hufflepuff was not deprived of bravery, and years later, it had been Harry to pull that bravery out of him. The walls of the great, magical keep had borne witness to his progress. Now he was the castle's protector, though now he was to guard it alone. Hogwarts could be the birthplace of a true genesis of meritocracy regardless of blood, if only they could live to see it. Neville could only pray that one day he would. It was well past curfew when Neville fell into the common room. His legs' muscles had been transfigured into pudding, and the room spun around him with every step. He was glad that nobody was there to see him fumble his way onto the couch until he realized that he wasn't exactly alone. Professor Sprout sat there, her eyes dark and watery. She smiled and raced towards him as fast as her legs could carry her before she nodded. "I'm glad to see you made it back to Hogwarts, Mr. Longbottom. I was very worried about your prolonged absence." "Thank you for sending written," Neville whispered. "I could barely move, as you can probably tell. It is my responsibility to look after my students, no matter the tasks they undertake. I've already lost one precious student, I won't lose another," Professor Sprout said. "Whatever your mission, I hope you succeeded." Numbly, Neville held his arm out with a thumbs up, and Professor Sprout nodded. "Good. Now rest, child, though it looks like I don't need to tell you that." Neville chuckled, his mind already in an exhausted haze. "Copy that, Professor," he said with a hushed mumble. The rest was too short for Neville's liking. The daybreak sun rays warmed his cheek and forced him from his slumber. Neville wished he could have been a regular student. He wished he could just roll over and go back to sleep. But that wasn't reality, and with a groan, he pulled himself from the sofa. The water from the shower stirred him. He'd be a liar if he said it brought him back to full, but he at least felt like a human when he slipped into his Hogwarts uniform. Neville shuffled into the great hall with the rest of his housemates. While it wasn't uncommon to hear the dining area filled with conversation, it was the nature of the discussions that caught his ear. An attack on the Ministry, Harry and Voldemort, every snippet of the rumors grew his confusion more and more. It was Susan that came with answers in the form of the Daily Prophet. The girl looked a mess with her red hair tied in a bundle of knots and dark circles around her eyes. "Have you heard from Harry about this?" "I don't even know what this is," Neville replied. Susan pushed the prophet in his hands, and Neville read the black ink. It told of a battle in Muggle London between the Order and the Death Eaters. Harry Potter had allegedly injured Voldemort, though had sustained some serious injuries of his own. Daphne Greengrass was reported dead, and the minister was missing. No, Neville thought, if Daphne was dead, then that meant Harry was too. He'd never allow that to happen if he still drew breath. The prophet wasn't exactly a fact-only resource, but the mention of the lost minister for magic left Neville's throat dry when he turned back to face the Amelia Bones niece. "I'll try to look into it for you," Neville promised. It was all he could say. There was a time where Neville may have offered more comfort, but now there were no certainties, no guarantees. To Susan's credit, she didn't throw a fit. The minister's niece nodded appreciatively and returned her gaze to the wooden table. Neville placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled. "Don't give up. If there's one thing I know about your aunt, she and my gran are cut from the same cloth. It'll take more than a couple Death Eaters to take her down. Plus, this paper is full of rubbish anyway. We know Daphne. She's not the type to die so unglamorously." Susan cracked a weak smile and tried to put some food in her mouth. Neville returned his gaze to the print. Voldemort's back, and from the looks of it, stronger. He swallowed hard. Today, he decided, Neville would destroy the diadem today. Breakfast was ended with a speech from McGonagall to stay resilient. For most of the castle, the words fell on deaf ears. McGonagall was good at a great number of things, but when it came to speeches, Albus was a master. Thankfully, the current headmistress wasn't as sneaky as the previous one, and that, in Neville's book, counted for more. His classmates departed for their first period, but Neville remained behind. His eyes trailed the headmistress, who nodded back to him. He smiled and stood from his seat once the hall had cleared. His studies were important. Yes, the fate of the wizarding world just happened to be more so. Neville had learned the art of sneaking around well from Harry and Michael. In truth, he doubted anyone would stop him. Nobody could, but the castle contained enemies like it never had before. It wasn't worth the risk. The trip to his room was fast, and Neville released a heavy sigh when he retrieved the diadem from its resting place. "Good," Neville whispered. "Thank Merlin it's still here." Neville shoved the Horcrux into his book bag and left the common room. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out the old and deeply folded parchment Harry had given him months back. With a touch of his wand, he whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." At his command, the map unfolded, and Neville studied the marks carefully. He hated to condemn an entire house as the enemy. Daphne, one of their greatest allies, had come from the House of Snakes, but Neville couldn't take any chances. Blaise and Tracy had confirmed that most of Slytherin were willing to back the Dark Lord, and that made them an enemy. Neville had a war to win. And he'd been delayed long enough. It was strange. Neville had relied so much on the map when his operation had started. Now he hardly needed the reference. The castle was like an open book to him now. Neville knew just what stones to push, what paintings to tickle, what statues to push on to reveal the secret pathways. Still, it never hurt to know where your enemies were. The words of the departed Auror rang in his head, constant vigilance. Neville had once found the man deranged. Now, he'd been the professor to give him the best advice. "What a life," he muttered to himself, "when Mad-Eye Moody was one of the best role models you've got." The memory of the Auror made Neville's atoms apple bob. The Auror, once thought too stubborn to die, had succumbed to it. The world was without one of their great protectors. Neville couldn't help but wonder as he scaled a hidden staircase behind the walls if the Auror's legacy would be appropriately honored in death. Then again, he doubted Moody cared. Honor was never his style. It was becoming less of Neville's as well. If one asked the dead if honor mattered, the silence would be their answer. That, in itself, was enough. Neville's eyes cleared the 7th-floor corridor where the room of requirement rested. It was quite up there like it always was. There was very little reason for most students to ever come this high anyway, especially not when class was in progress. Neville had been ambushed in the past and was in no mood to repeat that mistake. Caution was a priority. The plan came to him like a dream. He paced across the 7th floor and asked for a room stocked with basilisk venom. Neville wasn't sure it would work, but when the door emerged, he got his answer. It looked like a dark apothecary's dream within the room of requirement, which meant that it looked like a nightmare to everyone else. The walls were lined with the hazy green venom stores, and Neville's blood ran cold from the touch of his finger against the glass. This is so fucked up. He fought back the chills that raced up his spine. He doubted even Salazar Slytherin himself would feel confident in a room full of vials that could cause damn near instant death. Neville couldn't labor on the thoughts for long. He had a mission to complete, and with a firm yet gentle grip, he pulled a vial from the wall. His mind asked for a table, and one appeared in the center of the room. It was matte black, just like the walls and the shelves. The room, despite its abilities, was not exactly creative on its own. It would do, though, and that's what mattered. Neville steadied his heart and reached into his book bag to remove the Horcrux. Neville's mind resisted the temptation to turn to mush at the thought that he held the last of Voldemort's anchors in his hand. With just a drop of the venom, the man believed an unkillable force would become mortal. He'd be able to die for good. The soul within the diadem had realized that as well. Neville grit his teeth and forced the jewelry down with all his might. The tiara hissed like a viper at its restraints and howled when Neville uncorked the vial. Headaches manifested within Neville's skull worse than he'd ever felt before. Blood had even begun to trickle down from his nose. He needed to end this, and fast, or it would be the diadem that killed him. "Stop," the diadem roared in his mind. "Stop, you fool." Neville dropped the vial's cork through the ground. "You don't understand what you're doing. I can help you, Neville Longbottom, if only you allow it. Anything you want, I can make it a reality. I can make what you've always wished come true." Neville scowled and hung over the tiara like the Grim Reaper did men in their moments of death. The vial quaked in his hand, but the diadem continued. "You need but wear me for a moment, Neville Longbottom, and I can show you the way to get what you've always dreamed of. Wear me, and I'll grant you the knowledge to heal your mother and father." Neville paused. His body felt as if it had become frozen in ice. In his mind, he could almost see the Dark Lord's smile, and watched as the diadem showed visions of a man with Neville's own eyes embracing him. "I'm so proud of you," his parents said, their eyes no longer clouded with fog but filled with fire. "You saved us." Neville's lips quivered as he returned the hug in his mind. "I'm sorry for everything," he whispered before he forced his hand to move and douse the tiara in the venom. "No," the diadem howled. "How did you resist?" "Unlike you," Neville said to the specter of the Dark Lord, his voice weak and tired. "I've made my peace with loss. Soon you'll have no choice but to do so as well. I can't wait to see Harry send you to hell, you noseless freak." "Damn you, Neville Longbottom," the diadem cursed. "You'll die for this." "So be it," Neville said with a gentle grin, before his knees crashed into the ground and his head met the cold tile. "All right, Rook, now it's up to you." Daphne tightened the bandages up and down her arm and watched from a distance as Harry whispered the instructions to Dobby. Harry had gone over the proper procedure and location with her hundreds of times, and yet he still wanted to make sure she had someone to confirm the points with. Maybe she should have been annoyed by it, but she couldn't help but crack a smile. So many people said the word love so casually, but not Harry. He loved her with the full weight of the word, and for all his irritation-inducing habits, she loved him. "Ready," Daphne whispered. They kept their voices low. The house had gone to sleep, and they'd waited for just this moment to plan this escape. She didn't want to risk Molly, or worse, Astoria learning of the plan beforehand and trying to stop her. "Almost just giving some last instructions," Harry whispered and returned to Dobby. "And when you finally meet her, please, for the love of Merlin, remember to bow to her. Also, don't use Merlin's name. She doesn't tolerate even the slightest amount of disrespect. Then tell her." "I know what to tell her," Daphne said. "We've been over this 1,000 times. Please, it's time to go." Harry sighed and turned to her. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Have you ever known me to do anything before I was sure of it?" Daphne queried. Harry only shrugged, and Daphne rested her hand on his cheek. "I know that right now you can't help but worry, I understand that. But things are going to be okay, and I'm going to come back to you." "I know, I'd wish even death good luck in trying to stop you when you've made your mind up about something," Harry said faintly. He forced a smile to his face and wrapped his hand around her waist. Daphne felt herself pulled into his embrace until their foreheads pressed against one another. "Be safe, princess." "Back at you, Flyboy," Daphne murmured. "I won't be back to pull your ass out of the fire when you get into trouble for a little while, so try not to do anything too stupid." "You, my love, always have a way with words," Harry smirked. "I love you, Harry," Daphne whispered. Her voice cracked at the admission, and her eyes felt misty. They'd agreed to the necessity of this goodbye, but it didn't make the distance hurt any less. "I love you, Daphne," he returned with the softness of a perfectly tuned harp. "Always," the two said in unison before they pulled apart. Dobby raced to Daphne's side, her packed bag in his hand, and Harry sent Daphne a soft smile. "If Moody's made it to her side already, tell him I promise he didn't die in vain, and when you see Lady Morgana, tell her I apologize about the pendant." "You always have so much to apologize for," Daphne said with a gentle eye roll. "Guess I make enough mistakes for the both of us," Harry laughed softly. "Goodbye, princess." "I'll see you soon, Flyboy," Daphne returned and looked at her elf. "Ready, Dobby?" "Yes, mistress," he replied swiftly. Daphne nodded then, with a pop, they vanished. Chapter 16. The princess and the queen. With March came the softest tinge of warmth in the breeze that danced across the plains where Daphne and Dobby had landed. Daphne feared that the trek to Avalon would be arduous, but Harry's directions had been precise. Harry had told her that Avalon was a work of beauty, but his words did the place little justice. Daphne had seen castles, but never one so tall and polished that it reflected the sun rays as it kissed the clouds. Goosebumps ran down her arm. She'd never been able to accurately measure magical levels like Harry could. But much like when in the presence of the Dark Lord, she hardly needed it. The magic that radiated from the palace upon the hills spoke for itself. It truly was a fitting home for the most powerful witch to ever walk the earth. Daphne stepped carefully towards the steel walls that surrounded the city. It was precisely how Harry had described it. The whole town looked like it had been trapped in time. The sound of plate armor creaked from atop the wall, and a voice boomed down from the night. "Halt, mage! State your business here." "My name is Daphne Greengrass," she called up to the guard. "I've come to seek the guidance of Lady Morgan Le Fay." "Our lady is not here to offer guidance to the likes of you," the knight bellowed. "Begone, mage! Begone, or I will be forced to shoot you down." "Please listen," Daphne pleaded. "I've come at the behest of Harry Potter. I need to speak with the Queen." "Potter?" The knight shuddered as if Daphne had shot him with ice. "Very well then, have Lord Potter present you as his guest, and we will lower the bridge. Without it, For the love of God, Thorold, open the bloody gate," a voice shielded from view shouted. Daphne smiled. She did not need to see the figure. There was only one man that spoke with such grizzled authority. All the same, she could not shield her soft smile when a prime Alastair Moody phased through the wall. "Yes, my lord," the knight said, the confidence in his voice broken. "Lower the gate." The drawbridge screeched like a harpy and fell to the ground with a thud. Daphne unsheathed a held breath and marched beyond the wall. Harry had told her the importance of showing no weakness when in Avalon. If her spirit broke, there would have been no way to return to her world, to return to her time. There was no time to go back on her decision now. Astoria needed her to succeed, as did Harry. Failure was not an option. Daphne held her head high and fought the urge to look back as the drawbridge locked back into place behind her. She scanned the streets of the city cautiously. Yet, she couldn't shake the oddity of seeing a world only talked about in her childhood storybooks right before her eyes. Bread from the small bakery filled the air, paired with the sound of hammered metals from a blacksmith who forged weapons for the war that would never come. Children played with toys so outdated, Daphne was unsure of its name or the games they played. She was uncertain if it was a mercy or not. Those children would never grow up, they'd never lose their innocence, but they'd never become who they may have blossomed into. The heels of her boots clicked on the cobblestone, but came to a sudden stop. The chill of a ghost was a familiar feeling to all Hogwarts students, and Daphne prepared herself for the worst. She turned blankly to the spirit, and Moody studied her closely. The Auror looked nothing like the grizzled man from her memories. The man now carried a pair of matching eyes and long hair tied back in an elegant knot. He wore a lord's tunic and cape tucked into the shoulders that descended to his feet, which hovered centimeters above the ground. He wore a familiar tight scowl, but his scars had faded into non-existence. Frightening as it was, she had no choice but to admit that the Auror was rather handsome. "The boy must be in some deep shit if he considered sending you here," Moody greeted. "You may look a bit different, but you certainly are as friendly as ever." "Death does little to remedy one's personality," Moody stated. He looked her over once more, and Daphne felt his gaze upon her tatted wrist. "No mistaking it, you are who you say. I sense the boy's magic in those bonds, which leads me once again to ask, why in the name of Merlin's saggy ballsack would he send you here?" "I asked to come," Daphne replied. "I needed to come." "And here I thought you were the brains behind his brawn," Moody sighed. "Well, no use crying of spilled milk. Let's go meet who you've come to see. Pray that she's feeling favorable." The Auror's warning had been received. Harry had warned her of the fabled witch's temper. Yet, the further she climbed towards the stone walls of the castle, the better the view she got of the town of Avalon. The storybook village bustled with merriment. The people, while lost to time, seemingly looked happy. It gave no inclination that the woman who ruled the town was a malevolent spirit. The magic that hummed off of the stone walls of the keep crushed the doubt. It was cold and foul. Even the stones that held the castle looked desperate to escape, but didn't only out of fear of the mistress within. For her entire life, Daphne walked the halls of Hogwarts as the coldest bitch in the room. Now, just the woman's magic made her look like a puppy. The black oak door screeched open at Moody's approach. The scent of death overtook Daphne the instant she entered the castle's great hall. She scanned the corridors, but her mind couldn't map the building. Harry had told her not to show fear, but for all her might, she couldn't keep her hand still. How had a magic this powerful once existed? More so, how had it ever been defeated? The rumors of Merlin called him a wizard like no other. Without a doubt, those rumors were correct. Suddenly, Daphne's mind stilled. Her eyes locked upon the throne that sat at the end of the hall. A woman lounged atop it, though Daphne thought a goddess was a more suitable term. Even translucent, the woman looked like art, and a blush filled her cheeks at the thought of Harry's time with the woman. It was irrational, but for the first time, Daphne could confidently say that there was no contest. She was not the prettiest girl in the room. "I faintly sensed the boy's magic," the woman whispered. "I'd thought he had returned. Yet instead of my crow, I see a dove in my halls. Approach girl now." "Go," Moody whispered. She wanted to, God she wanted to, but her legs felt frozen in place. Until suddenly, she found herself soaring through the hall. Her face slammed into the carpeted floor unceremoniously, and a groan wiggled its way from her throat. Daphne gathered herself and looked up at the queen with shaky eyes. The goddess shared none of Daphne's insecurities, and her eyes hardened into a glare. "When I give an order, it is to be followed. Understand?" Daphne nodded hastily and lowered her eyes once more. Without a word, the former Slytherin found herself hoisted to her feet by Morgana's will. The witch studied her closely. "Yes, my crow's magic is upon you. Tell me, why is that?" "Your crow?" Daphne asked. "Harry Potter," Morgana clarified, "my student." "Well, my lady," Daphne started, sure to remember her manners, "it most likely has to do with the runic bond I have formed with him. Harry, he's my," Daphne mulled over the word for a moment before she said it, "partner." "Ah, I see," the witch said dryly. "He spoke fondly of you while he was here when I allowed it. Tell me, why did he send you here? Did you anger him? Did he threaten you with death?" "What? No," Daphne replied. "I was the one who asked him to show me where your country was. I begged him to let me visit you because I need your guidance, my lady. I need your help." "Help?" Morgana threw her head back in laughter. "Surely the boy told you I don't offer help. He had something to provide me with, something that interested me. It was only right I gave him the tools to make that a reality. You, however, I have no interest in." Daphne bit back her lip that cried out to tremble. Morgana yawned and lessened her glare. "I will admit that I do have a fondness for the boy, however. As he is your partner, I will let you leave this place. Consider it mercy." "Please," Daphne dropped to her knees. "I've never begged for anything, but I am begging you. My sister is dying of a blood curse, and I'm nothing more than a burden to Harry. I've dedicated myself to the study of medical magic for the sole reason of saving my sister and protecting my loved ones. You are the greatest healer in all recorded history. I will do whatever you ask, but please teach me. Teach me so that I can help your crow. Teach me so that I can save my sister." Morgana's lip curled. She turned her back, and Daphne felt her heart sink into her stomach before the witch snapped. Daphne stumbled back in shock as a bloodied and battered man appeared before her minutes from death. "You claim to be a healer. Keep this man alive until morning, and if you are successful, I will teach you. Fail and, well, the apothecaries of my little hamlet always are in need of skilled help." Daphne swallowed hard. The cruelty in Morgana's eyes flickered like fire. "Of course, you can always take my offer and leave this city. So tell me, girl, what will you do?" "If I succeed, you'll teach me?" Daphne asked. Morgana nodded stiffly, and Daphne glanced down at the bloody man. "He'll live to tomorrow, I swear it." "Very well," Morgana said with a twisted grin. "Good fortune to you. From one healer to another, I'd hurry up, his heart's just stopped beating." The noise of 12 Grimmauld Place had begun to make her head spin. Harry hadn't attempted to hide where Daphne had vanished, but did not attempt to apologize for it either. Instead, he'd elected to sit and listen to the questions of his sanity. He replied in short responses only and used his rank to end discussions. It reminded her a bit of Dumbledore. But the way Harry looked at her showed the difference. Harry didn't care about those that questioned his judgment, but he did care for the pain he rightly assumed she was feeling. Harry's voice grew cold. It was an expression that Astoria had grown depressingly familiar with, though she doubted she would have done better in his position. "I'm done with the Daphne subject. She asked to go, and I let her. I believe she will succeed and that the results will be fruitful for the Order. Now, can I please hear about the reports from the battle?" Molly Weasley harumphed but fell silent at Harry's lifeless stare. Kingsley Shacklebolt held a rolled-up piece of parchment in his hand that Harry pulled open and skimmed. She didn't need to read the paper to know what it said. Harry's face was enough. Her brother handed the scroll back to Kingsley before he murmured, "Less than I thought, more than I'd hoped." "At least the Obliviators did their job," Amelia Bones, one of the new residents of the Black Manor, said firmly. "Thought the Prime Minister wants my head for the attack. I don't blame him. It'll be hard to think of a good excuse." "What of Voldemort?" Astoria cursed in her mind when the words left her lips. "Sorry, maybe it's not the time for that." "It's fine," Harry said kindly. His voice was always warm with her. "By the time the Aurors did their assessment of the damage, he was gone. Make no mistake, though, he's not dead. Injured maybe, but not dead." Harry's face was gaunt. It was often hard for her to remember that the Harry she'd met on the boat was the same person that sat beside her. He was taller, stronger. His hair was more closely cut, but it was his disposition that always threw her off. The constant exhaustion and the fear he'd allow nobody to see. "So you were able to wound him, though," Amelia said, a sliver of hope in her voice. "Honestly, he won't let lightning strike twice like that. I won't get another chance. I need to get stronger. The prophecy says it's either him or me, and that I'm supposed to have this power he doesn't have. Dumbledore believed it to be love, but outside of the rune bond, I haven't exactly figured out a way for me to weaponize love." Harry's elbows pressed into the table before he took a deep breath. "We need to start reclaiming territory. Voldemort and his followers won't stay stagnant for long. We have to start our counterattack. I'll assess how many Aurors we have to mobilize at the moment and begin to create plans for our offensive," Kingsley said. "I'll be off." He nodded politely at Harry and Amelia's Bones before he departed from the room. "All right, if Kingsley is going to handle that, then everybody else take some time to heal and prepare yourselves. We strike back as soon as possible," Harry said, dismissed. Astoria glanced up at Harry, but the boy's eyes didn't leave the parchment. Harry mouthed the names of the fallen and repeated them as if to commit them to memory. Astoria reached out to grab his wrist, but stopped when the Minister for Magic called out to him first. "Mr. Potter, a word, please," in private. Harry nodded and finally turned to face Astoria. "I'll be out soon," he said. "Try to relax or do something to unwind." She hated the way Harry treated her like a child but said nothing. With a nod, she left the room and turned the corner. But Astoria had no intention of missing the conversation. With a wave of her wand, she increased her sense of hearing, and then she waited. There was an awkward air of silence before Harry spoke. "So, Minister, what is it that you wanted to talk about?" Astoria held her breath. She didn't want to miss a single detail. For a moment, she considered it wrong to eavesdrop, but good siblings looked out for each other. Her method was just a little more unorthodox than most. She released her held air only when words escaped the minister's lips. "Tell me, Potter, what are you willing to sacrifice to win this war?" "If you have some twisted plan that involves the death of others to get me stronger, I'm gonna have to pass on that," Harry said. "Not of others," Amelia said. "Of yourself. When we go into battle, no matter how conditioned, there is a sliver of hope that exists that perhaps will live through the situation." The minister wasn't wrong. She knew the nagging thought quite well, but it was the following sentence that stilled Astoria's essence. "What if I told you I had a way to possibly boost your power considerably, but without a doubt, you'd die?" Astoria wasn't sure what answer she'd expected. Had it been her, she wouldn't have been able to answer the question. But Harry wasn't her. His answer was all the proof of that. "Would it be enough to kill Voldemort?" "If the prophecy is correct, then yes, most likely," Amelia said. "But please, think before you give me your answer. This will inevitably lead to your—" "Fine," Harry said. Astoria could hear the shrug in his voice. "What do I have to do?" "This isn't something to be taken lightly, Mr. Potter," Amelia said. "The ritual may fail if you don't have a strong enough will to make it a reality." "I'm tired of fighting," Harry sighed. "If it kills me to end this once and for all, then it is what it is. As long as the people I care about are safe, then nothing else matters." "I see," Amelia said. "Very well then, I'll begin the preparation. The ritual may take some time to get ready, so until then, keep it between us." "All right, we'll keep it quiet." Astoria's spine chilled at the sensation of Harry's eyes spotting her through the wooden walls. Right, Astoria. If there was one thing that the Greengrass sisters shared in common, it was that they could get remarkably physical when they got mad. Harry's shoulder throbbed from the way Astoria slugged him, and it was the quickest application of a silencing charm that restrained her from shouting out the private talk to the whole house. Astoria marched after him until Harry closed the bedroom door and finally relented. With a wave of his hand, Astoria's vocal returned, and the tirade began. Worse yet, the young Gryffindor made good points, if not a little hypocritical herself. "Harry," Astoria whimpered after her shouting ceased, "you can't die, Astoria," Harry's voice carried an Arctic chill, "I let you listen in because I know the type of person you are. So think big picture here. We aren't playing games here anymore. We're losing this war, and even though we got a win at the Ministry, it doesn't change the fact that I hit Voldemort with the maximum power of the runic bond, and all it did was wound him." "I know that, but..." "There isn't any more buts, Astoria. I have to do this. Not because I want to, but because there aren't any other options." Harry gritted his teeth. "There are no more clever ploys, workarounds, or deceptions to be run. It's either I kill him or he kills me. If I have to die to make sure you're safe, I'm fine with that." Harry smiled. "So please, don't make this any more difficult than it needs to be." "What about sending Daphne away to train with Morgana?" Astoria begged. "Wasn't that too?" "It was to stop her from doing exactly what it is you're trying to do to me now," Harry admitted, "and to try and find a cure for you so she wouldn't be completely alone. You know that if you try this, I'll stop you even if I have to do it by force, don't you?" Astoria roared. Harry smiled once more. "You're a better person than I could ever be. I wanted you to listen so that you know I'm serious when I tell you my last request." Astoria's eyes widened at his words. "I don't know what will come years after I defeat Voldemort, but you have the potential to become strong. So become strong, Astoria, and protect the people we hold dear after I'm long gone. That's my last request." "You selfish, arrogant bastard," Astoria yelled. "Do you think you can just tell me all that and I'll just agree to it willingly? You're my thud." Blood pulsed along the knife of Harry's hand, and a soft smile crossed his face as he lifted his wand to Astoria's head. "You won't remember any of this until I'm dead and gone, but please know this, I am sorry." Then with a mumble he spoke, Legolimens. Chapter 17. An apprentice anew Morgana's keep was as cold as its mistress. The winds howled like wolves from outside the castle's walls, and silence radiated within. From her castle's balconies, the city folk twirled away, unaware that their times had come and gone. Though it certainly was a peaceful existence. Families lived without fear, and nobody worried about the chaos of the outside world. Yes, this life was a meaningless eternal loop, but perhaps that was better than a war against a Dark Lord hellbent on taking everything from her. Daphne allowed that to fade into the back of her mind. Harry's absence had only managed to fill her mind more with thoughts of him. She'd slept alone for years, and now the constant soreness of her body was only a minor reason for her restless sleep. Harry was her blanket. When he was around, everything was okay, even when it wasn't. Without him, her current situation had shown her how much she'd grown to rely on Harry. She'd grown to trust the boy implicitly. Yet, how the boy had managed to find anything kind to say about the lady of the castle baffled her. Daphne had read about the Dark Witch in many texts, but even the word wicked failed to define her. It wasn't that the woman was indifferent to suffering. Daphne had seen that many times over. No, it was the glee the woman took in her cruelty that sent shivers down her spine. How a woman like that could ever hold the title of greatest medical witch left Daphne's mind, clouded in a deep fog. Her hands still held their warm tingle from the magic she'd funneled into them. For hours, she drained her core, desperate to keep that man alive. His voice still rang in Daphne's head, as did the sound his head made when it exploded and splattered across the room. The man had a family, friends, parents, and without a second thought, as soon as her test was done, Morgana had disposed of him. Morgana was different from Voldemort. The Dark Lord had adversaries capable of challenging his status. It kept him unwillingly humble. But Morgana strutted around her castle as if she were a goddess, and Daphne couldn't disagree. The thought of the man Merlin must have been to subdue a woman like Morgana left Daphne's throat drier than a desert. She was only a human in the presence of the near divine, and Morgana made Daphne's position clear. Morgana had told her that her training would be worse than death. Daphne believed her, but her options were limited. The training was Astoria's last hope. If she died trying to save her sister, her only regret would be leaving Harry and Astoria behind. She hoped she'd be able to make peace with that if the time came. Her blood chilled in her veins. The Hogwarts ghosts never failed to leave a chill down a wizard's spine when they passed by, but that was nothing compared to the Arctic grasp of Morgana's presence. Daphne was unsure what she thought about the afterlife, but she had no doubt that the devil himself could be no more fear-inducing than Morgan Le Fay. Without a sound, the witch floated through the door, a twisted grin on her face. "Good, you're punctual. I don't tolerate tardiness." Daphne nodded weakly, and Morgana continued. "You showed promise with keeping that pawn alive for hours. You do have skill with the healing arts. You've piqued my interest, so tell me, little dove, what did you come here to learn?" "Blood curses," Daphne croaked. She lowered her head and held back her tremble. "I beg you, teach me how to cure them." "Blood curses, you say?" Morgana's smile was cold and twisted. "Yes, now that I think of it, my crow did ask about blood curses as well. He said someone precious to him was afflicted by one. Tell me, girl, is this person precious to you as well?" "She's my sister. Harry probably referred to her the same way," Daphne said. She smiled softly. "She's the most important person in the world to me, so please teach me how to cure her." "Impossible. I created the curse to be incurable other than by the person who cast the curse of a blood relative. I can wipe this figure from your mind and make it so you have no pain when she dies," Morgana said nonchalantly. "I know that it can be cured. The curse activates when magic is pushed through the body. If I can purify the core, then maybe I—" "Maybe you can do what?" Morgana says. "Remove a witch's magic core. You might as well kill her. And even if I told you it was possible to isolate a magic core, then what? How do you propose to remove a magical core?" "I have a theory," Daphne replied. "All the same, can you teach me how to isolate a magic core?" Once again, that would be impossible. Daphne's jaw dropped at the Dark Witch's statement. "At your current level, that is. Come now, we have to build your strength. How much time do we have?" Daphne replied curtly, a tremor in her voice. The Dark Witch only smirked. "Very well, prepare yourself, Daphne Greengrass, hell awaits you. I will once more, out of my admiration for my crow, give you a chance to leave this place." "No," Daphne snarled. "I'm seeing this through, even if it kills me. Watch me, Harry. When this is done, I won't be dead weight, I swear it." "Very well," Morgana grinned. "We'll start you at 2 times normal gravity. If you don't die, we'll proceed from there." Astoria opened her eyes with a weak flutter. Her head pounded, and dizziness overtook her when she tried to sit up. She was in her bed, a fact she found odd as she hadn't remembered tucking in last night, and her room was dark and empty. She rubbed her temples, desperate for her headache to subside, and scanned the darkness for her wand. Even when forbidden to do magic, Astoria's felt uneasy without her wand in arm's reach. Lazily, she scratched at her bedside table until the wood rolled into her palm. With half-opened eyes, she studied her wand. It was small, like her, and when appropriately used, contained great power. She'd never once questioned her worth as a person, but magic now detrimental to her health, the wand taunted her. She felt her muscles flex and pull down at the wand, but stopped herself at the first creak of the wood. She gritted her teeth and slammed the wood down on the table with a curse. She buried her face into her pillow and snarled. A witch with no magic is no witch at all. Her sister's words floated in her mind. Astoria hated that she couldn't bury them away. She'd always believed it was better to face the facts as they were, but she couldn't bring herself to discard that tiny shred of hope. If Daphne succeeded, she could survive. No, if Daphne could find a way for her to keep her magic, Astoria could live. It was a stupid and childish hope, but it was all she had to cling to. She was a witch, and she'd have rather died a witch than live a life that wasn't hers. A knock on the door dragged Astoria from both her bed and thoughts. The cold floor shook the sleep from her system, and with a less than attractive morning growl, she muttered for the visitor to enter. Astoria had never been one to care about her appearance overtly, but the moment the door had opened, she felt her face turn a furious scarlet. Fruitlessly, she pulled at her messy hair and cleared her throat. Why, of all the times for him to show up, did it have to be at her least presentable? More importantly, why did she suddenly care? He was taller than he'd been when they last crossed paths. He now stood shoulder to shoulder with Harry, who'd come to visit her himself. His curly blonde hair was trimmed short, and his warm eyes glowed like a well-lit fireplace. He'd never been particularly muscular, but the definition in his arms was visible to the naked eye even in the darkness. She swallowed down the raspiness of her throat and forced a smile to her face. "Damien, is that you?" "Who else would it be?" he said warmly. "It's good to see you again, Astoria." She stood from her bed, and the two approached before Damien opened his arms for Astoria to snuggle in. She could only imagine that the blush on her face was something awful by the way Harry snorted with laughter. His chest had grown broader and firmer, much like his shoulders. With a few calming breaths, she released herself from Damien's embrace and smiled sheepishly. You've gotten taller." A red streak darted across Damien's face. "Yeah, growth spurt, you know." "She really doesn't," Harry said with a smirk before Astoria sent him a venomous glare. You look good too, you look pretty." Prettier, you've always looked pretty," Damien stuttered. Harry patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Smooth, kid, smooth." "Shut up, will you?" Astoria laughed and pushed Harry from her room. With the door closed, she looked once more upon Damien, this time with the lights on. "What are you doing here? I thought that Bulgaria was staying out of the war." "We are," Damien said shamefully, "which is why I didn't come for the war, technically. I came to visit you." "Hardly a difference right now," Astoria said warmly. "There's a difference." He tilted her chin up towards him. "Trust me." He smiled brightly. "I've missed you, Astoria. I'm glad you're safe. Not that I doubt you or anything. You could kick my ass all over England. It's just when you read the casualty reports I get it, it's good to see you too," Astoria said. "I heard from Harry that, well, your condition, it's, how do I put this?" "Killing me," Astoria said bluntly. "No need to dance around it. It sucks, but yeah, Harry's right. It's gotten to the point I've been told I'm forbidden to do magic." Damien said nothing. Normally, that would have infuriated her, but she knew it wasn't that the boy was ignoring her. Damien was a listener, he was thoughtful, and while it drove her crazy, he wouldn't speak on a serious matter until he'd thought it through. He was the anti-her in that way, but there was little else to be expected from the minister's son. Though finally, after a heavy, pregnant pause, he spoke. "I'm not going to say that I'm sorry for what's happening to you because I know how much you hate that. But as someone else who is living on borrowed time, I can't let you just sulk about. Even if you do lose your magic, it won't change the fact that you are still you. I know that might be hard to believe, but you're so much more than just your magic. You have people that love and care about you because of who you are. So don't give up hope, and don't let this thing beat you. You're better than that, Astoria. This is far from over." "Right," Astoria said with a smile. "Sorry. Sometimes I feel this inner Harry in my come out, and I become all moody and depressed. It's okay to feel down like that sometimes. Our situations suck tremendously, after all. But we still need to make the best out of them, and for me, that starts with eating whatever the hell smells so good downstairs. Come on, let's get some breakfast." Astoria couldn't help but smile when around Damien. He'd gotten better looking for sure, but even as they ate, Astoria watched the boy doodle on his napkin. She grinned at the way he'd hold up his drawings for her, each funnier than the last to make her smile, and the joy that would overcome him when she eventually laughed. Damien would have succeeded far more often, but there was one other person that gripped her focus, Harry. She couldn't be certain of it, but she had this daunting feeling that he was watching her. Not in the way a dad checks in over and over when his daughter's boyfriend is over, but more as if he was trying to study her expression. His glances made her head throb like it had when she'd awoken, and for a moment, panic gripped her heart. She swallowed it down with her internal voice yelling at her that Harry would never mess with her mind, but she couldn't deny that something felt off. Harry stood hunched over the map of the UK with Michael at his side. Sirius and Remus stood at the other end, their sons in their arms as they studied the current situation. She could hear the harsh whispers between Harry and Amelia or Molly, but couldn't make out the words. What she could tell by the way that Harry constantly pulled at his hair was that the situation had gotten considerably worse. The fiasco over the map hadn't escaped Damien's eye either. His fingers tapped insistently on the dining table, frustration evident in his creased brow. "It's a disgrace that Bulgaria is refusing to help," he hissed. "Try as he might, my father simply cannot convince the council to join in." "Don't beat yourself up over it," Astoria said, her hand atop his. "Claire, she's the French minister's daughter and she's in the same position. It's frustrating, but it isn't your fault." "No, it's not. France's military might has always been a tad on the fragile side. Not to mention, the English ministry has given the French many good reasons historically not to aid them in time of need. With us, it's a sickening matter of blood supremacy. They buy what he who must not be named is selling." Damien's hand coiled into a fist. "I want to help, but there's nothing I can do to swing the vote." "If you want to help, you can start by calling him Voldemort." Astoria felt the chill race up Damien's arm at her words, but held it tight. "Harry told me a while ago now, but fear of the name only inspires fear of the thing itself. While you're here, call him Voldemort. That's a start." "Right, v. Voldemort," Damien said. "I guess, speaking of the war since we got on the topic, do you have any idea how it's going?" Astoria studied the look on her older brother's face carefully. The light that normally filled his emerald green eyes had faded, and there was a certain sadness etched onto his face. She'd started to notice it after Daphne left, but the growing concern only made it more apparent. "By the looks of it, bad." Astoria shoveled down the last of her breakfast and rose to her feet. Damien's head tilted slightly before she waved for him to follow. She'd been right that the hushed whispers hadn't carried good news, but it became a painful reality at the first words she'd gotten the pleasure of hearing. They'd lost 20 oars during the Battle of London, with 15 more critically injured. Harry sighed and looked down at the map before he knocked down 2 ministry strongholds and replaced them with Voldemort's pieces. It's just going to be a matter of time before he secures everything west of Oxford. If we condense ourselves to London, we'll be able to hold out for a while, but they have near-infinite numbers thanks to Carmilla. Our first mission has to be to find a way to wipe out the vampires. They are the critical source of Voldemort's numerical power. If we kill them, then it becomes a battle we can possibly win. The centaur numbers are good, and if the goblins keep their word, it'll help, but make no mistake, they still have the werewolves and giants on us. We aren't at the advantage, Michael said. "We will be," Charlie said, "once we get the air support we need." "You got updates on the dragon situation?" Harry asked. "Well, when I wrote to the sanctuary to request usage of the dragons, they basically fired me on the spot," Charlie said sheepishly. "But a buddy of mine gave me the location of this one horntail being trafficked to Ireland as we speak. He told me when the sanctuary planned to move in to rescue the dragon, and thanks to Ms. Bones over here, who confirmed the news, I know exactly when and how they plan to strike. Which means if I can get there first and tame this thing, we might just have a dragon to add to our ranks. There's also the one the goblins use to protect Gringotts. If they join us in battle, they'll most likely bring that thing along with them," Sirius added. "Not to mention Neville sent us some good news about the diadem this morning." "I'll admit it, I'm honestly hurt I was the only one who didn't get to destroy a Horcrux, but good on Neville," Michael said with a pout. "You've done your job, and so has he. I just wish we had some better news to report about Hermione to him," Harry sighed. "She'll make it," Thatcher said. "The work was messy, but the girl's mind is tough. She'll wake within the week, I have no doubt." "That's a relief," Claire sighed. "I was starting to get worried there. Would have probably taken less time if I had my mentee with me to work on her," Thatcher growled. Harry's shoulders sank. "Listen, I thought we agreed to drop the Daphne questions. She went off to handle something, and I, as the leader of the Order, gave her permission to do it. Whatever the outcome of that decision is, I'll take responsibility for it." He rubbed his temples. "I know I said I'd run this operation differently than Dumbledore, and I don't like going over the top of everyone here before I make a decision, but this one needed to be done. Please, let's move on." Astoria for a moment felt the weight that Harry held on his shoulders. She knew better than anyone else in that room what it felt like to have the whole world question every move you made. Harry only sighed and pressed on. "So, Michael, you figure out any way we can boost morale and maybe push back these bastards." "It's not worth trying to push them back, but rather to force them to have to move," Michael said. "Okay, I know that sounds the same, but it really isn't, so just listen. Right now, if Voldemort has any sense, he should want to capitalize on the weakened state that he left London in during his last attack. Meaning that since he is injured, he's forced to send in troops to do it. Troops are something that we can manage, but like I said, they can overwhelm us. To avoid that issue, we're going to have to scatter them. How, you ask? Well, I'm glad you did. See, I was reading up on some history books, since I couldn't rely on Hermione's all-knowing encyclopedia of a mind right now, and I think I've got an idea. Can you please, for the love of God, just tell us the idea? Tracy groaned. Michael jabbed at the girl's direction with his finger. You are no fun, but fine. While looking through history, I found a bit that kind of resembles our current situation. We're an underwhelming force tasked with fighting a superpower. In most cases, the underwhelming force just gets steamrolled, but there is one instance not too long ago when the underwhelming force got the upper hand. Any guess on what war I'm referring to? Merlin's balls, corner, just give us the plan, Tracy snipped. Fine, Michael groaned. It's the Vietnam War, except this time we're the Vietnamese. Think about it, after World War II, the United States was a global superpower, and yet the Vietnamese held out and pushed them back. How did they do it, you ask? Why, they used guerrilla warfare. If we use that tactic, we can start causing some mayhem. Now, admittedly, our opponents don't care much about things like supply lines, but what they do care about is submission. We need to give the people the courage not to just lay down and submit, so we need the media to spin victories for us like crazy. We can gather a good amount of these victories by taking back territories further away from London under Voldemort's control. Even if they are small victories, we still slowly remind the public that we aren't quitting, and if we aren't, they can't either. Especially not when hero of the wizarding world, the great Harry Potter, is leading the charge. A silence filled the room. Astoria bit back a smirk from the way Michael turned from person to person, desperate for any type of comment. It was Harry. He spoke first. It's a plan, certainly, but what if they call our bluff and invade London? I think we should proceed with Michael's plan, but I can't be a part of the fighting force. I need to be here in London. I'm their best deterrent we have from the forces sweeping London and finishing us off for good. Harry then turned to Charlie. As for the dragon hunt, do it and take Fleur and Claire with you. They're both basically fireproof and stand the best chance. That does leave you without a partner of this raid, Michael. Normally, I'd call out for Neville to join you, but he needs to be at Hogwarts. It's fine. I can work with Sirius, Remus, and Joykill over here for now, Michael said with a chuckle. Won't be as much fun kicking Death Eater ass without you, though, Potter. You'll survive, Harry said with a chuckle of his own. I'd like to join, Damien called out. I know I have no business as part of the Order, but I can't just sit back and do nothing, even if it's just for however long I'm here. Let me fight with you. Let me be able to say I did something even when my country didn't. Not my call, Harry said with an even tone. Then whose is it? Damien barked. Astoria swallowed at the way Harry pointed at her and felt her face heat up like an oven at his words. Your girlfriend's. Harry said his goodbyes to his brother at the fireplace in which the green flames danced. He gave the former Ravenclaw his thanks, but Michael had just waved it away. A jest-filled promise not to let Claire miss him too much was all he asked for before he ducked under the smoke shelf and vanished. Parting ways with Michael was nothing new at this point, but the goodbye to his left had garnered his attention. His younger sister shared a whisper with the blonde Bulgarian that left each of their faces red. Harry only smiled and nodded at the boy. Damien was a good kid, and there were far worse men for Astoria to associate herself with. He, too, wished him good fortune and watched the green flames consume the minister's son. A devilish smile crept across Harry's lips in the silence of the emptied room. Astoria looked to have taken a deep interest in the ground with the way she avoided his eyes. So, what did you tell him that got you both so flustered? I will murder you if you keep pushing this, Astoria growled. Harry only laughed and pulled her close to him. He's with Michael. He'll be fine. I know that. Merlin, I'm not my sister who's going to jump into a panic every time my boyfriend. I'm sorry, what was that? Harry said with a smirk. Oh, I'm about to make Voldemort real jealous right now, Astoria hissed. Harry palmed her face playfully, and Astoria nipped at his hand. I hate you so much. Oh, I know. Astoria's stomach growled like a dog, and thankful for a chance to escape embarrassment, she marched into the kitchen. Harry's smile sank as Astoria vanished from view. His throat grew dry, and the sound of Astoria's laughter faded from his mind. For a moment, guilt plagued his mind for his actions, but there was no going back. He'd do what had to be done, and he'd pray for forgiveness later. There were no more clever plans of loopholes to exploit. He needed to be ready to give his life to stop Voldemort, and Harry had made that decision years ago. As if the world read his mind, Amelia walked into the living room from the study. Susan had always been a bubbly girl, but from Harry's time with the current minister, he had no idea where it came from. There was a cold precision to every one of Amelia's words or actions, and now was no different. With a heavy sigh, she took her seat on an armchair and floated a rolled-up piece of parchment to Harry. He snatched the paper from the air and gazed quizzically at the older witch. "What is this?" "A brief overview of the ritual," Amelia answered swiftly. "Read it, memorize it, obey it like it's your god. You'll have to take some potions to be ready for it, and I don't want any dumbassery on your part to screw this up. I know that you are making the ultimate sacrifice, and for that I'm thankful, but I can't let my regret over your situation overshadow my duties to this nation." Harry nodded and unrolled the parchment. His stomach churned at the ingredient list of the potions, but swallowed down his disgust. Amelia was right. There may have been a time where he could have put his self-interest before the cause, but that was over now. The situation had gotten far out of his control. Now, he needed to end things once and for all. He clenched the scroll tightly in his hand and nodded his consent to the Minister for Magic. "Daphne, Astoria, Sirius, everyone, I'll end this once and for all, I swear it." Chapter 18. The horrors of war. It was cold when Michael and his troop arrived on the bank of the River Trent. The ministry employed many safe houses for quick transportation via flu, but few rested between the lands of Leicester and Nottingham. Michael's quads burned from the distance they'd marched, but there was no time to complain. It was war. Most sane men considered it far from pleasant. He'd once read of a soldier in the Union Army by the name of William Sherman that had given the raving review of war. War is hell. Michael couldn't help but agree. His chest had developed a permanent tightness. Every time he'd looked at his comrades, he etched their faces into his mind. It could have well been the last time he'd ever see them smile or breathe. The tightness only grew at the position of command. Harry trusted him. It was an honor that went without explaining, but the task ate at him. He worked better alone or with Harry and better with Claire. Neither stood in his ranks now. Worse, he walked around with an international incident waiting to happen at his back. Damien seemed decent by all measures, but Michael's stomach twisted at the sight of him. Decent was the last thing they needed on the battlefield. For an approaching summer, the wind was bitterly cold. Michael wrapped his jacket around himself with a white-knuckled grip. His eyes roamed the dark horizon for figures cloaked in the night, but found his eyes constantly on the werewolf for hints of danger. Tracy splashed cold water from the river across her face and filled her bottle with haste. The thirst among his company was severe, and he couldn't blame them. Michael felt he could drink the whole river dry, but even the idea of his eyes leaving the horizon halted him from kneeling. Another cold gust battered them, and Michael bit back a curse. The chill in the air grew worse when Remus's body stiffened like a wooden board. "We need to hide," Remus hissed. "3 people are on their way here. Hide now." In an instant, the exhaustion shattered from his body like fallen ice. Damien stood idly like a deer in headlights, the shock of the sudden change etched on his face. Michael grabbed his wrist, threw him into the large growth of plants on the riverbank, and dove after him. Michael's hand cupped Damien's mouth to stop the gasp and held his finger to his lips. The Bulgarian wizard's eyes sank with shame. He nodded softly, and cautiously the blue-haired boy moved his hand. The 2 boys held their breath. Damien's eyes sat firmly on the riverbank as Michael searched through the grass for any sign of his group. Either they'd done a fantastic job of hiding, or they'd gotten captured beneath his nose. Michael prayed for the former. Their breaths hung shallow. Michael's eyes strained from the forced night vision, unwilling to cast any magic lest they be spotted. Suddenly, the vegetation to their left began to shake. Michael reached steadily for his wand, and Damien followed suit. Then, figures emerged, small figures. Michael wagered the three forms were no older than 8 years old. His ears perked at their hushed, rapid whispers. "Hurry, Mary, we have to bring back the water," the girl at the front of the group hissed. "We need to get Mom fresh water. If she drinks the bad stuff, our brother isn't going to be born healthy." "I know," the girl named Mary sniffled. "I know, Jane, I'm scared. If we get caught, they'll—" "We're not going to get caught," the third of the trio said softly. "Mary and I have done this so many times. They don't come looking for us out here. If they were going to catch us, they'd have done it when we left the city. They don't think anyone could have made it this far." "Okay, Hannah, I'm coming." The girl forced her tears back and pulled herself free from the safety of the green vegetation and into the exposed riverbank. Michael lowered his wand. He pushed Damien's wrist down and looked on at the young sisters. They were only kids, but their words held no mystery. The war had left its mark here without a doubt. Damien looked to him, his brow tightly knit. They're only kids, not even old enough to have wands if they're even witches in the first place. "Yeah, and it sounds to me like the bastards we're fighting is making the people who live in those occupied territories a living hell," Michael snarled. "Modern day and these girls have to sneak out to try and get fresh water to survive. What the fuck must be going on behind closed doors? They look so scared. But I mean, the rules of engagement say that you can't kill innocent children," Damien said wistfully. "They wouldn't." "You have no idea what they'd do," Michael sighed. "We aren't fighting a war against men, we're fighting monsters." Michael's eyes held steady on the children as they filled their barrels to the brim with water. He frowned at how the girls tried and failed to hoist the heavy barrels up, unable to handle the weight. A darkened glance ripped through the three of them. The idea of discarding some of their needed water brought tears to the youngest of the trio's eyes. Michael's fingers dragged themselves through the dirt as his mother's words rattled in his head. "You're a good kid, Michael," his mother's distant voice whispered. "Fuck it!" he hissed and wormed his weight out of the vegetation. A panicked yelp left Mary's lips, but Michael silenced it with a wave of his wand. "Relax, please. I'm not one of the people that attacked your town. I'm just here to help." Jane stepped forward, an old beat-up wand in her hand. "So they are witches," Michael thought. "We've heard that before. That you're here to help, then the next second you're draining us of our blood and throwing the bodies into our water supply," Jane hissed. "If you three are witches, why don't you just conjure water instead of risking your safety out here?" Michael asked. "You can conjure water," Jane said, the anger withdrawn from her voice, replaced with a desperate curiosity. Michael blinked at the surprise in the young girl's voice. "Wait," Jane murmured. "That would explain how old man Thomas is doing just fine without having to sneak out. He can do magic too." "Yeah," Michael said. "It's a really easy spell. I'm surprised nobody has taught you all how to do it given the circumstances. It's not like the ministry's able to enforce underage magic abuses anyway." "A ministry," Jane stammered. "There's a whole ministry of people like me. Are they strong? Are they coming to help us?" "Wait a minute," Michael said hoarsely. "Kid, can your parents do magic?" "No, I'm the only one in my family that can do it," Jane said. She lifted her wand and gripped the wood tightly. "That's why it's my job to keep my family safe from those other jerks who can use it." Softly, footsteps began to echo around him, and a heavy sigh overcame him as his troop came back into view. Jane stumbled back, just barely catching herself from falling into the icy river. Michael sent the girl a soft smile, and she glanced at him narrowly. "They're my friends. From what I understand, it looks to me like we have the same enemies. You asked about the ministry. Truth be told, they are in bad shape and probably aren't going to be able to help anytime soon. That's why we're here." "You're not even an adult. What can you do about to help us?" Jane asked. "Well, that depends on what the situation is," Michael said. "But I will say, I think you've proven yourself that you don't need to be an adult to do something about your situation. We're members of the Order of the Phoenix. Please, tell us what's going on at your home." Michael's face hardened with every word the girls spilled about the chaos that overcame their home. Michael doubted the girls even realized the truth of what they were saying, but the forced Darwinism of Death Eaters and vampires hadn't missed him. Those with magic would survive the harsh new climate. Those without it would die and become food for the vampires. Their talk about the sentries kept muggles locked away, and all electricity had been destroyed during the carnage. Communication lines were down, and all that awaited those under Voldemort's control was suffering. Sirius held Jane close, her hardened shell cracking to reveal the frightened child beneath it. Michael felt only fire course throughout his body. Holding territory was part of wars. Having POWs was part of war. Famished and parched citizens were part of war. Knowing all of that didn't change the anger that pounded in his skull. Michael bent down to meet the girls face to face. He'd not noticed the gaunt and starved faces in the darkness, but the pain in their eyes was clear to see. "I'm going to make your town a place where you can eat and drink as much as you want. Just hang on a little longer and leave it to us." Michael searched his group for any disagreement but found none. "All right, let's go." "Right," the crowd shouted in unison. The young girl gripped Sirius like he was a lifeboat in a vast ocean. Her tears bled through his shirt, and a thick poison filled every cell in his body at the girl's plea for somebody to save her family. War was a horrible thing, and no child deserved to suffer its many pains. Sirius couldn't say it never annoyed him to have a teenager give him orders, but the reason behind Harry's trust in the Ravenclaw was apparent. Michael was the last person to turn his back on true suffering. He followed the blue-haired boy to the sandy shore of the river bank. Swiftly, Michael plunged his wand into the sand and begun his diagram. "Okay, so here's what we know. The vampires have established a barrier to keep them safe during the day above this small, unmarked village. Within this village, there are squibs, muggles, and wizards. Voldemort's forces are most likely using a similar natural selection strategy in all their occupied territories. Most likely because if they win, they plan to do this to the world at large. This barrier they've established also allows the vampires to be alerted if anyone breaks in or out. However, it does not account for the girls' underground tunnel system to sneak in and out of their village. So here's how we're going to do this. Myself, Sirius, and Remus are going to head into the barrier to raise alarms. The bastards will focus on us, and in the meantime, Tracy, Blaze, and Damien, you take the girls' tunnel entrance and try to convince this Thomas bastard to let us use his flu to evacuate people to the London Ministry. Knowing that he didn't share his water supply with the people shows us we're dealing with a real piece of work. If he doesn't cooperate, do what you have to do and get these people to safety." "What if he doesn't have a flu?" Blaze asked. "Then what?" "We liberate the city the old-fashioned way," Sirius said. "We make them feel the Order's power." Michael nodded at his words, and Sirius turned back to look at the girls. "When are we moving out? I have some anger to work through." "You and me both," Michael said. He looked over the troop and sighed. "This is dangerous, but it's what we signed up to do. Does everyone understand what their orders are?" Sirius followed each of the platoon's head nods and followed suit. "Good, now let's move." Sirius took note of the moments. The two groups had split. But he cared for very little besides the pain in the eyes of the war-torn children. The sickness that swirled in his stomach at the notion that it could have just as easily been his own son in a position like that drove him forward. No exhaustion cursed his body. A fire in the furnace of his heart moved him without hesitation, and there was little need to wait to figure out where to go. The putrid dark red bubble that glowed in the distance was all the direction he needed. Remus gripped his shoulder. Lightning crackled in his eyes, but there was control over it. He nodded. He knew he needed to cool down. Irrational, unguided anger would get him killed. It needed to be focused and precise. This invasion wasn't a game with no consequence. His life hung in the balance, every move mattered. His mind briefly wandered to thoughts of Emmeline, of James, of Harry. Today would not be the day he died. That was absolute. The barrier swirled with magic that made Sirius sick to his stomach. It reeked of rotten cheese and sent shivers down his spine with every pulsation. Remus pinched his nose and noted a scent of rotten flesh beyond the barrier. The dead, both raised and discarded, sat at the other end of this blood-filled gate in a hell beyond Sirius imagination. He turned to the Ravenclaw, who studied the barrier with care, his wand aimed at the bubble. Snap, from the boy's belted satchel, his armor woven with bimetal alchemical thread strapped itself tightly to his frame until the wizard looked like a thinly armored knight. A blue hue radiated from his palm, and with a heavy swallow, Michael turned back towards him. "Ready!" Michael asked with a forced steadiness to his voice. Lead the way, Remus said calmly. Let's go wild, Sirius added with a devilish grin. A bone-chilling cold overcame them the moment they passed through the barrier. Sirius' breath froze to mist before him, and he bit his lip to halt his chattering teeth. It might have been the only thing that held back his gasp at what laid before him as well. Sirius had seen war. He'd seen destruction. But this was a sight foreign to him. Drained bodies hung from wooden support beams that used to hold up houses. Torn corpses littered the reddened streets, and tormented screams rippled through the air. Didn't the girls say there was a village here before? Sirius said, his mouth dry with the ash of burning houses. What the hell is going on? From his right, a bright red cloud slammed into him. A grunt ripped itself from his throat as the mist-made form pummeled him through fire-weakened walls. Bombarda! Sirius barked, the mist hissing before it dropped him to the ground with an unceremonious thud. Sirius scrambled to his feet, his hand wrapped around his wand. The rest mist descended like a dark cloud and manifested into a demented-looking man with shimmering white hair and eyes as yellow as mustard. I'm assuming you're the one that took me on that you ride just now, Sirius said. The yellow-eyed creep laughed and brandished his red-stained wand. From the tip of the vampire's wand erupted a hose of flames. Sirius shielded himself just before the fire kissed his nose. Had it not been aimed from a weapon intended to kill him, Sirius may have even appreciated the heat in the frosty night. The fire grew hotter, and sweat beat down Sirius' brow as the blast of flames pushed him back against the dirt road. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a stone pillar and rolled out of the wand's focus just as the fire ruptured the rock. Sirius panted and lifted his wand before shooting a barrage of arrows at the twisted man. Howls of agony came from the vampire, but Sirius wasn't through. Expand! Sirius bellowed and watched as the light of the arrows grew brighter until finally, the man screamed no more. Fuck, Sirius whispered. One down, God knows how many to go. New fire, this time of a blue variety, sparked across the town. Sirius had hoped to gather some answers from the last maniac, but the vampire had not been keen on talking. His body pounded from his journey through several burned-down houses. The fire had weakened the wood, but the surprise tackle had left him off balance and in pain. Best he could, Sirius moved towards the latest blue explosion in the distance. A thin stream of blood trickled down his palm from his grasp on his wand. Every hurried movement made his breath stop in his chest. The walk couldn't have been more than a few kilometers, but Sirius had lost count of the number of bodies strewn across the village. How could something have happened on such short notice? The question plagued him like an illness, but each time he forced it from his mind. There was no use in asking such a thing at a time like this. A knead-blood mist form hovered above him, and Sirius steadied his stance. To the mist's credit, it didn't try to force the sneak attack. Softly, the red cloud descended and materialized into human form. Much like the last one, he too had silver hair, though his eyes radiated a bloodshot red. The vampire smiled, and Sirius jumped back for distance. The vampire made no movement for his wand or looked to cast any magic at all. Rather, it bowed. Sirius Black, I presume, the vampire said softly, in a voice like that of a storybook king. The name is Soma Vermilion. I saw what you did to my compatriot back there, and I must say, you've piqued my interest. The vampire licked his lips with a tongue redder than any Sirius had ever seen. Tell me, what do you think of my work in this little village here? I believe that Carmilla will be pleased, wouldn't you agree? After all, the system I created here was almost perfect. You were the one who did this, Sirius spat. But of course, not on my own, mind you. I've never been one for hard labor, but the idea was all mine. Soma smiled. You see, I love my queen dearly. I know that she must work with that undesirable specimen of a man in Voldemort to achieve a better reality for us night creatures. One such agreement of their alliance was the growth of a magic majority. But how can one assure such a thing? That's where I come in. Soma glanced at the carnage with a face-splitting smile. Tell me, isn't it glorious? First, cut off the food supply and pollute traditional water supplies. Then watch those without magic suffer until they come begging on their hands and knees for those with the magical means to save them. In just a few days, I turned a hidden minority into gods. Now they get to decide who lives and dies. Or rather, they would have, had a few rotten girls not spoiled my fun by breaking the rules. I truly can't understand it, Soma shrugged. One of the little bitches even had access to magic. All she had to do was learn. Instead, she thought she could sneak away without me knowing. Because she was magical, I allowed her a few chances to correct her behavior, but alas, some people never learn. I can't wait to see the look on their faces when I drink their mother dry for their insubordination. Reducto, Sirius thundered. Soma shifted just out of the way of the blue bolt. You bastard, they're just children, how could you do this? It appears I've touched a nerve, Soma said. I truly do apologize. I've meant you no insult. From what I gather, you are from quite a prestigious bloodline yourself. I'm sure Carmilla could find a means of sparing you if you came on as a commander under me. She's always had a soft spot for me. I am going to splatter you across the walls of this village until you look like the people you've massacred, you son of a bitch, Sirius said. Taltura. A black wave of energy split through the air in a blink of an eye. Soma leaned back and ducked beneath the wave before rolling back up full height. Tusk! Unfortunate. A red glow glistened at the top of the vampire's long-nailed finger, and with a slash in the air, blood gushed from Sirius' chest. Sirius rolled back with a bitter shout. Blood swam from his veins and stained his clothes, rapidly adding to the coldness of the outside air. It's unfortunate you're so hot-headed. You would have made a great second in my ranks. What did you do to me? Sirius hissed, his mind reeling from the burning in his chest. Ah, that, Soma said. Just some blood magic secret to my family and, of course, our queen. I wouldn't worry about that much. You'll be dead soon anyway. If you have a message to pass along to anyone, I'll be glad to deliver it before I kill them too. Rot in hell, Sirius said, his mind filling with a thick fog. Soma only shrugged and lifted his finger. The still wet blood levitated around Sirius and took the form of arrows. Suit yourself, Soma said. Now if I recall, you did something like this to my companion. Then once you punctured him, you made them expand. Well, that seems simple enough. I figure this is a good enough way to honor that man's memory. Farewell, Sirius Black. James, Emmeline. Sirius whispered into the ground, Forgive me. Through his blurry vision, he saw the red figments hover above him. He sealed his eyes shut and smiled. Looks like I'll be seeing you soon, little brother. He prepped himself and waited, but the pain never came. A scream echoed in his ears and a new heat surrounded him like a blanket. He forced himself to look up, but the view confused him. Little more than 2 veils, or red and blue, stood before him, but the blue figure's voice confirmed his guess. Harry asked me to make sure nobody died on this mission, Michael said. I'd never be able to look at him if I let his godfather die. We've dealt with a lot of the weaker grunts, but I could sense this guy's magic from the moment we entered here. He's the one in charge, I'm guessing. Sirius nodded weakly as Remus hovered over him, the werewolf's wand pressed to his wounds. Watch yourself, Corner. He's got a unique form of blood magic. I think he can make your blood rupture from the inside. So you figured it out, Soma laughed. You know, I didn't think you were the brightest crayon in the box, but look at you. Unfortunately, I can't let you go around spilling my secrets so. The red form bolted towards them like a bullet. Suddenly, the figure froze just inches from Remus' face. I can't move. Sapphire amped freezing charm, Michael huffed. You're fighting me, and I don't like to share. The Ravenclaw turned to Sirius and Remus and made what Sirius interpreted as a smile. Get him out of here, Professor. I'll handle Blood Boy from here. Daphne laid motionless on the stone floor. Her body screamed from the strain of the amplified gravity. The pain was only matched by the anger in her heart from the bored glance on Morgana's face. Daphne had lost count of the times the witch had compared her unfavorably to Harry. She grunted and forced her body up only to slam face down into the stone, to unceremonious cracks and pops through her skeleton. From the corner of her eye, Morgana yawned loudly. Truly, Greengrass, is this all you are capable of? My crow handled far more than this within days of his training. I only took you in because you said you were serious about wanting to grow stronger, but if you're just wasting my time, I'm happy to exterminate you here. I am serious, Daphne hissed. I I seriously cannot even fathom what could possibly be so interesting about you that my crow was so fixated on getting strong enough to protect you. The ghost scratched her chin. Are you a supremely good lover? Is that perhaps it? My crow said he admired your strength and brilliance, but frankly, I see nothing of the sort before me. Shut up, Daphne roared. Magic pulsed through the room to punctuate her words, and streams of tears raced down her cheeks. I know that I'm not anything special like Harry. I know that I'm not as brilliant as Michael or Hermione. I'm not a healer at the caliber or my mentor, and I wouldn't even say I'm close to best person in our group. I'm nothing worth writing home about at all. I don't need anyone else to tell me that. But my sister and the man I love need me to become better. They need me to become stronger. No matter what happens, I will not fail. If my body isn't strong enough to handle this in its current state, then I just need to heal myself faster than this gravity chamber is doing damage. Everywhere my muscles are being torn, I'll focus on healing them. Distantly, she imagined herself observing her injuries. In her mind, she focused on the medial closing weaving pattern and focused it on her torn muscles. A gentle heat formed in her pain-filled shoulders and knees. By the second, the heat grew warmer and the pain faded. Her arms pressed into the stone floor of the chamber, and with a yell that shook the black walls, Daphne stumbled to her feet. Morgana looked at her with blank eyes. Daphne was unsure whether anger or confusion hid behind them, but with a pause in her frantic breathing, she forced a smile to her lips. I told you, not matter what happens, I'm not going to fail. Daphne had expected a sneer, a coy retort, or for the woman to send her back into the ground with a wave of her finger. What she hadn't expected was for the ghost to smile. Fascinating, a self-healing technique. With the strain it's putting on your core, I think you can maybe keep this up for another 30 seconds at most, but I must say, it was an impressive solution. Perhaps my crow was right about you being interesting. I suppose. The witch's words vanished as Daphne's vision turned black to the night. All the strength in her body had fizzled out in an instant, and with a groan, she hit the floor. Chapter 19. Amidst smoke and flames, the embers of destruction flickered around Michael like a halo. The scent of charred bodies filled his nose, and the distant screams rattled in his ears. Michael had seen battlefields. He knew the carnage of battle far too well for a boy his age, yet the destruction of the village around him made him ill. Corpses littered the streets, and in the center of it was the freak show before him. The white-haired man didn't share a magical intensity that matched Carmilla's or Voldemort, but it was potent nonetheless. Worse, the man's magic was foreign, and from the look of serious wounds, dangerous. Michael planted his feet. His armor tugged harder at his magical core by the second. Despite the icy air, sweat beat down his body and drenched him as if he'd just gone for a swim. There'd been a vast number of enemies before this creature, none of whom had gone down without a bit of elbow grease. Michael steadied himself and waited for the vampire before him to move. The suit burned through his core at an alarming rate, which meant there was no room for error. Steadily, he raised his arms into a defensive position and awaited the creature's attack. Now, the vampire chuckled. Why the rush? Where are the formalities? I'd hate to kill you without even knowing your name. I sense you're a fair bit stronger than that serious fellow, so it's only right I acknowledge you. Magic clustered at Michael's back before he forced them from the suit's exhausts. With a roar, he barreled at the vampire and slammed his fist into the creature's cheek before he could turn himself to mist. A satisfying crack echoed on impact before the nightmare of a man tumbled backward into a burning shack. Name's Michael, he said with a smirk. How's that for pleasantries? Laughter bellowed from beneath the wreckage. Faster than he could blink, the debris had flown from atop the man and splintered into dust around the white-haired man. Excellent, excellent, the vampire laughed. I knew it. You are quite strong. He bowed deeply. The name is Soma, and the pleasure is all mine, now that we've exchanged greetings. Soma lifted his finger that became encapsulated by a red hue. He grinned broadly and swiped at the air with a laugh. You can die now. Fuck, Michael hissed, his eyes following the man's finger as it slashed through the air. He moved his armored fists up to block, but no attack came. Michael braced himself for pain, but again, nothing came. Softly, he stood straight and glanced at the man whose bloodshot eyes blinked swiftly. Did you, Michael stammered. Did you miss? No, I didn't miss, Soma cried. That should have been strong enough to split you in two. Once more, he ran his finger through the air, and once more, nothing happened. No, he screamed. No, 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 I don't understand. Rapidly, he swiped at the air over and over. Why won't you die? Michael suddenly felt a warmth come from his chest plate. A smirk stretched across his lips, and he bit down tightly to hold back a laugh. So that's it. Even if it's an internal attack, his magic still has to reach my body. If this armor continues to act as a barrier, then Michael's smirk grew to a full-blown smile. Soma, you said your name was, right? The vampire hissed at him, his finger still busy swiping at the air. Let me tell you something. You can keep waving your finger in the air all day, but today you're just unlucky. Anyone else you might have been able to beat with that little trick of yours. But unfortunately for you, the way I am now, I'm the one opponent you could never hope to defeat. What, why? Soma shouted. To put it simply, Michael smiled, my skills counter yours. With a smile, Michael lifted his hand and forced magic into the sapphire focus crystal. He silently cast a freezing charm with a grunt and forced the once smiling vampire towards him. The smile faded from his petrified face. Michael steadied his breath and ignited his hand in blue flames that would have made Claire proud. For all the suffering you caused these people, I hope this hurts like hell. Magic bolted out for his elbow, bolstering the force behind his blazing fist. And a scream louder than any Michael had heard within this cursed bubble broke from the man's lips. With disgust, Michael dropped the burning man to the ground and watched the immobilized man try and fail to do anything to alleviate his pain. His glare hadn't left Soma until the man's screams faded into the ashes with him. Good riddance, Michael said before he fell to his knees, his hand pressed to his expanding chest. Slowly, the armor fell from his body like raindrops, and searing heat from every muscle stretched across his body. Damn, this is never not going to be exhausting, is it? He asked himself wearily. With the last of his energy, he snapped his fingers and switched the armor back into his carrying pouch. The metallic bands correlated to each armor now scattered before him. He slipped the bands back onto his skin and pulled himself off the ground. Rain fell from the sky and kissed his skin as the bloody barrier faded from view. Looks like, Carmilla tied her barrier, to this creep after all, Michael whispered in sporadic breaths. Now I need to check on everyone else. What a pain. The smoke from the smoldering wood had clouded the horizon. Distantly, Michael heard the shuffling of footsteps but couldn't find a soul through the debris. The black clouds filled his lungs, and thick, searing coughs ruptured in his chest. The cool breeze did little to alleviate the situation, and while the soft pattern of rain helped to extinguish the flames, the chaos still spread. Michael paused and leaned on an undamaged support beam. His breaths were ragged and shallow. In minutes, Michael noted his eyelids had begun to droop against his will. Perhaps if he just rested for a little bit, he'd be okay. Michael's eyes had only just shut before he forced them open once more, his reason challenging his exhaustion. With a groan, he pushed himself forward and searched for the faintest hints of magical presence. The sensation of familiar signatures flashed through his mind, and a cold sweat beat down his skin. Those signatures he sensed no doubt belonged to Tracy, Sirius, Blaze, and Remus. Still, there was another among them, a foreign one far too powerful to belong to the Bulgarian minister's son. Crap, Michael hissed. I thought we got them all. He dug his fingers deep into his quads and growled. Come on, move, damn it. Michael lunged forward to run but tumbled to the ground. He could hardly stand and walk. Running was out of the question. He gathered himself quickly and set his eyes towards the signature's location. Damn it, how could there still be more of them? Remus, you have to handle this until I get there. Flashes of ferocious magic in the distance burned through the smoke. Every slow-moving second was a grueling hell. Michael cursed his body with every step as he inched closer to the source of the battle. He waved his hand through the blackened air to see only the destruction the day had brought. How long had he been moving? Michael wondered. How long had they been fighting? By the demanding nature of the spells he sensed, Michael figured it couldn't have been long, but his reality seemed far different than the truth. Confringo, Remus shouted through the smoke. Stay back, we've killed your leader, so beat it. Michael raced towards his former professor's voice best he could. Ms. Davis, Mr. Zabini, Remus bellowed. Now would be a great time to get everyone out of here. The smoke had cleared around the two wizards. Remus looked battered. Bruises colored his arms and gashes dripped blood up and down his face. His opponent looked no better but lacked the distinct characteristics of a vampire. His hair was ink black, and his eyes were dark like the smoke that hovered above them. "I can't fight and babysit everyone here," Remus growled. "Take serious and get out of here. Your job is done." "How dare you?" the black-haired man whimpered. "How could you do this to us? Don't you understand how beautiful life was here for us? For years we had to hide our superiority in the shadows as if our magic was something to be ashamed of. But then, those angles of the night came, and soon, these muggles were worshipping me like a god. What happened in this village could have been the future for all wizards. So why did you have to go and fuck it up?" "Thomas, listen, please," Remus said softly. "I know what you must be feeling. I know far too well what it's like to be forced to live in the shadows, but this is not the solution." Thomas shook angrily in place at Remus' words. "Thomas," Remus continued, "we can help you. We're trying to build a more united world. What the Dark Lord and vampires were offering you is little more than forced subjugation. We're better than that. We can live in peace. We can." "Shut up," Thomas shouted. "Reducto!" A blue bolt zipped from the tip of the wizard's wand. Remus ducked, covered himself from the impact of the reductor curses into the house behind him. The stone wall of the small house crumbled to dust, and Remus rolled along the dirt ground as the mad wizard shot spell after spell at him. "I'll kill you for ruining this. I was happy, you bastard. For the first time in my life I was happy with who I was. Bombarda Maxima." "Remus!" Michael screamed as the ground beneath one of his favorite professors erupted like a volcano. He stood motionless, unable to lift his hand to stop the hard fall of his teacher into the ground. A deafening crack filled the air, and blood began to boil in his veins. Red liquid dripped from his lips, from his bleeding gums through his clenched jaw. "Remus!" Michael wanted to move, but his prison of a body held him in place. Hatred fumed in his head the moment Thomas turned to face him. So you're the one that killed Soma, right?" he shouted through the black fog. Michael growled at the man like he was a werewolf. "Answer me." Thomas' expressions shifted from anger to a broken smile. "No, it matters not. I'm going to kill all of you for ruining my paradise anyway. I don't really care who did what. Lady Carmilla gave me the best life I could ever hope for, and all I had to do was pledge my loyalty to her. I'll make you all pay." Remus rolled and murmured in pain on the ground. He lifted his head from the dirt just enough to see the green hue building in the dark-haired wizard's wand. "You took away my joy, so I'll take away your life," he said in a tear-filled voice. "Avada." "Defindo," a voice cried out through the smoke. A yelp of pain leaped from Thomas' throat as his wand hand fell into the dirt-made road. "Stay away," the caster said, the accent unmistakable. "D don't hurt anyone else." "Damien?" Michael asked in disbelief. The wind brushed the smoke from view, revealing the Bulgarian boy's curly blonde hair. His battle stance trembled like a leaf in a storm, and his face displayed the confidence of a 12-year-old boy talking to his first crush. But all the same, he held his ground. "It's people like you that are destroying this world," Damien shouted. "Who cares if you can do magic or not? That doesn't make you better or worse than anyone else. Sure, we can do things others can't, but that doesn't mean we get to decide how people without magic live. My country is filled with idiots like you, which is why we'll never evolve. We can build a better world if only it weren't for jerks like you standing in our way." Thomas glared back at Damien. Even from a distance, the hatred that fueled the man's magic was palpable. The blonde Bulgarian swallowed hard but held firm in his place. Michael's eyes shifted between the minister's son and his former professor. Remus bit back his groans with every attempt to rise, and Michael took a deep sigh of relief when, like a shadow of death, Remus hovered behind Thomas. "Ah, foo!" Thomas had gotten to say little else before his stunned body hit the ground. "Thanks for the distraction," Remus panted. "Let's tie him up and stop his bleeding. The Aurors can deal with him once we tell them we've cleared this town for now. And if the vampires get here before we can mobilize, so be it." Damien nodded and quickly conjured 2 ropes. The first was a short tourniquet for the man's severed hand. The second bound him to an extinguished telephone pole. It was only when Michael felt satisfied with the tightness of the rope that he finally called out, "Damien, a little help over here." The blonde searched for him through the smoke and rushed towards his voice. Panic crept across his face at Michael's beaten state, but Michael only smiled. "You should see the other guy. Come on, help me get to the flue. I need a shower." Damien nodded swiftly, and Michael relief swelled in his body thanks to his human crutch. "So did we," Damien whispered. "Did we succeed?" "That somewhat depends on how many people your team managed to save," Michael replied bluntly. "We did our best. The girls and their mother got out. As did a few others we could get to trust us. But, well," Damien glanced around at the bodies that swallowed the street. "There weren't a lot of people left." "If you did the best you could, we call it a victory," Michael said softly. The minister's son looked once more at the wreckage of the village. "It doesn't feel like one if I'm being honest." "Yeah," Michael said numbly. "I know, kid, I know." Michael looked towards the werewolf who too was limping towards the flue. "Come on, let's go home." Claire had found herself in many places doing a great many things she'd never have imagined herself in or doing. She supposed that most of it came with the territory of trying to defeat a Dark Lord, though that in itself almost broke her reality daily. She'd grown up on runways, with pretty dresses and love-struck idiots to bend over backward for her needs. Now the mud from the highland regions of southern Ireland nipped away at her boots and jeans, and her mind couldn't help but wander to a simple, charming, blue-haired boy. She knew of the Order's doctrine. It was sensible. Everyone had a role that only they could play. Michael was a leader, second only to Harry when it came to command. It was understandable that he'd receive missions to lead when push came to shove. Claire only wished she could accompany him. She almost laughed at the cloud of worry that filled her mind. Sure, he was leading an attack on a vampire encampment, but she was on her way to try and tame a dragon. Neither of their missions sounded pleasant. A light blue flame flickered in her palm. The rain came down hard in the highlands and left a bitter chill in the air. Fleur had followed suit with a white flame, and the two flanked the red-haired man leading their charge to share the heat. Charlie Weasley was an interesting man. He talked far less than Bill, and was a far cry from the Ronald Weasley she'd spent some time with before his passing. The man's face was hard, and he carried a look in his blue eyes as if he was staring into the past, present, and future all at once. Nothing like the joyous man that she'd overheard the twins boast about during her time at Hogwarts. The reason wasn't a mystery to her. Claire imagined any Vila could have sensed the source of the bitterness from a mile away. Charlie Weasley lost the woman he'd loved, Nymphadora Tonks. The man carried himself in a manner that displayed a rush to die. Had it not been for the fire of wanting to see justice done for his deceased friend that fueled him, Claire shuddered to think what the man may have risked on the field. No, she could only be confident of one thing. Until the reign of the Dark Lord ceased, Charlie would refuse to die. The freezing rain battered away at the coats like gunfire. The heat from their warming charms drowned out from the downpour that sizzled upon contact with the Vila's flames. How long had they been walking? How far was left to go? Most importantly, what would they do when they saw the dragon? Claire's mind hopped from question to question like a wild hare. The fire didn't scare her. She couldn't burn. But dragons had other options when it came to killing their prey. Fleur's lips turned down in a heavy frown. She'd been lucky not to face the dragon during the Triwizard tournament, but they'd all been close enough to see they weren't dealing with a Class 2 beast. Dragons were dangerous, and they were all, quite literally, playing with fire. The three marched in silence for a few more kilometers until Charlie held out his arms and halted them in place. The scent of burnt flesh filled their noses, and Claire followed Charlie as he scanned the area. Through the downpour, Claire saw nothing of note. Charlie saw differently. Without a word, the red-haired man raced off. Claire shouted with frustration, unable to wade through the mud at the speed of the taller and far stronger Charlie. She leaned against Fleur, the two pushing and pulling each other through the muck until they reached the second-oldest Weasley. A scowl stretched across the dragon tamer's face, his eyes locked on a mess of charred remains. "Mon Dieu," Fleur muttered, "is that a man?" "An idiot, more like it," Charlie groaned. "Who comes out alone to try and capture a dragon? This fool just made our job much harder." "Harder how?" Claire asked, unsure if she wanted the answer. "Dragons are incredibly intelligent creatures," Charlie started. "Despite their classification, most are pretty docile until you piss them off, or in the case of the Triwizard Tournament, try to steal their eggs. Before this idiot attacked it, there might have been a chance we'd be able to establish some trust on our first contact. Now it's going to be on high alert. So yeah, much harder. Claire sighed. She was unsure why she'd expected the day to go to plan. That was a courtesy rarely afforded to her, and it seemed that today was no different. Charlie muttered to stay on their guard, and Claire's muscles tensed tightly at the warning. She'd seen the might of a dragon before. She wasn't happy to have to see it again. Charlie took point and marched in front of them, his wand at the ready. Claire and Fleur followed suit, though their exchanged looks shared their nerves. Neither had ever considered the thought of fighting a dragon, and tamming an angry one made her nauseous. "Stay close," Charlie whispered. "We want to avoid it, but if it comes to fighting, aim for the eyes. It's literally their only weak point." "What if it attacks us from the air?" Fleur said, her voice as steady as she could make it. "Pray to Merlin it misses," Charlie said dryly. "Come on, let's keep going." Fleur's warning had begun to make Claire's neck hurt. She hadn't even spent this much time looking at the sky in astronomy class, but the idea of being ambushed by an overgrown lizard kept her focus locked. Charlie barked orders for the two to halt or move to a different trail. Truthfully, Claire didn't much need them. The rows of singed grasslands made the dragon's direction clear enough. Still, she wasn't exactly about to argue with the dragon tamer about dragons. "We're getting close," Charlie said, dipping his finger into the ash and pulling it up towards his nose. "The ash is fresher here." Claire tried to steady the rapid pounding of her heart. The dragon tamer's words filled her simultaneously with dread and relief. From beyond the mountains, a sudden strong gust of wind formed, and then, with a cry loud enough to shake the very mountains it hid behind, the dragon emerged. "Well," Charlie said with a forced-have smile, "at least it's not an ambush." Claire found little humor in the situation. The two Velas rushed in front of the tamer and readied their wands as the beast soared overhead. On Charlie's count, the three cast their shielding charm just as the dragon brought down its flames. The magic behind the beast's flames was potent and hot enough to make even her heat-proof skin sweat. Thin cracks began to form against their magical barrier, and Claire felt her shoulder pound from the force of the flames. "We can't hold this forever," Fleur hissed. "It's like fiendfire." "Some tamers think it's worse," Charlie added. "Hold a bit longer. It can't keep it up forever." "Neither can we," Claire hissed. "A little longer," Charlie repeated. "Don't break yet." Finally, the flames subsided with a mighty roar from the beast. The dirt and ash around the beast rose from its landing. Like a horse brought to a stall, the lizard pulled itself up on its hind legs and flapped its wings. Their shields broke instantly, and Claire flew through the air from the burst of concentrated wind. Her body sounded like popcorn as she rolled against the landings of stone and burnt grass. "What power," she whispered to herself, "can we even stand against something like this?" Through the dust, she saw Charlie climb to his feet. The tamer looked up at the Class 5 monster with a sympathetic glance that she couldn't begin to fathom. Desperately, she tried to scream out for the boy to not go alone, but the wind had been knocked clean out of her, and each attempt to speak produced nothing. "Stop," she pleaded in her mind. "Merlin, please stop and wait for us." Her muted pleas changed nothing as Charlie continued to move forward. Steam spewed from the creature's nostrils. The yellow slit-like eyes of the dragon studied Charlie's every move, and a warm glow radiated in the winged lizard's throat. Claire forced herself up, the debris clear from her eyes. Her fingers raced across her face to check for any bleeding, but found none. Claire was certain she'd missed something, though, as Charlie's actions left her certain she'd obtained some head trauma. To her complete disbelief, the wizard dropped his wand, and from his lips an atrocious clicking sound emerged. Fleur ran to the boy, but he lifted his hand, stopping her in place. Once more, Charlie repeated the sound. And this time the dragon stepped back. The redness in its throat faded, and from its lips emerged a sound similar to Charlie's. Is he speaking to it? Claire thought, is that even possible? The smoke had cleared from the previous attack, and through all that, Charlie continued to click back and forth with the dragon. Claire watched without sound, not making a move, lest she irritate the beast. Like a statue, Claire stood and watched the exchange in breathless confusion. Then, Charlie lifted his hand once more and waved the two over. Claire wanted to scream that she was doing just fine where she was, but she had a feeling it wasn't up for discussion. Hesitation laced every single one of her moves. Her knuckles whitened around her wand, the shield charm's incantation on her lips. Fleur followed suit, and soon, the two of them were at the dragon tamer's side. Carefully, Charlie bent down and with a wave of his wand, transfigured a nearby pile of stones into a goat. The dragon's eyes widened and with the snapping speed of a snake, took the goat's head right off. A low, controlled stream of fire splashed from the dragon's pursed lips, and Claire blinked at the delicate care it took in cooking the goat before swallowing it in one gulp. As quick the dragon's attention had shifted towards the goat, it snapped back to them. But this time the dragon's eyes looked softer, calmer even. "Charlie," Claire whispered, not wanting to alert the dragon with her voice. "What is happening?" "We've begun to establish trust," he muttered back. "This next hour is about to be crucial. So no matter what happens, do exactly as I say. But for now, it looks like our friend here has no desire to kill us." "Okay," Claire said softly. "Not killing us is good." Her glance shifted between the redhead and the dragon. "So what happens next?" "The dance of fire," Charlie said softly. "And after that, judgment." A warm glow radiated from Daphne's hands as she steadied her magic. Her groggy state had dissipated from the morning, though the tightness in the pit of her stomach had yet to unwind. For whatever reason, she'd awoken to Lady Morgana at her bedside, and even more frightening, the woman smiled. Daphne was proud to have been acknowledged by a witch of Morgana's caliber, but the praise was odder than the criticism. Quicker than she'd imagined, the witch had forced her from her bed and instructed her to follow. Daphne started to grow familiar with the bends and spirals of the black stone castle, but Morgana herself was a different story. Since Daphne was a little girl, she knew the tales of the cruel Morgana, the villain of Arthurian legend and enemy of the great Merlin. Those stories did little justice to the extent of the woman's coldness, and Daphne had just seen yet another level of it. The young man's pleas for mercy from the witch still rang in Daphne's ears like drums. Morgana had only smiled at the man before zapping his consciousness and dropping him to the floor like a sack of potatoes. "Don't feel bad for the fool," Morgana said absently. "He was one of Merlin's pawns during our little spats. He tried to kill me once. This is almost a mercy." "What do you want me to do with him?" Daphne asked. Her mind wandered back to her previous task of keeping a nearly dead man alive throughout the night. "I want you to try and neutralize his core," Morgana said, her brow cocked. "That is, after all, what you came here to learn, isn't it?" A smirk stretched across her lips. "To do that, though, first you need to learn to identify the core's location." "And how do I do that?" Daphne asked. Morgana shrugged. "Can't say. If I told you how to do everything, what would you learn?" "But I—" "Very well," Morgana yawned. "If you need a hint, then remember this: all rivers have a source." All rivers have a source. Daphne thought, what does that even mean? "I will be back in an hour to check in on your progress, Dove," Morgana said distantly. "Please, try not to disappoint me." It had been 30 minutes since the witch had first left. Her mind pounded at cryptic words. In a way, it was obvious. The river was a stand-in for the magic, and the source was the core, but how did that help? Her eyes flickered for a moment before sealed them shut. Maybe, Daphne wondered, her mind focused solely on the magic that hummed in her hands. Maybe if I follow my channeling back like a river to its source, then I may just find my core. And if I find mine, then yes, it's a place to start. That's what I'll do. Chapter 20. Returning home, 12 Grimald Place had never been particularly pleasant. The heads of former house elves once decorated the walls, and screaming portraits of pure blood, elitist hurled insults to any considered unworthy. Sirius and Emmeline Black had done wonders to improve the house with red wallpapers and heated floors. Harry, however, found little comfort in the home. He doubted a banquet of his favorite foods could do anything to alleviate the weight that pressed against his chest. Quietly, Harry watched the flames. Every so often, Narcissa or Emmeline would come down to ask him if he was hungry or if he could hold Teddy or James. He declined them all. Harry's ears filled with the steady ticking of the grandfather clock, and his eyes with the orange embers of the fireplace that he prayed would turn green. How much longer? Harry wondered. The sunlight had recently begun to creep through the manor's drawn curtains, and with it, the realization of the time that had passed from the mission's start. A knot wound tighter by the second in the pit of Harry's stomach, and a phantom-like ghost of puke crawled up and down his throat. They can't be much longer, Harry repeated in his mind. They'll be here soon enough. He pushed himself from the springy cushions and paced the carpeted floor. Over and over, Harry assured himself they'd all be okay. Yet, with every passing second, he doubted himself more and more. A yellowed smile of a gray-faced man hovered over his mind like an overcast. The Dark Lord's cackle rang in Harry's head like the worst-sounding tambourine. He swallowed hard at the flashes of green that swept through his mind before he stumbled into one of the many house bookshelves. Piles of well-worn, leather-bound books tumbled to the ground with a thud, and a curse ripped itself from Harry's lips. "Keep it together, Potter. They're going to be fine. They're all going to be just fine." As if to mock him, Harry looked up only to catch a framed photo of him beside a pink-haired girl. From the looks of it, Harry doubted he could have been older than 6. The smile on the girl's face was a dagger to his chest. Shakily, Harry placed the photo face down and hissed, "Damn it all." "Maddening, isn't it?" a soft voice called out from behind him. "Now imagine it's your husband out there, and you can't watch his reckless back because you're about as round as a beach ball with a human inside you for months." The silver-haired woman smiled at him gently, hard as it is to accept. "There's nothing more you can do but trust that they'll come back. Whether you do so in an agonistic or productive manner is the only question. Come now, Harry, I just put on a fresh kettle, and you look to need a cup. Or 4. The tea rang with a hint of cinnamon. The taste brought Harry back to the days with Daphne in the library. His life had never been simple, but Harry longed for the past. He longed for the days where every choice wasn't a matter of life or death. Emmeline sipped her cup in silence, though her purple eyes never left Harry's face. The saucer echoed with the touch of her cup, and a smile crept across. "I must say, I outdid myself with this pot. Delicious would be an understatement." A smile cracked across Harry's lips. Emmeline had always been a wizard in the kitchen, and her tea was no different. He followed the witch and set down his cup softly. Harry twisted himself in his chair to glance at the fire behind him, but stopped at the warm touch of Emmeline's hands on his. "Don't do that to yourself. Staring at the flames isn't going to make the time go faster." "I shouldn't be here," Harry said distantly. "I shouldn't be able to sit here with you drinking tea while my friends, my family, are risking their lives out there." "Ah, yes," Emmeline said, "because they are so incapable of success without you." Harry's eyes hardened at the witch, but the lady of the house stood unfazed. "Don't get upset. I'm just translating what you're saying, honestly. If you had even a lick of faith in them, you wouldn't be questioning if it was a good idea to let them go out alone on a mission." "You know that's not true," Harry hissed. "I trust every single one of them with my life." "Then start acting like it," Emmeline said, her voice smooth and unchanged. Harry sat back in his seat with a jolt. Emmeline took another sip from her cup and sighed. "Part of being a leader is delegating. Yes, it is essential that a good leader never give their subordinates a task that they wouldn't do, but it is equally critical that they trust their subordinates to complete their assigned mission. How do you think they'd feel if they knew you were waiting anxiously by the fire for them? Have you stopped to consider how disrespectful that could look to them?" "I will," Harry stammered. "They'll come back alive, Harry. My husband isn't the type of man to die so easily, and neither is Remus. Your friends have worked themselves to the bone to be ready for moments like this, and they will be rewarded for their efforts." "But what if they aren't? What if something goes wrong?" Harry asked. "And standing by the fire would do something about that." The witch stood and walked to his side, her hand tight on his shoulder. "Each of them are aware of the risks, Harry, yet they deployed regardless. If they do come back injured or dead, we'll deal with it and ensure that they didn't die for nothing, but don't ever discredit their sacrifices by underestimating their ability. It's a heavy burden, and as a mother, it makes me sick to think of a boy your age having to shoulder that. However, it is your duty as the general of this operation to handle that." Harry slouched forward. A ghost-like chill raced through him like a bullet. Emmeline knelt down to look at him, and her smile radiated with the warmth of a fire. "We all have a role to play in the war to come. Focus on what you can do, and they will all do the same." Focus on what I can do, Harry thought. The weight of the potion's recipe nearly burned a hole through his pocket at the notion. Steadily, he rose from his seat and turned to the silver-haired witch. He bowed gently to her with thanks. I appreciate it, Em, Harry started. I guess, well, normally I'm not the one who does the waiting. I guess I just let this whole thing get to my head. I think I'm going to try to get some sleep. I think that's a wonderful idea, Emmeline said. You're precious to me, Harry. I've come to think of you as one of my own, and I can't stand to see you torment yourself. Harry smiled. I'm glad Sirius has someone like you in his life. I don't know what he'd do without you. The two laughed, but his lacked the authenticity. The potion's recipe burned against his thigh as he waved goodnight to the witch. Merlin, Em, I'm sorry. I hope one day you'll find a way to forgive me. The upper floors were colder than Harry's perch by the fire. His teeth chattered from the sound of the breeze that rattled the windows. Even his bedroom was chilly, though Harry was unsure whether that was in his mind or not. His room had always felt a bit empty since Daphne had left. The thought of the witch's name made his throat dry, and Harry could almost hear her voice in his head, chastising him for his decisions. The low bubbling of a cauldron that Bones had set up in his room only amplified Daphne's voice. The floorboards creaked beneath him with every step until the pungent vapor from the vat ensnared his nostrils in a death grip. He swallowed at the ominous green fluids that bubbled within. But the flavor was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to the potion. The message the minister had given him hadn't vanished in the slightest. Make no mistake about this, Mr. Potter, Amelia had whispered. If you go through with this, you will die. The wooden ladle felt like steel in Harry's hand as he stirred the pot. His Adam's apple bobbed at the look of the putrid liquid he'd pulled from the cauldron. Desperately, he held his breath to avoid the scent and forced his trembling hand still. Well, he whispered beneath his breath, down the hatch. The fluid burned like acid down his throat. He bit down on his tongue to stop the sound of his gag and stumbled back into his mattress. He gripped his neck and hissed in agony. He wanted to scream, beg even, for the pain to stop. He'd only ever experienced one pain worse than this, the Cruciatus curse. Suddenly, much like the curse itself, the agony vanished, and Harry's gasped for air atop his sweat-stained sheets. He slumped deeper into the cushion and glanced dizzily at the roof. He took another thick swallow of saliva and sighed. No going back now. The green flames of the flue blazed tauntingly before Michael. The embers of the scorched town still flickered behind him like a road to hell. The scent of dead bodies permeated the damp air, and the cries of children filled his ears. Some asked about their parents, others about where they were going. Michael had answers for neither. Tracy had been kind enough to give her report that Remus had stabilized. She wasn't the medical witch Daphne was, but it was better than nothing. Tepidly, Michael took stock of his surroundings. None of his comrades had perished in the battle, and for that he was grateful. His fingers balled into a fist at the burnt village at his back. How many more would die before this war was over? How many battles were left to fight? Michael's throat dried at the questions. He wasn't sure how Harry handled this level of command. What Michael did know was he wanted as little of it as possible. A hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Keep your chin up. You did well, Sirius said from behind him. Bandages covered the curly-haired wizard's chest to the point he looked like a half-mummified man. Michael could feel the man's weight against him growing by the second. We're almost done evacuating the civilians, and then we can head home. Thanks, Michael said. Slowly, he walked the head of House Black to a nearby chair and propped him up. But try not to move around so much. Thatcher probably needs to give you a once-over before we clear you completely. The start of an I'll be fine statement began to build on Sirius' lips before the Ravenclaw shook his head. That's not your call. Sirius wasn't Michael's only worry. The Order wasn't new to battle. They'd fought and taken lives before to survive. Damien hadn't, and that was clear as crystal to the blue-haired teen. He tapped Sirius twice on the shoulder before crossing the ash-filled room. The curly-haired blonde sat silently in the room's corner. He'd curled himself into a ball, his arms tightly grasping his knees and his head buried into his stomach. Damien's wand sat beside him, just out of reach, as if the Bulgarian believed it would harm him. The boy hadn't taken his first outing well. Oi, Michael called out to the boy. Like a frightened rabbit, Damien jumped from his seat. Michael jumped back and lifted his hands. Hey, you're all right, just wanted to come over and have a chat. The minister's boy trembled like a leaf in the wind. His shoulders dropped, and he once more sunk to the ground. A heavy groan ripped itself free from Michael's throat as his back pressed against the walls. Michael forced his best smile to his lips, but the boy couldn't even make himself look up to face him. "You did good out there," Michael started. "The first mission is never easy, but you kept your cool and you saved a life. You should be proud." "Yeah," Damien said quickly before falling silent once more. "Look, I'm not the pep-talking kind of person, and with the hell that I've been through these last couple years, my sympathy well is dangerously low, but I can guess what you're feeling right now," Michael said. "Stop wondering if you did the right thing. You did, and if you hadn't, a good person would have been dead right now." "I hurt a man," Damien whispered. "I took off a man's arm, You took off a monster's arm," Michael said. "A monster that had taken the lives of tens of people with a smile on his face. A monster that would have gladly taken all of our lives had you not done something about it. You can't dwell on the morality of your choices in a situation like this. We need to win or this whole world is fucked." The wind howl surrounded the fractured house, and the two shivered as if in a deadly chill. Damien shook long after the wind subsided, his eyes still locked on the floor beneath them. Have you ever had to? You know. "Yeah," Michael said, his eyes distant into the ash-ridden village. "How many?" Damien asked. "I lost count," Michael said. Michael's face curled like he'd eaten a lemon whole. "Does it matter, though? Is there a certain number of lives you can take where you're not considered a monster? Is there some magical threshold? I did what I had to do to ensure that Claire, Daphne, Neville, Harry, and everyone else in the Order came back alive. If there's a hell that I have to burn in because of that once this is over, so be it. I don't regret any of it." "This is war, kid," Michael said. "It's not like the tailies in the storybooks. If you want to help, you've proven your usefulness to me here, and I'll vouch for you. But know this when we get back. And if I do vouch for you, you're a member of the Order, and this is what happens here. If you can't handle that, there's no shame in it, but you should probably head back home." "How am I supposed to know if I'm ready or able to help?" Damien asked. "You cut off a man's hand to protect a member of the Order," Michael smirked. "It's not a question about ability. All you need to figure out is if that wand was raised at your father or Astoria, and you did what had to be done. Could you make peace with your actions? Would you take the life of a bastard to save the people you love and be able to sleep at night?" "Do you sleep much at night, Michael?" The blue-hair boy chuckled. "No, I figure I'll sleep when I'm dead." The wind howled throughout the desolate streets like a werewolf amid their transformation. Michael looked towards the warm fire, the last of the survivors now evacuated. In the shadows, Tracy's wand worked feverishly to connect with the Floo and Grimald place. It was at the sound of Emmeline's voice through the flames that the fire once more turned green. "Come, lads," Sirius called out to him. "Let's go home." Michael pushed himself up from Damien's shoulder, then stretched out his hand to the curly-haired boy. "Come on, let's not keep the women waiting for long." Dragons. Claire had never once imagined she'd find herself on the back of a dragon. Even if she had, she'd never had expected to be in the air with it, clinging to her scales like her life depended on it. Worse, she looked to be the only one not enjoying the ride. As was to be expected, Charlie had straddled the beast and took the sky like a dragon rider out of a fantasy story. The man even had the audacity to laugh. Fleur, as usual, somehow managed to look like a warrior princess atop the dragon with her hair floating perfectly in the wind. Claire, however, felt she must have looked like a goblin atop the overgrown lizard, her body 2 seconds from being flung into the cold oceans beneath them. "Just a little longer," Charlie called out to them. "I'll nest her somewhere soon. The first flight is really important in establishing trust." Claire's stomach churned. Riding the dragon was worse than even the corkscrewiest roller coaster. Tears swelled in her eyes, and for the shortest of moments, Claire considered the rough waves of the English Channel a far more comforting fate. "Are you okay down there, Claire?" Fleur called out to her. "Oh yeah, having the time of my life." Fleur laughed, then gasped as the dragon took a plunge and skimmed the high-reaching waves. Ocean spray hissed at Claire's face, and groan trickled from Fleur's lips. "Sorry," Charlie called out. "Poor girl really wants to fly. Be prepared, she's going to jump to her full speed." "This isn't her full speed," Claire cried. The air popped around her, and a scream boomed from her throat as her vision became tunneled. Silently, she strengthened the sticking charm to her hands just as the beast soared upwards into the clouds. "Merde!" she screamed, the baby vomit stuck in her throat. "Sorry, sorry," Charlie called out as the dragon's speed stabilized. "Okay, we're going to take it slow from now on." Charlie pointed his wand towards the witches and formed a bubble charm around their heads. "We've got to get a little higher, so nobody from the ministry spots us. Once we're over London, Fleur will apparate the two of you to Grimmauld Place while I nest the dragon for when we need it." "Will she work for us?" Fleur asked the dragon tamer. "You feel the low purr she's giving off?" Charlie asked. Claire nodded. She hadn't realized it, but the dragon had begun to hum like a cat when scratched behind its ears. "Oh yeah, she'll work with Iz. Now get ready. At the speed we're going, you got about 10 minutes until we drop." "I hated literally every part about this mission," Claire moaned. "It's about to get a bit worse," Fleur said with a wry smile. "Apparition's never been my strong suit." "Perfect," Claire scowled. The minutes passed like seconds. Claire had only just managed to catch her breath when Charlie had commanded them to jump. The second she released her sticking charm, her body flew from the dragon's back like a bag in the wind. Fleur leaped after her, and while their hug provided a bit of comfort, Fleur had been overselling her apparition ability. The whole way down felt as if she'd been thrown down a canyon wrapped in black smoke. How the two managed to land on their feet, she was unsure. What she was sure of, as she walked the streets of Grimmauld Place, was if she had an option, this was to be her last mission with Charlie Weasley. Chapter 21. The upper limit. The snow had melted, and the months had passed. The end of term approached nearer by the day. He'd heard word from Michael that Hermione had recovered, and while still a bit weak, looked to make a full recovery. He'd heard from Amelia Bones that his parents, one of the few evacuated from St. Mungo's the night of the horrific attack, and were currently adapting well to their temporary placement. Neville heard other things as well, things that brought a chill down his spine. War, the inevitable war, loomed closer than ever. He'd read of the battles in the Prophet, both of victories and defeats. The Order's guerrilla tactics had worked for a while, and Voldemort had yet to make any major moves. Harry had written to him from time to time. He needed an opinion from the outside. Neville had told him that there was little reason for Voldemort to move. Territory didn't matter much any longer. Even with the victories that trickled through the heinous warlike like through a dark sky, the nation's morale was low. Hogwarts was proof of the bleakness. Neville couldn't count the number of times a Muggle-born would be found beaten and bloodied in the halls, or the times he'd seen half-bloods marked with inscriptions of how they'd chosen the wrong side. McGonagall had done what she could. The painting network reported to her with alacrity, and the statues of the knights patrolled the school to keep the peace. Many were in tatters by the morning. Those who were caught were expelled, but new numbers always rose to take their place. They were losing Muggle-borns just as quickly. Those who hadn't joined in with the SBIRE found themselves on the Hogwarts Express due to fear, and even those within Neville's ranks questioned how long they should stay. "Neville," Susan Bones raced into the room of requirement like a car with no brakes. "The Prophet just arrived. They won. The Order took back Grimsby, got a few fledgling Death Eaters and vamps in the process." A thunderous cheer broke through the room by the members around him, and their mugs soon filled with a mix of fire whiskey and butterbeer. Neville's eyes locked with that of the minister's niece. She nodded and followed as a room formed in the back wall of the meeting hall. Carefully, Neville poured the redhead a drink and pushed it across the table. The girl downed it in an instant. "How many?" Neville asked. 20 this time," the Hufflepuff sighed. "A few more expected to be put down out of mercy. Fenrir laid his claws on a few, and it doesn't look like they'll survive the turn." Neville nodded and sipped his drink. "A victory is a victory," Susan pressed. "You should be out there with the SBIRE celebrating. We've not much to celebrate these days." "I'll celebrate once this is over," Neville returned with a smile. "Tell those of them drinking we need them sober by nightfall. Victory or not, we need to run our own patrols to keep the students safe." She nodded and exited the room. Neville slouched in his chair, his forehead pressed against his cupped hands. "Father, I wish I knew what to do." From his pocket, he unfolded the photo from his birth. His father's hands wrapped around his mother, who held him tight. "I suppose I play my role and wait." From the window, he watched the sunset. The room had provided him decent enough lodging and a view. He rarely visited the Hufflepuff common room. Too much attention to be had, and he couldn't trust every puffnot to stab him in the back while he slept. The castle had turned to as much a battlefield as anywhere else in the UK in a war. Harry had once said, "You can only trust your soldiers." Neville couldn't help but agree. At nightfall, he pulled himself from his sheets and dressed. He'd broadened a bit and gained some height over the past months. He shook his head at his one reflection. How badly had he wanted to see himself looking back at him in his younger years? Now all he wanted to see was that innocent boy looking back at him. From his bedside, he rolled his wand between his fingers and pulled down on his vest. Right, another night then. The door into the room creaked. The SBIRE glanced up from their hammocks or seats in silence. "All right then, everyone knows the procedure by now. We've gathered a good idea of who is supposed to be where and we know when someone is somewhere they don't belong. McGonagall's hands are tied up in what she can and can't do. Our aren't. We don't look for violence, but we can't be afraid to dish it out when a conversation won't work. Hogwarts is a home for wizards and witches of every variety. It's our job to keep it that way. We know our platoons. Fan out and meet back here at 0500. Move." "Roger," they cried out, their trios gathering in the hall before walking out. Cho and Susan stood in wait as the room cleared out, the three of them alone in what had become the SBIRE's dormitory. "You've gotten better at this leading thing," Cho said with a smile that had yet to lose its warmth. "For a moment, I almost believed it was Harry himself up there." Neville grinned. "Thanks, Cho. I think it's safe to say we've all changed a bit over this year." The door to the room of requirement sealed behind them as they exited. "I can only hope it's been for the best." The halls of the castle had never been so unwelcoming. Neville fought his memories of the days he, Harry, and Michael would wander the corridors, the two pranksters looking for trouble. Neville had just been happy to be included in anyone's group, but they never used him or teased him about being boring. They never forced him into any of their pranks. They were his friends, and all Neville wanted was to go back to those simpler days. The moonlight stretched through the grand windows of the castle. It was brighter than usual. Neville was grateful for the extra light, but cursed it all the same. If he could manage it, staying concealed in the shadows was far more effective than head-on confrontation. He poked his head around the corner. Nothing but the empty hall stared back at him to his relief. He waved his hand and summoned the two girls forward. Carefully, they descended the moving staircase. Each of the team's eyes strained from the constant scanning. Slowly, ever so slowly, they cleared floor after floor. It was quiet tonight. Neville's stomach tightened. Quiet nights rarely ever meant good. Cho had been first to speak on the silence. "Yeah," Susan said, "but why is it quiet? What are they planning?" "We could go to the dungeons," Cho said, in a mix of a suggestion and question. "Perhaps we can figure something out down there." "No," Neville said. "It's too narrow down there. If they're waiting for us, we'd be sitting ducks. Furthermore, we can't even be certain where the attack is coming from. I mean, for fuck's sake, we have Hufflepuffs turning on Muggleborns looking for protection in this war. Everybody outside of the SBIRE is a threat. So what do we do?" Neville shook his head at the redhead's question. "I'm not sure. Our main goal is just making sure that nobody on the upper level gets..." Neville fell silent as a pulse of malice magic radiated in the distance. "Come on," he ordered. "Follow me." Neville sprinted down the stone corridors towards the magical presence. Even in the distance, it felt foul, like the scent of rotting fish. He spun back to check on the girls now a few lengths behind him, but didn't slow. He couldn't. Something was going on, and he had a feeling it wasn't good. Muffled screams trickled from beyond the corridor's wall. Neville glared at it and pressed his hands against the cold stone. A secret room. He wondered, the muffled noises from beyond now louder than ever. Hastily, Neville pressed his palm to each stone, yet nothing moved. Then a voice broke from beyond the wall. "Come on now," the voice spat. "We don't have all fucking day." The panic muffling grew louder, each carrying the hint of a mercy-seeking plea. "Fucking curse the bitch already," another voice bellowed from beyond the wall. Do you want to prove your loyalty to the Dark Lord or not? There has to be another way, a distantly familiar voice stuttered. I mean, she's got the point. She said she'll leave Hogwarts tomorrow already. It's not about leaving Hogwarts, the first voice said. It's about sending a message that her kind isn't allowed here. Understand? Now grow a fucking pair and curse this stupid bitch. What are you scared of? She's just a worthless mudblood. Neville's jaw clenched. His fists trembled at the vitriol. Are you going to do it because I can't just sit here and hear this filth? Susan growled. Neville nodded and pointed his wand further left of where the voices had resonated before he snarled. As if struck by a bomb, the wall erupted, and through the smoke, Neville charged in. 3 figures stood stunned in shock. And Neville tackled one, his wand at the figure's neck just as 2 red bolts soared overhead, hitting the other 2 in the chest, stunning them with a thud. Chang, Bones, Neville called out. Go check to see if the girl is okay and bring her to Madame Pomfrey. I'm going to take care of. Holy shit. Susan's wand dropped at the sight of the man beneath Neville. Terry, she whimpered. Why would you? Don't, Terry said, his eyes unable to meet hers. Don't you dare ask why like you don't know. It's because Voldemort's going to win this fucking war. Can't you see that? He's not, Susan yelled. Harry will, Harry and Neville and Michael. Don't ever mention that fucking blue-haired git's name in front of me, Terry shouted. And really, you think they can win? Harry hasn't been seen in action for weeks. Your precious Michael can't take back any majority-defended territories, only little worthless ones. Meanwhile, London is still under siege and you're fighting an enemy that can't fucking die. Tell me, how the fuck are you going to win this war? His voice weakened as tears trickled down his cheeks. Please, Sue, tell me how. I don't know, Susan said faintly. Merlin, Terry, I don't know, but I know this. My aunt didn't raise me to be a coward. I'd sooner die on my feet fighting against Voldemort and his forces before hurting innocent witches and wizards in the hopes that I'll get to live the rest of my life on my knees. Her quivering hand tightened. You talked so much about how you're a better man than Michael that year we were together. You fucking talked and talked, but right now, Michael is leading troops into battle for the fate of the wizarding world, and you were about to torture an innocent Muggle-born. What a great man you are. The redhead turned her back on the boy and moved closer to Cho to help support the young girl, curled on the floor in tears. Come on, Neville whispered to Terry before floating the other unconscious Slytherins with a wave of his wand. Let's go see McGonagall, and you're going to tell her everything that happened here. Understand? Slowly, Terry shuffled to his feet. Fine, it doesn't matter anyway. We're all dead, one way or another. Astoria shot up from her bed with a hiss. Fire coursed through her blood like a forest. She clenched her hand over her lips to keep the scream at bay. The heat from her tears dripped from her eyes down her cheek. She bit down on her palm, desperate to get the blood out of her body. Sweat raced down her like rainfall before just as quickly as it came, it vanished. Fuck, Astoria muffled. Hastily, she wiped the tears from her eyes. Her hand rested over her racing chest. From across the room, her weakened figure looked back at her. She'd lost weight, and her eyes didn't have that same color, no matter what color they took on. Her hair was drier and unkempt, looking more like she'd just walked in from a wind storm. Acid jumped to her throat, forcing her over the bed as vomit gushed from her lips. Fuck. Slowly, she shuffled for her wand. Scourgify, she muttered, the vomit vanishing from the floor replaced with a searing pain in her arm. With a groan, she rolled from her bed. The floorboard moaned beneath her feet with every step, and the cry of the door's ungreased hinges made her cringe in the darkroom. She checked her pocket once more for her wand and stepped into the dark hallway. She'd made it no more than 2 steps from her room before an accented voice whispered through the dark. Heading to the basement, I imagine, Astoria jumped. From the shadows, the curls of the blonde-haired Bulgarian appeared. I came here to stop you from doing that. How long have you known? Astoria hissed. Quickly, she grabbed the boy's wrist and pulled him into her room, closing the door slowly behind him. For a few weeks now, Damien said. I pay close attention to you, closer than you think. I know you've been sneaking into the basement and practicing your magic against Harry's explicit orders. Technically, I should have told him the first time I saw you do it, but I figure you'd eventually realize that you're killing yourself and would stop. But it looks like I was wrong about that." "Shut up," Astoria whispered. "You don't get it. You're sick, but you're still able to use your magic. You're still able to help in your own way. Me, I just have to sit here and watch as people I love are thrown into mission after mission while I just sit here like I'm a bloody muggle." "Why is it so important to you that you go out on these missions?" Damien asked. "Why are you so eager to go out there and risk taking a killing curse or worse to the chest? Why are you in such a rush to die?" "Because if they die out there because they didn't see something I could, then it's my fault," Astoria cried. "Everyone else is fighting with everything they have, and I'm here either sleeping or being heavily medicated to keep me alive in the vain hope that my sister, who I haven't seen in months, is going to come up with some magical way to cure me." "You're talking like you don't want her to succeed," Damien said, his voice soft and calming. Astoria sighed. "Maybe I don't. If I die on the battlefield next to all of you, I can make my peace with that. But if I live, and my sister does find a way to take out my infected magical core, and even one of you dies then." "Then what?" Damien asked. "Then I think I'd rather be dead." Tears swelled once more in her eyes. "I mean, just look at Harry. He looks worse by the day to the point he hasn't even noticed I've been sneaking out and he's way more observant than you." She swallowed. "No offense." "Some taken, but we'll put that on the back burner for now," Damien said. "And yeah, Harry looks a mess, all of us do. But do you think you're doing him any favors by racing towards your death? How many sisters do you want him to bury?" "When Michael vouched for me to join, I was scared, but I joined. I did so because the Dark Lord is a monster that needs to be stopped, and more importantly, because he has you on his kill list, and I won't allow that to happen sitting down." Damien hugged her tightly. "But I would also fail if I let you run out there to kill yourself. And if you die, it's over. If you die, Harry will collapse, and with it, the entire rebellion. I can't offer you some sort of absolution. I don't know how you're going to make peace with never being able to use magic again, if that's what it comes to. But you being alive without magic and here with us is a million times better than us coming to your grave, because you insisted on swinging a wand around." Astoria hugged him back tighter than ever. "Damn it, Damien. I just want to help. I don't have any other skills besides my magic." "That's not true," Damien said, his hand cupped around her chin. "You are so much more than just your magic, Astoria, so much more." He pressed his lips to hers, and a soft purr escaped her lips. "Don't focus so much on what you can't do. Focus on what you can." She nodded, her forehead pressed against his. "Now let's get some sleep tonight, okay? I'll see you for breakfast." "Stay," Astoria whispered gently. "Please, I don't want to be alone right now." "Yeah," Damien said, a hot blush racing through his pale complexion. "Whatever you want." The morning light came quickly after Astoria finally drifted. It was the movement of the boy next to her that woke her. From her window, she watched the sunrise as the man wiggled himself free from the bed. "Why are you up so early?" she moaned into her pillow. "Of all the girls in the house to sleep next to," Damien said with a grin, "you are the most dangerous." He knelt to kiss her forehead. "Found in the bed with Potter's baby sister. I wonder if I'd even get a chance to explain before he hexed my bits off." "He's not like that," Astoria chuckled. "Also, it's not like we did anything." "With as high-strung as your brother is now, I'd rather not take the risk," he said with another kiss, this time to her lips. "I'll see you at breakfast, yeah." Yeah, she said with a tired wave. "I'll see you at breakfast." Astoria had grown fond of the breakfast feasts prepared by Emmeline with the help of Narcissa. The presence of Molly Weasley at the table, however, sent chills down her spine. The Weasley matriarch never stopped by for social calls. If she were there, it meant there was business to discuss. Damien joined her moments after she arrived in the sitting room. To her left was Hermione. The witch had only recently ditched her crutches, a sign of improvement from her prolonged double vision and balance issues. The witch moved hesitantly, still around the table, but she moved. Astoria glanced to see the plump woman across from her, a buttered toast in hand. It hadn't taken long to understand why Daphne held the Mediwitch in such high respect. She certainly was a wizard. The table ate in silence, mostly. Some held sidebar conversations about news and the prophet. Other non-permanent residents caught up on things, primarily if any family members had died since their last meeting. All conversation ceased the moment Harry entered the room. The boy who lived had shown steady signs of regressions, but she'd never seen Harry so weak. At least, not since her first year with the Dementors. Harry's hair had been cut recently, and his grooming in general was clean, but it was his face that forced the silence. No light illuminated from his emerald green eyes, and his cheeks had shallowed and grown gaunt. He heavily favored his left side, though he forced himself to stand straight. Those distant from Harry turned to each other in shock but resisted the urge to speak. Harry cleared his throat. It was raspier than she'd expected, but finally he spoke. I hope everybody has enjoyed their breakfast thus far. As you all know, it is rare that we have complete order meetings within one location. We do this because when all clustered together, we make an easy target. However, we've gathered nonetheless to give a status report for our cause. Harry, dear, Molly said, do you need a cup of tea? You look unwell. No tea, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said with a softness to his voice. I will admit I am currently feeling a bit under the weather, but we will pay it no mind moving forward. Now, firstly, we start with some good news. Charlie has managed to train the dragon that he, Claire, and Fleur had retrieved a few months back. The dragon goes by the name of Nim and will be our main advantage in the air. To our knowledge, none of the fuckers on the other side has a bloody dragon, so that is looking good. Neville has also reported that the centaurs have gathered under the tribe of Bane and have been found armed and ready waiting for Michael to tell them the war has begun. Bane outdid himself by gathering a few other tribes and provided us some numbers. For that, we will see to it he is rewarded by war's end. Harry continued. Next, we have been slowly conquering outer territories and consolidating Voldemort and Carmilla's forces away from civilians in the outskirts of England. With the help of Minister Bones, we have Aurors there who we believe will be capable of holding these areas for the time being. That being said, Harry cleared his throat and took a seat, we have some less encouraging news as well. From his pocket, he pulled a letter and sighed. A week ago, I received another bit of correspondence from Neville. Before you ask Hermione, I did return with a letter that sent him your love. That, however, is the only bit of encouraging business within it. He's written about morale dropping badly at Hogwarts. The SBIRE has done what it can to keep Muggle-borns and half-bloods who don't subscribe to pureblood ideologies safe with the approved consent of McGonagall. Yet, it is still a school, and there are limits on McGonagall's power to terminate students. More concerning still is what Neville reported to have witnessed during Terry Boot and McGonagall's conversation. I'll put this simply. From what it sounds like, students with Death Eater ties have been giving less than vague hints that Voldemort looks to use Hogwarts as a battleground soon. I believe this report to be true. Voldemort is wildly powerful and will look to take down a symbol of interblood status relationships when he is ready. That day looks to be coming closer. You believe he'll attack the school, Molly gasped. But what of the innocents? The bastard blew up a hospital, Michael sighed. Not to mention the raids they've been doing on Muggle cities and towns. Don't think he's the type of give a fuck about innocence. Right now, with that information, I want to offer an idea, Harry said. Anyone with children still at Hogwarts under the age of 17, I want them pulled out of the school immediately. I have written to Neville and McGonagall to begin preparing to make Hogwarts as difficult to penetrate as possible, but there is no keeping the Dark Lord out if he wants in. What if our children are over the age of 17? Doge asked. Harry turned to his right, where Madame Bones sat. Though Mr. Potter fought me fiercely on this issue, I have written to McGonagall to alert students of age that should they so choose, they may remain at the castle to fight. That's fucking insane, Doge bellowed. They're boys and girls, not trained Aurors. You're sending them to their deaths. I agree with your sentiments, Mr. Doge, truly I do, Harry said, his voice even and calm. But look around you. Take a good look at who sits at this table. Doge sat back in his chair and scanned. We have children at this very council meeting. Children who have already fought and killed Death Eaters. I myself am yet to be coming of age, but have fought countless battles. I don't love it, but that was by the order of the Minister for Magic. I will take full responsibility for every student life that is lost. Amelia whispered. That is my burden to bear. Had we the manpower, I would haven't suggested the idea, but our allies haven't agreed to help. We're on our own, no more soldiers are coming. Fuck, Diggory whispered beneath his breath. With the giants, the vampire, and the werewolf clans, I would say that even with what we've gathered between of-age volunteers and recruited help, we're still outnumbered 3-1. Harry clasped his hands tightly. I am prepared to die on the night of the battle should it come to that, but I do not demand that of anyone here at this table. Some of you, I already anticipate your answer, but if you'd like to go no further in this operation, Mrs. Black will show you the door and we will speak not a word of it. Michael, Sirius, Remus, Astoria, Harry whispered. I want this choice to be entirely your own. Don't stay just because of sentiment you may harbor towards me. Just shut the hell up, mate, Michael laughed. We're with you until the end of however the fuck this plays out. Astoria scanned the table, unsure of who would rise. To her surprise, not a single person rose from the table. It looks like that goes for everyone here, Michael tacked on. Harry nodded. Thank you, everyone. Now, let's proceed with the rest of our report. Madam Bones, I believe you requested to take over from here. Yes, Mr. Potter, thank you, she said. As you know, London is currently surrounded by the Dark Lord's posse. This is troublesome for both the people of England and the Prime Minister, who has, in no uncertain terms, threatened to take drastic actions if this issue is not solved soon. Sending Muggles into a battlefield like this would do little but provide Carmilla more soldiers, so it's best we do something about this surrounding armies quickly. The good news is, one of the Ministry's spies on the inside has discovered there is some growing discontent between the various clans. While the giants are too dumb to notice an insult, it looks as if Fenrir's brood and Carmilla's people are less than friendly with one another. It is only Voldemort's fears that keep them in check. So you're planning to turn them against each other, is it? Michael said with a smirk. Not bad, Minister. What's your plan? Indeed, Mr. Corner, that is my intention, Amelia admitted. As for a plan, I figure that these situations require less tact and more action. Fenrir's pack holds a sacred ground in Epping Forest. My insiders have slowly been building up their collection of vampires' hairs and brewing polyjuice. So the plan is simple then, Michael said. We disguise ourselves, burn the place down, and make sure we get caught doing it by one of the werewolves. They'll act rashly before Voldemort even has a chance to bring them to order. The minister nodded. Right then, how many hair samples do you have? 6, she replied curtly. 6, why just 6? Damien asked. Vampires aren't easy to kill, boy. Our men inside could only kill 6 and hide their bodies. We'll need them to dump in the burnt remains of the forest once our job's done to make it convincing. Now, before I order my men to proceed with the mission, I suppose I should ask, do we have any volunteers? I'll burn the forest down, Michael said with a grin. After all, fires become my specialty. Anyone else? Amelia said. Fleur and Claire both raised their hands before another hand soared from the corner of Astoria's eye. Yeah, I'll go. Very well then, if there are any more volunteers, you know how to reach me. We plan to be ready in a week's time, Amelia said. Now, Mr. Potter, a word in private, please. Yes, of course, Harry said with a grunt from the strain of his movement. This concludes the meeting. You're all dismissed. Morgana hovered like a black cloud in the sky. It may have sent Daphne into a panic at one time, but now it was almost comforting. Her wand trembled in her hand, unmoving like she had become a statue. Blood trickled from her nose down her face. Her body, no, Daphne wagered no human's body was designed to handle magic like this. Please, a disheveled man cried. Please, I'm trying, but it's not working. Don't kill me. Oh God, Lady Morgana, don't kill me. Shut up, you oaf, and keep trying your spells, she hissed. Another word from you that isn't an incantation, and I'll have my Dove castrate you, understand? You'll have me what? Daphne asked. Quiet now, Dove, Morgana said. Focus. Daphne swallowed hard. Her whole body pulsed as if an electric shock had been run through her. Good, now unlock the core, Morgana whispered. Daphne turned her wrist like a key in a lock. For a moment, nothing happened, then, suddenly, fire erupted from the man's wand. "Again, Dove," Morgana ordered. Steadily, Daphne flicked her wrist once more, and the fire from the man's wand vanished. "And unlock," Morgana said evenly before once more fire erupted. "Very good, Dove," Morgana said. "Very good." A gasp pulled itself from Daphne's throat, and her knees fell to the stone-clad ground. She huffed desperately for air. Her whole body burned, but the smile never faded from her lips. "It appears that your upper limit is only 2 minutes of continuous control. I know you intended to try and give this some battle ability, but I fear, given the necessary prerequisites to activate this ability, it looks to be unlikely." "It was worth a shot," Daphne wheezed. Morgana nodded. "It's fine, though. I think with this I'll be able to save my sister." Tears streamed down Daphne's cheeks. "I'll finally be able to save my sister." "Indeed," Morgana said, "and I suspect many more with what I've taught you. Do be sure to use your skills responsibly. You'll find your magic drains far faster beyond the walls of Avalon when I am no longer supplementing your natural reserves. Push yourself too far and you will die." "I understand," Daphne nodded. "Hopefully I'll have no need for it." "Yes, hopefully," Morgana agreed. "Anyway, I suspect now that you have what you need, you plan to leave here and rejoin the war efforts." "No, not yet," Daphne struggled to her feet. "There's one more thing I was hoping you could help me learn. If it ever comes to it, there's one spell I want to make sure I have at my disposal. One of the most powerful spells in medical magic." "Very well, Dove, what is it?" "Teach me how the life exchange ritual." Chapter 22. The witch's return rain fell like tears down Michael's bedroom window. The full moon glowed brightly through the clouded sky into the dark room where Claire slept soundly in their bed. Remus howls from the basement shook the wooden walls gently. It did so much as interrupt the sleep of the order now. It was almost a comfort even. They'd be weak tomorrow. Bones had counted on it to be so. If they had a chance of surviving the werewolf encounter, tomorrow night would give them their best odds. Michael rolled a thin tube of cut silver through his fingers. Sweat beat from his brow and his core pulsed rapidly. The armor upgrade hadn't come as quickly as he'd hoped. Silver adorned the knuckles of the gauntlet now. The added protection was minimal but better than nothing. With a snap, he shrunk the armor and stuffed it back into the travel bag. He glanced back towards the window. "Merlin, this never gets easier." A soft knock on the door pulled his focus. Quietly, he tiptoed to the door and cracked it a tad. The green eyes, though dulled behind the door, were unmistakable. Swiftly, Michael opened the door and closed it behind him, the two now in the dark hallway of 12 Grimald Place. "Little late for a visit, don't you think, mate?" "I needed to talk to you alone," Harry said. The former Gryffindor's voice was raspy. It had been weeks since Harry had come down with his flu, but the raven-haired wizard looked worse than ever. "It's about tomorrow." "Right then," the blue-haired boy stretched his arm out. "Lead the way then." Michael regretted his choice instantly. Harry moved like a man older than Dumbledore. Every step ailed him, and a myriad of hushed hisses and groans followed every motion. It felt as if an hour had passed before the two finally reached the kitchen and took their seats. All color had drained from Harry's face except an exhausted redness. His hair looked drier than before, and his muscle tone had nearly faded completely. Together, the two sat in silence until Michael couldn't hold it back any longer. "Merlin's sake, Potter, what's really going on with you? You look like shit." "I feel like shit," Harry chuckled. Suddenly, a cough ripped itself from the boy who lived's lungs. Frantically, Harry seemed to search himself for something to cover his mouth. The efforts were in vain as blood jumped from his mouth onto the kitchen table. "Damn." "Rook," Michael said softly, "I'm not an idiot. I know this is more than a simple flu. Everyone knows it's more than the flu. So come clean and be honest, did something happen to you?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I've talked to Madame Bones about it. She thinks there's something in the ministry that can help me with whatever happened." Michael smiled. The weight on his chest shifted, and he felt once more like he could breathe. "I'm leaving tomorrow morning with her to get this cure or whatever. That's why I needed to talk to you. After tomorrow, the war will move into its final stages, and it's going to move fast." "Yeah, probably," Michael nodded. Have you already talked to Sirius? Harry shook his head. No, and I'm not planning to. Michael blinked quickly. If I told him I was sick with something worse than the flu and leaving to get treatment, he'd insist on knowing everything and worse coming with me. That would be a bad look for the Order. If I just up and vanished without telling anyone, that would also be a bad look. So I'm telling you. I trust you more than anyone other than Sirius. That's why I need to give you one last instruction. What is it? Harry slid a pile of papers across the table. Michael picked them up and studied them, his brow furrowed at the sheets. These are blank. What do you want me to do with them? Well, so long as they're blank, do nothing with them, Harry said. But as soon as any writing appears on them, you follow the instructions on them as if they were commands given directly by me. Why would words suddenly appear on them? Michael asked. What condition has to be met to make them visible? A rather simple one, actually, Harry said faintly. I have to be dead. What the fuck are you planning that dying seems like such a possibility you went through the trouble of writing paperwork? Michael's fist curled. Because if this is some kind of fucked up suicide note, I'm burning this shit right here and now. It's not a suicide note, and they can't be burnt, Harry said. I'm just trying to be prepared for a worst possible scenario. If I'm attacked and can't defend myself, or if my treatment fails, I need someone I trust to give orders. Someone who I believe will be able to keep their head at the news of my death. You're the only person in the Order who I can give that to in confidence. Harry looked tiredly up at him. Am I wrong in that assumption? No, Michael replied. But it doesn't matter anyway. You're not going to die. You're the bloody boy who lived. Wouldn't be much of a title if you died. Harry chuckled and waved over 2 butterbeers. The two smiled and clinked together their bottlenecks. To a long life, then, Harry said. And a peaceful one at that, Michael added before together they downed the bottles. The emptied bottles rested atop the table, and once more a deep silence filled the kitchen. So, that's it then. You'll be gone in the morning. Yeah, Harry nodded, before anyone wakes. Any messages you want me to pass on to anyone in particular? No one in particular, Harry said. Just tell them all that I'm sorry. Nobody's going to blame you for wanting to get some treatment before the big fight. Michael pushed back. All the same, Harry said, just tell them okay. Yeah, Rook, Michael nodded. Sure thing. With a groan, he stretched out his body and yawned. All right then, now you have an earlier morning than me, but how about we go ahead and get as much sleep as we can then? Right then, Harry said. Good night, Chipper. Night, Rook. The morning larks chirped the moment Michael's head fell to his pillow. With a yawn, he rubbed the crust from his eyes. His head throbbed like an anvil struck by a hammer. The night before was little more than a blur. Part of Michael even doubted it happened. The doubt died at the sight of the paper stack atop his desk. He swallowed hard. It hadn't been a dream after all. Claire's hand tapped his back. The woman looked gorgeous, even when her hair was a tangled web and her eyes were far from even half open. Good morning, she mumbled. Michael kissed her softly, her gentle moans ecstasy to his ears. A thin smile graced her lips when they parted before she clutched his wrist. I heard Harry outside last night but went back to sleep. Is everything all right? Michael nodded. Yeah, or at least I think so. What did he want to talk to you about? Claire asked. Michael kissed her again. It was nothing. You know Harry, always trying to apologize for sending us out on missions. He's going to be out to get some treatment for whatever sickness he has, but he'll be back tomorrow or the day after. That Harry, Claire chuckled. I'm glad he's finally taking care of himself. Michael's eyes wandered back to the blank stack of papers. Yeah, me too. The breakfast table was a chaotic mess. Sirius raced through the house like a bloodhound after a missing scent. Remus rested weakly in his chair by order of his wife, while the others looked to each other with lost gazes. Michael had no sooner stepped into the kitchen before Sirius gripped his shoulder. Michael, he shouted. Harry's gone. I'm not sure how it happened, but the Dark Lord must have had somebody inside. Relax, Sirius. I know what happened to Harry, Michael said. Sirius looked ready to drop to his knees in relief. The eyes of the entire room fell to him like a fall of arrows. He cleared his throat with a heavy grunt. Okay, so last night, Harry came to tell me that he and the minister were going to step away for a couple of days to fix whatever's been making him feel so sickly. He came to me because he didn't want to endure the thousands of questions he knew he'd get from all of you, especially when he didn't have an explanation for them. However, before he left, he gave me clear instructions to proceed with our plans as scheduled. We're moving into the endgame now, and we need to be laser-focused on the next couple of moves. When will he be back? Remus coughed. A few days' time, he reckons, Michael answered. That child, Emmeline said with a shake of her head. His efforts not to worry us are in good conscience, but he certainly fails every time he tries. The silver-haired witch took Sirius' hand in hers and smiled. Come now, love. Harry will be all right. Let's try to get in some breakfast now, yes. Right, breakfast, Sirius said faintly. Breakfast is good. Harry hadn't lied that his absence would bring about questions. Worse, Michael's patience for answering them grew thinner by the minute. The sun hung low in the sky, and the moonlight would soon arrive in the black, cloudy sky. Kingsley and Bill Weasley had arrived at the Grimmauld place with the vials of Polyjuice potion under Minister Bones' instruction just before sunset. The scent filled Michael with disgust. Carefully, he handed out the vials. Claire and Fleur took theirs, as did Damien. Michael held the 2 remaining vials out before Kingsley himself took one into his hand, and Bill Weasley took the last. The redhead sent Fleur a sheepish smile that brought a blush to the Frenchvilla's face. Michael almost laughed. To see Fleur flustered was something he could hardly imagine. Everyone clear on the plan? Michael asked. The group nodded in unison. Simple burn and body drop after. Let's do this quickly and without incident. Fight only if you have to. We're not looking to engage the enemy. My agent in the camps has already set a portkey up to take us to Epping Forest. From there, we start a contained forest fire. I repeat, we are not trying to burn the whole place down. We want to keep it just to the sacred grounds. Look for a wall of bones to know when you've passed the restricted area. Once you've done your damage, simply tap the portkey with your wand and you'll be brought back here. Clear, Kingsley added. Crystal, Michael echoed. Very well then, Kingsley said. Shall we begin? Michael no sooner left the doors of the manor before a weakened hand gripped his wrist. Corner, the voice muttered weakly. Michael turned to face the sickly witch, her vibrant, ever-changing eyes dim and tired. Astoria Greengrass stood behind him, a shiver present through her entire body. Look, Damien, I know you vouched for him, and I don't think he's weak or anything. I just promise me okay. Promise me you'll bring him back. Look at you growing a heart pint-size, Michael smirked. He's a member of my squad, Astoria. I'm going to bring him back. Right, sorry, Astoria whispered. It's just between my sister and now Harry I. Yeah, I know. Michael nodded, his eyes set on the dark sky. Well, I should be off now. Timing is everything. Astoria nodded. Good luck, Corner. The cold winds blew overhead. Chills raced down Claire's spine at the distant howls. Bloodstains coated the ground mixed with fallen leaves and broken twigs. The scent of blood was unmistakable. There had been a massacre the previous night. The only question was what had been killed. She reached her hand out to Michael but stopped herself. It wasn't worth the risk. Together, the 6 wizards waded through the broken and dead trees until they'd come upon a wall of clean-plucked bones. Charming, Michael whispered. From the trees, a battered man shuffled out. Scars stretched across his face from his left eye to his right cheek. His hair was far more gray than a man of his young age should have been, and an unending shiver raced up and down the man's body. A growl built in his throat but ceased at Michael's face. Ah, one of Carmilla's, is it? He bared his teeth at their sight. This is sacred grown to Fenrir. Your kind isn't welcomed here. We have business that requires our passage through this forest, Michael said. Let us through, and there will be no trouble. And I thought I told you that there's absolutely no way that a couple of filthy bloodsuckers are coming through our. The beast fell silent at the touch of Michael's wand to the creature's neck. Are you out of your mind? Fenrir will not forgive this should you act. It'll be the end for you and your clan. Do you think that frightens us? Michael hissed. Do you think that my noble species is anything like you pack of filthy fucking mongrels? We are royal blood, and you're nothing but overgrown dogs. Don't ever assume you can give us orders. Michael pressed his wand deeper into the creature's neck. Now, let us pass, all right. Fuck you, the beast hissed. Very well, Michael sighed. Defindo. Blood gushed from the man-beast's cheek like a geyser. The disguised Ravenclaw covered his mouth, blocking moans of pain from close by ears until the man stopped screaming. Now then, I'm going to burn this forest to the fucking ground in the name of our queen with the consent of Lord Voldemort. You are going to go and report what happened here to our queen so that she knows the job's been done. Understand? The werewolf snarled back and was met with a backhand that echoed through the trees. I said, do you understand, dog? Slowly, Michael reached his hand for the werewolf's wand and snapped it in two. Lazily, he threw it deeper into the woods and smiled. Now then, go fetch, dog. You blood-sucking bastards, the werewolf hissed. You won't get away with this. I thought I told you to fetch, Michael said with a kick to the beast's chest. I won't ask again. With a final glare, the werewolf scurried into the woods. Michael's shoulders dropped. Damn, that was stressful, he muttered. Claire smiled at him before he turned back to the bone-filled gate. All right then, he'll probably alert his pack on the way to report what happened here, so we don't have long. The Ravenclaw snapped his gauntlet to him, and a blue glow radiated from his armored hand. Let's burn this pit down. A blue flame flickered in Claire's hand. She trembled at the vast darkness before her, the only other light from the fire in Fleur's hands. As soon as we start, the enemy will know we're here and come in full force. Damien, Kingsley, and Bill, I need you three to provide cover from any incoming forces. They'll be weakened, but we can't afford to get complacent. The crew nodded at Michael's words before a fire burned in the blue-haired boy's hand. Very well, let's begin. Heat pounded on her skin after the first toss. The dead trees took to fire like a phoenix. The wind blew burnt tinder from tree to tree, and the ocean of flames spread by the second. Howls blared in the distance. Cold, menacing yells sent chills down her spine. Smoke clouded the sky, the new moon invisible beyond the darkened layer. Claire blinked. Above she saw the sky move, then, like a meteor, smoke clouds descended upon them. Michael pushed her down just as one swooped towards her. Incoming, he yelled. A volley of red and blue fired up into the sky. Thuds of fallen soldiers hit the ground with skin-crawling cracks. Claire forced her flames to the back of her hand and sliced at the air, sending a ring of fire into the oncoming attackers who howled at their newly formed burns. Fall back, Michael shouted. Fall back. Claire scrambled to keep pace with Fleur and Bill, who sprinted towards the bone gates. Fire and light sparked through the cloudy skies over Michael's head. Michael turned and shot pulses of blasting curses into the air, but to cover was too thin. Move it, Michael shouted. You've got to. A cloud of smoke plowed into his side and sent him rolling as four of Fenrir's recruits surrounded him. Well, look what we have here, boys, the leader of the four said. A vamp. They licked their lips with sadistic grins. Let's start by tearing out his eyes. I've never had vampire eyes before. Don't touch him, Claire shouted before a quiverful of silver arrows raced towards them. One hissed as it scraped their cheek. Another fell unceremoniously with an arrow in his chest. The three turned to face her with murderous glares. Claire snarled back. Come on then, bring it. Claire's heart pounded in her ears. The beastly man howled and gnashed his teeth as if still in his werewolf form. In a flash, the wolf pounced at her, a red glow at the tip of his wand. Claire slid her foot to the left and ducked the attack. Fire sprung into her palm, and with a roar, she hurled the ball at the man. Screams of agony erupted at the blue flame's consumption of the attacker's skin. Burnt remains filled the air. It was enough to make Claire puke. She braced her knees to jump at the next attack before a bolt of silver struck through the second beast's chest. From behind, Michael groaned and pushed himself to his feet. Come on, pretty bird, time to run. Claire reached her hand out to him. Blood tickled between their entwined fingers with a dangerous heat. Michael, you're... Doesn't matter now, he hissed, the pain evident in his throat. Did everyone evacuate? I saw Bill, Kingsley, and Fleur get away, Claire answered. Damien, Michael barked. Did you see Damien? No, Claire said. I don't think so. Fuck, Michael dropped her hand and looked back into the flames. Get out of here, Claire. I'm going back for him. You know that's a dumb idea, she pleaded. You can't. I gave Astoria my word I'd bring him back, Michael hissed. End of discussion. With a grunt, he lifted his palm and charged his sapphire before launching a torrential stream of blue flames. Get out of here now. Not a chance, Claire smiled. We go together, end of discussion. You're exhausting, Michael smiled back. Well then, let's go. The forest was dark, and low-hanging clouds of smoke made it impossible to see. Every second it felt as if a new wolf would jump from the black clouds from every angle. Claire's chest was ready to burst as she held back each startled yelp. How long had they been walking? Claire wondered, where was the boy? Her mind fixated on the thoughts between the briefest moments of silence. Damien, Michael screamed only to choke on the smoke. Where are you? Maybe he evacuated, Claire provided. Maybe he's okay. I can't rest on a maybe, I'm sorry, Michael said softly. Damien, if you're here, say something. Michael, Claire's ears perked at the weakened voice. Help, Michael, help. I hear something, Claire said. Michael turned to her, his eyes bloodshot and tired. It was faint, but it came from over here. Lead the way, Michael said. The voice was weak and grew dimmer with every response. Thankfully, it hadn't looked to have traveled far. A sudden scream blared from a distance, and the two quickened their pace. Claire stalled at the sight and swallowed hard. Fenrir Greyback had finally appeared. The werewolf held Damien by his neck. The damage to his body destroyed the effects of the polyjuice potion. Now the bloody, beaten boy hung limply in the air for all to see. Polyjuice, is it? So this was all a ruse, then. There was no treason on the part of the vampires, was there? Shit, Claire hissed. How are we gonna get out of this one? No, you're wrong, Damien hissed. Maybe there wasn't any contempt before, but there will be now. I was the one on the inside building the resentment, and I led the vampires here of their own free will. I was the mole in your ranks. The vampires won't forgive their losses, even if it was a ruse. My plan worked. A grin creased the werewolf's lips, before with a slice of his nails, he slit Damien's belly open. Michael's hand covered her mouth as the blood splattered from Damien's core across Fenrir's face. An idiot boy who has never told a lie, like I was ever going to believe that. From all around them, the forest stirred. More and more werewolves emerged from the shrubbery and burned trees until they were completely surrounded. My nose detects more foreigners in our lands. Fenrir licked his blood-covered face. Kill them. From her left, a bolt of silver shot past. She blinked as Michael raced into the clearing, a fire in his eyes. Fenrir rolled from the arrow's path and chuckled. So another reveals himself. Very well, we'll kill you first. You're the one dying today, Michael growled. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned his armor to his body. I'm gonna put every last one of you down for good. Over what must have been 40 werewolves surrounded Michael on all sides. Claire watched as they circled her boyfriend, his head tracking what she could only assume to be the strongest of the circle. Run! He shouted before a blue light formed between his two hands. You won't be able to handle this blast. Claire swallowed, but she couldn't move. She didn't want to, she couldn't leave him. Please, Claire, for the love of Merlin, leave. There's a chance my armor might let me survive this, but you won't, please. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stood. I love you, pretty bird, he shouted. Thank you for everything. Snap, Claire jumped at the sudden sound. From nowhere, 2 figures appeared beside Michael. The first was a tiny, rather exhausted-looking elf. The second was a familiar face with bright, honey blonde hair and icy blue eyes. Don't you go blowing yourself up just yet, the voice said with a sarcastic tone. It would be a tragedy for Harry to lose his 5th most important bond right when I get back. Daphne, Michael stuttered. What are you doing here? We'll talk about that later. For now, let's handle this situation. With a wave of her wand, a sphere of water surrounded the 2 Hogwarts students. Claire swallowed as Daphne waved her over before she raced into the water bubble. I'm going to shield us from that blast of yours. Where's Damien? I heard he was here too for some reason. Michael said nothing. He's right there, Claire said with a stutter, right at Fenrir's feet. Shit, Daphne whispered. With a flick, she forced the body towards them and led him through the shield. Well, we don't leave comrades behind, no matter what. Whenever you're ready, Corner. Shields, Fenrir roared to his men. It doesn't matter, Michael hissed, before with a blinding light all Claire could hear was boom. Chapter 23. Broken truss the walls of the great castle shook with the roar of a titan. The weather never seemed normal in Avalon. At times, it was a wondrous paradise. Other times, it was a wasteland. Much of it depended on the mood of the castle's mistress. That, of course, made the beautiful days far less frequent. Rain fell from the heavens relentlessly. Water flooded the medieval streets of the city below. From her window, Daphne watched the struggles of the people below. Husbands lifted their wives and children to the roof of the house, unable to do anything but watch their city float away. Had they been anything more than trapped civilians, doomed to die the moment they left the city's walls, Daphne may have advocated for them. There was little to be done now but watch. The familiar chill raced down her spine the second she closed her final bag. Her lips pulled themselves into a frown. For months, she'd dreamed of the day she'd leave the castle. Yet now, there was almost a sense of attachment to the monumental ancestral home, and perhaps the mistress that resided within it. You'll be going then, I suppose, Morgana said flatly. Yes, Daphne whispered. I feel it is time. You could learn far more if you stayed, Morgana said. I was right to assume you had great prowess in my developed field. You have the potential to be great. Daphne smiled. The woman floated behind her with cold air at her back. Her ghostly fingers slipped softly through her shoulder blades like a hot knife through butter. Had it been a better time? Under better circumstances, my lady, Daphne started. You and that crow of mine, Morgana shook her head. Your hearts are far too kind for this world. To sacrifice your life, your potential, it is a noble act and a foolish one. Daphne nodded. There was no denying the truth in the Witch Queen's words. Yet you still insist on returning to your chaotic mess of a world. I do, my lady, Daphne said. I've given my word to people I can't betray I'd return. But know this, please, Lady Morgana. A hot tear slid down her cheek. I will never be able to repay you for everything you've done for me. From the bottom of my heart, I thank. Save it, Morgana said distantly. I trained you out of sheer boredom and interest in you. I require no thanks, just as I did for my crow. The witch pulled her hands free of her shoulder and checked her nails. To the eternal life I lead, you were little more than a passing interest. Think little of my time investment. But know this, you carry the teachings of Morgan Le Fay with you. I expect you to be extraordinary. I will be, Daphne croaked. I swear it. Very well then. I will show you out, but first, I believe my love wishes to have a word with. Morgana curled her finger at the door simply. Alastair, I am done here. From beyond the wall, the former professor floated in. The normalness of his face never settled with her, yet it provided her with comfort all the same. Moody was a frightening man, but he was familiar to her. That was worth more to Daphne by the day. Moody cleared his throat. Well then, Ms. Greengrass, seems like you'll be off soon. The sooner the better, considering the enemy, as you know, Daphne said. Morgana told me you wanted to speak with me. I can only assume it is about one topic. Moody smirked. Clever girl, yes, it is about the boy. I know pretty well how he deals with trauma. It, as you know, is not perhaps the most healthy. I'm sure that my death provided him with another stone on the scale that tips him to more drastic victory strategies. I'd like you to help me remove that stone if possible. What do you want me to tell him? That I'm happy, Moody said. For the first time in a long time, I feel free and happy. He won't believe you, but vouch for me, will you? Moody chuckled. After all, you've seen me in this castle, happier than a pig in shit. Daphne smiled. You meant a lot to him, Professor. He looked to you as a grandfather of sorts. And I know that you thought similarly of him, a child that you never had, isn't that right? I'll pass along the message, Professor. I just hope it isn't too late. Moody nodded. We can only hope. If you are going to be going soon, Morgana cut in, may I suggest a place for you to stop by? Why? Daphne asked. Because that blue-haired boy, Michael, and what looks to be a Vila are about to die in a grisly werewolf attack, Morgana said. Plan gone array, I suppose. Where's Harry? He wouldn't, Daphne said. Not there, Morgana said. At least not that my sight sees. Shit, she hissed. Dobby, let's go. Dobby is here to serve, Miss Granny, the elf said with a low bow. Dobby is afraid he doesn't know where he is going, though. That would be Epping Forest, I believe, Morgana said. Best of luck, Dove. Try not to die yourself, yes. Thank you, Lady Morgana, for everything, Daphne said. Thank you. Light flashed before Michael's eyes. The heat from the blast wrinkled against his skin in waves. Steam hissed from the liquid shield from each kiss of the flame's eruption. Michael bit back a groan. The pop of his shoulder rippled through the air like a sonic boom. Daphne and Claire pushed against his back to hold him in place safely within the sphere of water. Limply, Michael dropped his arm. Smoke rose steadily from his palm, mixing with the water of the shield. The crystal-like clarity grew infected with a thin black taint. Michael fell backward, his breaths shallow and quick. Claire raced to his side and held him close. He imagined she was asking him if he was okay, but he couldn't hear anything except a low hum in his ears. Daphne stumbled to her feet, her wand gripped tight in her hand. With a wave, she banished the smoke and gagged. Michael fought back a gag of his own at the scent of burnt corpses that decorated the burnt forest. All around them, nothing moved. Nothing besides the fall of tinder from the ash-ridden trees and a singular figure on the horizon. Michael hissed with every effort to pull himself from the ground. His bones were tender beneath his singed skin, and a venomous heat coursed through every muscle in his body. Claire tugged at his good shoulder to keep him in place. The two girls looked to be talking, but Michael couldn't hear a thing. He turned desperately between Claire and the former Slytherin until Daphne put her hand up, locking him in place, a fierce look in her eyes. All right then, Blondie, Michael thought. I'll leave it to you then. Fenrir Greyback stood ominously atop the hill. What looked to be half his body was covered in burns. Damn, Michael snickered in his mind. I two-faced him. Fenrir looked to not find it half as amusing as Michael did. Boy, Fenrir roared. How dare you do this? I'll kill you. I'll rip you in two and eat you by your entrails. The ringing had faded just enough from Michael to make out to Menace's words. He opened his mouth, but Daphne beat him to it. You won't be doing anything of the sort, because I'm going to put you down right here and now. Fenrir, Fenrir snarled. Wait, I know you. The wolfman broke out into a furious fit of laughter. You're Potter's bitch, ain't you? From what I've heard about you, you're little more than a third-rate duelist. I don't even need my... Blood flew from Fenrir's lips as a knockback charm slammed him hard through an ash-clad tree. It's rude to talk over people, Daphne said evenly. And for the record, if I'm third-rate, I suppose that makes your fourth, doesn't it? Hatred for all that lived glowed in the beast's yellowing eyes. Like a bullet, he sprung towards Daphne. The witch didn't move. She didn't even make a reach for her wand before Fenrir slashed at her. Michael lunged towards her but stopped at the view before him. Fenrir gnashed and slashed at Daphne's face but never reached her. His body looked to be suspended in midair. A green light grew atop Daphne's fingertip. Now then, you are probably unaware of this, but beneath your shoulder blade, there is a collection of nerves called the suprascapular nerve palsy. What's going to happen now is that I'm going to push this scalpel here into those nerves and shred them to bits. It's going to hurt, but I really didn't like being belittled by an unimpressive beast such as yourself. Now, prepare yourself. Scalpel. Fenrir howled louder than Michael had ever heard Remus do when transforming. Fenrir's agony ripped through the air the deeper Daphne pushed her fingertip into him. Stop! The wolf screamed. Please stop. Daphne did not yield. For what felt like hours, the wolf cried until the pain had finally rendered him unconscious. Fenrir's body flinched before it ceased to move. With a flick of her wrist, Daphne placed her wand on the beast's head. Wait, Michael called out. We need him to report back what happened here. Not sure you want him to do that, Daphne said. Well, not exactly what he saw here. We need him to report back to what he will think he saw here. Daphne raised an eyebrow, and Michael sighed. What I'm saying is we need to alter his memories so that when he wakes, he thinks this was a vampire attack, and resentment builds within their ranks. That's the plan to weaken them from the inside. Now that makes a bit more sense, Daphne said. But before you start messing with his memories... Daphne looked down at the man's hand clutched tightly around his wand. Defindo. She lifted the severed hand and burned it with a glare before snapping his wand. He's too much of a threat to leave in operable condition. At least now, even if he recovers, he won't be as lethal next time we meet. Michael turned to Claire, who nodded and hoisted him up. Together, the two trudged to the fallen werewolf's side. Michael pressed his wand to Fenrir's head, the unconscious man's thoughts little more than a playground to him now. "While I work on this," he croaked. "Damien, can you check on?" "He's beyond saving," Daphne sighed. "Even if I could stop the bleeding, it seems Fenrir scratched him up. He won't survive till morning." "Daphne, be serious. He's got to be all right," Michael said. "I promised I'd bring him back alive. I mean, you trained with Morgana, you have to be able to do something." Daphne looked away wordlessly. "What, that's it? You're not going to even try to help him. Your little sister cares about him and you're not even going to bother dirtying your—" "It's not about that," Daphne said softly. "Michael, look at him. He's seconds away from passing without any intervention. There's nothing I can do, not for something like this. I assume he knew the risks of war before leaving on this mission. Let his suffering end now. Astoria, her frown tightened. She'll have to move on. In time, she'll heal. For now, all we can do is let Damien go and honor his memory." Michael grit his teeth and knelt before the kid. Sorry," Damien whispered. "I'm so sorry. Tell my dad, tell him that I love him, and tell Astoria, tell her I am so sorry for doing this to her. Blood tickled from his lips with a heavy cough. Just let everyone know I'm thankful for everything. Thank you, Michael, for everything." Michael's fingers curled at Damien's weak smile. The boy's chest rose no more, and the warmth of his eyes grew more distant by the moment. Anger flooded his bloodstream. Anger at the war, at the world, at himself. For a second, it was as if nothing existed other than him and his rage. A distant howl snapped him from his realm of hatred. With a scowl, he muttered, "Obliviate," and weaved the spell through the feral creature's mind. "When next we meet," Michael said, his bones trembling beneath his skin, "I'll skin you like the beast you are." Daphne's hand pressed on his shoulder. "Michael, we've got to go." Another howl, closer than before, rattled the air. "Seriously, Corner, we need to leave if we don't want to get caught." "Dobby," Daphne whispered. The elf appeared at her side in an instant. "Take us back to Grimald Place." She glanced at the pale body of the Bulgarian minister's son. "All of us, please." "Yes, Miss Greenie," Dobby panted, the presence of the approaching werewolves well known in his voice. "Right away." The elf gripped his wrist tightly, but Michael's eyes never left the beaten werewolf until, with a pop, they vanished. The halls of Grimald Place were dim at the arrival of Claire and her group. Only the kitchen glowed in the distance and rumbled with conversation. Fleur's voice had been the first to break through the noise, adamant for her desire to return to the forest. Though it was the next voice that brought a paleness to Michael's face. "We need to go back," Astoria hissed. "I don't care what Michael said to do. He is one of ours, they all are, we don't abandon our." The voices fell quiet at the movement of Daphne's shadow against the wall. "Blimey," Abigail Thatcher said. "As I live and breathe, the prodigal daughter returns." "Daphne," Astoria cried and jumped into her sister's arms, who gripped her tightly. Distantly, Claire watched Astoria's smile drop. In a moment, the witch already knew something terrible had happened. The shuffling grew from the dining room. Fleur raced to Claire and hugged her tightly with hot tears down her cheek. "Merde," Fleur panted. "I'd thought I'd lost you. We were being followed and we had to get out quick. We were just planning on how we were going to return." "Michael," Claire's stomach shifted at the call to off her boyfriend's name. Astoria waded through the room. "Michael, where's Damien? Is he hurt?" "Damien's dead," Daphne said smoothly, in a tone that nearly made icicles from overhead. "Fenrir killed him." "What?" Astoria mumbled. "Come on, Daphne, this isn't time for your sick sense of humor." The young witch turned back to Michael like a whip. "Come on, Michael. Seriously, where is he? Tell Daphne to stop messing around like that." The silence grew longer. "I'm fucking serious, Michael. Where is he?" "Astoria, I'm sorry," Claire whispered. "I'm so sorry." "No," Astoria lip quivered. The furniture around her swirled with every shake of her head. "No, no, no. That's not true. Michael said he was going to protect him. Right, Michael? You kept him safe, didn't you?" Michael's face stood blank as stone, as if the boy's soul had left him long ago. Michael. He tried, Astoria, Claire said. We were almost out, and Michael risked his own life going back to try and save him. Shut up, Astoria cried. How could you let him die? I thought you were strong enough to keep him safe. You promised you'd. You're acting like a child, Astoria, Daphne muttered. Claire's telling you the truth, and as painful as it is, you have to accept it. I'm certain Damien understood the risks just as well as any of us. I'm sorry for the pain it's causing you, but this is not a productive way to deal with it. How would you like me to deal with it? Astoria hissed. How am I supposed to? Michael Corner, this new voice thundered over the rest, as did his figure. Claire followed the voice to Kingsley, who stood morosely in the corner. I need a moment with you. I just got an update from the ministry with information that concerns you. Let's go somewhere more private. Can this not wait, Kingsley? Emmeline said. I think it's best if we work through this current issue together before. I apologize, but I think it would be unwise to do so, the bald man said evenly. There is immediate action that must be taken care of in order to avoid further complications. The rain came. Claire had left the discussion below with Fleur once Daphne had pulled Astoria aside to mourn and keep the blame conversation under control. She couldn't imagine the stress the higher-ups in the order had to have been feeling. The death of any member isn't easy to handle, but Damien was high profile. The letter of notification, which had fallen into serious responsibility, must have been a dreadful weight. Though Fleur spoke, Claire hardly listened. She knew the girl had been on about the fear of the mission and how her heart still hadn't calmed itself. Claire felt the same, though it had less and less to do with the forest. Her mind couldn't help to wander back to her lover and why the aura that called to him had much such a face. It was Fleur's hand that shook her from her daze. What do you think, Claire? The woman asked. Pardon, she muttered. Merlin, you didn't hear a word I said, did you? No, I was hearing you, Claire sighed. Sorry, my mind went elsewhere. To Michael, Fleur said. He's a strong man, Claire. He's human, and I'm sure the loss of Damien is going to be painful for him to mourn, but he'll recover. Actually, that's what I was talking about. It sounds dreadful to say, but perhaps, just maybe, the boy's death was the turn around this war needed. You're right, it is a dreadful thing to say, Claire affirmed. Listen, I know that. Fleur sighed. Minister Ablansk is unlikely to sit still now that the Death Eaters have killed his boy. Even if it is a politically incorrect move, he lost his son. He won't sit idly by, not anymore. Maybe we can use his entry into this situation to finally get your father to join in. It might be the motivation the ministry back home needs. Maybe, Claire sighed. I don't know, I don't even want to think about it right now. I think that he's our youngest loss. God, the amount of children getting killed in this conflict, and now with Harry gone, it's just, she gritted her teeth. Fuck, I just want this to be over. The girls departed to their rooms. The blue-haired boy hadn't returned to the lower floors, and she'd expected to see Michael fast asleep. She'd been wrong. Michael stood like a statue on the bed, his gaze locked upon the rain-coated window. For a moment, she stood still, waiting for him to sense her, but he didn't move. She called out to him, but Michael stayed silent. Slowly, she walked to his side. He didn't even flinch at her touch. It was as if the boy wasn't even there. Claire's eyes darted to the paper the boy gripped in his hand. Michael, what are you holding? The boy said nothing. Slowly, she reached for it and wiggled it from his grip. Teardrops stained the paper, and Claire felt her stomach drop. Casualty report scanned the document and froze beside her lover at the names near the center of the creased page. Rachel Corner, Henry Corner. No, this can't be right. This has got to be a mistake. Kingsley asked me to identify their bodies based on an auror's memory, Michael said, finally free of his trance. It was them. Michael, I'm so sorry I'm going to kill them, Michael said faintly. I'm going to kill them all.